At the entrance of the Huading building in Xinjiang City, Lin Yun stood with a smile, clutching 2 movie tickets in his hand. Just then, a man and a woman emerged from the building. The man, dressed in a tailored suit and wearing a Vacheron Constantin watch, had a BMW key dangling casually from his waist. The woman, possessing a charming figure and notable beauty, shared laughter with him. Fei. Upon seeing the girl, Lin Yun hurriedly greeted her with a smile. However, the instant the girl spotted Lin Yun, her expression shifted dramatically. What are you doing here? I told you not to come to my company. If my colleagues see you, they'll be so embarrassed. Fei expressed her displeasure sharply. Fei, today marks the 2nd anniversary of our relationship. I bought movie tickets to surprise you, Lin Yun said, presenting the tickets to her with a smile. The man in the suit raised his eyebrows in surprise. Relationship? Fei, didn't you say you didn't have a boyfriend? Wu Xiao. Fei was momentarily at a loss for words. The suited man then scrutinized Lin Yun from head to toe and sneered, Fei, what kind of taste is this? Is this the kind of guy you wish to call your boyfriend? Look at his attire, he appears to be just some impoverished fool. Fei's expression darkened, feeling that Lin Yun was compromising her dignity. Lin Yun noticed the condescension in the man's words, his face slightly changing, but he refrained from retorting and instead reached out to Fei. Fei, let's go. Go where? Fei pushed Lin Yun's hand away. Wu Xiao is right. You're just a poor boy. Have you ever bought me the smartphone or handbag I like? Affording even a movie ticket seems to be a stretch for you. What can you do to make me happy? Her tone was resolute and cutting. Fei, although I'm currently poor, I will strive to do better. Lin Yun gritted his teeth, trying to convince her. Striving? That's the biggest joke. With your family's poverty, lacking both money and influence, there's no way your lifetime of hard work will ever measure up to even a single hair of Wu Xiao. Fei coldly laughed. Kid, you're not even worthy enough to carry my shoes. Wu Xiao added with a smirk. Lin Yun, I've long wanted to tell you that you aren't worthy of me. Today, I'm making it clear, we're breaking up, Fei declared firmly. She then turned to Wu Xiao with a flirtatious smile and said, Wu Xiao, let's go. With that, she linked arms with Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao, wearing a disdainful grin, shot a glance back at Lin Yun. An impoverished loser like you is not entitled to love. Understand? After saying that, Wu Xiao pulled Fei away, and they got into a nearby BMW. Watching Fei's retreating figure filled Lin Yun with a pang of heartache. Grief, rage, and resentment surged within him as he lamented, Is our 2 years of love truly over just because I am poor? With his head bowed, Lin Yun clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms until blood seeped out. Lin Yun and Fei had met in high school, and they confirmed their relationship upon graduating. Back then, Fei was still quite naive. After graduation, Lin Yun entered a local university, while Fei, unable to get into her dream college, started working. Gradually, she transformed, becoming increasingly materialistic. Lin Yun refrained from pursuing Fei or pleading with her as a poor boy. What right did he have to compete with someone like Wu Xiao? Furthermore, he had become disillusioned with her. To be honest, over the years, Lin Yun had endured countless glances of disdain and felt tremendous injustices due to his family's poverty. Fei, today you look down on me, but in the future, I will ensure that you will not be able to reach me. Lin Yun's eyes sparkled with determination. And Wu Xiao, if I ever rise to power, I will make you regret it. In the slums of Xinjiang City lived the societal underclass, and Lin Yun's family resided there as well. On his way home, Lin Yun pondered ways to earn money, but found no clear answers. He was merely an ordinary university student from a poor background, and making a fortune seemed nearly impossible. There was no fairness in society. A lifetime of hard work might still pale in comparison to that of a wealthy family's child. Upon arriving home, Lin Yun was taken aback to see a Bentley parked outside, its license plate from the provincial capital. How did such a luxury car end up in front of my house? Confused, he quickened his pace to enter. Inside, he discovered his mother along with an elderly man in a suit, exuding an extraordinary demeanor that suggested he was no ordinary person. Grandson, the old man smiled warmly at Lin Yun. Those words left Lin Yun momentarily bewildered. Mom, what is going on? Lin Yun asked, his face a picture of confusion. His mother had previously told him that his grandparents passed away before he was born, so he had never met them and knew nothing about them. With a sigh, his mother began, Yuner, all these years, I've been deceiving you. Your grandfather is not dead. He is indeed your biological grandfather. When I wanted to be with your grandfather disapproved, so I eloped with him. This unexpected revelation left Lin Yun feeling dizzy. He had a grandfather? His parents had eloped for the sake of their love? By the way, son, your grandfather's name is Lu Zhizhong, his mother added softly. Lu Zhizhong. Lin Yun's face twitched. He had certainly heard of that name. Lu Zhizhong was the richest man in the 3 provinces of southwest China, well known nationally and particularly famous in their province. Lu Zhizhong's Huading Group had branches throughout the 3 provinces, and they were quite large, with a business presence even in Xinjiang City. Are you really the chairman of Huading Group, Lu Zhizhong? Lin Yun stared in astonishment at the man. Lin Yun could hardly believe that his biological grandfather was such a prominent figure. Indeed, my dear grandson. Lu Zhizhong stepped forward with a beaming smile, attempting to embrace Lin Yun. But Lin Yun took a step back. After all these years, why did you not come to claim me? Why let my mother endure such hardships? Lin Yun confronted him, filled with fury. Lin Yun could bear hardship himself, but knowing that his mother had raised him alone after his father's early death haunted him. Grandson, I've sent money to your mother many times, but she is quite stubborn. She refused to accept it and wouldn't allow me to meet you. I've wanted to acknowledge you for a long time, as you're my only grandson. Lu Zhizhong explained, looking helpless. Mom, is this what he said true? Lin Yun turned to his mother. His mother nodded. What he says is correct. I never wanted you to meet him, but I realize now that our past grievances should not burden you. For your future happiness, I think it's best you get to know him. I hope you can accept him. Dear grandson, Lu Zhizhong smiled widely and embraced Lin Yun. This time, Lin Yun did not shy away. Dear grandson, you've suffered so much. Don't worry, your grandfather will make it up to you. Lu Zhizhong promised. He then produced a bank card and handed it to Lin Yun. Dear grandson, there is 100 million in pocket money on this card. Take it and use it as you see fit. If it's not enough, come to me for more. 100 million. Lin Yun trembled, almost losing his balance. To him, that was an astronomical sum. He had never imagined he would possess so much money, which Lu Zhizhong considered mere pocket change. Lu Zhizhong noticed Lin Yun's shock. Haha, 100 million is just a small amount for your grandfather, understand? Laughing, he pressed the card into Lin Yun's hands and continued. Furthermore, I'm entrusting all the business in Xinjiang City to you. Entrust it to me? But I'm still in college, and I've never managed a business before. Lin Yun protested. That's all right, the Xinjiang business is stable and well managed. You just need to be a hands-off chairman while you continue your studies. You can freely use whatever profits the Xinjiang branch earns, Lu Zhizhong assured him. Sure. Lin Yun agreed. After today's events with Fei Fei, he understood the importance of wealth and status all too well. Most importantly, he suddenly remembered that the Fei Fei, who had just broken up with him, worked as a receptionist at the Xinjiang branch of Huading Group, and Wu Xiao was also part of that branch. And now, he was about to become the chairman of that very company. Lin Yun couldn't help but wonder what expressions would grace their faces when Fei Fei and Wu Xiao learned that he was their new chairman. He felt a surge of anticipation at the thought. Chapter 2. I am the new chairman of the board as long as you agree. Tomorrow morning you will assume the position of chairman at the Xinjiang branch. How does that sound? I will make the necessary arrangements at the company, Lu Zhizhong said with a beaming smile. All right. Lin Yun nodded once more. Seeing Lin Yun's acceptance, Lu Zhizhong felt even more elated. Initially, he had feared that Lin Yun might refuse, but it turned out to be quite smooth. Lu Zhizhong patted Lin Yun on the shoulder, saying, once you graduate from university, as long as you desire it, you will be the heir to Huading Group. After staying for a while, Lu Zhizhong indicated that he had many matters to attend to at the company and needed to return to the provincial capital, promising to visit Lin Yun again in the near future, while reminding him to call if he ever needed assistance. After Lu Zhizhong departed, Lin Yun could hardly believe his fortune. I am actually Lu Zhizhong's grandson. I am the heir to Huading Group. He marveled inwardly that on his way back, Lin Yun reflected on how he had once thought it impossible to turn his life around. Yet now he had transformed into a member of the elite, wealthy class. Gazing at the bank card in his hand, he silently vowed to make those who had bullied him pay dearly. To those who had looked down upon him, to those who had mocked and ridiculed him, Lin Yun was determined to make them see him in a new light. After Lu Zhizhong left, a secretary behind him spoke up. Lao Lu, You've appointed the young master as the chairman of the Qingyang branch, but he has no business acumen that if he acts recklessly, he may very well ruin the branch in no time. Well, this shall serve as a test that if he manages to ruin the company quickly, it will prove he is nothing more than a spoiled rich kid, unworthy of being Huading Group's heir, Lu Zhizhong replied. He knew that as long as there was no chaos, even if he were to step back entirely, the branch would continue to be profitable, for it was already on the right track, managed by professional managers and executives. Thus, achieving normal profits would be easy. But what if the young master could actually enhance the branch's profitability and elevate its status in Qingyang? The secretary inquired. That would indeed be splendid, but I dare say it is highly improbable. Lu Zhizhong shook his head. He held no expectations that Lin Yun could do better. All he needed was to maintain the family business without squandering it. And he could eventually become the heir at this moment. Lu Zhizhong had no inkling that Lin Yun would indeed manage to elevate the branch in the future, but that was a tale for another time. The next morning at 8 o'clock, outside Huading Tower, the entire building was quite magnificent, and with the substantial backing of Huading Group, the branch in Qingyang was naturally thriving. At this moment, over 100 employees stood outside the building. At the forefront were General Manager Wu Daong and Deputy General Manager Liu Bi. In the second row stood 5 department managers. Among them was Wu Xiao, who had taken Lin Yun's girlfriend. The remaining department heads and company staff lined the road, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the new chairman. Among the employees, one remarked, "We have no idea who this new chairman is, to be suddenly parachuted in to take the position. Does it even need to be said? He must be an incredibly influential person." At that moment, Fei Fei in the crowd said, "From what I've heard, this individual might be related to Chairman Lu Zhizhong." "What? A relative of Lu Dong?" The employees were astounded. Lu Zhizhong was the owner of Huading Group, the richest man in the 3 southwestern provinces, and to be related to him was undeniably impressive. "Fei Fei, is that true?" "Indeed. Is it not true?" The employees turned their gaze to Fei Fei. "That of course it's true. This was directly told to me by Wu Xiao, and he wouldn't lie to me," Fei Fei declared proudly. "Fei Fei, you really are with Wu Xiao now? You have to look after us from now on? And me, Fei Fei, when you first joined the company, I took care of you, so you should look after me too." "What are you still calling her Fei Fei?" "Call her Sister Fei." Yes, Sister Fei. Sister Fei." In an instant, the surrounding employees began to curry favor with Fei Fei, all because of her connection with Wu Xiao. Fei Fei reveled in the attention, secretly lamenting that breaking up with Lin Yun had been a wise decision. Otherwise, she would not be receiving such flattery now. At that moment, a figure appeared before the crowd. That was none other than Lin Yun, the newly appointed chairman. "What is he doing here?" Fei Fei frowned upon seeing Lin Yun. Wu Xiao, standing at the front, also recognized Lin Yun. "Kid, stop right there." Wu Xiao stepped forward to block Lin Yun. "You little brat. Today I have important matters to attend to and no time to play with you. So get lost." Wu Xiao scolded Lin Yun. Wu Xiao, "I assure you, the more you scold me now, the worse it will be for you later." Lin Yun replied with a cold smile, his status as Lu Zhizhong's grandson giving him ample confidence. "What me suffer? You must be joking. You should look at yourself and see how miserable you are, unable to even keep your girlfriend." Wu Xiao burst into laughter. At that moment, Fei Fei approached. "Fei Fei, what a coincidence." Lin Yun grinned at her. "Lin Yun, you must be here to beg me not to break up with you. Right. Let me make it clear, there is absolutely no chance of reconciling with you. You worthless loser." Fei Fei replied with a sharp tone. "Fei Fei, you may be overthinking it. I am not here to reconcile. On the contrary, even if you begged me, I would not." Lin Yun retorted with a cold laugh. "What, me beg you, a poor little boy? What a joke." "Lin Yun, I will never beg you in my life. You should take a good look in the mirror and see what you are." Fei Fei scoffed, crossing her arms. At that moment, General Manager Wu Daong stepped forward and said, "Son, who is this? Why is there a commotion here? Do you not know what day it is if the new chairman sees this chaos? How inappropriate it would be." "Dad, just a clown. I will have him removed immediately," Wu Xiao chuckled. Then, turning to Lin Yun, he barked, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, get out of here right now, or I will have security throw you out." "Wu Xiao, let me be frank with you. I am the new chairman you speak of. You want me to leave?" "Sorry, you are not qualified." Lin Yun pointed at Wu Xiao, enunciating each word with a fierce tone. "What? You claim to be the new chairman? What a grand joke." Wu Xiao erupted into laughter upon hearing Lin Yun's declaration. The employees present could not help but stifle their laughter. Seeing Lin Yun clad in what appeared to be cheap attire, looking like nothing more than a university student, hardly resembling a chairman, Fei Fei, however, turned pale. Lin Yun, please stop embarrassing yourself, pretending to be the new chairman. As your ex-girlfriend, I feel utterly humiliated, but I truly am the new chairman. Lin Yun raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Lin Yun, you are still so stubborn. Do you think I don't know your background and status? Fei Fei scoffed. Security, security, throw this kid out. Wu Xiao shouted for security. At that moment, over a dozen security personnel rushed over. Just then, a Bentley slowly drove up, the same car Lin Yun had seen outside his home yesterday. Here it comes. Surely this is the new chairman, the employees murmured. General Manager Wu Daong also called out loudly. Everyone, get ready to welcome the new chairman. With that, Manager Wu led the executives towards the approaching Bentley. Lin Yun, are you still pretending to be the chairman? Now that the real one has arrived, let's see how you keep up the facade. Fei Fei coldly mocked Lin Yun. All right then, Lin Yun grinned at that moment. The Bentley door opened, and a middle-aged man stepped out. Lin Yun immediately recognized him. He had been following his grandfather around the previous day and appeared to be his grandfather's secretary at the front of the Bentley. Secretary Zhang, why did you come alone? Where is the new chairman? General Manager Wu Daong asked with a beaming smile. The new chairman should have arrived by now. Have you not seen him? Secretary Zhang replied. Arrived? No, we haven't seen anyone. Wu Daong's expression turned blank. Secretary Zhang scanned the area until his gaze landed on Lin Yun not far away, then he quickly approached Lin Yun with a smile. And General Manager Wu Daong, unsure of what was happening, hurriedly followed behind the executives. Upon reaching Lin Yun, Secretary Zhang immediately bowed and said, Young master, I sincerely apologize for being late. There was a traffic jam on the way. Chapter 3 Settling Accounts. As Secretary Zhang bowed before Lin Yun, the entire assembly was left in stunned silence, especially Fei Fei and Wu Xiao, who gaped in disbelief. What on earth was happening? Secretary Zhang was bowing to Lin Yun, referring to him as young master. At that moment, Secretary Zhang turned to face General Manager Wu Daong with a stern expression. Wu General Manager, this is the new chairman. Why are you all still standing there? Hurry and pay your respects. What? He is the new chairman. General Manager Wu Daong's face turned ashen in an instant. He truly is the chairman. The employees present were left dumbfounded. That Wu Xiao's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe his ears, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. The most disconcerting expression was undoubtedly on Fei Fei's face. No, this cannot be. He is just an impoverished youth. I am well aware of his family's circumstances. It is absolutely impossible for him to be the new chairman. Fei Fei's tone was sharp. General Manager Wu Daong also interjected. Secretary Zhang, could it be that you are mistaken? His attire certainly does not resemble that of a chairman. Manager Wu, here are the official documents. You may verify them yourself. That if you still harbor doubts, you can also call Chairman Liu for confirmation. Secretary Zhang handed the appointment papers to Wu Daong. Upon scrutinizing the identity information and photograph within, it was indeed Lin Yun. Secretary Zhang continued, Moreover, I must be candid with you. Young Master Lin is the beloved grandson of Chairman Liu Zhizhong. What? The cherished grandson of Chairman Liu? This revelation struck the assembled crowd like a heavy bombshell, reverberating in their hearts. The very notion of being the grandson of Chairman Liu Zhizhong was staggering. Wu Xiao, in particular, was so taken aback that he collapsed to the ground, his face paling due to the shock of his heart's constriction. He could scarcely fathom the gravity of having stolen the girlfriend of Chairman Liu's cherished grandson. What dire consequences awaited him? This is impossible. This cannot be. Fei Fei fixated on Lin Yun with a look of disbelief. Unable to grasp the reality, that moment, General Manager Wu Daong hurried to Lin Yun's side, wearing a fawning expression. Chairman Lin, I beg your forgiveness for not recognizing you earlier. I hope you will not hold it against me. Wu Daong understood that Secretary Zhang was a close confidant of Chairman Liu and would never fabricate such a significant matter as the identity of the chairman's grandson. Lin Yun, however, chose to ignore Wu Daong and turned his gaze towards the gathered employees. The more than 100 employees present all bowed their heads, silent as the grave, for they had previously mocked Lin Yun when he had declared himself the new chairman, and they were now gripped by fear. It was not merely the new chairman they had to reckon with. but also the revered grandson of the venerable Lu. Feeling the palpable awe from the crowd, Lin Yun couldn't help but reflect on the past. Had anyone ever held him in such esteem? Certainly not. After surveying the room, his gaze ultimately settled on Wu Xiao. The moment Wu Xiao saw Lin Yun approaching, a wave of terror washed over him, and cold sweat broke out on his back. He realized Lin Yun had come to settle the score. Young Master Lin. Upon reaching Lin Yun, Wu Xiao unexpectedly clung to Lin Yun's leg, pleading for mercy. Young Master Lin, I was wrong. I should not have taken your girlfriend. I apologize. I will return Fei Fei to you. Please spare me. Given the astonishing identity of being Chairman Lu's grandson, Wu Xiao could conjure no other thought than to plead for mercy, observing Wu Xiao groveling at his feet. Lin Yun couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. Wealth and power indeed held sway to Wu Xiao, a privileged second-generation rich kid who had been arrogant before him just yesterday, was now on his knees begging for forgiveness. This was a scenario Lin Yun had never dared to dream of. Return her to me. I'm afraid I have no need for such a worthless woman. Furthermore, do you truly believe I would spare you? Lin Yun narrowed his eyes. With that, Lin Yun delivered a swift kick, sending Wu Xiao sprawling. As Wu Xiao lay on the ground, the realization of Lin Yun's identity dawned on him, and he could only stifle his resentment. Chairman, my son is just a child and does not understand. If he has offended you in any way, I implore you to overlook it. Wu Daong stepped forward, advocating for his son. Lin Yun cast a cold glance at Wu Daong. You still have the audacity to plead for him. A father must bear the consequences of his son's misdeeds. Your son's arrogance and recklessness are largely a reflection of your own indulgence. Then, Lin Yun declared loudly, in my capacity as the new chairman, I hereby announce that both of you are expelled from Huading Group, effective immediately. What expelled? Wu Daong's complexion turned an ashen shade. After years of hard work to attain the position of general manager, to be dismissed now would render all his efforts utterly futile. Wu Daong had intended to counter with his seniority, but the thought of Lin Yun being the cherished grandson of Chairman Lu silenced him. Wu Xiao, filled with despair, realized that his ability to navigate life had been entirely reliant on his father, that if his father were also dismissed, he would lose his identity as a rich second generation and would have no means to survive. He felt as though he had plummeted from paradise to the depths of hell. Security. Remove the Wu family and throw them out. Lin Yun commanded with a wave of his hand. The dozen or so security personnel exchanged glances. Hesitating, as Wu Daong had always been a prominent figure in the branch. Lin Yun's brow furrowed. What? Do you not comprehend my words? Or do you doubt my authority? Understood. Understood. The security personnel hastily complied, realizing Lin Yun's connection to Chairman Lu dispelled any lingering doubts. With Lin Yun's backing, they felt emboldened to take action against the Wu family. Once they grasped this, the security personnel swiftly advanced, seizing Wu Daong and Wu Xiao. Scoundrels! Let go of me! I am Wu Xiao. How dare you lowly security personnel lay hands on me? Wu Xiao bellowed in a futile attempt to assert his authority. You are nothing. One security guard retorted with a sneer. You and your father have been expelled. Why are you still pretending to be important? As they dragged Wu Xiao away, he trembled with rage, unable to fathom such humiliation inflicted by mere security guards. Meanwhile, Wu Daong remained relatively composed, though his expression was grim. As a veteran in the business world, he understood the prevailing circumstances and knew he was not in a position to challenge the grandson of Chairman Lu. Once the Wu family was unceremoniously deposited on a nearby street, many employees observed the scene with hidden glee that Wu Xiao had long been a source of disdain, leveraging his status to bully others within the company, and now, witnessing his downfall brought them joy. Lin Yun then approached Fei Fei. It was time to bring closure to their tumultuous relationship to this moment. Fei Fei's complexion had turned pale. Her association with Wu Xiao had solely been predicated on his wealth and influence. Now that Wu Xiao had fallen from grace, the very man she had cast aside, Lin Yun, had suddenly transformed into the chairman and the grandson of the wealthiest man in the Southwest. Lin Yun, your family is clearly in dire straits. How could you possibly be Chairman Lu's grandson? Fei Fei exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief, grappling with the reality that she thought she understood Lin Yun's background. Regret washed over her. Had she known Lin Yun was the beloved grandson of Lu Zhizhong, she would never have ended their relationship, regardless of the consequences. Indeed, the world is full of surprises. I never anticipated I would be Liu Zhizhong's cherished grandson. Lin Yun replied with a smile. Fei Fei bit her lip. Lin Yun, I was deceived by Wu Xiao's sweet words. I acted thoughtlessly yesterday. In truth, I truly love you. Please, considering our 2 years together, grant me another chance. As she spoke, she clung to Lin Yun's arm, her eyes pleading. Sorry, you are not worthy. Lin Yun replied coldly, pushing Fei Fei away without hesitation. Just as Fei Fei had been heartless towards him yesterday, today he reciprocated with equal indifference. After pushing her aside, Lin Yun turned and walked away. As she watched Lin Yun's unfeeling departure, Fei Fei felt as though her heart had plummeted into the abyss. She realized that the man she had once looked down upon was now someone she would never be able to reach again in her lifetime. Lin Yun approached Vice General Manager Liu Bo, who was taken aback and quickly stammered, Young Master Lin, I'm not in cahoots with Wu Daong. Please see reason. Lin Yun supported Liu Bo, reassuring him. Manager Liu, there is no need for alarm. I am not here to cause you trouble. On the contrary, I am promoting you. From today onward, you will be the general manager of the company. Really? Liu Bo was both surprised and delighted. Indeed, Lin Yun smiled. Having learned of his appointment as chairman, Lin Yun had previously invested in gathering information about the company's internal affairs. That it came to light that Liu Bo was a capable businessman. Though he had been overshadowed by Wu Daong's influence, with many of Liu Bo's achievements being appropriated by Wu Daong, who had also shifted blame onto him for failures, for someone like Liu Bo, all he needed was a benefactor to elevate him. Lin Yun had also investigated Liu Bo's character and found him to be a commendable individual, which prompted Lin Yun to extend this opportunity to him. Thank you, Chairman. I shall forever remember your kindness in promoting me, Liu Bo exclaimed, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. For Lin Yun, it might have been a mere utterance, but for Liu Bo, it was akin to a life-altering opportunity he had long awaited. Gratitude is unnecessary. Simply perform your duties diligently. If you can elevate the company to new heights, that will be the greatest reward for me, Lin Yun stated. Pausing briefly, he continued, You are aware of my identity. As long as you perform exceptionally well, I can promote you even further, far beyond the position of mere branch manager. Do you understand? Understood. Rest assured, Chairman Lin, I will exert every effort, even if it means facing peril, Liu Bo declared resolutely. Liu Bo understood that Lin Yun was his patron and silently resolved to be entirely loyal to him while striving to advance the company. And now, he finds himself bowing and scraping before Lin Yun. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yun turns his gaze towards the over 100 employees present. Dear employees, as a gesture of goodwill, I shall personally bestow upon each of you a sum of 10,000 yuan, to be included with your salaries next month, Lin Yun declared with utmost confidence. What? A 10,000 yuan welcome gift? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Long live Lin Dong! Long live Lin Dong! After the initial shock, the employees began to cheer excitedly, each one brimming with joy. What could be a more generous benefit than receiving cash directly, and a sum of 10,000 yuan at that? The new chairman is truly magnanimous, distributing such a hefty sum upon first meeting. He is far superior to the Wu family. Indeed, with such a generous new chairman, our future looks bright. The employees fervently discussed amongst themselves, who wouldn't appreciate a chairman who showers money at the slightest provocation? Moreover, during the tenure of the Wu family, Wu Daong had been quite stingy with the employees. With this monetary gesture, Lin Yun had successfully garnered their loyalty. For over 100 employees, a gift of 10,000 each amounted to over 1 million, an insignificant sum for Lin Yun at this juncture. Lin Yun waved his hand dismissively. Dear employees, this amount is but a trifle. As long as you work diligently, I assure you there will be ample bonuses and benefits in the future. Following Lin Dong, we shall brave any challenge. Liu Bo led the rousing chant. Following Lin Dong, we shall brave any challenge. Following Lin Dong, we shall brave any challenge. The employees echoed the fervent slogan, their spirits lifted. Lin Yun observed their enthusiasm with satisfaction. He nodded approvingly. Although his grandfather had suggested he merely act as a figurehead, Lin Yun, having assumed the role of chairman, was determined to enhance the company's prospects, thereby proving to his grandfather that he was not just a useless scion of wealth. Standing nearby, Secretary Zhang took in the scene. Secretly, he mused, I never anticipated that the young master would be so formidable. not only winning the unwavering loyalty of the new general manager, but also effortlessly winning over the hearts of the employees. He bears a certain resemblance to old Master Lu. Lin Yun's performance today had far exceeded Secretary Zhang's expectations, with the company already on a stable path and operations running smoothly under Liu Bo and the executives. There was little for Lin Yun to concern himself with. After spending the morning at the company, Lin Yun decided to leave. That he also instructed Liu Bo to eliminate all connections tied to the Wu family from the company. According to the information Lin Yun had gathered the previous day, the Wu family had infiltrated the company with numerous connections that contributed nothing but took substantial amounts, a scourge that must be eradicated. Meanwhile, at the Wu household, damn it, an infuriated Wu Xiao smashed a cup onto the floor. Father, are we just going to let this slide? Wu Xiao appeared deeply unwilling to concede. That of course not. Wu Daong will not be humiliated today. Wu Daong ground his teeth in anger. But he is the grandson of Lu Dong. Based solely on that, we cannot possibly contend with him. Wu Xiao expressed his helplessness. If we cannot confront him openly, then we shall resort to underhanded tactics. We will secretly hire a few thugs to incapacitate that brat. Wu Daong's expression twisted in malice. Wu Xiao's eyes lit up. Father, what a brilliant plan. As long as we deny involvement, no one will suspect we hired them. And as for the thugs, we can pay them off to hide abroad for a while. Exactly, I know a few thugs. I will take care of it right away. Wu Daong stood up and headed for the door. Father, ensure the thugs are ruthless. It would be best if they left him in a vegetative state. Wu Xiao shouted, 18 noon, in dormitory 8112. Lin Yun. Today's matter with Zheng the Butcher was quite the predicament. How dare you not show up? As soon as Lin Yun entered the dormitory, a hefty figure approached him. This portly individual was Lin Yun's sole friend, named Huang Sun. That I had some pressing matters to attend to this morning. Lin Yun shrugged. Then you should have taken a leave of absence. Zheng the Butcher said he would make you pay. Huang Sun replied earnestly that he wants to make me pay. Lin Yun squinted, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Zheng the Butcher, whose real name was Zheng Dewei, was one of Lin Yun's supposed mentors. However, Lin Yun held a poor opinion of him, primarily due to his fierce demeanor, earning him the moniker of Butcher. More importantly, Lin Yun had witnessed Zheng the Butcher threatening a girl, taking advantage of her. Such scum hardly deserved to be regarded as a mentor. Lin Yun, you should go apologize to Zheng the Butcher. Perhaps if you plead with him, you can salvage the situation, that if he truly seeks retribution. It will be quite unpleasant, Huang Sun advised. Rest assured, I will confront him, Lin Yun replied, a chilling smile creeping onto his lips. That in the past, Lin Yun might have sought an apology from Zheng the Butcher in such a situation. However, now that he was the grandson of the wealthiest man in southwest China, would he still grovel before him? In the office, the door was unlocked, and Lin Yun entered unceremoniously. Zheng the Butcher was currently watching an inappropriate film in his office. Upon hearing the door open, he hastily closed the screen and turned to see Lin Yun, his irritation flaring as Lin Yun had interrupted his leisure and startled him. Lin Yun, don't you know to knock when entering an office? Do you have no sense of decorum? And how dare you not show up this morning? Do you understand the consequences? Zheng the Butcher reprimanded darkly. Zheng Dewei, I came here specifically regarding that matter. Lin Yun stated as he approached Zheng the Butcher. Oh, you wish to beg me for mercy? It's quite simple. Zheng the Butcher rubbed his fingers together, signaling for money. Lin Yun smirked coldly. He had anticipated Zheng the Butcher's demand for money. Lin Yun took a seat in the adjacent chair, propping his leg over the other, and said, I am not here to beg you. Rather, I am here to offer you an opportunity that if you are wise, we can consider this morning's incident settled. Otherwise what? Zheng the Butcher asked with a mocking grin. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes. Otherwise, I assure you, you will pay a heavy price. What? I will pay a heavy price. You, a mere pauper? Zheng the Butcher erupted in laughter. Despite his ferocity, Zheng the Butcher only targeted the weak. He recognized Lin Yun as an easy target. Zheng the Butcher quickly wiped the amusement from his face, slamming his palm on the table. Listen here, you little brat. You have thoroughly irritated me today. You must apologize and present me with a 5,000 yuan sincerity gift, or else I will make you regret it. In Zheng the Butcher's eyes, Lin Yun was a penniless nobody. With a little intimidation, he would surely beg for mercy. Upon hearing Zheng the Butcher's words, Lin Yun's expression darkened. Zheng the butcher, you are truly unworthy of being called a human. Furthermore, you have squandered the opportunity one granted you. You will come to regret this. With that, Lin Yun rose and made his way towards the exit. Zheng the butcher, incensed by Lin Yun's use of his nickname, slammed his fist onto the desk. You audacious brat! How dare you call me Zheng the butcher? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I guarantee you will be the one to regret this. Zheng the butcher shouted at Lin Yun's retreating figure. Did I end this setting? Offending a mentor was a foolish endeavor. Zheng the butcher had resolved not only to make Lin Yun pay dearly, but also to ensure that Lin Yun faced continuous misfortune, thus assuaging his own pent-up frustration. That on the other side, Lin Yun exited the office, shaking his head in disbelief. What a despicable creature! This Zheng the butcher made Lin Yun feel utterly repulsed at in truth. Lin Yun could easily resolve the matter by offering a few thousand yuan to Zheng the butcher, but he would never stoop to such a level. What Lin Yun aimed to do was ensure that Zheng the butcher paid a steep price for his actions. Lin Yun proceeded to the office of the leadership. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Upon entering, Lin Yun was met by the sight of old Zhou, dressed in a suit. Old Zhou glanced up at Lin Yun and continued reading the newspaper, saying, Young man, what can I do for you? Old Zhou, I wish to make a donation to your organization. Lin Yun stated nonchalantly that a donation. We appreciate your kindness, but we are not in need of a few hundred yuan. It would be better for you to keep it for yourself. Old Zhou replied without looking up from his paper. Lin Yun smiled. Old Zhou, I am not donating a few hundred yuan, but rather 10 million. What? 10 million? Old Zhou promptly set down his newspaper, staring at Lin Yun in disbelief. Young man, are you joking? You wish to donate 10 million? Old Zhou, assessing Lin Yun's attire, found it hard to believe he could possibly have such funds. Provide me with your account number. Once I transfer the funds, you will see for yourself, Lin Yun declared. After a moment of contemplation, Old Zhou relented and shared his account details with Lin Yun. Once the transfer was completed, Lin Yun stated, Old Zhou, you may check now. Xiao Li, call the finance department and confirm if the 10 million has been received. Old Zhou instructed his secretary. The secretary nodded, quickly dialing the number to verify. Leader, the verification is complete. The finance department has reported receiving a sudden transfer of 10 million. The secretary relayed urgently. Old Zhou gasped in shock. He had never anticipated this would be true. A donation of 10 million, a record for the organization since its inception. Xiao Li, quickly prepare tea for this young gentleman. Brew my finest pu'er. After finishing, Old Zhou eagerly approached Lin Yun, his demeanor warm and welcoming. Young man, please have a seat. May I inquire as to your esteemed name and which family you hail from? Chapter 5. The dismissal incident. The principal was acutely aware that only someone of extraordinary lineage and immense wealth could casually donate 10 million. Such elite scions deserved reverence from all, including him. That my name is Lin Yun. Lin Yun turned around, settled into his seat, and crossed his legs, stating, Principal, this 10 million is not a mere donation. I have two requests. Speak, speak. The principal nodded in agreement. He had been pondering that this young gentleman surely would not part with his money without a motive. Lin Yun took a sip of the tea handed to him by the secretary, and then calmly declared, First, I want the dismissal of teacher Zheng Dewei, Zheng the butcher. Second, I demand that I pass all my subjects, even if I choose to skip classes at will. Not a problem, the principal replied without hesitation. Dismissing a single teacher was a trivial matter. After all, there were plenty of educators available, and 10 million certainly held greater significance. Very well, I shall not disturb you further, Principal, that I hope you can expedite the dismissal process. Lin Yun rose from his seat. His purpose was clear, to ensure Zheng the butcher was expelled, and now he had achieved that aim. That I'll see you off, young Master Lin. The principal followed Lin Yun closely, escorting him out of the office. After Lin Yun departed, he instructed his secretary, Xiao Li, quickly retrieve his file and find out which prominent family he belongs to. With Lin Yun's ability to nonchalantly offer 10 million, the principal was certain his family background was formidable. Yes, I will take care of it right away, the secretary replied eagerly to 2 p.m. in the classroom. Lin Yun, did you just go to the office to see Zheng the butcher? Did he agree to forgive you? Asked his plump desk mate. He did not agree, for I did not apologize. It is he who owes me an apology, Lin Yun replied nonchalantly. What? Are you out of your mind? Lin Yun? The plump boy looked puzzled. Rest assured, I am perfectly fine. As for Zheng the butcher, he has offended me, Lin Yun, and thus he shall face expulsion. A smile crept across Lin Yun's lips. Lin Yun, you say you are not delirious, yet you speak such nonsense. You should hurry and apologize to Zheng the butcher. Otherwise, he may truly make things difficult for you during finals, and that would be a disaster. The plump boy urged anxiously. In the plump boy's eyes, they, as impoverished students, could never afford to offend a teacher. Their conversation caught the attention of Zhang Hu, a classmate seated in the back. Zhang Hu, whose father was involved in the building materials business and was rather affluent, was known for his arrogance in class, and no one dared to cross him. Lin Yun, you just claimed that Zheng the butcher has offended you, so he shall be expelled? You really are full of it, aren't you? This is hilarious. Zhang Hu laughed. Immediately, Zhang Hu stood up and declared loudly, classmates, Lin Yun just claimed that Zheng the butcher has offended him. Hence Zhang will be expelled from school. Isn't that amusing? Zhang Hu's voice echoed throughout the classroom, and all the students turned to look at him and Lin Yun. Indeed, I did say that. Is there a problem? If Zheng the butcher has offended me, he shall be expelled. Even Jesus cannot save him. Lin Yun stated calmly. What? Not even Jesus can save him. Haha, the entire class, including Zhang Hu, erupted in laughter. Wow, Lin Yun seems rather meek normally. How did he suddenly become so boastful? Exactly, does he think he is some wealthy second-generation heir? He is just a pauper. What power does he have to get Zheng the butcher expelled? The classmates were well aware of Lin Yun's impoverished background. Who would believe he had the capability to expel Zheng the butcher? Even the plump boy poked Lin Yun, whispering, Lin Yun, it's fine to brag to me, but why declare it to the whole class? It's quite embarrassing. Plump boy, I'm not boasting. Lin Yun replied earnestly, It seems you've truly lost your senses today. The plump boy was at a loss for words. Lin Yun was not surprised by the plump boy's reaction, as he understood how well his friend knew his family's circumstances. Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang. The first class of the afternoon was still with Zheng the butcher. Zheng the butcher slowly walked into the classroom. Teacher Zheng. Zhang Hu suddenly stood up, saying, Teacher, Lin Yun just made some outrageous claims in class, saying you offended him and that you will be expelled because of it. Upon hearing this, Zheng the butcher's face darkened. Lin Yun had already challenged him in the office at noon, which had left him quite displeased. Now, his anger surged. Bang! Zheng the butcher slammed the textbook onto the desk and sternly reprimanded Lin Yun. Lin Yun, you clearly seek to court disaster. How dare you openly slander a teacher? I will ensure the school punishes you. Oh dear. Lin Yun is in for it now. Zhang Hu and his friends began to whistle, enjoying the spectacle. The classmates shook their heads in disapproval. For an ordinary, poor college student to offend a teacher was a grave misstep. Lin Yun, you should quickly deny it, say you didn't say that, and apologize. Otherwise, you will truly be finished, the plump boy urged, jabbing Lin Yun repeatedly with his elbow. Lin Yun did stand up. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he smiled and said, Zheng the butcher, Zhang Hu is correct. I indeed said that about you, boom. Lin Yun's words sent shockwaves through the classroom that he actually admitted it. He even dared to call Zheng the butcher by that nickname. Heavens, was he trying to dig his own grave? Did he still wish to continue his studies? Did he want to graduate? To the other students, Lin Yun seemed utterly insane. No other student had ever dared to utter that nickname in front of Zheng the butcher. Zheng the butcher, standing at the podium, was burning with uncontainable rage. Lin Yun, mark my words, if you manage to graduate smoothly, I will write my surname backwards, he shouted furiously. At that moment, a director entered the classroom with 2 security guards. Director Wu, what brings you here? Zheng the butcher quickly put on a smile upon seeing the director. Zheng Dui, you have been expelled from the school. The principal has ordered you to leave immediately. The director said coldly, What? I've been expelled. Zheng the butcher's face turned ashen. Director Wu, you must be joking. How could I possibly be expelled so suddenly? Zheng the butcher forced a smile. Does it look like I'm joking? The director retorted. Security, escort Zheng Dui out of the school. With a wave of his hand, the 2 security guards immediately moved to seize Zheng the butcher. Hey, Director Wu, you must be mistaken. This is impossible. Zheng the butcher protested loudly as he was dragged out of the classroom. The director instructed the class, Everyone, please self-study for now. Before he too exited the classroom at that moment, the entire classroom fell into an eerie silence. Many students couldn't help but glance at Lin Yun. They recalled Lin Yun's earlier assertion that Zheng the butcher had offended him, and thus would be expelled. At the time, they had considered it a grand joke, even mocking Lin Yun for his bravado. Yet now, Zheng the butcher had indeed been expelled from the school. Lin Yun's words had come true. Everyone was taken aback. Could it truly be that Zheng the butcher's sudden expulsion was a consequence of Lin Yun? Brother Who, could it be that Lin Yun actually predicted this? Zheng the butcher's expulsion, could it really be due to him? A thin classmate beside Zhang who exclaimed in shock, "Impossible. He is just a poor kid. He must have overheard something about Zheng the butcher being expelled and is now pretending to be clever." Zhang Hu replied dismissively, "Exactly, it must be so." The others nodded in agreement. Because he knew in advance that Zheng the butcher would be expelled, he dared to challenge him. Otherwise, with his background, he wouldn't have the guts to do so. Zhang Hu stated coldly, "Brother Hu's analysis makes sense." The group nodded in agreement that I in Lin Yun's vicinity. The plump boy couldn't help but say, "Lin Yun, you are incredibly lucky. If Zheng the butcher hadn't been expelled suddenly, you would have been in real trouble for challenging him like that." Lin Yun smiled. Zheng the butcher's expulsion was his doing. And it was not mere luck. With the teacher unexpectedly expelled, the students could only self-study in the classroom. Many took out their phones to play. Hey, has anyone seen the school's forum? There's a rumor about a sophomore donating 10 million to the school. 10 million? Is that for real? Of course it's real. It's even on the school's official website. If you don't believe me, go check. The news of the 10 million donation spread rapidly across the school's forums and groups. Suddenly, the classroom was abuzz with discussions about the mysterious benefactor who had donated such a staggering amount. Wow, 10 million. Who's the generous soul behind this? Who is this rich kid? Everyone was eager to discover the identity of this suddenly prominent young aristocrat. For it took an extraordinary fortune to casually donate 10 million. Even Zhang, who was astounded. While his family was wealthy, his allowance was limited. He couldn't even dream of donating 1 million, let alone 10. Zhang, who harbored a clear understanding that this wealthy young master undoubtedly surpassed him in prowess by several magnitudes. Some female classmates in the class were even beginning to stir with excitement. Once they learned the identity of this affluent heir, they would surely devise countless strategies to establish a connection with him, that if they succeeded, it would be akin to soaring to great heights and transforming into a phoenix. Chapter 6. The Valor of Men. Some female classmates in the class were indeed becoming restless. As soon as they discovered who this wealthy young master was, they would certainly seek every possible means to associate with him. Once they achieved that, it would be akin to taking flight and becoming a phoenix. Alas, the notice did not specify the class name, only stating that this student had made an anonymous donation. Indeed, on the forums, classmates from various groups were inquiring, eager to uncover the identity of this young magnate. But regrettably, no one knew who this enigmatic benefactor was. The discussions among the classmates were incessant. Upon hearing that others were discussing him, Lin Yun couldn't help but chuckle. He had not anticipated that his charitable act would become known throughout the school so swiftly. Fortunately, when Lin Yun had exited the principal's office earlier, he had reminded the principal not to disclose his class name, thus averting many potential troubles. After hearing the chatter among the students, Zhang, who couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell is this guy thinking? To remain anonymous? Isn't donating such a large sum meant to show off? How can one flaunt their generosity anonymously? If it were me, I would insist that the school clearly state the class and name." Unbeknownst to the classmates, the affluent young man they were so eager to identify was seated in the same classroom as them. Beside Lin Yun, a chubby boy chuckled, "This wealthy young master is exceedingly generous. Casually donating 10 million. It must be delightful to befriend someone like him." Ha! Lin Yun silently laughed to himself, thinking, "Aren't we already friends? By the way, chubby, here's the 1,000 yuan I borrowed from you before." Lin Yun produced 100 yuan bills. "You take it for now. I'm not in need of this small sum at the moment." The chubby boy pushed the money back, knowing Lin Yun's family was poor and in dire need of funds. Lin Yun felt a surge of gratitude. In the past, when his family struggled, no one wished to associate with him, yet the chubby boy was willing to help, even lending him money in times of urgency. "Thank you, chubby, but I truly have money now. Please don't worry about me." Lin Yun pressed the 1,000 yuan into the chubby boy's hands. Lin Yun had initially intended to repay him tenfold. But knowing the chubby boy's character, he figured that offering more would be refused, opting instead to assist him more in the future. "All right, if you need money, just let me know. The chubby boy ceased to decline further. Hey, Lin Yun, you little rascal, have you struck it rich to be able to pull out 1,000 yuan at once? You didn't sell something over the weekend, did you? Zhang Hu laughed loudly. Lin Yun's expression darkened. Zhang Hu, mind your language, still dare to talk back. Seeking death, are we? Zhang Hu slammed his hand on the desk, appearing irate and ready to strike Lin Yun in Zhang Hu's eyes. Lin Yun was a soft target who ought to submit obediently. Anyone daring to resist would be courting disaster. Zhang Hu, if you dare to lay a finger on me today, I assure you, I will make sure you suffer a most humiliating fate. Lin Yun's eyes narrowed as he fixed a steely gaze on Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu's previous antics had already provoked Lin Yun's ire, and now he was further testing his limits. Previously, Lin Yun would have shied away from offending Zhang Hu, but now, as the grandson of the wealthiest man in southwest China, why would he fear someone like Zhang Hu? If truly provoked, the consequences would be unbearable for Zhang Hu. Make me suffer a humiliating fate? Just you. I'll gladly witness how you, a penniless wretch, plan to make me suffer. Zhang Hu rolled up his sleeves. The chubby boy hurriedly stepped in front of Lin Yun and, forcing a smile, addressed Zhang Hu. Tiger brother, Lin Yun is just having a moment of madness today. I apologize on his behalf. Please calm down, get out of my way, or I'll take you down too. An enraged Zhang Hu shouted, pushing the chubby boy aside. Stop. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out. Lin Yun turned to see it was the class monitor, Wang Shui. Wang Shui was strikingly beautiful, with fair skin and flowing black hair, standing about 1.65 meters tall, her figure exquisite, clad in a floral dress that evoked a sense of youthful charm. She was the belle of the class and considered a beauty throughout the school. Zhang Hu, this is a classroom. Moreover, it's during class time. If you dare to act recklessly, I will certainly report you to the counselor. Wang Shui stated vehemently. Lin Yun was somewhat astonished by her intervention. He had no prior connection with Wang Shui, and they had never spoken alone. Yet here she was, seemingly coming to his defense. Wang, the stunning beauty, you're actually helping this guy. You should know he comes from a destitute background, and there is nothing worth your aid. Zhang Hu retorted, visibly displeased. Wang Shui bit her lip precisely because he comes from a modest background. As class monitor, I cannot allow you to bully him. Is that so? Then I shall bully him all the more, Zhang Hu declared arrogantly. With that, he swung a fist towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun, watch out. The chubby boy shouted in alarm. Wang Shui looked on, her expression filled with concern. Under the watchful gaze of their classmates, Lin Yun deftly dodged Zhang Hu's punch, then seized a pen from the desk and thrust it viciously into Zhang Hu's shoulder. Ah! A chilling scream erupted as the pen pierced Zhang Hu's shoulder, blood gushing forth. The scene left their classmates aghast, their faces paling in shock. What a ruthless move. This guy is brutal. They marveled at Lin Yun's audacity to injure Zhang Hu. Did he not comprehend Zhang Hu's family background? Was he truly willing to gamble with his life? Previously, Lin Yun had been perceived as a pushover by his classmates, which was why no one anticipated he would resort to such violence. Even Zhang Hu himself was taken aback that Lin Yun would dare to strike him. Zhang Hu, do you think you're the only one who can act tough? Today, I'm going to settle the score with you. Lin Yun's voice was frigid. Damn it, everyone, get him. Make sure to take this kid down. An enraged Zhang Hu bellowed at his followers. Lin Yun grasped another pen and roared, whoever dares to approach me will meet the same fate. Come if you're not afraid of death. The minions behind Zhang Hu gulped nervously, fear evident in their expressions. Lin Yun's earlier brutality had thoroughly intimidated them. Those who were soft fear the tough, and the tough fear the reckless. Despite their usual bravado, Zhang Hu's followers were merely students, and in the face of real danger, they faltered. Tiger brother, look at all the blood you've lost. Your health is paramount. Perhaps we should take you for treatment, one of them suggested. Yes, yes, the others nodded in agreement, stepping forward to assist Zhang Hu, unwilling to confront Lin Yun. Zhang Hu, upon seeing the blood on his shoulder and feeling the sharp pain, could only nod in acquiescence. Lin Yun, you had the audacity to hurt me. Just you wait. I swear you will regret this. Zhang Hu roared in fury. After delivering his threat, he was supported by his followers as they exited the classroom. Zhang Hu, seething with rage, determined to exact a severe revenge on Lin Yun once he had received treatment, to quell the storm brewing within him. I'll be waiting. Lin Yun observed Zhang Hu's retreating figure. A cold smile gracing his lips at that moment. The classmates in the classroom regarded Lin Yun with a mix of admiration and pity. His actions had provided a sense of relief, as Zhang, who had often bullied others in class. And most students found his behavior intolerable, yet dared not voice their grievances. However, they were all acutely aware that injuring someone like Zhang, who would undoubtedly bring consequences that Lin Yun, a poor boy, would struggle to bear. Lin Yun, you just pierced Zhang Hu with that pen, utterly shattering his arrogance. It was incredibly satisfying, the chubby boy exclaimed with excitement. However, his tone shifted to one of concern, but Zhang Hu is a wealthy second generation. We simply cannot afford to provoke him. Now that you've heard him, what will we do about the inevitable retaliation? Retaliation. I'll be waiting for it. Lin Yun grinned at in the past. Perhaps Lin Yun would have shied away from Zhang Hu. Not out of weakness, but from maturity, that a man should possess valor, yet also a sense of maturity, understanding the burdens he carries. But now, Lin Yun was part of the elite third generation of wealth. He could freely showcase his courage without worrying about the repercussions, even if it meant taking down Zhang Hu. Sigh, the chubby boy sighed deeply, resigned to the situation. What more can we do now that it has come to this? Meanwhile, in the principal's office, the principal examined a file handed to him by his secretary. Principal, this is Lin Yun's record, the secretary stated, presenting a document. The principal eagerly took the file and perused it carefully. Single-parent household, financially disadvantaged. The principal was astonished after reviewing the file, which indicated that Lin Yun had come from a poor family and had even applied for financial aid in previous years. How could someone capable of donating 10 million be from a family in such dire straits? Principal, perhaps this document is fabricated. Given his means, it would be easy for him to create a false record. He likely wishes to keep a low profile, hence the anonymous donation, the secretary suggested. The principal nodded in agreement. That makes sense. I have an inkling that his identity is far from ordinary. We must exercise caution in our dealings with him. Do not offend him at all. That evening, at Starry Night Bar, Lin Yun sat at the bar counter. Beautiful lady, I'd like some information on a student from Qingyang University, Zhang Hu, a sophomore. Lin Yun handed a stack of cash to the barmaid. The barmaid, with her flowing wine-red waves, captivating eyelashes, and alluring gaze, exuded an air of irresistible charm. She was a woman who exuded an enchanting allure from her very core, seemingly enticing men at every moment and tugging at their heartstrings. Just yesterday, Lin Yun had gleaned information about the situation at the Qingyang branch of Huading Group through this alluring woman. Hello, handsome, that it's you again. Have a drink while I fetch the information for you. The woman said with a smile as she accepted the money. Lin Yun sipped his drink while he waited to eye in his heart. He knew he had injured Zhang Hu today, and given Zhang Hu's character, retaliation was inevitable. Thus, Lin Yun sought to gather specific intelligence on Zhang Hu's family. Knowing both himself and his adversary would enable him to deal with Zhang Hu more effectively. Approximately 10 minutes later, a dossier was delivered to Lin Yun. Zhang Hu, a student at Qingyang University, boasted a brash demeanor, fitting the mold of a typical wealthy second generation. His father, Zhang Guoming, was the proprietor of Qingyang Hongda Building Materials Company, with assets nearing 100 million, and was one of the primary suppliers for Huading Group's Qingyang branch. Interesting, Lin Yun mused, a smile creeping onto his face upon reading the document, that he had never anticipated that Zhang Hu's family company was one of his own company's suppliers. Chapter 7. Encountering a crisis. May I pose a question, my dear? What would happen if Huading Group severed ties with Zhang Hu's family company? Lin Yun inquired of the enchanting woman that it would be quite dire. Zhang Hu's family company relies heavily on Huading Group for its livelihood. She replied that yes, that's so. The smile on Lin Yun's lips widened, and a thought began to germinate in his mind. Everyone here calls me Hongjie. If you don't mind, you may call me Hongjie as well, she said with a flirtatious smile. Very well, Hongjie. Lin Yun responded with a gentlemanly grin. May I inquire about your esteemed name? Hongjie asked with a smile. Dressed in humble attire, Lin Yun's initial impression was that of a poor boy, rather inconspicuous. However, his generous demeanor while inquiring for information led Hongjie to suspect that this young man was not ordinary. Lin Yun downed his drink in one go and uttered Lin Yun. Hongjie searched her memory but could not recall anyone by that name in Qingyang City. How much for this drink? Lin Yun set down his glass. This one's on me, Hongjie replied with a smile. Thank you, Lin Yun said, rising to leave. He was not particularly fond of such establishments that moment. Lin Yun suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Wang Shui. He exclaimed, recognizing the girl singing at the bar. Upon seeing Wang Shui, Lin Yun recalled the incident in the classroom that afternoon, when Zhang Hu had threatened him, and Wang Shui had intervened. What was she doing singing here? Lin Yun was astonished at Ian's impression. Wang Shui was a quiet girl, academically excellent, and a good person. To see her performing in a bar shattered his understanding of her. She sings rather well. Lin Yun thought, pleasantly surprised by her voice. Originally planning to leave, he turned back and approached the crowd gathered near the stage. That moment. Many young patrons were shouting at Wang Shui, some hurling crude remarks. Most, however, merely indulged in bravado, aware that the establishment was under the protection of unsavory characters. After Wang Shui finished her song, Lin Yun positioned himself in her path as she descended from the stage. Today, with her makeup done, she appeared even more stunning. What a coincidence, Wang Shui. I never expected to find you here. Upon seeing Lin Yun, a flicker of panic crossed Wang Shui's face. That I think you have mistaken me for someone else. My name is not Wang Shui, she said, avoiding eye contact. Wang Shui had chosen a bar a bit farther from school precisely to avoid running into classmates, so she was taken aback by this encounter. Wang Shui, the resemblance could be coincidence, the voice could be coincidence, but even the mole on your collarbone is identical. Surely, that cannot be mere coincidence. Lin Yun smiled. Wang Shui was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Wang Shui, this afternoon in class you spoke up for me, and I haven't had the chance to thank you. As a token of gratitude, let me buy you a drink. Lin Yun offered that he intended to ask her why she was singing in such a place. Sensing that she was not a bad girl, and perhaps had her reasons that no need for drinks. I don't drink, that if you truly wish to thank me, please don't tell anyone about my singing here. Wang Shui replied with a pleading tone. Rest assured, I, Lin Yun, am not one to gossip. I am merely curious about why you would choose to sing here. I believe you are not a bad girl. Lin Yun said. Wang Shui lowered her head and murmured, I need money. There are other part-time jobs you could take. Why resort to this? You must know what kind of place this is. That a girl as beautiful as you is not safe here. Lin Yun cautioned. Not at all. There are people here who provide protection. Typically, no one dares to cause trouble. Wang Shui raised her head at that moment. A man in a suit approached. Manager Zhou. Wang Shui greeted him promptly. It appeared that this suited man was the bar manager. He cast a glance at Lin Yun and then turned to Wang Shui, ordering, Shui, what are you still doing here? Hurry and touch up your makeup. You re-up for the next song. Wang Shui nodded and began to follow the manager inside. Wait. Lin Yun stopped the manager, declaring, she is not singing anymore. The manager frowned. Who the hell are you? You think you can just decide she won't sing? Manager, he is my classmate. Please don't be angry. Wang Shui interjected quickly. Your classmate? Shui, this wouldn't be your boyfriend, would it? Is that why you don't want to perform here? The manager scrutinized Lin Yun with disdain. Poor boy. Huh. Lin Yun chuckled coldly, that he then pulled out a sizable wad of cash and slammed it down on the manager, scattering bills everywhere. Is this enough to buy her silence for the night? Lin Yun's voice boomed. The manager, taken aback by the display of cash, was momentarily stunned. Lin Yun produced another handful of money and hurled it at the manager, demanding, now, is this enough? The manager swallowed hard. This was easily several tens of thousands of yuan. Who was this patron, to casually toss around such sums? This was a first for him. Lin Yun retrieved another handful of cash and flung it at the manager's face. Firmly questioning, am I clear? Enough? Yes, yes. The manager nodded vigorously. Not a fool, he recognized that someone who could carelessly throw money around was not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, there was still plenty of cash scattered on the floor. With that, Lin Yun took Wang Shui by the arm and led her out. Once outside the bar, Wang Shui was still in a daze. Lin Yun, how could you have so much money? You haven't done anything illegal. Have you? In her mind, Lin Yun was from a poor family, having applied for financial aid just last semester. How could he suddenly possess such wealth? If I told you I'm the grandson of Liu Zhizhong, would you believe me? Lin Yun replied with a smile. The Liu Zhizhong from Huading Group? No way. Wang Shui appeared incredulous. Your disbelief is understandable. I scarcely believe it myself. Just consider me a lottery winner. Lin Yun shrugged. He then produced another 20,000 yuan and handed it to Wang Shui. Take this and promise me you won't sing in places like this anymore. Absolutely not. We are merely classmates. I cannot accept such a sum, Wang Shui insisted, shaking her head. There is nothing wrong with it. You are a good girl who shouldn't be sullied, especially not for the sake of money. Lin Yun asserted, pressing the money into her hands. Rest assured, I want to breathe a word of tonight's events to our classmates that I must take my leave now, he said with a smile before turning to walk away. Wang Shui gazed at Lin Yun's retreating figure, then down at the 2,000 yuan in her hands, her expression complex. After exiting the bar, Lin Yun contemplated hailing a ride home, while also considering that now, with his newfound wealth, he should purchase a car. Most young men harbor dreams of owning a vehicle, particularly luxury cars that in the past, Lin Yun had envied those driving luxury cars on the road, never daring to dream of owning one himself. But now, as the grandson of the wealthiest man in southwest China, acquiring a car, or even a plane, was no longer a problem. Just then, a black luxury van abruptly stopped in front of Lin Yun. The door swung open, and 4 men in black suits rushed out. "Get in," they commanded, forcefully ushering Lin Yun into the vehicle. The black van sped away from the scene. Inside the van, Lin Yun eyed the 4 men, a sense of foreboding settling in his chest. "Who are you?" he asked, feeling a wave of unease wash over him. "Young man, you need not concern yourself with who we are. All you must know is that we will take you to a desolate place and render you a mere vegetable," declared the bald brute. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun's expression shifted dramatically. Though he had ascended to the status of a top-tier wealthy heir, he was devoid of any martial prowess. "Have you been sent by the Wu family or Zhang Hu?" Lin Yun inquired, his brow furrowed, as he could only fathom these two adversaries. Silence. The bald man glared at Lin Yun. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yun retorted, "Regardless of who it is, I shall offer you double what they have promised. Apprehend the one who orchestrated this that I told you to be quiet. Did you not hear me? We in this line of work adhere to a code of ethics. Do you understand?" The bald man shot another fierce look at Lin Yun. 5 times. I will give you 5 times the amount." Lin Yun extended his 5 fingers, 0.5 times. The 3 other men in black were immediately intrigued by the prospect. Even the bald man appeared slightly tempted. Lin Yun pressed on, "Let us make it 10 times, and I require no apprehension of the instigator. Merely inform me of who sent you. 10 times. The elder brother is offering 10 times. And we don't even have to do anything." The other 3 men in black were now thoroughly captivated. The bald man could not suppress his curiosity. "Can you truly provide 10 times the price? Our employer offered us 1 million. 10 times that would be 10 million. 10 million, you say? Quite feasible." Lin Yun nodded. "Very well, it's a deal." The bald man promptly agreed. Under the lure of substantial wealth, the so-called professional ethics crumbled. Lin Yun immediately transferred 5 million to them. Upon receiving the bank notification, the bald man was unable to contain his elation. "Now, you may inform me of who it was that directed you." Lin Yun inquired. "That it was Wu Daong," the bald man stated without hesitation. "Wu Daong, you say?" Lin Yun's eyes narrowed, a chilling glint emerging within. After transferring the remaining 5 million to the bald man, they honored their agreement and released Lin Yun from the vehicle to as the black business car departed. Lin Yun seethed. "Wu family, it appears you are truly courting disaster." Initially, Lin Yun intended to sever ties with the Wu family after expelling them, but their attempt to hire assassins against him was intolerable. Subsequently, Lin Yun retrieved his phone and dialed the new general manager. Lubo, I am currently at Tianlin Road. Please come and pick me up that I have matters to discuss." Half an hour later, a Mercedes-Benz halted before Lin Yun, and Lu Bo emerged from the vehicle. "Chairman, what brings you to such a desolate place at this hour?" Lu Bo inquired, astonished. "Get in the car," Lin Yun replied as he entered. Once inside, Lin Yun recounted the recent events to Lu Bo. "Wu Daong truly has the audacity." Lu Bo seethed, gritting his teeth. "That be by the way, Chairman, the Wu family has embezzled a substantial amount from the company over the years. I have gathered evidence that, upon reporting, could easily result in a sentence of over 10 years for them. With further maneuvering, we could secure a 20-year sentence. That's so. Then let them rot in prison. I leave this matter in your hands," Lin Yun said with narrowed eyes. Initially, he contemplated eliminating the Wu family, but reconsidered, opting instead to allow them to languish in prison, spending their remaining days in regret. "Rest assured I will handle it," Lu Bo promised earnestly. By the way, Lu Bo, Honda Building Materials is one of our suppliers, correct?" Lin Yun asked. Honda Building Materials belonged to Zhang Hu, Lin Yun's classmate. "Indeed," Lu Bo confirmed with a nod. "Would severing ties with them significantly impact our company?" Lin Yun inquired. "Not at all. We could easily find a replacement supplier. Many companies are eager to provide materials to us. Honda only secured the partnership through bribery to the Wu family. Lu Bo explained. Understood. Lin Yun acknowledged that. By the way, Chairman, many collaborating businesses are now aware of your recent appointment, and they wish to meet you, including the aforementioned Hongdao building materials. Lu Bo continued, after a brief pause. He added thus, I am planning a small gathering to invite these company leaders, and I would like you to attend, Chairman. What do you think? That sounds fine. You may proceed with the arrangements, Lin Yun replied. Soon after, Lu Bo drove Lin Yun back to school, with the gathering scheduled for Saturday at the Liujia Manor in Zhongzhou. Lone Wolf, are you certain my grandson is safe? Elder Lu Zhizhong inquired over the phone. Rest assured, sir, that I have been trailing young Master Lin Yun's vehicle, and he has returned safely to school, came the raspy voice from the other END. Excellent. Do you know what methods my grandson employed to escape the clutches of the assailants? Elder Lu asked. I am afraid I do not know, sir, the voice responded. After a moment's hesitation, the man on the phone questioned, Sir, should I eliminate the Wu family for the young master? No need. Let my grandson handle it himself. It serves as a form of training for him. Lone Wolf, continue to ensure his safety from the shadows, Elder Lu replied. After hanging up, the secretary, Zhang, remarked, Sir, young Master Lin Yun is quite capable. He managed to resolve this predicament on his own. I had thought you would have to intervene. Indeed, I too believed he would struggle. It is quite impressive that he navigated this crisis unaided, Elder Lu mused, stroking his beard with a satisfied smile. I am eager to learn the techniques he employed to defuse this situation. Secretary Zhang expressed curiosity. I am curious as well. I shall be sure to inquire next time. Elder Lu chuckled heartily. The following morning, within the Wu family villa, Wu Xiao and Fei Fei sat in the living room. Wu Xiao, do you truly believe that this time Lin Yun will face misfortune? Fei Fei asked. Fear not. This time he is doomed. Wu Xiao grinned, confident in the seemingly flawless plan he and his father had devised. Just then, Wu Daong descended the stairs. Why is there still no news? I cannot reach the bald man's phone. Wu Daong said, displaying signs of impatience. According to their plan, the hired thug should have dealt with Lin Yun the previous night, yet they had heard nothing. Wu Daong soon realized that the bald man's phone was switched off. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiao began to worry. Father, could something have gone awry? Wu Xiao fretted. That is unlikely. Our plan is impeccable. Perhaps the thug's phone simply ran out of battery. Let us wait, Wu Daong reassured him. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the door. That must be the thug returning with news. I will answer it. Wu Xiao rushed to the door, with Wu Daong following closely behind. Upon opening the door, they were astonished to find Lu Bo standing before them. Lu Bo, what brings you here? Wu Daong and Wu Xiao exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with surprise. Gentlemen, Chairman Lin Yun has asked me to relay a message. He is doing quite well, and your petty schemes to undermine him are woefully inadequate, Lu Bo said with a smile. What do you mean? He isn't scathed. Wu Daong and Wu Xiao gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. They struggled to comprehend how Lin Yun had managed to escape their seemingly foolproof plan. Indeed, he is unharmed, but you have provoked him, and thus, your downfall is imminent. Lu Bo retorted with a cold smirk. Suddenly, 7 or 8 officers in uniform burst in from either side, apprehending Wu Daong, Wu Xiao, and Fei Fei. What is the meaning of this? They both shouted in unison. Fei Fei, witnessing the scene unfold, was left pale with fear. Wu Daong, are you not aware of how much you and your son have embezzled from the company over the years? I possess ample evidence, and now is the time to bring you to justice. That sum is enough to keep you incarcerated for half your life, Lu Bo sneered. What? Wu Daong gasped, fully aware of the magnitude of his embezzlement. Originally, Chairman Lin intended only to expel you. He had no desire to pursue further action. Yet, your foolishness in attempting to harm the chairman has sealed your fate. Lu Bo declared coldly. Father, what do we do? I don't want to go to prison. I refuse. Wu Xiao cried, panic-stricken as he was restrained. How dare you even speak? If you had not stolen Lin Yun's girlfriend, would we be in this predicament? Wu Daong slapped Wu Xiao sharply across the face in anger. Take them away, commanded the lead officer, as they escorted the Wu family from the villa. Fei Fei stood frozen in place, watching the Wu family being led away. Her mind racing with dread. If Wu Xiao were imprisoned, She would lose everything. Overwhelmed by regret, she lamented her decision to abandon Lin Yun for Wu Xiao. Had she remained with Lin Yun, she would now be the chairman's wife. Alas, no remedy for regret exists in this world. Meanwhile, Lin Yun chose not to attend class that morning, but instead made his way directly to an automobile dealership, intent on purchasing a vehicle. As a young man, despite his previous poverty, he possessed a certain knowledge of automobiles that he had already settled on the type of car he wished to buy. This is the place. Lin Yun smiled faintly as he arrived at the Lamborghini dealership. Once Lin Yun encountered a Lamborghini Aventador on the road, its striking exterior captivated him so profoundly that the memory remains vivid to this day. Lin Yun is certain that it was the most exquisite vehicle he has ever laid eyes upon. At that moment, he fantasized about the sheer delight of owning such a car, but he was well aware that, as a young man of modest means, it would forever remain an unattainable dream. However, now, as the grandson of the wealthiest individual in southwest China, Lin Yun undoubtedly possesses the financial resources to transform this dream into reality. Thus, when he decided to purchase a car, his first thought was to acquire a Lamborghini Aventador. Fulfilling the dream he once held dear, he promptly made his way toward the dealership. This luxury car dealership typically sees few customers, leaving the atmosphere rather desolate, with no other patrons in sight. After all, those who can afford a Lamborghini are exceedingly rare. Just as he reached the entrance, a male salesperson stationed there intercepted him. "Are you Lin Yun?" The salesman recognized him instantly. "And you are?" Lin Yun found the salesman somewhat familiar. "I am Chong Gang, your elementary school classmate. Don't you remember?" The salesman chuckled. Upon hearing the name, Lin Yun recalled him at once. "Chong Gang, you seem to be doing quite well." Lin Yun remarked with a smile. "Not bad," Chong Gang replied, puffing out his chest. Noticing Lin Yun's attire, rather ordinary, Chong Gang hastily concluded that Lin Yun was likely struggling, at least far worse off than himself. Consequently, he felt a sense of superiority in Lin Yun's presence. Chong Gang then turned to Lin Yun with a smirk. "By the way, Lin Yun, what brings you here? You're not here to apply for a job, are you? We sell luxury cars here, and we might not be hiring individuals with such poor taste." Although Chong Gang wore a smile, his tone dripped with condescension. "You must be mistaken. I am here to purchase a car." Lin Yun replied nonchalantly. "What did you say? You're here to buy a car." Chong Gang's voice rose in pitch, astonished. Moments later, he and several nearby salespeople could no longer suppress their laughter. "Who comes to buy a car dressed like that?" they thought. "Lin Yun, this is a Lamborghini dealership. We deal in luxury vehicles, not bicycles." Chong Gang managed to stifle his laughter. Lin Yun frowned. "I am fully aware this is a Lamborghini dealership, that I am indeed here to buy a car." "Is that a problem?" Lin Yun could sense Chong Gang's disdain. "Of course, we welcome you. But are you certain you can afford the cars here?" Chong Gang's face was adorned with a sneer, while the other salespeople chimed in. "Do you even realize that our cars start at over $1 million? They mocked. "With your appearance, do you really think you can afford a Lamborghini? What a joke." They would sooner believe in ghosts than accept that a young man dressed so simply could purchase a Lamborghini. Lin Yun despised such disdainful attitudes towards the less fortunate. "What are you talking about?" A few salespeople bristled at his words, feeling offended that in front of wealthy clients, they would act subservient, but they felt no fear confronting a young man dressed in ordinary clothes. "Guys, this is my old classmate from elementary school. Let me handle him." Chong Gang waved dismissively at his colleagues. "Chong Gang, this kid looks like he couldn't possibly afford a Lamborghini. Are you sure you want to waste your time on him?" His colleagues questioned skeptically. Chong Gang leaned closer to his co-workers, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Doesn't he want to pretend to be a big spender? I'll just let him play that role until he can't anymore. And then I'll see how he wriggles out of it." Assuming Lin Yun was likely there to apply for a sales position, Chong Gang thought he would play along to, "So, you want to buy a car? Let's see what you can afford," he thought, eagerly anticipating the moment Lin Yun would be unable to maintain his facade. "Lin Yun, what car do you wish to see?" Chong Gang asked with a grin. "A Lamborghini Aventador," Lin Yun replied without hesitation. "The Aventador?" The others were taken aback, and then stifled their laughter once more. The Aventador is Lamborghini's flagship model, priced at over $7 million. Anyone who could afford such a car in Xinjiang City was undoubtedly a top-tier heir. After a brief chuckle, Chong Gang said, "Very well, let me show you the car." He led Lin Yun to the showroom, followed by the other salespeople, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Arriving before an orange Lamborghini Aventador, Lin Yun admired its stunning appearance and vibrant color. "This is truly magnificent," he mused, nodding in approval. The supercar he had once dreamt of was now within his grasp. "What is the exact price?" Lin Yun inquired, gazing at Chong Gang. "The base price is 7.55 million, Chong Gang announced, folding his arms, ready to revel in Lin Yun's impending embarrassment. 7.55 million. "That's reasonable, not too expensive," Lin Yun replied dismissively, as if it were a trivial sum. "Not too expensive. Huh." The salespeople erupted into laughter once more. Chong Gang scoffed. "Lin Yun, do you truly comprehend the magnitude of 7.55 million? Of course, it's merely a small sum." Lin Yun replied, unfazed. "What a small sum?" Laughter erupted again from the onlookers, who found this notion utterly ludicrous. Chong Gang could no longer contain his amusement. "Lin Yun, you really are delusional. You say it's a small sum? Fine, let us see you produce the money. If you can come up with that much, I'll eat a ton of dung," he thought triumphantly, envisioning how he would mock Lin Yun. "You can accept credit cards here." "Right." Lin Yun produced a bank card from his pocket, that a diamond card from the commercial bank. Upon seeing the card, the salespeople gasped in astonishment. They recognized it as the highest-tier VIP card issued by the bank, requiring a deposit of at least 10 million to obtain. Chong Gang was rendered speechless, feeling as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, leaving him numb from head to toe. The possession of such a card indicated that Lin Yun was far from a poor boy. He was undoubtedly wealthy. 7.55 million. "Let us process it at I1T haggle." "I don't need to." Lin Yun handed the card to Chong Gang. "That why you?" Chong Gang's eyes widened, staring at Lin Yun as if he were a monster, utterly shocked that Lin Yun could produce a diamond card. "What are you waiting for? Take the card." Lin Yun frowned impatiently. "That why yes." Chong Gang stammered, extending his trembling hands to accept the heavy diamond card, his face paling. In that moment, he dared not show Lin Yun any hint of disrespect. He hurried toward the manager's office, cradling the card. Lin Yun then turned his gaze toward the other salespeople, who were now pale and avoiding his gaze, acutely aware that they had previously ridiculed him. They could hardly fathom the consequences of angering someone who held a commercial bank diamond card. A minute later, a portly middle-aged man rushed out. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am the manager of this store, and we warmly welcome your visit." The man beamed. "Warmly welcome? Huh. Until now, no one has offered me a seat or poured me a glass of water. Since I entered, your sales staff has been mocking me. This is what you call a warm welcome?" Lin Yun scoffed coldly. Upon hearing this, the manager's expression darkened immediately. "What are you all doing? How dare you neglect our esteemed guest? Apologize to him at once," he barked at the sales staff. "Mr. Lin, we are very sorry. Please accept our apologies," they stammered. The manager continued to chastise them. "You lot, your bonuses for this year are all forfeited. What are you still doing here? Hurry and get coffee for our esteemed guest." "Yes, yes." The salespeople nodded vigorously before hastily departing. At that moment, Chong Gang returned, holding the bank card, though his expression was grim and anxious. "Chong Gang, is the card processed?" Lin Yun asked casually. "Why yes, it's processed. The amount of 7.55 million has been successfully charged." Chong Gang lowered his head, handing the card back to Lin Yun at this moment. Chong Gang's mind was still reeling. He could hardly believe that his once unremarkable classmate, Lin Yun, had truly transformed into a tycoon. Although he couldn't fathom how Lin Yun had achieved such wealth, the reality was undeniable. Certainly, beneath the surface of his demeanor lay a tempest of anxiety, fear, and trepidation. Lin Yun accepted the card, simultaneously remarking, "Chong Gang, if my memory serves me correctly, you just uttered a rather audacious statement here. Should I procure a vehicle for 7.55 million, you would consume a ton of excrement. Correct?" Chong Gang's facial muscles twitched violently, and he inwardly pondered whether Lin Yun might truly compel him to fulfill that outrageous promise. "Lin Yun, I was merely jesting." Chong Gang managed to force out a rather grotesque smile. "Oh, really? Then what do you make of your earlier, whether intentional or not, derision towards me? Were you not hoping to see me humiliated? You wouldn't dare suggest that was all in good fun, would you?" "I am no fool," Lin Yun retorted with a cold smirk. Upon hearing this, Chong Gang's countenance turned pale with fright. He realized that Lin Yun's ability to afford a Lamborghini indicated his meteoric rise, far beyond what he could contend with. Furthermore, having purchased a Lamborghini at this establishment made him a member, and with a mere word from Lin Yun, He could be expelled, that I was wrong. I apologize. For the sake of our shared past as classmates, please spare me. Chonggang begged in terror, that I'm sorry, but we were never particularly close during our time in class, so do not attempt to curry favor with me. Lin Yun replied with a disdainful laugh, that he then turned to the manager. Manager, I do not wish to see this individual in my presence. Not a problem, the manager responded with a forced smile, nodding vigorously, that he then turned sharply to Chonggang and sternly declared, Chonggang, I hereby announce your termination. Leave this place at once. Termination? As those words reached Chonggang's ears, his heart plummeted into an abyss of despair. Had he truly jeopardized this promising job he had only just secured? At that moment, remorse washed over him, as he contemplated how different things might have been had he chosen kindness over mockery towards Lin Yun from the outset. The manager promptly summoned security to escort Chonggang from the premises. Inside the store, Lin Yun stated, I have already settled the payment. I trust the vehicle is ready for me to take. Mr. Lin, there are still some formalities to complete, and we will assist you with those. Once finalized, you may drive it away, which should take approximately a day, the manager replied with a cheerful demeanor. Very well. Once everything is in order, please have it delivered to me that I shall take my leave now, Lin Yun said nonchalantly. Certainly, I will see to it, Mr. Lin, the manager beamed as he accompanied Lin Yun out. Chapter 10. Whose car is this? After exiting the 4S dealership, Lin Yun returned directly to school. In the classroom. Zhang, who had not attended that day, presumably still hospitalized. Additionally, the news of the mysterious wealthy student's donation had been circulating throughout the school, with everyone aware of the event, yet no one knew the identity of this enigmatic benefactor. Upon entering class, Lin Yun discovered a sum of 20,000 yuan tucked within his desk, accompanied by a note. He unfolded the note. Lin Yun, thank you for your kindness, but I cannot accept this money without having earned it. Although the note lacked a signature, Lin Yun recognized it as the handiwork of class monitor Wang Shui, and the funds were indeed the very amount he had given her the previous evening. This girl had the audacity to refuse money given freely. How intriguing. Lin Yun couldn't help but chuckle. He then glanced towards the front of the classroom, where Wang Shui was engrossed in her studies, that he couldn't help but reflect on the stark contrast between her and his former girlfriend. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yun realized he might harbor a slight interest in Wang Xue. At that juncture, his classmate, a hefty fellow, nudged him. Lin Yun, why you keep staring at class monitor Wang Shui? You don't fancy her, do you? You must remember, you have a girlfriend that I broke up with Fei just the other day. Lin Yun replied. What? You two split? Why on earth? The hefty one appeared astonished. She found me lacking in wealth. Lin Yun shrugged, and no wonder you've been acting strangely these past few days. It turns out you're heartbroken, the hefty one said, realization dawning on him. In that case. Lin Yun, tonight I'll treat you to drinks, he declared, patting Lin Yun on the shoulder. The hefty one thought that since Lin Yun was feeling down from his breakup, he ought to accompany him for a few drinks. All right. Lin Yun nodded in agreement. That evening, outside the taste bar, as Lin Yun stepped inside, the deafening music assaulted his ears. To be frank, Lin Yun was not particularly fond of such environments. The bar was bustling, being the peak time for business. Upon entering, he spotted the hefty one waving enthusiastically. Lin Yun nodded in acknowledgement and quickly made his way to where the hefty one was seated. As soon as Lin Yun sat down, the hefty one leaned in close and whispered, Lin Yun, since you're single now, let me introduce you to a lovely lady. It's time to move on. Realizing the hefty one had invited him to the bar to help him recover from his heartbreak, Lin Yun couldn't help but smile wryly at his friend's concern, which he knew was unfounded. Yet he felt a twinge of gratitude nonetheless. At the table, besides the hefty one, were two young women, both exquisitely dressed. One was the hefty one's girlfriend, Zhou Mei, while the other, whom Lin Yun had not met before, was named Guo Xiao, the very person the hefty one intended to introduce him to. Lin Yun, you should greet the young lady, the hefty one nudged. Hello, I'm Lin Yun, he introduced himself, extending his hand. Although he had little interest in the girl before him, he felt it necessary to show respect for his friend's sake. Guo Xiao appraised Lin Yun, and upon noticing his attire, she curled her lip in disappointment and retorted. I am Guo Xiao, she answered casually, refusing to shake his hand. Lin Yun retracted his hand with a bitter smile, easily perceiving the disdain in her eyes. At that moment, Zhou Mei chimed in. Hefty, You mentioned introducing Xiao Xiao to a boyfriend. I thought it would be someone noteworthy, but it turns out to be Lin Yun. Why don't you share a bit about Lin Yun's background?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yun's brow furrowed slightly. Zhou Mei was clearly aware of Lin Yun's humble origins, yet she chose to bring it up, evidently intending to belittle him as a poor boy. Lin Yun had never held a favorable opinion of Zhou Mei. She struck him as someone not to be trifled with. He had previously advised the hefty one to steer clear of her. But alas, love had clouded his judgment that I'm merely a child from a poor family. With little to boast about, Lin Yun replied while sipping his drink. The hefty one, sensing the awkward atmosphere, quickly attempted to smooth things over. "Well, my brother Lin Yun may not have wealth, but he has always excelled academically. Once he graduates, he is sure to secure a good job and have a bright future." Guo Xiaoxiao scoffed. "Ha, just an ordinary second-tier university. What kind of good job can he land? Even if he toiled his entire life, he would never measure up to the offspring of the wealthy." Zhou Mei quickly concurred. "Exactly. Just recently, there was a mysterious wealthy student from our school who casually donated 10 million to the institution. A family like Lin Yun's could never hope to compete. I certainly cannot compare to that mysterious benefactor." Lin Yun replied with a smile that he had considered mentioning that he was the one who made the donation. But upon reflection, he knew they would not believe him and would likely mock him for boasting. Thus he refrained from saying anything. "At least you have a modicum of self-awareness. Do you know what kind of family our Xiao Xiao comes from? I'll let you in on a little secret. Her family owns a company. Do you really think you are worthy of her?" Zhou Mei declared haughtily that I beg to differ. It is she who is unworthy of me. Lin Yun replied nonchalantly. Now, as the grandson of the wealthiest man in southwest China, Lin Yun found it amusing that he would be looked down upon by a mere company heiress. "What? You dare suggest that our Xiao Xiao is unworthy of you? You country bumpkin? How can you even utter such words with a straight face?" Zhou Mei seemed to have heard the most outrageous statement of her life, with Xiao Xiao's expression soured as well. How dare this bumpkin claim she was beneath him? With Xiao Xiao produced an invitation letter. "Do you know what this is?" She asked at ITS an invitation to the Huading Group's Qingyang branch gala. "Someone like you will likely never set foot in such a high-class event," Guo Xiaoxiao declared with pride. "Wow, a gala from the Huading Group. I'm so envious," Zhou Mei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The Huading Group's reputation in the 3 southwestern provinces was unparalleled, and even an invitation from the Qingyang branch was considered a prestigious honor in their eyes. Lin Yun, however, couldn't he help but smirk at the situation. He was, in fact, the chairman of Huading Group's Qingyang branch and found it rather amusing that Guo Xiaoxiao would flaunt an invitation to him. "Guo Xiaoxiao, you plan to attend this gala on Saturday. Correct? Perhaps we shall cross paths." Lin Yun said with a smile that he was indeed the host of that gala, and should Guo Xiaoxiao attend, their meeting was all but inevitable. He wondered how she would react when she discovered he was the new chairman of the Qingyang branch. "Meet you? Not a chance. Do you really think you have the right to enter?" Guo Xiaoxiao scoffed dismissively. "It is not necessarily the case. What if he ends up working as a cleaner at the hotel? Perhaps he would then be eligible to enter." Zhou Mei chuckled, covering her mouth. "All right, enough of that. Let us dance in the dance hall," she suggested. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, the chubby guy proposed dancing to lighten the mood. "I'll partner with Zhou Mei and Lin Yun. You can pair up with Guo Xiaoxiao," that he suggested. "That I'm sorry, but he is not worthy to dance with me." Guo Xiaoxiao replied coldly, not even sparing a glance at Lin Yun. After saying this, Guo Xiaoxiao stood up and walked alone towards the dance floor. The chubby guy felt embarrassed. He initially intended to introduce Lin Yun to a girlfriend, but inadvertently created such an awkward situation. "I truly apologize, Lin Yun. I never anticipated it would turn out this way," the chubby guy said, his face filled with remorse. "It's all right, chubby," Lin Yun reassured him, patting his shoulder, understanding that his intentions were good and that he wanted to help. Ultimately, the chubby guy did not join the dance floor, but instead kept Lin Yun company while drinking. During this time, Lin Yun received a call from the Lamborghini dealership that the bar was quite noisy. Lin Yun specifically stepped into the restroom to take the call. The dealership informed him that all the paperwork had been completed and inquired where he wanted the car delivered and when. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yun requested the dealership to deliver the car directly to the bar entrance, as he would be able to drive it shortly. Approximately half an hour later, Guo Xiaoxiao returned from the dance floor. "Today was really boring. Let us go," she said. Upon exiting the bar, a brand new orange Lamborghini Aventador was parked at the entrance, the very one Lin Yun had seen at the dealership that morning. Such an eye-catching supercar drew a great deal of attention. Wow! What a stunning Lamborghini! It is absolutely gorgeous. Whose wealthy young master's Lamborghini could this be? They speculated that the owner must be inside the bar. Who knows, if luck is on someone's side, they might just get to mingle with this young master tonight. If only I could drive such a car, how exhilarating that would be. A crowd of young men and women gathered around the car, many discussing and taking photos to commemorate the moment. Some attractive women even lingered nearby, waiting for the owner to appear, eager to catch his attention. The Lamborghini Aventador was renowned as a nightclub killer, and this reputation was certainly well-earned. In a southern city like Xinjiang, the number of second-generation rich individuals who could afford such luxury cars was definitely few and far between. Wow! A Lamborghini upon sighting the car. Both Guo Xiaoxiao and Zhou Mei couldn't help but exclaim that if only my boyfriend could have a car like this, it would be so impressive to drive it around. Zhou Mei, the chubby guy's girlfriend, expressed her envy. Stop dreaming. This car costs at least 7 or 8 million that I doubt I could ever afford it in my lifetime, the chubby guy replied with a wry smile. Guo Xiaoxiao added enviously, I wonder who the owner of this car is. It would be wonderful to get to know him. Chapter 11. You are not worthy. Although Guo Xiaoxiao's family owns a company, it is not particularly large. Her father merely drives a car worth over 1 million. This car is mine, Lin Yun suddenly declared. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mei, Guo Xiaoxiao, and the chubby guy promptly turned to look at Lin Yun. Come on, brother, don't joke with me, the chubby guy laughed, giving Lin Yun a light pat, assuming Lin Yun was merely teasing. After all, he was well aware of Lin Yun's family situation. Zhou Mei scoffed. With your appearance, driving a Lamborghini, I might believe you if you said you rode a shared bicycle, that a young man dressed in cheap clothes dared to boast about owning a Lamborghini. It was utterly shameless. Guo Xiaoxiao shook her head in disappointment. If she had known that the person she was being introduced to was like this, she would not have come today. I am neither joking nor bragging. This car truly belongs to me, Lin Yun said nonchalantly. Just then, the door of the Lamborghini swung open, and a middle-aged man in a suit emerged from the driver's seat. Lin Yun immediately recognized him as the manager of the Lamborghini dealership. Upon seeing this, Zhou Mei quickly exclaimed, Look, now that is the owner of the car. Lin Yun, weren't you boasting? Now that the owner has appeared, your claims have crumbled. What do you have to say for yourself? No, he's the manager of the Lamborghini dealership. I've seen him once, Guo Xiaoxiao interjected. The manager of the dealership? Why is he here driving a Lamborghini? Zhou Mei questioned, puzzled at that moment. The chubby guy suddenly pointed ahead and said, Hey, that person seems to be coming towards us. Zhou Mei and Guo Xiaoxiao quickly lifted their heads, and indeed, they saw the manager of the Lamborghini dealership approaching them, under the gaze of the crowd. The manager approached Lin Yun and his companions with a broad smile. That Mr. Lin, I have brought your car. Here are the keys. The manager bowed slightly, presenting the keys to Lin Yun with the utmost respect. The chubby guy, Zhou Mei, and Guo Xiaoxiao were left utterly shocked, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, rendered speechless. They never imagined that the manager would hand the keys to Lin Yun. This meant that Lin Yun was indeed the owner of this car. Thank you for your efforts, Manager Zhou, for bringing the car to me so late. Lin Yun calmly accepted the keys. You are too kind. Mr. Lin, I am at your service whenever you need. Even at 2 in the morning, the manager replied with a beaming smile. Now that the car has been delivered, I will take my leave. That if you have any questions while using the car, feel free to call me, the manager continued, still smiling. After the manager left, Lin Yun turned to the chubby guy, Zhou Mei, and Guo Xiaoxiao. Now, do you believe this car is mine? Lin Yun asked with a smile. The three, upon hearing this, finally snapped out of their stupor. Gulp. Zhou Mei and Guo Xiaoxiao both swallowed hard, unable to believe their eyes. However, the reality was undeniable. The thought that Lin Yun possessed such an expensive supercar stirred tumultuous waves within them. Who could own such a supercar if not someone from a family worth billions? At this moment, Guo Xiaoxiao hastily donned a warm smile. Lin Yun, I must apologize for my previous behavior. I was clearly mistaken about you. How about we head back to the bar for a bit? I will make it up to you. As she spoke, Guo Xiaoxiao moved closer, attempting to link arms with Lin Yun. Witnessing Guo Xiaoxiao's sudden shift in attitude, Lin Yun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Such a woman was indeed terribly pragmatic. Lin Yun was fully aware that Guo Xiaoxiao's change of heart was driven by money today. As long as I wish. There are plenty of women of better quality waiting for me. What are you? Do you think you were worthy? Lin Yun pushed Guo Xiaoxiao away. Indeed, at this very moment, several heavily made-up nightclub beauties approached Lin Yun. Hey, handsome, may I befriend you? I can give you my WeChat. Handsome, could you buy me a drink? Handsome, I have no plans tonight. Shall we arrange something? These several bold women, adorned with heavy makeup, approached Lin Yun, eagerly vying for his attention. Most of whom were just as attractive as Guo Xiaoxiao. Those who were not particularly good-looking felt too embarrassed to approach Lin Yun. Lin Yun raised his head, casually stating, Guo Xiaoxiao, do you see this? I am not lacking in women, nor am I interested in trash like you. Upon hearing Lin Yun refer to her as trash, Guo Xiaoxiao's face flushed bright red. If it had been anyone else, she would have exploded in anger. However, she dared not retaliate against Lin Yun, for the car he drove was enough to prove that his family background surpassed hers. Lin Yun pulled out a handful of cash and tossed it to the women who had been clamoring for his attention. Take the money and leave. I have little interest in you. Lin Yun had no desire for these women, knowing they had been with countless others. Thank you, handsome. Thank you. The women expressed their gratitude, quickly departing. They were not disheartened, for it was only natural for someone who drove a supercar to look down on them. Subsequently, Lin Yun turned his gaze toward Zhou Mei. Earlier, in the bar, Zhou Mei had not hesitated to ridicule Lin Yun. Upon feeling Lin Yun's gaze upon her, she trembled slightly and quickly forced a smile. Lin Yun, it was all a misunderstanding. I misjudged you. Did I apologize? For the sake of my boyfriend, please don't hold it against me. For the sake of the chubby guy, I won't hold it against you this time. Remember, there won't be a next time, Lin Yun replied coldly. Zhou Mei sighed in relief upon hearing this. However, deep down, she regretted her previous attitude, realizing that had she been friendlier to Lin Yun, she might have been able to associate with him. Lin Yun then turned his attention to the chubby guy, who was still in shock and unable to process the situation. Given the chubby guy's understanding of Lin Yun, he knew that Lin Yun's family was not particularly affluent. How could he possibly own a Lamborghini Aventador? At this point, he was still bewildered about what was happening. Chubby, get in the car. I'll give you a ride back to school, then I'll explain everything on the way, Lin Yun said, patting the chubby guy's shoulder. Dear, you should hurry. We can take a cab back. Zhou Mei urged the chubby guy, believing that Lin Yun must have achieved prosperity and hoping to maintain a good relationship with him, as it might bring her some benefits. The rotund fellow nodded eagerly and, with an expression of anticipation, followed Lin Yun into the Lamborghini. With a thunderous roar, the Lamborghini surged forth, leaving a trail of envious gazes in its wake. Inside the car, Lin Yun marveled at the exhilarating power and the symphony of the engine. That he chuckled, reminiscing about how the chubby one often piloted his family's Jetta, occasionally allowing Lin Yun a taste of the thrill. As Lin Yun's driving skills were honed under his tutelage. Can you believe it? This is a Lamborghini Huracan N equipped with a V12 engine. I, Huang Sun, never dreamed I would ever sit in such a magnificent vehicle, the chubby one exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. That he then turned to Lin Yun, unable to contain his curiosity. Lin Yun, can you finally tell me how this came to be? How on earth can you afford a Lamborghini? The chubby one still felt as if he were in a dream. That do you know Lu Zhizhong? Lin Yun replied with a smile. Lu Zhizhong? Our southwestern tycoon, infamous for his wealth, who doesn't know his name? The chubby one responded, I am his maternal grandson, Lin Yun said with a subtle grin. What? You claim to be Lu Zhizhong's grandson? The chubby one's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice sharp with astonishment. Lin Yun, are you joking with me? You are truly Lu Zhizhong's grandson. His tone remained incredulous. That it was no wonder the chubby one found it hard to believe. It was simply too outrageous, akin to a friend suddenly proclaiming they were the child of Ma Yun. Lin Yun chuckled. I only discovered this a few days at first. I couldn't believe it myself, but the truth is undeniable. Otherwise, do you think I could afford a Lamborghini? The chubby one nodded, given the presence of a Lamborghini. He was willing to accept this incredulous truth. Also, do you know why Zheng the butcher was dismissed? Lin Yun asked as he drove. Why? The chubby one inquired, his curiosity piqued. Because I donated 10 million to the school and instructed the principal to expel him. It's that simple, Lin Yun declared. What? The mysterious wealthy young man who donated 10 million is actually you. The chubby one was nearly speechless with astonishment. Now it all makes sense. I wondered why you seemed unperturbed by Zheng the butcher. I thought you were just heartbroken, but you possess absolute confidence in having him expelled. The chubby one continued with enthusiasm. And what about Zhang Hu? You stood up to him, even injuring him. I never understood it until now. It's because you are the grandson of a tycoon, giving you a background 1,000 times stronger than his. With the revelation of this identity, all the chubby one's previous confusion dissipated. Indeed, Lin Yun affirmed with a smile. Impressive, truly impressive, the chubby one exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. From this day forth, no one will dare bully us again, but if they do, just give them a resounding slap. And I will handle any ensuing trouble, Lin Yun declared confidently. Chapter 12. Such audacity. Previously, we held no standing in school, and many dared to bully us. However, from this moment onward, should anyone dare to slight us, you simply deliver a resounding slap, and I will take care of the consequences, Lin Yun stated with unwavering confidence. Just a slap? Regardless of who it is? Lin Yun, are you truly that audacious? The chubby one asked, eyes wide with disbelief. Absolutely. That is precisely how bold I am. Lin Yun grinned. Fantastic. The chubby one was thrilled at the prospect, envisioning a future in which he would no longer fear bullying at school. Would you like to take a spin in the Lamborghini? Experience the thrill for yourself, Lin Yun offered, pulling over to let the chubby one take the wheel. Really? That would be splendid. The chubby one nodded vigorously, eager to switch places. Who wouldn't want to drive a Lamborghini? Upon reaching the school, it was already past 11 at night, and the gates were closed. After the chubby one exited, Lin Yun parked the car in a nearby lot. Meanwhile, in a taxi, the chubby one's girlfriend, Zhou Mei, and Guo Xiaoxiao were seated inside. No. I refuse to believe that guy is wealthy. From what I know, his family is quite poor. He even worked a summer job. If he were truly affluent, would he have to do that? Zhou Mei pondered, growing increasingly skeptical. True, typically wealthy individuals don't dress in such cheap attire, yet that Lamborghini forces us to reconsider his status. Guo Xiaoxiao responded, shaking her head. Perhaps that Lamborghini is merely rented, a facade to impress us. Zhou Mei realized, her eyes lighting up. Upon hearing about the possibility of a rental, Guo Xiaoxiao immediately grasped the implication. That scoundrel, how dare he deceive us? If I encounter him again, I will certainly hold him accountable. She fumed, stomping her foot in frustration. The next day, after Zhang, who had been treated in the hospital for the injury inflicted by Lin Yun's pen, he was finally discharged at the school gate. His followers greeted him eagerly. However, Zhang, whose expression was dark and brooding. Damn it. My first order of business upon returning to school is to seek revenge on Lin Yun. He seethed. His followers inquired, Tiger brother, how do you plan to deal with that brat? Should we find someone to give him a beating? Beating him? Oomph. A mere thrashing will not suffice. I want him expelled. Zhang, who declared vehemently. Expelled. How do you intend to accomplish that? His follower pressed. The head of the school's disciplinary office is a friend of my father's. Getting them to expel a law-breaking pauper will be a piece of cake. Zhang, whose eyes glinted with malice. The disciplinary office. Zhang, who approached Uncle Li, the portly middle-aged man seated behind the desk. Tiger, what brings you here today? How have things been at school lately? Uncle Li greeted him with a smile. Not well at all, Uncle Li, Zhang, who replied, pulling down his collar to reveal the bandage on his wound. What happened? Uncle Li asked, his expression turning to one of concern. I was stabbed with a pen by a kid in my class, and it happened in front of everyone. You must help me, Uncle Li. That brat needs to be expelled. Zhang, who insisted through gritted teeth. What? Such a thing happened. Rest assured, Tiger, I will certainly assist you. What is that child's name? Uncle Li promised. His name is Lin Yun, Zhang, who stated. Wait at home for news that I will ensure he is expelled by the end of the day. Uncle Li proclaimed confidently. Thank you, Uncle Li. Zhang, who beamed with excitement. Inside the classroom, upon his return, Zhang, who made a beeline for Lin Yun. So, you return to class just to find me. Are you still not done with your hospital stay? Lin Yun remarked, not bothering to look up from his book. Lin Yun. Zhang, whose face turned an alarming shade of green with rage, that he had intended to humiliate Lin Yun, only to find himself publicly rebuffed instead. Still arrogant, are you? Let me tell you, the head of the disciplinary office, Uncle Li, is a friend of my father's that he has promised to expel you before school ends today. This is the consequence of opposing me. Zhang, whose expression was twisted with fury. Expel me? Lin Yun chuckled softly. Zhang, who then shifted his tone, declaring haughtily, but I shall give you a chance. If you kneel and apologize, cleaning the dust off my shoes with your tongue, I might consider sparing you from expulsion. Lin Yun replied with a smile. I will also extend you an opportunity. Apologize to me now and keep your distance in the future, and I might consider sparing your father's company from misfortune. What? You think you can bring ruin to my father's company? You, a mere pauper? Zhang Hu scoffed that you're on the brink of disaster, yet you dare to speak so boldly. Zhang Hu had anticipated Lin Yun would cower at the thought of expulsion. But Lin Yun's calm demeanor astonished and puzzled him. Lin Yun shook his head. It appears you have squandered the opportunity one offered you. You could have chosen to apologize, yet you have opted for the path to your own demise. Zhang Hu, of course, failed to comprehend Lin Yun's words. You are the one who squandered your chance. Just wait to be expelled, he retorted before turning on his heel and leaving. Very well, I shall wait. Lin Yun replied, confidence radiating from his smile. All of these events unfolded before their classmates' eyes, sparking hushed discussions among them. Zhang Hu's connections to the disciplinary office were well known, and many believed Lin Yun's expulsion was inevitable. What do you mean, perhaps? It is certain he will be expelled. The students understood that Lin Yun's impoverished background made his failure all but assured. However, the chubby one remained untroubled, for he had learned of Lin Yun's true identity the previous night. At that moment, the class leader, Wang Shui, suddenly rose and approached Lin Yun. Lin Yun, come with me to the office that I will testify on your behalf to the teacher. It was Zhang who bullied you first. And the teacher certainly will not expel you. Wang Shui's expression was earnest. Lin Yun was somewhat taken aback by Wang Shui's unexpected arrival. Observing this, Zhang Hu sneered loudly at Wang Shui, class leader Wang Shui. You are truly naive. What do you think you are? Do you believe the teacher will listen to you? Do you have any connections? Don't be so foolish, even if you plead with the teacher. He will still expel him today. This is the reality. It's a society that relies on connections. Do you have any connections? Zhang Hu's followers chimed in eagerly, that I refuse to believe it. Wang Shui stamped her foot, her delicate face revealing a hint of frustration that a few days prior, Lin Yun had assisted Wang Shui at a bar, and she had remembered it well. She certainly could not bear to see Lin Yun expelled and wanted to help him. Wang Shui, I appreciate your intentions, but I have my own ways to deal with this. Zhang Hu is but a minor nuisance. I have never regarded him as a threat. Rest assured, I will not be expelled. Lin Yun looked up at Wang Shui. However, a trace of worry still lingered on Wang Shui's face, for she knew Zhang, who came from a wealthy family with powerful connections, far beyond Lin Yun's reach. But, you can't really help me. Even if we go to the office, it would be futile. Lin Yun shook his head. Wang Shui let out a soft "oh" and walked away, dejected. Meanwhile, another follower asked Zhang Hu, Brother Hu, I heard that the Qingyang branch of Huading Group is hosting a banquet tomorrow. Are you going? Of course, my family has a very important partnership with Huading Group. Naturally, I will attend, Zhang Hu replied with pride. Wow, how enviable. This is a banquet hosted by Huading Group. When will we ever get the chance to attend such a high-profile event? Zhang Hu's followers expressed their admiration. Not only Zhang Hu's followers felt envious, but classmates in the entire class also looked on with envy. It is well known that Huading Group is a prestigious company in the 3 southwestern provinces, and being invited to their banquet is undoubtedly a tremendous honor. Zhang Hu, witnessing the envy from others, felt a surge of vanity. Unlike certain worthless individuals, they will probably never set foot in such high-class banquets. Zhang Hu scoffed, casting a disdainful gaze toward Lin Yun, clearly mocking him. Zhang Hu, you shouldn't speak so definitively. Perhaps we shall meet at the banquet tomorrow, Lin Yun replied with a smile. You? Huh. With your impoverished background, you will never enter such places. Besides, you should be more concerned about the fact that you are about to be expelled. Zhang Hu declared, his face gleaming with arrogance. The chubby friend nudged Lin Yun and whispered, Lin Yun, are you going to this banquet tomorrow? The chubby friend had already learned about Lin Yun's true identity. This banquet is organized by me. Lin Yun smiled back. What? The chubby friend was taken aback. Then he broke into an excited grin. Then, won't you and Zhang Hu encounter each other at the banquet? If he is attending. Then of course we will. Lin Yun nodded with a smile. How interesting. I can't wait to see his reaction when he sees you tomorrow. The chubby friend exclaimed enthusiastically. Want to see it? Then you should come to the banquet tomorrow. I will bring you in, Lin Yun said with a smile. Okay. The chubby friend nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. His eagerness stemmed from wanting to witness Zhang Hu's reaction, but also from a desire to experience such a prestigious banquet himself. Chapter 13. The free meal the afternoon consisted of 2 lengthy classes, which passed swiftly. During these 2 classes, Zhang Hu was continually waiting for Director Li to arrive and announce Lin Yun's expulsion. However, he waited in vain all afternoon. After school, Lin Yun stood up and smiled at Zhang Hu. "Zhang Hu, didn't you say I would be expelled today? Yet here I am, perfectly fine today." As soon as Lin Yun uttered these words, the classroom erupted into a flurry of animated discussions. Zhang Hu's face turned a shade of purple and green upon hearing this. After all, he had boasted in front of the entire class that Lin Yun would be expelled today. Now, with Lin Yun still present and even mocking him, Zhang Hu felt utterly humiliated, worried that others would think he was merely boasting. Most importantly, he wanted to retort but could not come up with a counterargument, as no one had announced Lin Yun's expulsion thus far. What is Director Li doing? He clearly promised me that Lin Yun would be expelled today. Zhang Hu gritted his teeth, visibly furious, unable to bear the humiliation. He hurriedly exited the classroom. Lin Yun, meanwhile, approached class leader Wang Shui directly. "Wang Shui, I didn't deceive you, did I? I told you I wouldn't be expelled." Lin Yun smiled at Wang Shui. Wang Shui nodded, feeling a sense of relief. She had been anxious all afternoon, not wanting Lin Yun to be expelled. "However, I genuinely thank you. You are the only one in the class willing to help me." Lin Yun maintained his smile. The chubby friend teased, "Class leader, you seem to care a lot about Lin Yun. Could it be that you have feelings for him?" Upon hearing this, Wang Shui's face flushed bright red. "Nonsense. I am the class leader. It's only right to uphold justice for my classmates," she retorted, biting her rosy lip. After saying this, she hurriedly turned and ran out of the classroom. Lin Yun had intended to invite Wang Shui to dinner, but she had already left it on the other side. After Zhang Hu exited the classroom, he made a beeline for the discipline office, eager to confront Director Li about why Lin Yun had not yet been expelled. Inside the discipline office, Zhang Hu stormed in. "Director Li, you promised me that you would expel that kid today. Why is it that the school day is over, and he still hasn't been expelled?" "Zhang Hu, I cannot assist you with this matter." Director Li shook his head. Zhang Hu's brows furrowed in confusion. "What do you mean? You clearly promised me, and now you say you can't help." "To be frank, the principal is protecting him, but the specific reasons were not disclosed to me," Director Li explained. "What? The principal is protecting him? Why would the principal protect a poor kid like him?" Zhang Hu was utterly baffled. "I can't say. If you want to know, you can ask the principal yourself," Director Li shrugged. Zhang Hu knew he could not approach the principal, as he had no connection with him. Damn it. Zhang Hu was furious, realizing that his plans had fallen apart. He had boasted in class that Lin Yun would surely be expelled, and he had threatened Lin Yun as well, that if Lin Yun was not expelled, he would lose face in front of everyone. At the Xingyan restaurant, the finest dining establishment near the school, the ambience was refined and the environment serene. Lin Yun and the chubby friend settled at a table. After school, Lin Yun had insisted on treating the chubby friend to a meal, and as the son of a wealthy family, he chose the best restaurant available. The Xingyan restaurant was quite famous at Qingyang University, but it was Lin Yun's first time dining there. "Lin Yun, you've made it big. Let me bask in your glory. Ha!" the chubby friend exclaimed excitedly. Though his family ran a small business, they weren't particularly wealthy, making this his first visit to such an upscale restaurant. "You often treated me to meals before. Now it's only fair that I treat you," Lin Yun replied with a smile. During the times when Lin Yun could hardly afford meals, it was mostly the chubby friend who helped him out, a kindness Lin Yun had always remembered. Suddenly, the chubby friend looked up and said, "Lin Yun, I think class leader Wang Shui has feelings for you. Moreover, she is beautiful and kind-hearted, not materialistic, and she singled that a girl like her is hard to find. I think you should pursue her." The chubby friend grinned. "She is indeed a wonderful girl, but I don't have any particular thoughts about it for now. I'll just go with the flow." Lin Yun shrugged. At that moment, an array of dishes began to appear on the table. Squirrel fish, signature beggar's chicken, a seafood platter, and several other signature dishes, along with a bottle of red wine. Previously, Lin Yun would never have dared to order so many dishes, especially such expensive ones. Half an hour later, Lin Yun and the chubby friend were satiated. "Check, please." Lin Yun called for the waiter to settle the bill. "Sir, your total is 4,330 yuan, with a discount of 30 yuan, making it 4,300 yuan. Will you be paying by card or cash?" The waitress asked with a smile. That a meal costing over 4,000 yuan was something Lin Yun had never even dreamed of before. It represented an entire year's worth of living expenses for him. A BY card. Lin Yun replied as he reached for his wallet. Huh, where's my wallet? Lin Yun suddenly realized that his wallet was missing. He quickly stood up and searched his entire body, but still couldn't find it. Damn it, could it have been stolen? Lin Yun recalled that a suspicious man had bumped into him when he went to the restroom earlier. At that time, he hadn't thought much of it, but now, with his wallet gone, he immediately connected the dots. Lin Yun scanned the restaurant but did not see that man. He must have slipped away after committing the theft. Your wallet was stolen? The chubby friend looked astonished. Indeed, just a moment ago when I went to the restroom, someone bumped into me, and I fear that scoundrel might have stolen from me, Lin Yun remarked with a bitter smile. Allow me to settle the bill. The hefty man hurriedly rummaged through his pockets, but ultimately could only muster 286 yuan, insufficient even for the smallest denomination. Discovering the lack of funds at the moment of payment was the epitome of embarrassment. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit approached, evidently the restaurant manager. Xiao Lin, what is going on here? The manager inquired of the waitress. Manager, these two claim their wallets were stolen and they have no money to pay. The waitress explained that I understand. You may attend to other matters. I shall handle this. The manager gestured for her to leave. He then turned to Lin Yun and his companion. Gentlemen, I am the manager of this establishment. Manager, my wallet was stolen while I was in the restroom. Would it be possible to defer the payment? I can write an IOU and return with the money tomorrow, Lin Yun suggested, appearing quite awkward. Stolen or merely attempting to dine and dash? It's hard to say. The manager replied with a cold smile. From the moment Lin Yun and his companion entered, the manager had observed them closely. Noting their less-than-ideal attire, which was incongruous with the upscale clientele typically frequenting the establishment, that he silently mused whether these two could genuinely afford a meal here. What? You accuse us of dining and dashing? Have you lost your mind? Do you know who this gentleman is beside me? He is the grandson of Lu Zhizhong. He would never dine and dash, the hefty man exclaimed loudly. You say he is the grandson of Lu Zhizhong? Then I must be Lu Zhizhong's grandfather. The manager scoffed that it was utterly implausible for him to believe that someone dressed so poorly could be the grandson of the wealthiest individual in southwest China. It was simply absurd. Lin Yun furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Since my wallet was lost in your restaurant, shouldn't your establishment bear some responsibility? It seems you merely wish to extort our restaurant under the guise of a theft. Your wallet wasn't stolen at all, the manager retorted icily. Lin Yun's expression darkened further. The restroom where his wallet had vanished was devoid of surveillance cameras, rendering him unable to provide evidence of his claim. You two listen closely. Regardless of your schemes, you must settle the bill. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to report this to the authorities. The manager's demeanor was grave. The commotion drew the attention of many diners present. Goodness, there are still those who attempt to dine and dash, and at Xingyan restaurant no less. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Murmured several patrons. Indeed, if you lack the funds, why come to such an establishment? They continued to gossip. Lin Yun, what are we going to do? The hefty man asked, looking bewildered. Although Lin Yun felt a surge of anger, he recognized that paying for a meal was a fundamental obligation, and his wallet's disappearance was largely due to his own carelessness. After contemplating, he turned to the onlookers and declared, Is there anyone willing to lend me 4,000 yuan to settle the bill? I shall repay you tenfold tomorrow, and I can provide an IOU with my fingerprint. Tenfold. That amounts to 40,000. Many in the crowd were intrigued by the prospect of such a return, quick profits indeed. Even more lucrative than usury. Look at his attire. He surely cannot afford 40,000 yuan. He must be a con artist. Exactly, just look at him. There's no way he could possibly come up with that sum. Everyone, do not fall for this trickster. Despite the tempting offer Lin Yun proposed, no one was willing to lend money to a stranger, particularly one dressed so cheaply. Stop trying to pull a fast one. I see you're just trying to con us, that I'll be calling the police. The manager said, already reaching for his phone. Wait. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out. Lin Yun turned to see a young girl with a ponytail approaching. Dressed in a white coat and jeans that accentuated her long legs, with delicate lashes framing her spirited eyes and a mouth that resembled a small peach, she radiated a sunny, youthful charm. The beauty was undeniably magnetic. Lin Yun found himself captivated at first glance. The girl walked straight up to the manager. Manager, I will cover their bill. Please process this card. She handed the manager a card. Her voice soft and refined. Are you truly going to pay for them? He looks like a swindler. The manager appeared astonished, never expecting someone would actually step forward to assist Lin Yun and his companion. Whether or not I am deceived is my concern. Your restaurant should simply collect the payment, the girl stated. Very well, the manager acquiesced, accepting the card to process the payment. For the restaurant, receiving the funds was paramount, as any police involvement could lead to a loss if Lin Yun and his companion were apprehended without anyone to cover their meal. This scene prompted chatter among the diners, many echoing the sentiment that the girl was foolish for believing them. Meanwhile, as the manager processed the card, the hefty man continued to express his gratitude. Thank you for believing we are not con artists. Thank you for your willingness to help. No need for thanks. Everyone faces difficulties at times, the girl replied politely with a gentle smile. Lin Yun was taken aback, not expecting such a lovely individual to offer assistance. Hello, I'm Lin Yun. May I ask why you believe us when others think we are con artists? He inquired curiously that if you were swindlers, then it's just my misfortune. If you are not, then I have helped someone in need, which I find worthwhile, the girl answered simply. Lin Yun felt a stir in his heart, recognizing her as a genuinely kind soul. That moment. The manager returned with the receipt to ma'am. Payment has been successfully processed. Here is your receipt. Seeing this, Lin Yun promptly said to the girl, Please allow me to write you an IOU. Kindly leave me your phone number. I assure you I will repay you tenfold tomorrow, and you will see that I am not a fraud. However, the girl shook her head. There's no need. My assistance was not motivated by money. It was simply to help someone in need. After uttering this, she turned and walked away. Her sudden departure left Lin Yun momentarily stunned, but he had assumed that her willingness to help was tied to his promise of repayment. Yet it appeared she had no intention of receiving anything in return. Brother Yun, are we just going to let her cover our bill for free? The hefty man queried, equally astonished that, of course, I wish to repay her. But unfortunately, she left no information behind. Lin Yun replied with a sigh of resignation. Wait, the license plate. Lin Yun suddenly exclaimed, remembering that the girl had driven away, that if he could recall her license plate number, he might find a way to locate her. Regrettably, he had not thought to take note of it earlier. Did you remember the license plate number? He asked the hefty man. That I didn't think of that either. The hefty man grimaced. Today I owe her a favor. I hope to encounter her again, Lin Yun said, gazing into the distance. Such a kind girl, he certainly hoped to see her again, wishing to repay the kindness personally. Yet, in the vast sea of humanity, the chance of a reunion seemed slim, and he feared he might never cross paths with her again. That scoundrel who stole my wallet, I hope I never encounter him again. If I do, he'll rue the day. Lin Yun said through gritted teeth, his expression fierce, that he understood that the thief was the root cause of his current predicament, as if not for the theft, he would not have found himself in this situation. Right. That despicable thief. If we catch him, he will pay dearly. The hefty man concurred. Meanwhile, inside the white Audi A4, the girl who had helped Lin Yun was focused on driving, already dismissing the incident from her mind. Just then, her phone rang. Hello, Dad, she answered. Ming Yi, tomorrow's gala is crucial. It concerns the very survival of our company. You must not be late. Arrive on time. A middle-aged man's voice echoed from the other end of the line. I understand, Father. Rest assured, I will certainly not be late, the girl replied. After a brief pause, her delicate face was filled with worry. Father, our company is small, and we lack competitive pricing. We are in no position to compare ourselves with those rival firms. I am genuinely concerned, and if we fail to secure a deal this time, our company may struggle to survive. The middle-aged man on the other end of the line fell silent for a moment before solemnly stating, Indeed, we possess no advantages, that we can only present our utmost sincerity, hoping that Huading Group will recognize our earnestness. May a miracle occur. The next day, for the vast majority, today was merely an ordinary Saturday. However, for Lin Yun, it marked the day of the company's wine reception. This was a small gathering, attended by companies that had established partnerships with Huading Group. Qingyan Hotel, one of the premier hotels in Xinjiang City, was a fitting venue for an event hosted by such a formidable conglomerate. Lin Yun arrived early, reaching the hotel by 9 o'clock in the VIP lounge on the second floor, with time still on his hands. Lin Yun took out his phone to play games. As a university student, Lin Yun excelled academically, yet he still indulged in gaming. In this era, few male university students could be found who did not partake in such pastimes. During his leisure moments, he occasionally enjoyed playing games. That moment, The door to the VIP lounge swung open, and a middle-aged man with a smile entered. "Hello, Chairman Lin. I am Zhu Zhe, the chairman of Qingyun Hotel. Here to pay my respects to you," Zhu Zhe greeted, bowing slightly. His demeanor was humble. Although Qingyun Hotel was highly regarded in Xinjiang City, it paled in comparison to Huading Group, which stood as the most powerful conglomerate in the three southwestern provinces and was renowned nationwide. Despite Lin Yun being merely the chairman of a branch, the entire Huading Group stood behind him. Moreover, Zhu Zhe had learned from Lu Bo that Lin Yun was the grandson of the esteemed Lu Zhizhong. That alone warranted Zhu Zhe's utmost respect. "You are Zhu Zhe from Qingyun Hotel. I have heard of your name," Lin Yun remarked, looking up at Zhu Zhe. Qingyun Hotel was well known in Xinjiang City, and its owner Zhu Zhe had gained a degree of fame himself, making Lin Yun familiar with his name. "Indeed, I am Zhu Zhe, that I have long heard from General Manager Lu that you, Chairman Lin, are a prodigious talent. Today, upon meeting you, I can see that your presence is indeed remarkable," Zhu Zhe responded with a beaming smile. "Chairman Zhu, you are too kind," Lin Yun replied, glancing up at Zhu Zhe. In the past, Lin Yun could scarcely imagine entering a five-star establishment like Qingyun Hotel. At that time, Zhu Zhe was someone he would have looked up to, hearing of his renown only through others. Yet now, even the owner of Qingyun Hotel was bowing respectfully before him, flattering him. "Chairman Lin, this is our hotel's Diamond VIP card, a special gift for you that I in the future, when you visit our hotel. You will receive the utmost treatment," Zhu Zhe said, presenting a membership card with both hands. "That I appreciate your kind gesture, Chairman Zhu," Lin Yun replied, accepting the card without hesitation. Seeing Lin Yun accept it, Zhu Zhe's face brightened. As it indicated, Lin Yun acknowledged his goodwill. "Chairman Lin, please continue with your affairs. I shall take my leave now. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me," Zhu Zhe said, maintaining a smile of deference. From 10 o'clock onward, the proprietors attending the reception began to arrive at the hotel. Lu Bo, as the company's general manager, stood at the entrance, welcoming each arriving guest at that moment. A Mercedes pulled up at the hotel entrance, and a balding middle-aged man along with a young man exited the vehicle. Had Lin Yun been present, he would have instantly recognized the young man as his classmate, Zhang Hu. "Mr. Zhang, young Master Zhang." "Welcome," Lu Bo greeted with a smile, extending his hand to shake theirs. Zhang Hu's father, Zhang Dachuan, quickly approached Lu Bo with a smile, saying, "General Manager Lu, you are too courteous that I must first congratulate you on defeating the Wu family and being promoted to general manager. From now on, I hope you will take good care of my son, that Mr. Zhang. I cannot take the liberty to care for anyone without the new chairman's direction. I can only assist in accordance with his guidance," Lu Bo replied. Lu Bo's implication was clear. He would heed the new chairman's wishes, and if the new chairman wished to collaborate with Zhang Hu, then they would proceed. Yes, exactly as General Manager Lu says." Zhang Dachuan nodded repeatedly with a smile. "By the way, General Manager Lu, where is the new chairman now?" Zhang Dachuan inquired. Zhang Hu also looked on with curiosity. "The chairman is currently resting in the VIP lounge." Awaiting the formal commencement of the reception, Lu Bo answered, "Yes, that's so. May I visit him in the VIP lounge?" Zhang Dachuan asked with a smile. With the new chairman having taken office, Zhang Dachuan understood that he needed to ingratiate himself with the new leader to continue his collaboration with Huading Group. "I can only relay your request. Whether Chairman Lin wishes to see you is dependent on his discretion," Lu Bo stated. "Very well, I would appreciate it if you could convey my request," Zhang Dachuan replied with a smile. Zhang Dachuan's company was merely a local building materials firm, while Huading Group was a top conglomerate in the southwest, making the two incomparable. In the VIP lounge, not long after the hotel chairman had departed, Lin Yun's phone rang. "Hello, Lu Bo," Lin Yun answered. "Chairman, Zhang Dachuan from Hongda Building Materials Company and his son Zhang, who wish to visit you in the lounge," Lu Bo informed him. "They wish to see me?" Lin Yun said, a playful smile appearing on his face. Just yesterday, Zhang had made a harsh remark against Lin Yun in class, mocking him. Now, Zhang Hu and his father were coming to meet him. How wonderfully ironic. Lin Yun was well aware that Zhang Hu had no inkling that the new chairman he was eager to meet was, in fact, himself. "Lu Bo, please bring them up," Lin Yun said with a smile. "Understood, Chairman Lin," Lu Bo replied before hanging up the hotel entrance. "General Manager Lu, how did it go?" Did the new chairman agree to meet us? Zhang Dachuan and Zhang, who looked at Lu Bo with eager expressions. The new chairman has asked me to bring you up, Lu Bo replied. Excellent. Zhang Dachuan and Zhang, who both exclaimed with joy. Follow me, Lu Bo said, leading Zhang Hu and his father to the VIP lounge on the second floor. On the way, Zhang Dachuan asked, General Manager Lu, could you tell me about the background of the new chairman? I heard he is quite young and has a significant background, but I am uncertain of its truth. Lu Bo nodded. Indeed, his background is vast, far beyond what you can imagine. Zhang Dachuan and Zhang, whose interest piqued upon hearing this. General Manager Lu, please tell us more about the new chairman's background. Zhang Dachuan urged eagerly. This new chairman is the grandson of Chairman Lu Zhizhong, Lu Bo revealed. Goodness, both father and son gasped in astonishment. Who was Lu Zhizhong? The wealthiest man in the southwestern provinces and the founder of Huading Group. Such a figure was on a level far beyond their reach, a terrifying presence they could only look up to. Indeed, his background is truly formidable. Zhang Dachuan could not help but exclaim, Father, I never expected we would have the opportunity to interact with such an impressive individual. Zhang Hu exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, we must be even more cautious. You must show him utmost respect and refrain from speaking out of turn. Do you understand? Zhang Dachuan cautioned his son. Zhang Dachuan resolved to treat Lu Zhizhong's grandson with the utmost care. He even contemplated that if he could align himself with this grandson, both he and his company would soar to new heights. Father, rest assured, even if I had 100 times the courage, I would not dare to offend such a remarkable figure. Zhang Hu replied with a grin. I am the VIP lounge. A series of knocks echoed through the room. Come in, Lin Yun called out. The door swung open, revealing 3 figures. Lu Bo leading the way, followed closely by Zhang Hu and his father. Upon entering, Zhang Hu quickly lifted his gaze, eager to catch a glimpse of the new chairman. Yet, as he laid eyes on Lin Yun, his smile abruptly froze, and his mind was flooded with questions. Isn't that Lin Yun? How on earth is he here? At that moment, Lu Bo spoke up. Mr. Zhang, young Master Zhang, allow me to introduce you to our new chairman. Lin Yun what? As Zhang Hu processed this revelation, it felt as if a thunderbolt had struck him, leaving him utterly bewildered. Zhang Dachuan, oblivious to the tension, immediately bowed, wearing a beaming smile. I am Zhang Dachuan, head of Hongda Building Materials Company. It is an honor to meet you, Chairman Lin. He then turned to his son, noticing Zhang Hu frozen in place, and frowned. Zhang Hu, why are you standing there? Quickly greet Chairman Lin. How can it be him? Zhang Hu did not respond to his father's command. Instead, he stared incredulously at Lin Yun, his voice sharp with disbelief. Zhang Hu could never have imagined that the new chairman of the Huading Group's Qingyang branch would be Lin Yun. He was fervently eager to meet someone, only to discover it was Lin Yun. Zhang Hu, what are you doing? Hurry up and greet Chairman Lin. Zhang Dachuan, witnessing his son's nonsensical behavior, kicked Zhang Hu in the leg in frustration. He had previously instructed his son to be respectful upon entering. Yet Zhang Hu burst in shouting, leaving him incensed. Lin Yun smiled and waved his hand at Zhang Dachuan, saying, Zhang Dachuan, there is no need for surprise or confusion. As I am acquainted with your son, we were classmates. Acquainted? Classmates? Zhang Dachuan was taken aback. At that moment, Lin Yun rose from the leather sofa and slowly approached Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu, are you surprised to see me? We mentioned yesterday in class that we might meet at the banquet today. Now, do you believe it? Lin Yun's lips curled into a playful smile. How could you be the new chairman? How could you be Lu Zhizhong's grandson? This must be a mistake. Zhang Hu shook his head vigorously, unable to accept this reality. Beside him, Lu Bo coldly admonished, Zhang Hu, please correct your attitude and language. This is indeed our branch's new chairman. And he is Lu Zhizhong's legitimate grandson. No doubt about it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hu felt as though his heart plummeted into the depths of despair, with General Manager Lu Bo affirming it, and Lin Yun's presence further signifying his status. Zhang Hu, despite his disbelief, had no choice but to concede to At that moment. Zhang Hu realized why the principal had defended Lin Yun when he had requested the dismissal of Lin Yun from school. It was likely due to Lin Yun's formidable background. Zhang Hu understood why Lin Yun had dared to confront him and even injure him with a pen. Lin Yun had such a terrifying identity backing him. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a chill ran down Zhang Hu's spine. leaving him with a sense of dread that he had been opposing such a formidable presence all along. Zhang Dachuan, naturally, sensed the gravity of the situation. Zhang Hu, speak. Did you offend the chairman? Zhang Dachuan shouted at his son. Zhang Hu felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Upon seeing his son's reaction, Zhang Dachuan realized his son had undoubtedly wronged Lin Yun. Enraged, Zhang Dachuan kicked Zhang Hu hard. You fool! Kneel down and apologize to Chairman Lin. Zhang Dachuan's anger was palpable. He understood that offending Lin Yun could jeopardize their company's relationship with Huading Group. Most of their business relied on Huading Group, and without their orders for construction materials, his company would quickly decline, if not face bankruptcy. Besides, how could they afford to offend someone as formidable as Lu Zhizhong's grandson? Zhang Hu comprehended this truth as well. Terrified, he broke into a cold sweat and trembled uncontrollably. The next moment, he fell to his knees. Chairman Lin, I was wrong. I deserve to die. I deserve it. Please forgive me. Zhang Hu cried out, slapping his own face in desperation. He understood that, simply based on Lin Yun being Lu Zhizhong's grandson, Lin Yun could extinguish his life as easily as crushing an ant. Given Lin Yun's terrifying identity, he felt no inclination to resist. All he could do was beg for mercy. Didn't you boast yesterday about having the school expel me? Didn't you claim you would ruin my future? Why are you begging now? Zhang Hu's face flushed crimson. Observing Zhang Hu groveling before him, Lin Yun sneered. I mentioned yesterday that if you apologized, I might consider sparing you, but you chose a different path towards damnation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hu trembled in fear. Realizing Lin Yun's words offered him no chance, he crawled to Lin Yun's feet, clinging to his legs, pleading, Lin Yun, I beg you, for the sake of our past as classmates. Grant me one chance, please spare me. At that moment, Zhang Hu bore no resemblance to the arrogant figure he once was before Lin Yun. He was now a pitiful sight. Get lost. Lin Yun kicked Zhang Hu away. Someone like him was not worthy of sympathy. With his hands behind his back, Lin Yun turned to Lu Bo, stating, Lu Bo, effective immediately. Terminate all cooperation with Hongda Building Materials Company and cease purchasing any materials from them. Understood, Chairman. Lu Bo nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dachuan grew frantic that if Huading Group ceased their collaboration, his company would likely face ruin. Chairman Lin, I implore you to grant us another chance. I will ensure my son is properly disciplined. Zhang Dachuan begged desperately. Silence. Lin Yun furrowed his brow. He then narrowed his eyes. Speaking with an imposing aura, I have already shown considerable leniency. If I were to pursue this matter, both you and your son would face dire consequences. Not even the heavens could save you. Zhang Dachuan's face turned pale as he felt his heart seize with fear, realizing that given Lin Yun's status as Lu Zhizhong's grandson, if Lin Yun truly wished to harm his son, he could easily do so. Zhang Hu, too, crumpled to the ground, his face etched with despair. It was over. Zhang Hu knew everything was finished. Lin Yun returned to the leather sofa, waving his hand, and uttered, if there is nothing else. You may leave. Please, gentlemen, excuse yourselves. Lu Bo opened the door, signaling for Zhang Hu and his father to exit. Thus the two, faces filled with despair, left the VIP lounge in a disheartened manner. Outside the VIP room, as soon as they emerged, Zhang Dachuan delivered a resounding slap to Zhang Hu's face. You fool! How dare you offend Lu Zhizhong's grandson? Are you trying to bring about our demise? Zhang Dachuan's face burned with fury. Dad, I truly had no idea he was Lu Zhizhong's grandson. Zhang Hu's face was a mask of hopelessness. After the recent ordeal, both Zhang Dachuan and Zhang Hu felt utterly humiliated and left the banquet in disgrace. In the VIP lounge, Lu Bo remarked, Chairman Lin, even if you had no grievances with Hongda Building Materials Company, I was already planning to sever ties with them. Why is that? Lin Yun looked up at Lu Bo. Because the materials they provide are not only overpriced but of average quality. Their previous collaboration with us was due to bribery involving the Wu family. Lu Bo explained. I see. Lin Yun nodded in realization. Lu Bo continued, Chairman Lin, after we terminate our partnership with Hongda Building Materials, we need to select a new supplier. Do you have any preferences or suggestions? I trust you. Handle it as you see fit. Lin Yun replied. Rest assured, Chairman Lin, I will choose a company that offers reasonable prices and quality materials. Lu Bo said, pleased with Lin Yun's trust at the hotel entrance. Lin Yun's good friend, Fatty, arrived cheerfully. Lin Yun had previously mentioned that if Fatty wished to attend the banquet, he was welcome. Fatty, eager to experience the event, approached the entrance. "Sir, please wait a moment." Just as Fatty reached the door, two security guards blocked his path, deeming his appearance too ordinary to enter the Qingyun Grand Hotel. "I am here for the Huading Group banquet. Did I ask there a problem?" Fatty inquired, looking at the guards. "Sir, if you are attending the banquet, please present an invitation." The guards replied that an invitation? "I was verbally invited by the chairman of Huading Group." "I don't have a physical invitation," Fatty insisted. "Sorry, if you don't have an invitation, you cannot enter." The guards remained firm. "That I've already told you. I was invited by the chairman. If you don't believe me, you can ask him." Fatty felt exasperated. The guards laughed at his claim, finding it utterly ridiculous. At that moment, the well-dressed lobby manager approached. "What is going on? What is all this commotion?" "Manager, this gentleman claims he is here for the Huading Group's banquet. But he doesn't have an invitation, that he says he was invited verbally by the chairman," one guard explained. Fatty nodded. "That's right. The chairman invited me, and we are good friends." The manager scrutinized Fatty from head to toe before scoffing. "What did you say? The chairman of Huading invited you. You're friends with him?" "Yes," Fatty affirmed again. "Little Fatty, don't be ridiculous. With your appearance, how could you possibly be friends with the chairman? You just want to crash the banquet for free food," the lobby manager mocked. Fatty's face turned red with indignation. Being looked down upon was intolerable. That in the past, he would have swallowed his anger, but recalling Lin Yun's words about standing up to anyone who belittles them, Fatty boldly retorted, "Just because I'm not wearing designer clothes doesn't mean I should be disrespected. Don't look down on me." The lobby manager frowned. "Are you insulting me? Are you looking for trouble? I am addressing you directly. You arrogant creature with a dog's eye for others." The corpulent man showed no sign of weakness. "You little brat, do you seek death?" With a resounding slap, the furious manager struck the man squarely across the face. The unexpected blow caught him off guard. He never imagined the manager would resort to violence against him. "You hit me," he exclaimed, clutching his face, his eyes wide with disbelief. The manager, with an air of disdain, retorted, "Indeed, it was you I struck. How dare you insult me without considering your own worth? You too, throw this pathetic loser out." He commanded the two security guards beside him with a dismissive wave. Upon hearing this, the guards swiftly approached to seize the man. "You wait for me," the irate man yelled, jabbing a finger at the manager. "I will make you pay for this." "Very well. I shall await your retaliation." The manager scoffed. Having encountered countless individuals, the manager prided himself on his ability to discern one's status at a glance. He deemed the man merely a weakling, thus felt no fear. Once ejected by the guards, the man promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Lin Yun's number. "In the VIP lounge." Lin Yun was taken aback. "What? You were assaulted at the hotel entrance." He sprang to his feet. "Stay calm. I will come down immediately," he assured over the phone. After ending the call, a dark cloud settled over Lin Yun's expression. His friend had been attacked at the entrance of an event he organized. "What happened, Mr. Lin?" Lu Bo inquired anxiously. "My friend was assaulted by the hotel manager." Lin Yun's tone was icy. "What?" Lu Bo gasped, recognizing the gravity of the situation. "Lu Bo, come with me," Lin Yun commanded as he strode out. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Lu Bo hastily followed. At the hotel entrance, the man who had been thrown out returned. The manager remained stationed at the entrance. "You little brat, what are you doing back here? Looking for another beating?" he taunted, brimming with arrogance. Silence. A powerful voice rang out from within the hotel. The manager turned to find Lin Yun and Lu Bo approaching. "To Mr. Lin, Mr. Lu," he stammered. Instantly, he donned a sycophantic grin. "What brings you both here unexpectedly?" "Get out of my way." Lin Yun thrust the manager aside and approached the man. "You have finally arrived," the man exclaimed, his face a picture of grievance. "Who struck you?" Lin Yun squinted, surveying the scene. "Him." The man pointed accusingly at the manager. Lin Yun's gaze shifted to the manager, his eyes now glinting with a chilling intensity. The manager, sensing the menace in Lin Yun's stare, turned pale with fear. He was no fool. He realized that this man was indeed a friend of the new chairman of Huading Group. The realization struck him like a death knell. He had assaulted a friend of the chairman. "You've got some nerve, a mere manager daring to hit my friend. Do you wish to strike me as well?" Lin Yun's fury was palpable as he seized the manager by his collar. "Mr. Lin, spare me," The manager trembled, collapsing to his knees. The two security guards, startled, quickly followed suit, realizing the ordinary-looking man was indeed a friend of the new chairman. The repercussions of offending the chairman were far beyond their capacity to endure. Lin Yun turned to the man, narrowing his eyes. "You shall return the favor tenfold for the slap he gave you." "Absolutely." The man nodded vigorously. He had been seething with anger after the manager's assault. And now was his moment for vengeance. He rolled up his sleeves and charged at the manager. "Now do you believe I am the chairman's friend?" he taunted, towering over the kneeling manager. I believe. Please spare me." The manager's voice trembled. "Spare you? In your dreams." With that, a resounding slap struck the manager's face. "This is for you, and the next is interest." With no mercy, the man delivered several hard slaps to the manager. The manager's face bore the marks of red handprints, yet he dared not retaliate. After unleashing his pent-up frustration, the man admonished the manager, "Remember this. Never look down on others. Do you think you are so great that you can belittle others? There are plenty who surpass you." Yes, you are absolutely right," the manager stuttered, wiping the sweat from his brow, nodding like a chick pecking for grain. Lin Yun regarded the manager coldly. "I will inform the chairman about your assault on my friend. And how he chooses to deal with you is his prerogative." With that, Lin Yun beckoned the man, and they entered the hotel. The manager, upon hearing Lin Yun's intention to inform the chairman, felt his legs turn to jelly. If the chairman were to find out, his job would surely be at stake. Inside the hotel, Lin Yun instructed Lu Bo, "Report this incident to the chairman of Qingyun Grand Hotel." "Understood, Mr. Lin," Lu Bo replied, nodding. Lin Yun then turned to the man. "You've vented your anger. Haven to you?" "Of course. I owe my gratitude to you, Lin Yun. Without your support, I could never have sought revenge." Seeing him frightened and begging for mercy was incredibly satisfying. The man exclaimed, filled with excitement, "Did I end the past, he would have endured such humiliation silently, feeling powerless due to his lack of status. But now, with Lin Yun backing him, he would no longer tolerate such indignities." Shortly after Lin Yun returned to the VIP lounge, the chairman of the hotel came to apologize, stating that the manager had been dismissed at the banquet hall, with about 20 minutes until the event began. Over 40 guests had gathered. The invitees, all associated with Huading Group, had arrived. Among them, at a table sat a middle-aged man and a heavily made-up young woman that if Lin Yun were present, he would instantly recognize the young woman as Guo Xiaoxiao, the same girl who had helped them pay for their meal the previous night. Her father, seated beside her, was discussing plans to meet the new chairman after the banquet, hoping to establish a lucrative connection through his daughter. "Xiaoxiao, I hear the new chairman is quite young. After the banquet, I will find a chance to meet him. You must do your utmost. If we can connect with him, our family will truly prosper," her father urged. Guo Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she promised, "Don't worry, Dad. I will use all my charms." In the VIP lounge, Lu Bo informed Lin Yun, "The owner of Tianqing Building Materials Company wishes to meet you." "What does he want?" Lin Yun asked. "He likely wants to discuss a partnership, but their company is relatively small and lacks competitive pricing." Lu Bo explained, "In that case, just relay the partnership details to him." "I shall not meet him." Lin Yun waved dismissively. "Understood." Lu Bo nodded and stepped out. Not long after Lu Bo exited, the man rushed into the VIP lounge, panting with excitement. "Lin Yun, you want to believe who I just saw in the banquet hall?" "Who did you see?" Lin Yun inquired, smiling at the man's enthusiasm. "Remember the girl from the restaurant last night who helped us with the bill?" He gasped. "What? Did you see her at the banquet?" "Are you serious?" Lin Yun exclaimed, leaping to his feet. "Absolutely. Right in the banquet hall. I saw her with my own eyes," the man confirmed, nodding vigorously. "It seems fate has brought us together again." Lin Yun grinned. He had hoped to repay the girl for her kindness, but never expected to encounter her again. "Let us go meet her. It's time to settle the bill from last night," Lin Yun declared. Striding towards the exit in a corner of the banquet hall, a young woman, radiating the exuberance of youth in her white coat and denim jeans, stood here. She was none other than Huang Mingyi, the girl who paid for Lin Yun last night at the banquet. Upon seeing her father approach, she hurriedly inquired, "Dad, how did it go? Did you meet the new chairman of Huading? Is he willing to collaborate with us?" The lean middle-aged man shook his head, his gaze dimmed. "I did not meet him. It was General Manager Lu Bo who spoke with me. Despite my utmost efforts, Mr. Lu still declined. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment and sadness crossed Huang Mingyi's charming face. Dad, do not be disheartened. Such is the nature of business. Huading Group operates to make a profit, and they naturally seek better suppliers that we can only blame ourselves for being too small and lacking competitiveness. She consoled her father. I understand, he nodded, his face etched with helplessness. Although Huang Mingyi did not voice it, she secretly resolved to intercept Huading's new chairman after the banquet and persuade him once more. She knew that without securing this significant client, their company, in its current state, would soon face bankruptcy. This was their last chance. Hello, we meet again. At that moment, a voice rang out from behind Huang Mingyi. She turned to see Lin Yun and the chubby man. Since most of the business owners present at the banquet had never seen Lin Yun, they were unaware that he was the new chairman of Huading. And thus his entrance went unnoticed. I at you. Huang Mingyi recognized Lin Yun and the chubby man, her surprise evident as she did not expect to encounter them here. That I can't believe it's really you. Fate seems to have destined our paths to cross again, so I could return your money. Lin Yun said with a smile that I also did not expect to run into you. Huang Mingyi replied with a slight smile. It must be said her smile was truly enchanting, capable of melting hearts. That to meet again signifies our connection. Therefore, may I finally learn your name? Lin Yun returned her smile. Well, all right, my name is Huang Mingyi. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to reveal her name. Huang Mingyi, what a beautiful name. Lin Yun murmured her name. By the way, Huang Mingyi, please give me your account number. I will transfer the money to you. I don't have much cash on me. But I assure you, I am not a fraud. My wallet was truly stolen yesterday, Lin Yun said. Really, there's no need. I believe you are not a fraud. Consider that meal as my treat. Huang Mingyi waved her hand dismissively. From the outset, she had no intention of reclaiming the money. Mingyi. Who is he? Huang Mingyi's father, standing nearby, finally spoke up. Dad, he is someone I met at the restaurant yesterday. He encountered some trouble, so I helped him out. Huang Mingyi explained. Mingyi, you always have a penchant for meddling. What if you were to get into trouble, being a girl? Her father admonished, his demeanor serious. Huang Mingyi could only lower her head, obediently accepting her father's reprimand. It was evident that she had been raised with strict discipline. Hello, uncle. I am Lin Yun. It is a pleasure to meet you and your daughter. Lin Yun extended his hand to Huang Mingyi's father. The elder did not refuse, shaking Lin Yun's hand, though his attitude remained indifferent. Lin Yun then turned to Huang Mingyi. By the way, Huang Mingyi, how did you come to be here? Of course, I am here to attend the banquet. She replied, So, does your family have a partnership with Huading Group? If it is not too much trouble, may I inquire about the nature of your collaboration? Lin Yun asked with curiosity that we wish to collaborate with Huading Group. But our company is too small to catch their eye, Huang Mingyi said, her bright eyes dimming. The chubby man stifled a laugh, wondering how Huang Mingyi would react if she knew Lin Yun was the new chairman of Huading. Lin Yun pressed on. Huang Mingyi, may I ask the name of your family's company? Tianqing Building Materials Company, Limited, she replied. Tianqing Building Materials Company, Limited? Lin Yun was taken aback. He recalled that Lu Bo had just reported to him that the owner of this company wanted to meet him. At that moment, Huang Mingyi curiously asked Lin Yun, By the way, how about you? What brings you here? Is your family a partner of Huading Group? Lin Yun pondered for a moment and then smiled. I am here because fate knew you were here, so it brought me here to return your money. Huang Mingyi stifled a laugh upon hearing his words. However, her father's expression darkened. Young man, are you trying to flirt with my daughter in my presence? Do you think that is appropriate? He asked sternly. Lin Yun's face turned awkward at the remark. Huang Mingyi's cheeks flushed as she protested. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? We were just having a conversation. Chapter 18. Taking the stage, Lin Yun interjected. Uncle Huang, I assure you I do not have any ulterior motives in seeking your daughter. I merely wish to return the money she lent me yesterday. However, my daughter has already stated that the money is unnecessary, so you may leave. Huang Mingyi's father waved his hand dismissively, indicating Lin Yun should depart. He assumed Lin Yun was attempting to pursue his daughter. And as a father, he naturally had to intervene, especially given the number of suitors who had tried to win her over the years. Just then, a brash voice suddenly erupted from behind Lin Yun. What an audacious lad, dressed so poorly, daring to pursue Mingyi. A young man, clad in designer brands and sporting an Omega watch, approached with an arrogant demeanor. Wei Xiao. Both Huang Mingyi and her father visibly shifted at the sight of this young man. Lin Yun furrowed his brow. realizing the comment was directed at him. Wei Xiao approached Lin Yun and Huang Mingyi with an air of disdain. Who are you, and where did you come from? Leave. Mingyi is not someone like you can ever hope to match. Wei Xiao scoffed, looking down on Lin Yun. Then he turned to Huang Mingyi. Mingyi, I heard you were here to discuss a collaboration with Huading today. Have you had any success? Wei Xiao casually shoved his hands into his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance. Wei Xiao, that doesn't seem to concern you. Huang Mingyi's expression shifted slightly. How could it not concern me? You are to be my future wife. Wei Xiao grinned lewdly. Wei Xiao, mind your words. Huang Mingyi's father interjected sharply. Uncle Huang, why so serious? I am here to help your family. Wei Xiao replied with a smirk. He continued, if I am not mistaken, Huading Group will not collaborate with your company. This means your company faces bankruptcy, but I can help you. All you need to do is agree to be my girlfriend. And I will have my father assist you. As Huang Mingyi and her father prepared to refuse, Lin Yun suddenly spoke up. Help! This young master has quite the audacity. How arrogant! Wei Xiao turned to Lin Yun, his expression darkening. And who are you to speak? Do you even know who I am? Lin Yun, you cannot afford to provoke him. Huang Mingyi tugged at Lin Yun's sleeve. Although she and Lin Yun were not particularly close, he was helping her, and she did not wish to see him come to harm. Provoking? I find that amusing. Lin Yun replied with a hint of amusement. In Xingyang City, I doubt there is anyone I cannot provoke. Truth be told, Lin Yun was not concerned about who Wei Xiao was. After all, he could not possibly be more formidable than Lin Yun himself, who was the grandson of the wealthiest man in the southwest. Lu Zhizhong. Huang Mingyi's father placed a hand on Lin Yun's shoulder and said, Young man, his father is a shareholder of Huading Group's Xingyang branch. He is not someone we can afford to offend. The son of a shareholder? Lin Yun's brow furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated that this individual was the son of a shareholder from his own company. How amusing that the son of a shareholder would act so brazenly in front of him. Lin Yun chuckled coldly. A mere shareholder's son dares to act so arrogantly. Who gave you such courage? Wei Xiao was incensed by Lin Yun's words. You dare speak to me like that? You must be tired of living. Wei Xiao swung his fist, preparing to strike Lin Yun. Huang Mingyi's father quickly stepped in to intervene. Wei Xiao, today is the banquet hosted by the new chairman of Huading. If you start a fight here, it would be disrespectful to him. If things escalate, your father will have a hard time explaining it to the new chairman. Upon hearing this, Wei Xiao reluctantly calmed down. Though he was arrogant, he was not foolish. He understood that this was a banquet hosted by the new chairman of Huading, and if he caused trouble, it would not end well for him. You are lucky today. I will spare you for now. Once the banquet is over, you will know the consequences of provoking me, Wei Xiao said menacingly. Immediately afterward, Wei Xiao turned his gaze toward Huang Mingyi and coldly remarked, Huang Mingyi, you and your father should ponder this carefully. Let me reiterate, if you are willing to be my girlfriend, I shall have my father assist you. Otherwise, your family is doomed. With that, Wei Xiao pivoted and departed. Lin Yun observed Wei Xiao's retreating figure and smirked icily. I shall make you understand the consequences of provoking me. After Wei Xiao had left, Huang Mingyi expressed her concern. Lin Yun, you were too impulsive. His father is one of the shareholders of the Huading Group's Xingyang branch. Someone beyond our reach. While the status of being a shareholder of the Huading Group's Xingyang branch might not hold much weight in Lin Yun's eyes, it certainly appeared formidable to Huang Mingyi. After all, the Huading Group is the most prestigious conglomerate in the southwest region, and even being a mere branch shareholder was far beyond what Huang Mingyi and her family could contend with. Huang Fu chimed in, indeed, Wei Xiao is vengeful. Young man, after the banquet, he will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. Heed my advice and leave while you can. Yes, you should leave at once, Huang Mingyi added anxiously. She recognized that Lin Yun had intervened on her behalf, provoking Wei Xiao, and she certainly did not wish for Lin Yun to face any repercussions. The thought of that would weigh heavily on her conscience. Rest assured, a mere Wei Xiao is not worthy of my concern, Lin Yun replied with a faint smile. You claim to dismiss Wei Xiao? Young man, you are far too arrogant. Huang Fu could not help but shake his head. Although he was not a person who judged others based on wealth, he could discern status through appearances. That be why his assessment. Lin Yun's standing could not possibly rival that of Wei Xiao. That be why the way. Regarding your earlier mention of a potential partnership with the Huading Group, I might be able to assist you, Lin Yun said to Huang Mingyi and her father. You, young man, do not jest. You are in no position to help with this matter. Huang Fu replied, shaking his head. Uncle Huang, that's not necessarily true. Whether I can assist will soon become evident. Lin Yun responded with a slight smile. At that moment, General Manager Liu Bo stepped forward to the podium. The banquet's time has come. All esteemed guests, please take your seats. Liu Bo announced that as he spoke, the assembled business owners and their children promptly found their places. Young man, at this point, if you comprehend the stakes involved, you should know how to proceed, Huang Fu advised Lin Yun. After saying this, Huang Fu led his daughter to their seats. Boss, why didn't you just tell them you were the new chairman of the Huading Group? The chubby friend inquired curiously. Even if I said it, they might not believe me. When the time is right, they will find out for themselves, Lin Yun smiled. The seating arrangement held significance. Those of higher status naturally occupied the front rows, while those of lesser standing sat further back. Wei Xiao, being one of such stature, was seated prominently in the second row alongside his father. In contrast, Huang Mingyi and her father occupied a more distant table, accompanied by other small business owners, hence their placement further back. Once seated, Huang Mingyi scanned the room but did not see Lin Yun. That he must have already left the banquet, she murmured, relieved by this thought. She felt comforted. If something were to happen to Lin Yun because of her, her conscience would be unbearable. Huang Fu commented, this indicates he possesses some awareness. Leaving was indeed the wisest decision. Then, shifting his tone, Huang Fu added with a wry smile, my dear daughter, here we are, struggling to protect ourselves while still worrying about others. How ironic. Meanwhile, on the podium, Liu Bo held the microphone. Esteemed bosses, I am certain you are all eagerly anticipating the introduction of our new chairman of Huading. Are you not? The crowd nodded in agreement that 99% of those present had never seen the true face of the new chairman of the Huading Group's Qingyang branch. The main objective of this banquet was to familiarize them with the new chairman. Of course, they might have caught a glimpse earlier, but they were unaware that he was, in fact, the new chairman. Since everyone is so keen, let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome our new chairman to the stage. With Liu Bo's stirring words, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Everyone eagerly awaited the arrival of the new chairman of Huading. I hear this new chairman is quite young. Finally, we shall see his true countenance, murmured the attendees. At a table in the second row, Wei Xiao set down his phone, directing his attention to the stage. His father, while watching the proceedings, cautioned, Xiao Wei, once the new chairman finishes speaking, he will descend to toast the guests. Ensure you present the best attitude. Do not offend him. Understood. Wei Xiao's father was acutely aware of his son's usual arrogance and tendency to clash with others. Dad, rest easy. Even if I had 100 times the courage, I wouldn't dare offend the new chairman. Wei Xiao responded with a smile. At a table further back, Guo Xiao and her father applauded while fixating their gaze on the stage. They were eager to finally see the new chairman's true identity. Excitement was written all over Guo Xiao's face. At another table, Huang Mingyi and her father were equally focused on the stage. Amidst the anticipation and fervent applause, a figure slowly ascended the podium. None other than Lin Yun. Chapter 19. Shock and awe. What is happening? Upon seeing Lin Yun take the stage, Wei Xiao's expression turned ashen in an instant. He recognized Lin Yun as the very person he had threatened to teach a lesson. The individual meant to take the stage should have been the new chairman of the Huading Group, not him. This was undoubtedly a case of Lin Yun intruding. Wei Xiao gritted his teeth, refusing to believe that this was indeed the new chairman of the Huading Group. Meanwhile, at a table in the back, where Xiao was equally stunned that wasn't this the man she had gone on a blind date with just days prior? She had initially looked down on Lin Yun, only to later see him enter a Lamborghini. As she reflected, she concluded that Lin Yun's Lamborghini was rented, vowing to make him pay if they crossed paths again. Could it be that he was the new chairman of Huading? No, this was impossible. Where Xiao shook her head vigorously, equally incredulous. At another table, Huang Mingyi gasped in shock, her eyes wide open. Could it be that he was the new chairman of the Huading Group? This was unfathomable. Huang Fu appeared equally incredulous. That on stage, Lin Yun had now reached the center. Standing alongside Liu Bo, I am honored to introduce to you all our new chairman of the Huading Qingyang branch, Mr. Lin Yun. Now, let us invite our chairman to deliver his address. General Manager Liu Bo announced loudly. Boom! Upon hearing this, Wei Xiao felt as though his head had exploded. All vitality was instantly drained from his body. With General Manager Lu Bo's announcement, there was no mistaking it. Lin Yun was indeed the chairman of the Huading Group. It was over. Wei Xiao slumped back in his chair. He recalled the harsh words he had directed at Lin Yun and the disdainful attitude he had exhibited. Realizing he was in deep trouble, at the back table, Wu Xiao stared wide-eyed at Lin Yun on stage, her expression one of disbelief. She never imagined that Lin Yun was the new chairman of the Huading Group. At another table, he is actually the chairman of the Huading Group. Huang Fu exclaimed in astonishment. Unable to contain himself, he had never anticipated that the Lin Yun who had conversed with him and his daughter was, in fact, the chairman of the Huading Group. Previously, he had been trying every means possible to meet the new chairman. Ironically, the person he had been eager to meet was right before him, yet he had failed to recognize him. Although Huang Mingyi remained silent, she covered her mouth in disbelief, staring at Lin Yun on stage. She could scarcely fathom that the person she had casually assisted the previous night was the new chairman of the Huading Group. Only now did she realize why Lin Yun had displayed no fear toward Wei Xiao. After all, Lin Yun was the new chairman of the Huading Group. At that moment, Lin Yun had concluded his brief address and, in the capacity of host, descended to toast the guests as a gesture of welcome. Lu Bo closely followed Lin Yun, introducing him to the names and details of the attendees. As Lin Yun moved from table to table, the seated business owners and their children stood respectfully, raising their glasses high in deference that in the presence of Lin Yun, chairman of the Huading Group's Qingyang branch, none dared to show anything less than utmost respect. Lin Yun soon approached the second row, reaching the table where Wei Xiao was seated. The individuals at the table hurriedly stood up. Chairman Lin, this is Wei Ming, a shareholder in our company, and to his left is his son. Wei Xiaoyang, General Manager Lu Bo introduced. Greetings, Chairman Lin. I am Wei Ming, and I hope for your guidance in the future, Wei Ming said, holding his glass with both hands in utmost reverence. Lin Yun responded with a cold smile. Wei Ming, your influence is overwhelming. I cannot afford to offer you my guidance. Chairman, why do you say that? Wei Ming replied, taken aback, unable to comprehend Lin Yun's words. Lin Yun did not respond to him, but instead turned his gaze directly towards Westbrook. Westbrook, come. Let me toast you. A playful smile danced upon Lin Yun's face. Upon hearing this, Westbrook trembled in fear, nearly toppling from his chair. Chairman Lin? Aye. Westbrook's face turned ashen, and his words stumbled. He recalled his previous disrespect towards Lin Yun, even boasting about dealing with him, causing his heart to quiver. What? I offer you a drink, and you refuse? Lin Yun's brow furrowed. That I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Westbrook hastily lifted his glass, though his hands shook so violently that a considerable amount of liquid splashed onto the table and himself. He then gulped the drink down in one go. Westbrook's father, sitting nearby, sensed something amiss but hesitated to intervene. Lin Yun, holding his glass, coldly remarked, Westbrook, were you not just boasting about my downfall? Now that I stand before you, pray tell, how exactly do you intend to orchestrate my demise? I am all ears. Chairman Lin, I was unaware that you were the new chairman, so, Westbrook's voice trembled, his complexion pale. You thought my position beneath yours made me an easy target for your bullying. Did you? Lin Yun retorted with a smirk. Westbrook stiffly nodded. Does a lower status mean one deserves to be oppressed? Do you not realize that I detest those who bully the weak, leveraging their power over others? After saying this, Lin Yun forcefully splashed the contents of his glass across Westbrook's face. Instantly, the entire venue fell into a profound silence, with only Lin Yun's furious voice resonating throughout. As Lin Yun's rage ignited, none dared to interrupt, fearful of becoming collateral damage. The wealthy young men at Westbrook's table were gripped by terror, each lowering their heads, with some trembling in fear. Chairman Lin, spare me. Westbrook, drenched in liquor, hastily knelt before Lin Yun, pleading for mercy. That moment, Westbrook was utterly cowed, regretting having crossed paths with Lin Yun. His father, recognizing the gravity of the situation as a shareholder, quickly followed suit and knelt. He was acutely aware that Lin Yun was not only the new chairman, but also the grandson of Lu Zhizhou. Just by virtue of this, Lin Yun could easily crush them as one would an ant. Chairman Lin, my son is ignorant. If he has offended you in any way, I apologize from now on. I will ensure he is strictly disciplined. Westbrook's father, Wei Ming, repeatedly begged for leniency on his son's behalf. Lin Yun turned to Wei Ming, exuding an aura of authority, and proclaimed, If I hear of him bullying the weak again, I I will deal with you as well. Understood? Understood. Understood. Wei Ming nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at rice, his demeanor excessively humbled to IT that moment. Lin Yun pivoted and addressed the gathering with a commanding voice. From this day forth, I shall establish a rule. Anyone who collaborates with our company. Should I learn of anyone bullying the weak, we, Huading Group, will immediately sever all ties and rally the entire business community to ostracize them. Lin Yun, having once been a poor boy himself, had suffered at the hands of others merely for his family's lack of wealth. Those who bullied the impoverished like Lin Yun did so without reason, perhaps for amusement or to flaunt their superiority. Nothing more. Therefore, Lin Yun harbored a profound disdain for those who wielded their power to oppress the vulnerable. Now that he had risen to prominence, he was determined to minimize such occurrences that as Lin Yun's words echoed, the room was enveloped in silence. What? Is there anyone who did not hear my words? Lin Yun's voice, though not loud, carried an imposing force. We heard you clearly. We heard you clearly. The assembled bosses and young heirs quickly nodded in response. Initially, they had perceived Lin Yun as a young man who would be easily swayed by flattery. But after witnessing his display of authority, none dared to underestimate him. Satisfied by their acknowledgement, Lin Yun nodded in approval. He then turned once more to face the kneeling Westbrook. Westbrook, I hope you will no longer harass Huang Mingyi. Otherwise, you shall face my wrath. Lin Yun's eyes narrowed, emanating a chilling intensity. Yes, yes. I will never disturb Huang Mingyi again. Westbrook nodded fervently, resembling a lost puppy. Afterward, Lin Yun turned and departed towards another table. Once Lin Yun moved away, Westbrook's father, Wei Ming, struck his son across the face with a resounding slap, releasing his pent-up fury. Listen carefully. You are grounded for a year. You shall remain at home to reflect on your actions. Wei Ming scolded his son vehemently. Westbrook, upon hearing of his year-long confinement, felt a deep sense of despair, but dared not retort, for he had offended the new chairman of Huading Group. The entire scene was witnessed by Huang Mingyi and her father, who were both left astounded. Just before the gathering, they had worried for Lin Yun's safety, urging him to leave the event. Yet here he was, the new chairman of Huading Group, effortlessly overpowering Westbrook, compelling both him and his father to kneel in submission. The toasts resumed, and following Lin Yun's display of authority, the attendees treated him with even greater respect. Many of the bosses eagerly introduced their daughters to Lin Yun, hoping to align themselves with his newfound stature. At another table, Guo Xiaoxiao's father advised her, Xiao Xiao, Chairman Lin will soon come to our table. You must make a good impression and strive to leave him with a favorable first impression. That it would be ideal if you could establish a connection with him. Guo Xiaoxiao's expression soured, fully aware that she had left a poor first impression on Lin Yun, who had previously told her she was unworthy. However, she dared not disclose this to her father. At that moment, Lin Yun approached their table. I raise a toast to all of you. Lin Yun lifted his glass. Everyone stood, holding their glasses with both hands, displaying utmost reverence. Lin Yun merely took a small sip. Yet the others drained their glasses entirely, as if to express their respect for him. Guo Xiaoxiao's father then smiled and said, Chairman Lin, this is my daughter Guo Xiaoxiao. She is of similar age to you and admires you greatly. Wishing to befriend you, he subtly gestured to Guo Xiaoxiao, signaling her to speak. Just as Guo Xiaoxiao was about to say something, Lin Yun glanced at her and turned away, offering her no opportunity to speak. Watching Lin Yun's retreating figure, Guo Xiaoxiao was left in shock. She realized that Lin Yun had not even spared her a glance, as if she were invisible. Am I truly so insignificant? Guo Xiaoxiao initially expected Lin Yun to hurl some biting remarks or reprimand her, which would not have been so bad. What she dreaded most was his utter disregard. At this moment, she recalled their previous encounter at the bar. How could I have been so foolish? I squandered such a golden opportunity. Guo Xiaoxiao seethed with frustration, fully aware that the night at the bar had been a prime chance to connect with Lin Yun. Had she performed well at that moment, she might have successfully latched onto the new chairman of Huading Group. Regrettably, fate had granted her a splendid opportunity, only for her to waste it. Alas, there is no remedy for regret. Meanwhile, Lin Yun had reached the table occupied by Huang Mingyi and her father. The individuals at the table rose, holding their glasses in both hands. This table was positioned towards the back, comprising the least prestigious attendees. Hence their deference towards Lin Yun was even more pronounced. After toasting the group, Lin Yun approached Huang Mingyi and her father directly. Before Lin Yun could speak, Huang's father, filled with trepidation, bowed and said, "Chairman Lin, I apologize for any offense I may have caused prior to the event. I hope you can forgive me." He recalled his earlier dismissive attitude towards Lin Yun and felt a surge of fear. Acutely aware that Lin Yun could easily assert his will upon him, Lin Yun helped Huang's father to his feet, smiling as he said, "Uncle Huang, you need not worry. I am not angry with you. Your concern for Mingyi's well-being shows you are a responsible father. As for your urging me to leave the gathering, that was indeed for my benefit." The other bosses present looked on enviously, for Lin Yun had not offered them such warmth in his interactions. He even referred to Huang's father as uncle, making them envious of the apparent rapport that Huang's father was taken aback by Lin Yun's address. After all, he was merely a small business owner while Lin Yun was the esteemed new chairman of Huading Group. But he quickly responded, "Chairman Lin, I cannot accept such a title. You may call me Xiao Huang." "Uncle Huang, Mingyi assisted me yesterday, and I consider her a friend. Thus, her father deserves the respect of a senior," Lin Yun replied with a smile. Immediately thereafter, Lin Yun turned his gaze toward Huang Mingyi. "Mingyi, it is a pleasure to see you again." Lin Yun maintained a warm smile. "Lin Dong, I truly did not anticipate that you would become the new chairman of Huading Group," Huang Mingyi exclaimed, her delicate features still adorned with a hint of astonishment. Just yesterday, while assisting Lin Yun at the restaurant, she could never have imagined that this individual would ascend to such a prestigious position. "Please just call me Lin Yun." Referring to me as Lin Dong feels overly formal, Lin Yun replied with a smile. "Lin Yun," Huang Mingyi hesitated momentarily before addressing him. "Thank you, Lin Yun, for ensuring that Wei Xiao no longer harasses me," she said, biting her crimson lip. Huang Mingyi had suffered greatly from Wei Xiao's relentless advances, and given his considerable influence, she felt powerless to resist. However, having recently confronted him with a warning, she finally felt a sense of relief. "A girl like you should never have to endure the torment of such a scoundrel. Rest assured, if anyone else dares to bother you in the future, just let me know, and I will take care of it," Lin Yun assured her with a smile. Huang Mingyi nodded, her lips still pressed together in thought. Although their time together had been brief, she recognized that Lin Yun was markedly different from other affluent heirs. He was neither arrogant nor oppressive, but rather stood up for the vulnerable. "By the way, I have heard that you and your father are eager to discuss a potential collaboration with me. Correct?" Lin Yun inquired. "Yes, indeed," Huang Mingyi responded eagerly, nodding vigorously, while her father, Mr. Huang, looked on with anticipation. Initially, Mr. Huang believed that any chance of collaborating with Huading Group had slipped away, but in that moment, hope rekindled within him. "As I mentioned before, I can assist you with this collaboration. Do you believe I possess the capability now?" Lin Yun asked with a smile. "Absolutely. Of course, you are the chairman of Huading Group," Mr. Huang nodded repeatedly. "Very well. Once the banquet concludes, please join me in the VIP lounge, and we shall discuss the details of our collaboration," Lin Yun stated casually. Yes, Mr. Huang responded, excitement evident in his nods. The onlookers couldn't help but feel envious, wishing to establish connections with Lin Yun, but finding themselves unsuccessful. Yet here was Lin Yun, engaging with the Huang father-daughter duo and inviting them to discuss matters further. How could they not be envious? After the banquet, in the VIP lounge, Lin Yun sat at the head of the table, with General Manager Lu Bo standing beside him, while Huang Mingyi and her father took their seats below. "Mr. Huang, our company has just terminated its collaboration with Hongda Building Materials, so we are in need of a new supplier. Henceforth, your company will fill that role," Lin Yun announced. "Really? Is this for real?" Mr. Huang exclaimed, astonished and delighted. Huang Mingyi's face also lit up with joy. If they could collaborate with Huading Group, not only would their company avoid bankruptcy, but it could also thrive. "Do I appear to be joking?" Lin Yun replied with a grin. "However, our company is relatively small, and we lack competitive pricing. There are others far superior to us. Why would you choose us? It seems disadvantageous for you," Huang Mingyi remarked. Lowering her gaze to "It is precisely because of you," Lin Yun said, gazing at her with a smile. "Because of me?" A blush crept across Huang Mingyi's cheeks. "Indeed, you assisted me at the restaurant yesterday, and I owe you a favor. Today, I am merely returning the kindness," Lin Yun explained with a chuckle. "But I only helped you pay a few thousand. Now, this is a matter involving tens of millions, even over 100 million. Huang Mingyi replied. While she was eager for a collaboration with Huading Group, she also did not wish for Lin Yun to suffer significant losses due to her. Not to worry. This is merely a small sum for me. Lin Yun reassured her with a smile. Yet, our company is rather small, and our production capacity may not suffice. Huang Mingyi expressed her concerns. That is easily remedied. Huading Group will invest 100 million in your company to expand your production capacity. Lin Yun declared, "100 million. Is this real?" Both Mr. Huang and Huang Mingyi were taken aback by this unexpected revelation. Gulp. Am I dreaming? Mr. Huang swallowed hard, feeling as though he were in a dream. Huang Mingyi, too, was left speechless, staring at Lin Yun in disbelief. If they truly received an investment of 100 million and secured a collaboration with Huading Group, their company would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Mr. Huang, you are not dreaming. I will ensure that General Manager Liu Bo expedites the investment process. Lin Yun assured him with a smile. Lin Yun, may I ask you a question? Is this gesture solely because I helped you pay for a meal? Huang Mingyi could not help but inquire. Lin Yun shook his head. No, it is more so because I recognize your kindness and your father's integrity. I need partners like you. Lin Yun, thank you. Thank you for granting our family this opportunity. My father and I will strive to make it work. Huang Mingyi replied earnestly that Mr. Huang nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Rest assured, Chairman Lin, we will not disappoint you. We will prove that your investment is worthwhile. For Mr. Huang, he had always longed to realize his ambitions but lacked the necessary funds and connections. Now, he finally had the chance to make his mark. Lin Yun chuckled and said, Mr. Huang, I suppose you won't be asking me to keep my distance from your daughter any longer, will you? Ha, certainly not. Mr. Huang replied with an awkward laugh that he was acutely aware of how many wished to befriend Lin Yun but lacked the qualifications or opportunities. Moreover, Lin Yun had helped him immensely upon hearing Lin Yun's words. Huang Mingyi's face flushed a deeper shade of red that moment. Lin Yun rose to his feet. Very well. Our collaboration is settled. I will have General Manager Liu Bo discuss the specifics with you. Understood, Chairman Lin. Liu Bo responded affirmatively. With that, the banquet came to a close. For Lin Yun, this event not only allowed him to decisively deal with Zhang, but also afforded him the opportunity to reunite with Huang Mingyi. The girl who had assisted him the previous day, as the banquet concluded, Lin Yun's phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from his grandfather, Liu Zhizhong. Not daring to delay, Lin Yun promptly answered. Hello, Grandfather de Yuner. I am currently at your home. Please return at once, so we may have a face-to-face discussion about some matters, came Liu Zhizhong's voice over the line. Grandfather, you are in Qingyang City? At our home? Lin Yun asked, slightly surprised. Indeed. Liu Zhizhong confirmed that I will return right away. Lin Yun replied, sensing the urgency of the situation. After hanging up, he hurried home in the dilapidated housing area. Lin Yun's residence had not changed since his grandfather had given him 100 million the previous week. He had initially planned to purchase a villa for his mother to provide her with a better living environment. However, she insisted on remaining in the place she had grown fond of, as it held memories of Lin Yun's late father. Although they did not move, Lin Yun still acquired some new furniture to refresh their home. Upon arriving home, he found his grandfather already waiting. Yuner, come, sit down, Liu Zhizhong exclaimed, warmly pulling Lin Yun to a seat beside him. How's your week been? I hope it has been pleasant, the elder asked with a kindly demeanor. Lin Yun grinned. Grandfather, to be honest, having money feels incredibly satisfying. I have had a wonderful week. Since reuniting with Liu Zhizhong, Lin Yun had indeed been living splendidly. His former enemies now lay beneath his feet, and those who once looked down upon him now treated him with the utmost respect. Lin Yun had finally risen to prominence. Naturally, he was fully aware that all of this was thanks to his grandfather. Haha, that is splendid. That is splendid. Liu Zhizhong chuckled heartily. After a moment, he continued, You know, I have been quietly observing you this past week. Observing me? Lin Yun was somewhat taken aback, as he had not noticed. Indeed, I have been keeping a close eye on you. To be honest, your performance has exceeded my expectations. Liu Zhizhong remarked. Was it that poor? Lin Yun offered a wry smile. No, it genuinely surprised me. You stepped into the role of chairman and swiftly eliminated opposition with decisive measures, while simultaneously winning the hearts of the people with your clever tactics. This is reminiscent of my own style when I was young, Liu Zhizhong said with a grin. Oh, really? Lin Yun felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. By the way, Yuner, I have a question. How did you manage to escape from those kidnappers last time? Lu Zhizhong inquired with curiosity. This was a question he had long been pondering. Lu Zhizhong's secretary chimed in. Young master, that day. The elder was so concerned that he prepared to send someone to rescue you. Yet you emerged unscathed from the kidnapper's vehicle, which truly astonished both me and the elder. Lu Zhizhong was referring to the incident where the Wu family had hired people to eliminate Lin Yun. Lin Yun chuckled. Grandfather, is there anything that money cannot resolve? If there is, it simply means I do not have enough of it. I offered those kidnappers 1 million, and they naturally released me, even revealing the mastermind behind the plot. Haha, so it turns out that there is indeed no problem that money cannot solve. Well said. Lu Zhizhong suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. Realizing the truth, he increasingly discovered that Lin Yun's performance far exceeded his initial expectations. At first, Lu Zhizhong had not placed high hopes on Lin Yun. He merely wished for Lin Yun to not be a spoiled rich second generation, to possess a modicum of ambition, and to manage to uphold the family business. However, Lin Yun's excellence surpassed his imagination. Yuner, in light of your outstanding performance, I shall grant you an additional 10 billion as pocket money. Moreover, should you ever find yourself in need of my assistance, do not hesitate to call me. Generally speaking, there is no trouble in the southwestern provinces that I, Lu Zhizhong, cannot resolve. Lu Zhizhong said with a beaming smile. He then took out his phone to transfer the funds. Ding! The balance of your commercial bank card ending in 4527 has received an amount of 1,000,000,000,000.00. Gazing at the multitude of zeros, Lin Yun could not help but swallow hard. In just a week, his grandfather had gifted him another 10 billion. After this week, Lin Yun had long understood the immense power of money. Thus he did not refuse. Thank you, Grandpa. Lin Yun's face radiated with joy. Additionally, I wish to introduce you to an important individual. Lu Zhizhong's demeanor turned serious. He then glanced towards the door and called out, Lone Wolf, come in. As the words fell, a shadow darted in, and a lean man appeared before Lin Yun. The man was slender and unremarkable in appearance, bearing a menacing scar across his face. Yet, within his deep-set eyes emanated an aura of chilling dread that was suffocating. Truth be told, Lin Yun was taken aback to discover how fearsome a person's gaze could be. Master, Lone Wolf bowed with clasped fists towards Lu Zhizhong, his voice hoarse and deep. Grandpa, who is he? Lin Yun was eager to know the background of this individual. His name is Lone Wolf. He served in a special forces unit in his youth. And after retiring, he became an underground fighter that I saved his life once. And since then, he has followed me. It's been 10 years now. Lu Zhizhong reminisced that a retired special forces soldier. An underground fighter? Lin Yun was taken aback. Having been a poor boy, he had never encountered such realms. Yuner, to speak frankly, I have had Lone Wolf secretly protect you during this time, that I do not wish for any misfortune to befall my precious grandson. Lu Zhizhong said with a smile. Yes, that's so? Thank you, Grandpa. Lin Yun nodded in realization. The last time Lin Yun was kidnapped, he felt his life was in jeopardy. Now reflecting, he realized that his grandfather had already considered his safety. Had the kidnappers not released him, Lone Wolf might have come to his rescue. However, Grandpa, he is but one person. 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. That if he were to encounter multiple adversaries, he might find himself powerless. Lin Yun shook his head. Young master, are you doubting my capabilities? Lone Wolf's voice was gravelly. This is not doubt. I am merely stating facts. Lin Yun replied with open palms. Ha, Lone Wolf, showcase your skills to my grandson. Lu Zhizhong chuckled. Lone Wolf nodded, then turned and struck the wall with a punch. Bang! With a single blow, the impact left spiderweb-like cracks in the wall. Gulp! Lin Yun could not help but swallow again. This was simply too formidable. One punch could create such damage to a wall. It far exceeded Lin Yun's previous understanding that if such a punch landed on a person, would it not kill them outright? The thought alone sent shivers down his spine. Young master, I trust one have not disappointed you. Lone Wolf spoke in a low, raspy tone. Impressive. Lin Yun gave Lone Wolf a thumbs up. Seeing this, Lu Zhizhong smiled and said, Lin Yun, from today onward, I officially entrust Lone Wolf to you. He shall be your bodyguard, ensuring your safety. You can rest assured of his unwavering loyalty to me. Thank you, Grandpa. Lin Yun beamed, not declining the offer. The recent kidnapping incident had made Lin Yun realize that despite having wealth, Without martial skills, he was vulnerable. Thus, having a powerful bodyguard by his side was crucial. Lone Wolf, you have met the young master. I presume? Lu Zhizhong addressed him. Lone Wolf nodded, then approached Lin Yun, bowing respectfully, young master. Lone Wolf, rest assured, you will never suffer while following me. Lin Yun responded with a smile. That moment. Lu Zhizhong spoke again. Grandson, I have one condition. Lone Wolf shall only intervene in true, life-threatening situations. Generally, he will remain in the shadows to better train you. That in no problem. Lin Yun readily agreed. His grandfather's reasoning was sound. By the way, grandson, there is another matter. Your mother has been overworked and is in need of recuperation, so I plan to take her abroad for a while, Lu Zhizhong stated. Lin Yun nodded. This was for his mother's health. And he naturally agreed wholeheartedly. To Yunner, while I am away, you must take good care of yourself. If anything arises, call your mother or your grandfather. His mother instructed with concern etched on her face. Lin Yun took his mother's weathered hand in his own. Mom, I will take care of myself, and you must also look after yourself while you are abroad. Lin Yun was acutely aware of the hardships his mother endured, raising him alone after his father's early death. After having dinner with the family, Lu Zhizhong and Lin Yun's mother departed Qingyang City that very night. The following afternoon, at Qingyang University, it was the weekend when classes resumed. I in the classroom. Boss, have you heard? Zhang, who has transferred schools. He must have been terrified to face you and fled, the chubby classmate exclaimed excitedly. Transferred schools? Lin Yun chuckled, not taking it too seriously. What a pity. I arrived too late yesterday and missed the spectacle of you dealing with Zhang Hu. I can only imagine how splendid it must have been, the chubby one lamented. That moment, the students in the classroom were abuzz with discussion. Have you heard? Zhang, who has completed his transfer procedures and left. How could he suddenly transfer schools? Could it be related to Lin Yun? Last Friday, Zhang, who had boasted that he would have Lin Yun expelled, yet now Lin Yun was perfectly fine, and Zhang, who had run away. Many students could not help but associate Zhang Hu's transfer with Lin Yun. This seems improbable. That kid Lin Yun comes from a family of poverty. What power does he possess to force Zhang Hu to transfer? Indeed, that lad has been receiving financial aid for 2 consecutive years. How could he possibly contend with Zhang Hu? Despite the prevailing evidence suggesting a connection between Zhang Hu's sudden transfer and Lin Yun, few were willing to believe it, largely because Lin Yun's impoverished background was widely known among the students. As for the previous night's banquet, they were blissfully unaware. Upon hearing this news, class monitor Wang Shui felt a weight lift from her heart. Zhang Hu's transfer signified that he would no longer trouble Lin Yun. Just then, a man in a shirt strode into the classroom. Standing at 6 feet tall, he was quite handsome. Wow, it's Zheng Hai. Some classmates couldn't help but squeal upon seeing the tall man. Lin Yun recognized Zheng Hai as well. He was the head of the student union's external relations department. Lin Yun had heard rumors that Zheng Hai had been involved with an entire squad of female students. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his popularity, as many girls pursued him due to his height, looks, and exceptional basketball skills. Lin Yun found himself quite averse to such a hypocrite. What brings him to our classroom? Lin Yun frowned. Upon entering, Zheng Hai walked directly to the front row where class monitor Wang Shui was seated. Senior Wang Shui, is there something you need? Wang Shui looked up at Zheng Hai. Indeed, there is a matter. Come speak with me outside the classroom, Zheng Hai replied. Very well, as a member of the student union's external relations department. Wang Shui nodded and followed him outside. Fatty, let's go take a look. Sensing Zheng Hai's demeanor, Lin Yun felt he harbored ill intentions, so he followed with the chubby classmate in tow. Outside the classroom, on the staircase, Wang Shui, as the head of the student union's external relations department. I am assigning you a task, Zheng Hai stated. What is it, Senior Zheng Hai? Wang Shui inquired, nodding. The school is organizing a winter sports event and requires a sponsor to contribute 200,000 for the event. I believe you are well suited for this task, Zheng Hai explained. Zheng Hai's intention was clear. He wanted Wang Shui to secure sponsorship for the school's event, amounting to 200,000. 200,000? That seems excessive. Wang Shui gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Previously, sponsorships typically ranged from 30 to 50,000. It was rare to encounter such a large figure. Securing sponsorship was already a daunting task, and acquiring 200,000 was even more challenging. This winter sports event is intended to be quite grand, so the cost will naturally be substantial, Zheng Hai elaborated. After a brief pause, Zheng Hai continued. Wang Shui, the greater the challenge, the more it can hone one's character. This is a rare opportunity for growth, and it is precisely because I value you that I have entrusted this task to you. Do you understand? Such utter nonsense. Lin Yun, who had been eavesdropping nearby, couldn't help but scoff at Zheng Hai's words. These heads of student councils and their presidents revel in the guise of fostering development, luring naive students into the student union. They then assign them arduous tasks as free laborers, masquerading their exploitation as an opportunity for personal growth. The reality? The student council is rife with nepotism. A single president can recruit numerous female secretaries solely to cater to his whims. Lin Yun was unsure if other universities operated similarly. But at Qingyang University, this was undoubtedly the case. The portly companion nodded in agreement. Indeed, this fellow is merely spouting nonsense. Thankfully, I withdrew from the student council early on. Otherwise, I would have been reduced to their servant. Meanwhile, Wang Shui, upon hearing Zheng Hai's remarks, expressed her concern. Senior Zheng Hai, I'm genuinely worried that I won't be able to fulfill this. 200,000 yuan is just too much. Wang Shui, you are the most beautiful girl in our external relations department. That if you are willing to make a small sacrifice, I believe obtaining a sponsorship of 200,000 yuan will be quite effortless. Zheng Hai replied with a smirk. The implication of Zheng Hai's words was unmistakable. He was insinuating that Wang Shui could leverage her body to secure sponsorship, which would certainly attract willing benefactors. After a moment, he continued, if you manage to secure this sponsorship, I assure you that during the next student council election, I will recommend you for the position of the next head of the external relations department. Furthermore, I can assist you in obtaining this year's Outstanding Student Award and a first-level scholarship. That a first-level scholarship? Wang Shui's interest was piqued. The scholarship system was tiered, with the first level offering the most substantial financial reward, yet being the most challenging to acquire without connections. Wang Shui was acutely aware of her family's financial struggles, and receiving a first-level scholarship would be a timely boon. However, she shook her head resolutely. I'm sorry, Senior Zheng Hai, but I cannot do it. Regardless of the enticing conditions, I will never compromise my integrity. Upon hearing her response, Zheng Hai's expression darkened. Wang Shui, I am not negotiating with you. As the head of the External Relations Department, I am issuing you a directive. Do you comprehend? Seeing that soft persuasion had failed, Zheng Hai resorted to intimidation. If you defy my orders, I can promptly expel you from the student council, ensuring you miss out on this year's Outstanding Student Award. You will lose your chance at a scholarship. I could even mark your record, leaving a permanent stain that would hinder your employment prospects for life. Wang Shui's naivety rendered her susceptible to Zheng Hai's threats, causing her to falter. Just then, Zheng Hai shifted his approach. Of course, as your senior, I can also help you find a solution. What solution? Wang Shui inquired eagerly. That if you agree to be my girlfriend, I will assist you in securing that 200,000 yuan sponsorship. Zheng Hai proposed with a grin. That moment, Zheng Hai revealed his true colors. Wang Shui, many desire to be my girlfriend, but lack the opportunity. You should cherish this chance, don't you think? I guarantee that being my girlfriend will bring you only advantages, never disadvantages. Zheng Hai had long coveted Wang Shui's beauty and had hinted at his intentions multiple times, but she had always feigned ignorance. Hence, this time he decided to lay his cards on the table, using his position to coerce her. Agree to me, won't you? Zheng Hai said, extending his hand to grasp Wang Shui's delicate hand. Startled, she recoiled to avoid his touch, yet Zheng Hai showed no sign of relenting. Stop right there, a cold voice interjected. Lin Yun, accompanied by his portly friend, rushed forward. He stepped in front of Wang Shui, confronting Zheng Hai. Zheng Hai, you truly are a despicable creature, using your position in the student council to engage in such vile acts. Do you have no shame? Exactly, utterly shameless, the portly friend echoed indignantly. Who are you to criticize me? Do you even know who I am? Zheng Hai's expression darkened. The sudden appearance of Lin Yun and his friend had disrupted his plans, and he was understandably displeased. That you're just a mere student council officer, Lin Yun retorted with a derisive smile. In his eyes, Zheng Hai's authority held little weight. Trying to intimidate Lin Yun was a futile endeavor. The portly friend chimed in proudly. Zheng Hai, do you have any idea who my buddy Lin Yun is? I assure you, that revelation would terrify you. Terrify me? Huh. Zheng Hai laughed mockingly. He had assessed Lin Yun and his friend's attire and concluded that they were undoubtedly from modest backgrounds. Two impoverished youths with no influence. That I advise you both to leave immediately. That if you provoke me, I can guarantee that your time at this school will become unbearable. Zheng Hai threatened. pointing his finger at Lin Yun and his companion. Really, a mere student council officer wields such power? How laughable! Lin Yun scoffed that he understood that the audacity of student council officers stemmed from their authority, which inflated their egos and led them to revel in their positions. Indeed, I possess significant authority. Crushing you would be as simple as squashing an ant. You too should prepare for your downfall, Zheng Hai declared arrogantly. Seeing this, Wang Shui interjected hastily. Zheng Hai, this has nothing to do with them. You simply want me to secure a 200,000 yuan sponsorship, right? Fine, I agree. In Wang Shui's eyes, Zheng Hai's position as a student council officer rendered Lin Yun incapable of standing against him, which is why she quickly acquiesced to Zheng Hai's demands. Wang Shui, you would agree to such a task because of this fool? Let's see how you manage to accomplish it. If you fail, you know the consequences. Zheng Hai's expression darkened, but he understood the enormity of the challenge posed by securing 200,000 yuan in sponsorship. Typically, the only means for a female student to achieve such a feat was to compromise her dignity, particularly if she were exceptionally attractive. Without connections or resources, attempting to gather such sponsorship would be akin to chasing a dream. Wang Shui was well aware of the improbability of acquiring 200,000 yuan in sponsorship. Yet having consented, there was no turning back. Don't worry, Wang Shui, it's merely a 200,000 yuan sponsorship. I will help you resolve it, Lin Yun said confidently. What? Just you? Zheng Hai scoffed. I wonder if you're boasting or simply overestimating your capabilities. If you manage to secure that sponsorship, I will eat excrement. Zheng Hai dismissed Lin Yun's potential based on his appearance, believing him to be just another impoverished student incapable of securing such a substantial sponsorship. Do you doubt my ability to procure 200,000 yuan in sponsorship? Then how about a wager? Lin Yun proposed with a playful grin. What kind of wager? Zheng Hai inquired, intrigued. You just claimed that if I could secure that sponsorship for Wang Shui, you'd eat excrement, right? Very well. If I succeed, you must live stream yourself eating excrement on the school's forum, Lin Yun suggested, amusement evident in his tone. The mere thought of live streaming such a grotesque act made the portly friend stifle a laugh, secretly admiring Lin Yun's audacity and eagerly anticipating the outcome. Zheng Hai's face fell upon hearing Lin Yun's ludicrous proposal. How could he be subjected to such a revolting demand? However, after a moment's reflection, he considered the improbability of his losing. Fine, I accept, but what if you fail? If I fail, I will immediately withdraw from school or submit to any punishment you deem appropriate, Lin Yun replied nonchalantly. Excellent, you have my word. I accept this wager, Zheng Hai declared confidently, convinced of his inevitable victory. As Wang Shui overheard their conversation, she grew increasingly anxious. Lin Yun, no, don't bet with him. To Wang Shui, the prospect of both herself and Lin Yun failing to secure 200,000 yuan in sponsorship was all but guaranteed, and she feared Lin Yun's gamble would only lead to needless suffering. Lin Yun turned to Wang Shui, offering her a confident smile. Just then, Zheng Hai added, by the way, there is a time limit for securing the sponsorship. I expect you to obtain it within 3 days, and the sponsoring company must be a billion-dollar enterprise. Any smaller companies are unworthy of sponsoring our school. Zheng Hai's additional stipulations only served to increase the difficulty of the challenge, ensuring that he would emerge victorious from the wager. What? 3 days? And it must be from a billion-dollar company. Zheng Hai, you are clearly trying to make this impossible, Wang Shui exclaimed, her frustration evident. Having been involved in the external relations department for some time, she had never encountered such absurd conditions for sponsorship, recognizing that merely securing any sponsorship was already a monumental challenge. Wang Shui was acutely aware that securing substantial sponsorship within a mere 3 days was an utterly impossible endeavor, especially given the stipulation that the sponsor must be a company valued at over $1 billion. Wang Shui, as the head of the Student Council's External Relations Department, I set the rules. Do you understand? Zheng Hai remarked with a sinister smile. Lin Yun pulled Wang Shui behind him, a hint of a smirk gracing his lips as he declared, all right, I accept. Chapter 24. The sponsorship from Huading Group. Lin Yun, still holding Wang Shui behind him, continued with a slight grin, and I certainly do not require 3 days. 1 day is more than sufficient. 1 day. Haha, splendid. Zheng Hai laughed in response, reveling in the challenge Lin Yun had unwittingly set for himself. He had never encountered someone so foolish as to voluntarily raise the stakes that in this scenario, Zheng Hai felt increasingly confident of his victory. After all, 1 day was hardly enough time to even reach out to other companies. let alone secure sponsorship from one. Then let us see the outcome in a day, he concluded, turning on his heel to leave. After Zheng Hai departed, Wang Shui turned to Lin Yun, her face awash with anxiety and concern. How could you make such a wager? How could you agree to it? He clearly intends to set you up. Wang Shui was at a loss, unable to fathom how they could possibly raise 200,000 in just one day, especially from a company valued in the hundreds of millions. She knew well that such corporations typically scorned these requests, and it seemed improbable they would even consider meeting with them. Thus, she struggled to comprehend Lin Yun's reasoning for acquiescing to Zheng Hai. At that moment, a chubby classmate couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, class monitor. I believe Brother Yun will definitely pull it off. The chubby student was acutely aware of Lin Yun's current status in his eyes. Even 200,000, or even 2 million or 20 million, was a trivial matter for Lin Yun. He was eager to witness the spectacle of Zheng Hai eating his words after losing the bet. Regardless, Lin Yun, I must thank you for standing up to Zheng Hai on my behalf, Wang Shui expressed sincerely. She understood that Lin Yun had become embroiled in this situation entirely because of her, and thus felt both gratitude and guilt towards him. You are our class leader. How could I allow that scoundrel to tarnish your reputation? Lin Yun replied with a smile. Wang Shui fell silent for a moment before raising her gaze and stating, Since we are in this predicament, Lin Yun, we must make an effort to tee our wide-eye in her eyes. Although the task seemed insurmountable, they had no choice but to take a leap of faith. Lin Yun chuckled. Then let us set off at once. As I mentioned earlier, I will handle the sponsorship matter for you. With that, Lin Yun called for Wang Shui, and they exited the school grounds. At the school gate, Wang Shui inquired, Shouldn't we first research and prepare to approach these companies? She was puzzled, believing that, given their intent to solicit sponsorship from large corporations, they ought to gather information before selecting their targets. No need. I already have a target in mind, Lin Yun replied, shaking his head. Oh? Which company? Wang Shui asked, her curiosity piqued. With a slight smile, Lin Yun responded, Huading Group. Huading Group? Wang Shui exclaimed, her face brimming with astonishment. She was well aware of the formidable reputation of Huading Group. Lin Yun, a company as large as Huading Group, they would likely dismiss our request for sponsorship outright. Perhaps we should consider another company, she suggested. Not at all. They are the ones. Lin Yun maintained his cheerful demeanor that he then hailed a taxi, directing it straight to Huading Group. Despite Wang Shui's belief that seeking sponsorship from Huading Group was akin to winning the lottery, Lin Yun's insistence compelled her to give it a try. Lin Yun's Lamborghini supercar was parked nearby, but he opted for the taxi, wishing to keep his identity concealed to avoid placing any undue pressure on Wang Shui. At the foot of Huading Group's building, although it was merely the Qingyang branch, the imposing structure still exuded grandeur. Lin Yun could not help but feel a flicker of interest towards Wang Shui, not solely due to her beauty, but also for her admirable character, her diligence in studies, her earnest work ethic, and her tenacity. As they stood at the entrance, two security guards barred their way. There's something we can assist you with. One of the guards inquired. Ordinarily, they would recognize Lin Yun, but today they feigned ignorance. This was by Lin Yun's design, having previously messaged General Manager Lu Bo to inform him of their arrival and instructing that everyone act as though they did not know him, thus safeguarding his identity from Wang Shui. We are students from Qingyang University, and we are seeking a sponsorship of 200,000 for our upcoming winter sports event. Could you relay this to your manager? Lin Yun asked. Certainly, I will report this, the guard replied, nodding. Wait, he actually went to report it? Wang Shui was taken aback, expecting them to be dismissed outright. Relax, class monitor, don't worry, Lin Yun reassured her with a smile. Wang Shui complied, though her anxiety persisted, fearing the guard would return with news that their manager was unavailable and would ask them to leave. That a few minutes later, the guard returned. The general manager has agreed to meet with you. Please follow me, he announced. The general manager? Really? Wang Shui gasped, a mix of surprise and joy flooding her. She had believed that merely getting a meeting with any management personnel would be miraculous, let alone the general manager himself. Indeed, let's go, Lin Yun confirmed with a smile. Under the guard's escort, they soon arrived at the general manager's office. Inside sat Lu Bo, who exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Yun, both feigning unfamiliarity with one another. Hello, general manager, Wang Shui greeted, her demeanor a blend of nervousness and formality, astonished that she was in the presence of such a significant figure. Please take a seat, Lu Bo gestured with a smile. Let us sit. Wang Shui, Lin Yun said, pulling out a chair for her. Once seated, Lu Bo addressed them. I have heard from the guard about your request. Supporting your school-less event is indeed a worthy cause. And 200,000 is a modest sum for our company. Therefore, I have decided to approve the sponsorship. Wang Shui was left speechless, unable to comprehend how quickly the agreement had come about. Hadn't this been supposed to be an arduous task? Is this really happening? Am I dreaming? She stammered. You're not dreaming. We have secured the sponsorship, Lin Yun replied with a grin. 10 minutes later, Lin Yun and Wang Shui emerged from the gates of Huading Group, a briefcase in hand containing 200,000 in cash, as well as a sponsorship agreement stamped with the company's red seal. This is incredible. Lin Yun, this is truly amazing. We actually managed to secure sponsorship from Huading Group, Wang Shui exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Upon exiting, she impulsively threw her arms around Lin Yun, the faint fragrance from her enveloping him. The sudden embrace left Lin Yun feeling a bit awkward. He was not accustomed to physical contact with girls, let alone with someone as stunning as Wang Shui. Chapter 25. The stirring of emotions caught off guard by Wang Shui's hug. Lin Yun felt a momentary stiffness, perhaps due to his own nervousness. The truth was, he was still a virgin. Despite having dated his ex-girlfriend Fei Fei for 2 years, he had never even kissed her, let alone gone further. Realizing the closeness, Wang Shui abruptly reacted. Ah, she gasped, quickly letting go, her face flushing crimson. I was just so thrilled. She stuttered, attempting to explain her exuberance, but finding her words tangled. Ah, joy, I understand. Lin Yun chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, I never anticipated that securing sponsorship from Huading Group would be so effortless. I still feel as though I am dreaming. Wang Shui revealed a captivating smile, for reasons unknown. Upon witnessing Wang Shui's joy, Lin Yun felt a surge of happiness within himself as well. Did I not mention that it was not as difficult as I had imagined? Lin Yun remarked with a grin. Of course, it was not difficult, for everything had been meticulously orchestrated by Lin Yun. Otherwise, had Lin Yun remained the impoverished lad he once was, he and Wang Shui would likely have struggled to even enter the company's doors. At that moment, Wang Shui suddenly gazed earnestly at Lin Yun and inquired, Lin Yun, I can't shake the feeling that this smoothness is rather unusual. Could it possibly be related to you, as a member of the Student Union's External Relations Department? Wang Shui had attempted to secure sponsorship on several occasions and was acutely aware of the challenges involved, even when it came to modest sums, unless one resorted to compromising their dignity for sponsorship funds, which was a path some of the female members of the External Relations Department chose, though Wang Shui would never entertain such notions. The sponsorship they acquired this time was remarkably easier than trading favors, especially considering it was from a colossal entity like Huading Group. Thus, Wang Shui connected the dots to Lin Yun. She pondered whether Lin Yun's suggestion to approach Huading Group was the reason for their unexpected success. How could that possibly be related to me? Do I appear to have any connection with Huading Group? Lin Yun chuckled. Very well, Wang Shui nodded, contemplating Lin Yun's family background, which indeed made it implausible for him to have any ties to Huading Group. Perhaps she was overthinking it. She then looked up at Lin Yun and, in a gentle, almost delicate manner, said, Lin Yun, regardless of the circumstances, I must express my gratitude. Without you, I would have never had the courage to approach Huading Group for sponsorship. And it would have been impossible to secure any debt. If you wish to thank me, simply treat me to a meal, Lin Yun replied with a broad grin. That's a deal. Wang Shui beamed in agreement. All right, let us return to school. It is time to settle accounts with Zheng Hai. That a mischievous smile danced on Lin Yun's lips. He surely would not expect that we had secured sponsorship so swiftly. And from Huading Group, no less. Wang Shui felt a rush of excitement. This is precisely the outcome I desired. Lin Yun smiled deepened. At Qingyang University, in dormitory 415, where Zheng Hai, the head of the External Relations Department, resided. Lin Yun, Wang Shui, and their companion, Pangzi, were gathered at the door. After returning to school from Huading Group, Pangzi learned of Lin Yun's intention to confront Zheng Hai and was eager to witness Zheng Hai's discomfiture. Thus, he accompanied them. Pangzi, knock on the door, Lin Yun instructed. Right away, Pangzi nodded and hurriedly approached the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Came a voice from within, followed by the door creaking open. Inside were 4 individuals, and Lin Yun quickly spotted Zheng Hai among them. Oh, it's you 3. Zheng Hai exclaimed as he leaped off the bed and approached. What brings you here? Have you come to plead for mercy, thinking the task was insurmountable? He chuckled. Wang Shui's voice turned icy as she retorted. Zheng Hai, you are mistaken. We have already secured the sponsorship funds. What? You claim to have acquired the sponsorship funds? Zheng Hai was taken aback, and then erupted into laughter. Ha! You are hilarious that I issued the task less than 3 hours ago. And you assert that you have already obtained the sponsorship. Do you take me for a fool? Zheng Hai, of course, could not believe that they could amass 200,000 in such a short span. To him, it seemed utterly preposterous that I understand you may not believe me. However, allow me to show you. Lin Yun replied with a smile. He then placed his briefcase on the table. With a click, he opened it, revealing stacks of 100 yuan bills nestled inside. 20 stacks in total. The previously jovial expression on Zheng Hai's face vanished as he gaped at the piles of money with incredulity. This must be counterfeit. Kid, using counterfeit currency is a crime, Zheng Hai shouted. Even with the money laid out before him, he was unwilling to accept the truth. Whether it is real or not, feel free to inspect it. Lin Yun replied, crossing his arms. Zheng Hai wasted no time and began counting the bills. As he continued, the smile on his face faded, and his expression grew increasingly grim. To his shock, he discovered that every single bill was authentic. Zheng Hai, how does it feel to know the truth? Lin Yun asked with a smirk. Where on earth did you acquire such a sum? Zheng Hai asked, his face paling. Wang Shui responded, naturally, we secured it through sponsorship. No, that is impossible. What could compel anyone to sponsor you 20,000? I suspect this money was stolen or obtained through nefarious means. Zheng Hai barked. Steal? Rob? You make it sound so simple, Lin Yun scoffed. Wang Shui added, Zheng Hai, we have reached a sponsorship agreement with Huading Group. This money is from them. What? Huading Group? How could that be? They are far too prestigious. They wouldn't waste their time on you. You probably couldn't even enter their doors. You are merely boasting. Zheng Hai's voice grew shrill. Brother Yun, this scoundrel won't believe it until he faces the consequences. Make sure he understands, Pongzi interjected. Lin Yun nodded and then produced a copy of the agreement. Zheng Hai, open your eyes wide and behold. This is our sponsorship agreement with Huading Group, complete with their official seal. No fakes here. With a thud, Lin Yun slammed the document onto the table in front of Zheng Hai. Zheng Hai hastily picked it up. Huading Group. Upon seeing the official seal, Zheng Hai's hands trembled, causing the document to slip from his grasp. The glaring red seal was stamped prominently, and despite his reluctance to accept it, he had no choice but to believe it. You actually secured sponsorship from Huading Group, and in just 3 hours. How did you manage that? Zheng Hai's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. This was Huading Group, a formidable entity. The very idea of soliciting their sponsorship for their university's sports event was beyond his wildest dreams. The most astonishing aspect was that from the moment the task was assigned, a mere 3 hours had elapsed, and they had drawn in such a colossal corporation. The thought of it sent shivers down Zheng Hai's spine. How we accomplished this is of no concern to you, is it? Furthermore, were you not the one who insisted that sponsorship must come from reputable companies? I believe Huading Group qualifies as sufficiently reputable, Lin Yun replied with a sly smile. Fine, I concede that you are impressive. Zheng Hai gritted his teeth, his face a mask of displeasure. Though he found it utterly unbelievable, he was compelled to acknowledge the reality of the situation. Just then, an idea struck Zheng Hai. Since you have completed the task, hand over the money and the agreement. Wang Shui, you performed admirably. Rest assured, I will commend you in our External Relations Department meeting, Zheng Hai said with a grin as he reached for the briefcase filled with cash and the agreement. Stop right there, Lin Yun interjected, blocking Zheng Hai from taking the money and documents. What are you doing? I am the head of the External Relations Department, and Wang Shui is under my authority. Since she has completed the task, the funds and agreement rightfully belong to me, Zheng Hai argued assertively. That is not your concern. She will report it herself, Lin Yun retorted with a cold smile. Lin Yun could easily surmise Zheng Hai's ulterior motives, and he had no intention of relinquishing the money to him. That he then turned to his companions. Pongzi, Wang Shui, secure the money and the agreement. Pongzi promptly stowed away the briefcase, while Wang Shui carefully tucked away the agreement. You? Zheng Hai fumed with frustration. Enough of your stammering. It is time for us to settle accounts, Lin Yun declared with a smirk. Pongzi eagerly chimed in, yes. You made a bet with my brother, and now we have a result. Pongzi had come along specifically to witness Zheng Hai fulfill his wager. The moment Zheng Hai heard the mention of the bet, His expression shifted dramatically, that he was well aware of the terms of their wager. When he had initially made the bet with Lin Yun, he was confident that Lin Yun and Wang Shui would never manage to secure 200,000 in a single day. His certainty in winning had emboldened him to wager, even going so far as to boast that if he lost, he would live-stream his humiliation on the school forum. And now, it was evident that he had lost. Indeed, Zhenghai, our wager has reached a conclusion. According to the terms, you must live-stream your humiliation on our school forum. It is time for you to fulfill your end of the bargain, Lin Yun said nonchalantly. Upon hearing Lin Yun demand that he uphold the bet, Zhenghai's facial muscles twitched violently. At that moment, I was merely jesting with you. I did not take it seriously, stammered Zhenghai. Would he? Zhenghai, ever consider live-streaming himself consuming excrement on the school forum? Absolutely not. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yun was instantly incensed. Bang! He slammed his palm onto the table before him and, with a thunderous voice, bellowed, "Are you jesting with me? Do you think I can be easily deceived? Zhenghai, I lay it down here. You must honor this wager. Do not even think about weaseling out." Ever since Lin Yun became the grandson of Lu Zhizhong, no one could ever pull a fast one on him again. Kid, who the hell do you think you are? Just a shabby little wretch, shouting at me. I'm the esteemed head of the student union's external relations department. What do you think you amount to? Zhenghai shouted back, showing no fear of Lin Yun. Did I, Zhenghai, stand by my words? If I do not fulfill my promise, what can you do about it? Zhenghai's face was a mask of arrogance. That it would be best if you honored your commitment yourself. If you do not, then I shall have to assist you in doing so, Lin Yun replied, narrowing his eyes, his tone frigid. Assist me in fulfilling it? I am eager to see how you plan to do that. Zhenghai laughed heartily. Zhenghai, confident in his status as the head of the student union, showed no signs of trepidation towards Lin Yun at that moment. His three roommates, who shared the same dormitory, leaped from their beds and stood behind Zhenghai, glaring menacingly at Lin Yun and his companions. This is my dormitory. You three better get the hell out, or do not blame me for being rude. Zhenghai barked loudly. The three behind him cracked their knuckles, ready to pounce should Lin Yun and his friends refuse to leave. Brother Yun, what should we do? Shall we fight them? The chubby one asked, cracking his knuckles. Lin Yun coldly chuckled. Fighting is not something I engage in. Let us leave first. Fighting is a task for hired hands. And Lin Yun, now a top-tier scion of wealth, had no need for such menial labor. After speaking, he led the chubby one and Wang Shui towards the exit of the dormitory. Humph, I thought you were something special. Turns out you're just leaving. Who do you think you are challenging me? Humph, you pathetic bunch. Zhenghai sneered, his head held high, a smug smile plastered across his face as he watched Lin Yun and the others depart. You three listen well. You have offended me today, and I will ensure you understand the grave consequences of crossing me. Zhenghai proclaimed, puffing up with self-importance, believing that dealing with three insignificant wretches would be a trivial matter. Suddenly, Lin Yun halted, turning to face Zhenghai. Zhenghai, do you truly believe this matter is settled? Trust me. I will ensure you fulfill your wager, Lin Yun said, a peculiar smile crossing his lips, sending shivers down spines. After leaving that statement, Lin Yun continued on with the chubby one and Wang Shui out of the dormitory. Once outside the male dormitory, the chubby one asked anxiously, Brother Yun, are we just going to let it go? Zhenghai's smugness is infuriating. Of course not. A wager made with me, Lin Yun, cannot simply be dismissed. Lin Yun replied with a cold laugh. Upon hearing this, Wang Shui voiced her concerns. Lin Yun, let's just drop it. After all, Zhenghai is the head of the student union's external relations department, that we cannot contend with him. It is already quite fortunate that we managed to get him into trouble today. Besides, I can always resign from the student union. I have no desire to remain in it anyway. Do not worry. I have my own plans. Lin Yun smiled, already formulating a strategy after exiting the male dormitory. Lin Yun took Wang Shui directly to the office of the teacher in charge of the student union. Director Qi, here is the sponsorship amount I secured for the Winter Games, totaling 200,000. Wang Shui placed the sum and the sponsorship agreement on Director Qi's desk. Wang Shui, you actually managed to secure 200,000 in sponsorship. Remarkable, Director Qi exclaimed, astonished, before giving Wang Shui a thumbs up. She was well aware of the challenges involved in acquiring such a substantial sponsorship. Following this, Director Qi picked up the sponsorship agreement, eager to discover which company was so generous. Huading Group. Upon seeing the name, Director Chi's expression turned to one of disbelief. Gulps. Wang Shui, you managed to secure sponsorship from Huading Group? She stammered, unable to contain her astonishment. The mere thought of the prestigious Huading Group sponsoring their school's winter games was beyond her imagination. Moreover, having Huading Group support their school was an exceptionally honorable achievement. Director Chi, I was just lucky, Wang Shui said with a gentle smile. Regardless, this is a significant accomplishment. Wang Shui, as a reward, I will help you obtain this year's first-class scholarship and outstanding student award. In addition to promoting you to deputy head of the External Relations Department, Director Chi announced. Director Chi, I must resign from the student union due to personal reasons, Wang Shui suddenly stated. Director Chi expressed her surprise at Wang Shui's decision to leave the student union and attempted to persuade her to stay. However, after Wang Shui's persistent refusals, she ultimately succeeded in resigning. The reason for Wang Shui's departure was straightforward. She had become disillusioned with the corrupt nature of the student union. Upon exiting the office, Wang Shui said, Lin Yun, thank you for your tremendous help today. As promised, I would like to treat you to dinner. Why not come over to my house tonight? I will cook for you. How does that sound? Wang Shui smiled sweetly to your house. Lin Yun paused for a moment. Upon hearing Wang Shui invite him to her home, Lin Yun was somewhat taken aback that he had initially thought that Wang Shui meant dining out at a restaurant. However, he favored the latter option, going to Wang Shui's house to enjoy her home-cooked meal. Moreover, the thought of visiting her home in the evening inevitably stirred one's imagination. What, are you unwilling? Wang Shui pouted. Of course not, I would be delighted. Lin Yun quickly responded with a smile that in the past, Wang Shui had been like a goddess in Lin Yun's eyes, someone he felt he could never match. Now, to receive an invitation from this goddess to her home for a meal she would personally prepare filled him with astonishment. All right, it's settled then. We'll meet at the school gate at 6:30. Wang Shui beamed. Chapter 27, Live Broadcast. Inside Lin Yun's dormitory. Boss, that scoundrel Zheng Hai is not keeping his word. He lost the wager yet refuses to honor it. How do you plan to deal with him? The chubby one inquired with curiosity. Lin Yun's lips curled into a slight smile. Evil must be met with greater evil, that if he is wicked, I shall be even more so. I have already made arrangements. Just wait and see. Soon, there will be a post on our school's forum broadcasting him eating excrement. While returning to the dormitory, Lin Yun had already set everything in motion. Wow, really? The chubby one exclaimed, eyes wide with anticipation. Meanwhile, in the male dormitory within room 415, Zheng Hai had just hung up the phone, but he had contacted several other departments within the student union, requesting their assistance in making things difficult for Lin Yun and Wang Shui. Damn it, how dare that Wang Shui and those two little brats challenge me? Zheng Hai. They're merely daydreaming. Just wait, soon they will be driven to the point of dropping out. Zheng Hai sneered disdainfully. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Zheng Hai approached and opened it. As soon as the door swung open, 6 burly men surged into the room. Who are you? Zheng Hai demanded, taken aback by the sudden intrusion. Shut your mouth. One of the men in black exclaimed, delivering a swift kick that sent Zheng Hai sprawling to the floor. Immediately, 2 of the men seized Zheng Hai, dragging him towards the dormitory restroom. The remaining 4 men rushed to Zheng Hai's 3 roommates, pressing knives against their throats to restrain them, ensuring they could neither assist Zheng Hai nor contact the outside world. These 3 roommates, merely college students, were understandably terrified and dared not act out against the blades at their throats. Inside the restroom, Zheng Hai's face turned pale as he demanded, Who are you? We are here to assist you. One of the men in black replied, Assist me. Zheng Hai was momentarily taken aback. Yes, assist you in live-streaming yourself eating excrement. The 2 men grinned wickedly. What? Zheng Hai's eyes widened in horror upon hearing this. Back in Lin Yun's dormitory, damn. Brother Yin, you need to check the forum. It's really happening. The chubby one exclaimed, jumping to his feet in excitement. Did I S it up? Lin Yun grinned, then opened the forum on his phone. Sure enough, a post titled Live Broadcast. Eating excrement appeared on the school forum. Accompanying the post was a video featuring none other than Zheng Hai. Lin Yun clicked the video, and the scene was, to put it mildly, quite revolting, given that it was indeed a live stream of someone eating excrement. After watching a couple of moments and confirming its authenticity, Lin Yun promptly closed the video. He had no interest in viewing something so disgusting. Brother Yun, the video is truly repulsive, but the comments below are utterly delightful. Ha, that scoundrel Shanghai is in for a world of hurt. Let's see how he manages to maintain his standing in school after this. The chubby one exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. Did I ask that so? Let me take a look, Lin Yun said as he began to peruse the comments beneath the post. Perhaps due to the alluring title, the post had garnered a significant amount of attention and replies within just 2 minutes of being posted. No way. Did they really do it? Am I seeing things? I thought this was just clickbait. EW, that is so disgusting. I never anticipated that someone would actually livestream such a thing. It makes me want to vomit. Incredible, incredible, incredible. The host is simply amazing. How dare he livestream such a thing? Damn. Isn't that the External Relations Department of the Student Council? Is he really live streaming eating feces? He must be desperate for fame. Indeed, this is Zheng Hai from the External Relations Department of the Student Council. He is my idol, and I can't believe he would engage in such antics. My admiration for him has crumbled in an instant. Ugh. I'm currently trying to enjoy my meal. Lin Yun scrolled down to take a look. In just a few minutes, the views and comments were skyrocketing, with discussions erupting everywhere. Zheng Hai, you are truly playing with fire. Lin Yun wore a chilling smile. The 6 burly men were, of course, arranged by Lu Bo after Lin Yun made a phone call to him. The chubby fellow suddenly remarked, by the way, Lin Ge, do you think the forum's moderator and administrators will delete this post? Indeed. Lin Yun nodded in realization. He hadn't considered this aspect until now. What should we do then? If they delete it, it would be such a pity, the chubby one said. Lin Yun smiled. No worries, I have a plan. What plan? The chubby one asked curiously. There is no problem that money cannot solve. If it can't be solved, it simply means there isn't enough money. Lin Yun replied with a grin, simultaneously concocting an even more cunning maneuver. He promptly sent a private message to the moderator of the Qingyang University Forum. Inside a certain dormitory, Xiaoyang, the moderator of the Qingyang University Forum, also noticed the post titled Livestream Eating Feces. How absurd! How could such a video be posted? Xiaoyang shook his head while preparing to delete the post. Just then, he received a private message from a user named XX.XX. Hello, moderator, please do not delete the post titled Livestream Eating Feces, and rather, kindly pin it. Upon reading this message, moderator Xiaoyang immediately replied, Are you out of your mind? Why should I not delete it? Why should I listen to you about pinning it? XX, because I can give you money. Moderator Xiaoyang was momentarily speechless at this reply. It was quite a compelling answer. XX. 500,000. Pin this post, is that enough? 500,000? Gulp. Gulp. Upon seeing that figure, moderator Xiaoyang couldn't help but swallow hard. That was undoubtedly a fortune for him. Even if he shared some with the other moderators, he would still retain a substantial amount. After pondering for a moment, Xiaoyang replied, You can't be messing with me, can you? How can I trust you? XX. It's simple, just send me your bank account number. Enchanted by the allure of 500,000, Xiaoyang ultimately sent his bank account number, thinking, what if this person could actually give him that much money? Then he'd be set for life. For a university student like him, that amount was indeed a small fortune. Ding. Your industrial and commercial bank account, ending in 8221, has received a transfer of 500.00 yuan. Meanwhile, in Lin Yun's dormitory, Yungu, not only was the post not deleted, but it was even pinned. The chubby fellow, who was closely monitoring the situation, exclaimed in astonishment that he then looked up at Lin Yun. Yungu. This couldn't possibly be your doing, could it? Yes, as I mentioned, there is no problem that money cannot resolve. Lin Yun chuckled. Amazing. Ha, Yungu, your maneuver is simply brilliant. The chubby fellow gave Lin Yun a thumbs up with a smile. I believe Zheng Hai is thoroughly ruined this time. Lin Yun remarked. The post livestream eating feces being pinned on the forum quickly spread like wildfire throughout Qingyang University. Moreover, the news swiftly transitioned from online to offline. In the dormitory corridor, hey, did you see? Someone is live streaming eating feces on the forum. Is that for real? Must be a prank. No, it's real. I've seen it, and the protagonist is from the External Relations Department. Damn, I have to check this out. This is too novel. At the school library, while someone is live streaming eating feces on the forum, everyone hurry to watch. What a Zheng Hai, he was my appa. This has completely shattered his image in my eyes. Such scenes were unfolding across various locations in the school. This sensational news was undoubtedly very intriguing to bored university students, leading it to spread like an epidemic throughout the campus that I in Zhenghai's dormitory. At this moment, the 6 burly men had already left the premises. Haigu, the post has already been circulated in the forum. What should we do? A slender roommate asked anxiously. Of course, we need to contact the moderator and have him delete it. If this gets out, how will I ever show my face again? Zhenghai exclaimed, stamping his feet in distress. Without delay, Zhenghai quickly pulled out his phone to call the moderator, as he knew the moderator and had his number. However, after trying several times, he found that the moderator was not answering. Damn, why isn't he picking up? Zhenghai was furious and smashed his phone to the ground. That if Zhenghai knew that the moderator had accepted Lin Yun's bribe, he would certainly understand why the moderator was ignoring his calls. Chapter 28. A grievous injustice. Haigu. There have already been over 400 replies to the post, and the numbers are still rapidly increasing. I'm afraid this matter will soon become known to the entire school, the slender roommate reported. Shut up! Shut up! Zhenghai bellowed at the slender one. At that moment, Zhenghai's eyes turned red. He was on the brink of exploding with rage. If this incident became widely known, how would he ever face anyone again? Zhenghai felt as if he were about to go insane. Damn it! Lin Yun, Wang Shui, it must be you too. You are definitely involved in this. If you dare to ruin me, I will make you pay. Zhenghai shouted frantically at T6:20 in the evening, at the entrance of Qingyang University. Lin Yun, over here. Wang Shui, standing at the entrance, waved sweetly at Lin Yun. You're here so early, Lin Yun said as he approached Wang Shui. Their agreed meeting time was 6:30, and with 10 minutes to spare, Lin Yun had planned to arrive early. He expected Wang Shui to arrive before him. I was afraid you would have to wait long. Wang Shui smiled softly upon hearing this. Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback. Her words struck him deeply. Wang Shui, it is truly rare to find a girl who is as considerate and thoughtful as you. Lin Yun couldn't help but remark that in his previous relationship with Fei Fei, he would always arrive early for their dates, while she would often arrive late, sometimes even more than half an hour late. She would even go so far as to claim that it was normal for girls to be half an hour late for dates, and that boys should wait. Now reflecting on it, Lin Yun found that Wang Shui and Fei Fei were incomparable. Wang Shui was considerate enough to arrive early, fearing that he might have to wait. She truly was a thoughtful girl. Upon hearing Lin Yun's compliment about her thoughtfulness, Wang Shui's cheeks flushed. Let's go. I'm really looking forward to your cooking skills, Lin Yun said with a smile. Wang Shui usually took the bus home as it was the most economical mode of transportation. So Lin Yun accompanied her on the bus. Having once been a poor student who frequently took the bus home, Lin Yun was naturally accustomed to it. On the bus, Wang Shui suddenly tugged at Lin Yun's shirt and giggled. Lin Yun, that livestream post by Zhenghai on the forum, it couldn't possibly be related to you, right? Wang Shui knew that the livestream eating feces was a bet Lin Yun had made with Zhenghai, and the sudden appearance of the livestream post made it impossible for her to believe that Zhenghai would willingly do it. On the contrary, it seemed more likely that Zhenghai would resist with all his might. So, who could have coerced Zhenghai into doing such a livestream? Wang Shui could only think of Lin Yun. You saw it too? Lin Yun smiled. I really don't want to see that kind of video. I'm afraid I won't be able to eat afterward. But the video has gone viral in the school, so of course I know, Wang Shui replied. After a pause, she curiously asked, Lin Yun, I'm really curious. What on earth did you do to make Zhenghai actually go through with such a live stream? That must have been quite difficult. Well, that's a secret. Lin Yun grinned that he didn't want to reveal his true identity to Wang Shui, so he couldn't disclose the methods he used. The reason Lin Yun wished to keep his identity hidden was quite simple. He feared that if Wang Shui learned of his true identity, it might create a sense of distance due to reverence. More importantly, he wanted to interact with Wang Shui from a very ordinary standpoint, as such a friendship would be the most genuine and precious. All right, Wang Shui said, sensing Lin Yun's reluctance to share and not pressing further, though she increasingly felt that Lin Yun might harbor some secrets. The bus ride was slow and bumpy, taking over an hour to reach Wang Shui's home. Wang Shui's residence was located in an old neighborhood dating back to the 1990s. Upon entering the community, Wang Shui asked, Lin Yun, I initially intended to take you out to eat, but since we're having home-cooked meals, I hope you don't mind. That it wasn't that Wang Shui didn't want to take Lin Yun to a restaurant. She simply couldn't afford it. Of course not. I prefer home-cooked meals. It's much more heartfelt when you prepare it yourself. Isn't it? Lin Yun smiled. Wang Shui nodded, feeling relieved. We're almost there. She pointed ahead. Upon arriving at Wang Shue's doorstep, the door of the neighboring house abruptly swung open, that a middle-aged woman clad in a nightgown emerged. Clutching a bag of trash, evidently on her way to dispose of it, Wang Shui, why have you brought a stranger home? The woman scrutinized Lin Yun from head to toe. Aunt Li, he is my classmate. Wang Shui replied. Your classmate? I don't think so. He looks more like a guest. Wang Shui, this is highly inappropriate. How can you bring a guest home? The woman adopted a condescending tone, as if to instruct the younger generation. Upon hearing such remarks, Wang Shui became visibly agitated. Aunt Li, how dare you slander me? I am not that kind of person, Wang Shui retorted, her face a picture of grievance. Lin Yun furrowed his brow as well. While he could tolerate the woman's insults directed at him, her insinuation towards Wang Shui was intolerable. Wang Shui, stop defending yourself. I know you entertain for money. Aunt Li understands your situation, the middle-aged woman said, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Wang Shui, feeling increasingly wronged, felt tears welling in her eyes. Lin Yun could no longer stand by. How can you speak like that? You must be aware that you are tarnishing a young woman's reputation. And yet you continue. Lin Yun frowned at the middle-aged woman. You dare speak to me in that tone. Do you know what kind of person my daughter is? The woman shot back, glaring at Lin Yun with arrogance. I don't care who your daughter is. You would do well not to provoke me, for the consequences would be dire, Lin Yun replied, narrowing his eyes at her. Dire consequences? Huh. That's laughable. You, with your pitiful appearance, dare to make such threats? The woman sneered, surveying Lin Yun with disdain, clearly dismissing him as a mere pauper. Wang Shui, don't stoop to her level, Wang Shui urged Lin Yun, although she felt deeply wronged. She had endured such indignities over the years and managed to maintain her composure. Had it not been for Wang Shui's intervention, Lin Yun would have relished the opportunity to slap the middle-aged woman. Yet the woman persisted. Wang Shui, you and our Ling Ling are the same age, but you are truly inferior in comparison. Our Ling Ling has already ascended to a managerial position. Just look at yourself. She continued with her patronizing tone. Her words were clearly intended to boast about her daughter, while belittling Wang Shui. Aunt Li, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Wang Shui said through clenched teeth as she retrieved her keys to open the door, not wishing to engage further with the woman. At that moment, another figure appeared in the doorway of the middle-aged woman's home. Lin Yun took a closer look and saw a young woman, heavily made up, in high heels and clad in revealing attire, exuding a certain allure. Darling, are you getting ready for work? The middle-aged woman smiled at the young woman, who was evidently her daughter. Ling Ling, upon spotting Wang Shui and Lin Yun, Ling Ling paused for a moment before grinning. Oh, Wang Shui, you've brought your boyfriend home. He's not my boyfriend, the middle-aged woman interjected sarcastically. Ling Ling giggled. Mom, don't say that. This guy looks so shabby that you're right, the mother agreed, nodding. Ling Ling then turned to Wang Shui with a disdainful smile. Wang Shui, we're friends after all, so let me give you a piece of advice. Don't date a poor guy like him. He has no future. Thank you for your concern, Ling Ling, but I can manage, Wang Shui replied coldly. Yet Ling Ling did not relent, continuing, Wang Shui, I know you're in need of money, don't think I'm being inconsiderate. I'm now the manager at the Love Bar, that if you're willing, you could work there as a hostess. With my support, earning 50 to 60,000 a month wouldn't be a problem. At this point, Wang Shui had already opened the door. Thank you, but no, she said, and then turned to Lin Yun. Let us go inside. After they entered, Lin Yun remarked, Wang Shui, they are your neighbors, yet their behavior is utterly despicable. He felt a surge of anger at the words of the mother and daughter duo. Actually, Ling Ling grew up with me. We were good friends and classmates, Wang Shui explained. Oh, really? Lin Yun appeared intrigued, finding it hard to believe Ling Ling could be a true friend given her behavior. Wang Shui lowered her head, recalling the past. In high school, Ling Ling had a boyfriend who once confessed his feelings to me in secret. After I rejected him, he told Ling Ling that I was trying to seduce him. She came over and scolded me without listening to my explanation, and from that day on, she severed ties with me. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun began to understand. Wang Shui continued, since that day, she and her mother have often insulted me, spreading rumors about me. Especially after Ling Ling became a bar manager, her mother took even more delight in ridiculing me, saying I could never measure up to her daughter. As Wang Shui recounted this, her eyes reddened and tears threatened to spill over. Damn it. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes, a flicker of anger igniting within him. Wang Shui, a mere young woman, bore the brunt of such unfounded humiliation, and Lin Yun felt indignant on her behalf. He resolved to assist Wang Shui in any way he could. All right, let us not dwell on this. I invited you over for dinner, so let us focus on something happier. Please take a seat, Wang Shui urged, wiping away her tears and forcing a smile. As she gestured for Lin Yun to sit on an old sofa. He took in his surroundings. Wang Shui's home was modest and worn, but impeccably tidy. By the way, Wang Shui, where are your parents? Lin Yun inquired, noticing their absence. My father passed away early, and my mother. She is currently bedridden, Wang Shui replied, her gaze cast downward. Lin Yun was taken aback. Wang Shui also came from a single-parent family, having lost her father at a young age. Lin Yun, too, shared a similar background. Let me take you to meet my mother, Wang Shui said, leading Lin Yun into a bedroom. On the bed lay a gaunt, pale woman, clearly unwell. It was evident that this bedridden woman was Wang Shui's mother. Lin Yun felt a pang in his heart upon seeing her. Mom, this is my classmate Lin Yun, Wang Shui said, mustering a smile, perhaps aiming to shield her mother from her own troubles. Hello, dear student. I'm sorry I cannot rise to welcome you, Wang Shui's mother said weakly. And no need to be so formal, Aunt, Lin Yun replied, also managing a smile. Shui, how was your day at school? Her mother inquired with concern. Don't worry, Mom. I'm doing well, Wang Shui responded, afraid to burden her mother with her grievances. That's good. Now, hurry and prepare a meal for your guest, her mother urged, forcing a pale smile. After exiting the bedroom, Lin Yun asked, Wang Shui, is your mother's condition serious? Why isn't she receiving treatment? Wang Shui lowered her head, her tone somber as she explained, It's impossible. The hospital fees and medical expenses are exorbitant, and I can't afford them. Even buying medicine at home each month is a struggle. Lin Yun's heart ached further upon hearing Wang Shui's words. She bore the weight of her family's hardships alone, with her mother bedridden and no father to rely on. You initially worked at the bar to cover medical expenses, didn't you? And your concern for the scholarship was also related to this, right? Lin Yun remarked, finally grasping her motives. Yes, Wang Shui nodded gently. You must have suffered greatly these past years. Lin Yun couldn't help but express that he felt a profound empathy for Wang Shui, understanding her struggles intimately, as he too came from a single-parent family, having lost his father early on. However, he was more fortunate. His mother was still able to work, and the burden of responsibility had not entirely fallen on him. Most importantly, he was the grandson of Lu Zhizhong. It has been tough, but I've managed, Wang Shui said, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. After a moment's contemplation, she added, If it weren't for my mother insisting that I complete my university education, I would have dropped out to work long ago. Lin Yun reflected on Wang Shui's experiences and the misfortune she had faced, feeling a surge of compassion for her. It was hard to imagine the trials she had endured. He marveled at her resilience in weathering such storms. It was precisely because Wang Shui had faced life's harsh realities that she stood out among her peers, displaying a maturity beyond her years. Wang Shui, trust me, everything will improve soon, Lin Yun said earnestly. Though Wang Shui faced misfortune, her encounter with Lin Yun would prove to be a stroke of luck amidst her struggles. Improve? I hope so, Wang Shui replied, gazing up at the ceiling, fully aware that turning her circumstances around would be an uphill battle. In her desperate quest to heal her ailing mother, the financial burden loomed insurmountably large over Wang Shui. Unless she resorted to dubious means, her future earnings post-graduation would scarcely suffice. Wang Shui had long since abandoned any extravagant hopes. All right, enough of that I shall prepare dinner, she declared, donning a smile to dispel the awkward atmosphere. With that, she busied herself in the kitchen while Lin Yun sat contemplatively in the modest living room. Lin Yun contemplated revealing his true identity and providing Wang Shui with a substantial sum to alleviate her financial woes. However, recalling the last time he offered her money, only for her to return it without hesitation, he felt apprehensive that she might refuse again. A different approach was necessary. Lin Yun murmured to himself, his mind already brimming with ideas. Before long, Wang Shui emerged from the kitchen with a spread of 3 dishes and a soup, all simple home-cooked fare. Yet for her, it was more than sufficient. Had it not been for Lin Yun's visit, she would not have prepared such an extravagant meal, deeming it wasteful. After plating a portion, she carried it to her mother's room. Here, Lin Yun, do try this, she said, flashing a playful smile. Absolutely. Lin Yun eagerly grabbed his chopsticks, Delicious, he exclaimed dramatically after tasting a bite. Seeing his exaggerated expression, Wang Shui couldn't help but stifle a giggle. Lin Yun. Must you be so over the top? My cooking isn't that remarkable. It truly is splendid. I speak from the heart when I say your culinary skills are exceptional. Lin Yun chuckled, genuinely impressed despite the simplicity of the dishes. With such talent, anyone would be fortunate to marry you, he remarked with a grin. Dio spare me the jest. With my circumstances and a sick mother, only a fool would consider marrying me. Wang Shui pouted. Not necessarily. What if a fool truly exists? Lin Yun laughed lightly. Well, if you genuinely enjoy my cooking, you're welcome to come over often. Wang Shui smiled. Wang Shui, we are merely classmates. That would be rather inappropriate for me to frequently mooch off you. And what if others misconstrue our relationship as romantic? Lin Yun replied with a laugh. Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept onto Wang Shui's cheeks. Chapter 30. The boldness of heart. Wang Shui lifted her head earnestly. I've grown accustomed to the gossip. It doesn't bother me. Besides, I believe we are not just classmates but friends as well. Wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. Lin Yun nodded with a smile. After their meal, Lin Yun suggested, Wang Shui, it's still early. Shall we venture out for some fun? His mind was already concocting a plan. Out. Where to? Wang Shui inquired, intrigued. To a bar. He replied succinctly, a bar. I'm not particularly fond of such places. Wang Shui shook her head, puzzled by Lin Yun's sudden suggestion. Worry not, Wang Shui. It's merely for enjoyment. I have no ulterior motives. Today, I'm helping you secure sponsorship. It's not unreasonable for me to ask this in return. Lin Yun smiled. Well, all right then. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Shui acquiesced. In her eyes, Lin Yun was not a bad person. Thus she chose to trust him. After informing her mother, the two hastily set out. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Love Bar, Wang Shui exclaimed, Lin Yun, we're coming here. Her surprise was palpable at the sight of the neon sign, as the daughter of her neighbor. Ling Ling managed this very bar. Indeed, this is the place, Lin Yun affirmed with a smile. Are you bringing me here because of Ling Ling? Wang Shui could not suppress her curiosity. Until this point, she had been unable to fathom Lin Yun's reasoning for suggesting a bar outing. However, upon seeing the sign, she began to piece together his intentions. That you're quite perceptive, Lin Yun remarked with a grin. Today, the unpleasant expressions of that middle-aged woman and her daughter, Ling Ling, who had mocked them at Wang Shui's doorstep, were still fresh in Lin Yun's memory. His purpose for coming here was straightforward, to restore Wang Shui's dignity and give her a sense of vindication. Lin Yun, I understand you wish to stand up for me, and I appreciate your kindness. However, since she is the manager here, if we seek trouble, it may not end well. Wang Shui voiced her concerns, anxious about the potential repercussions Lin Yun might face for her sake. Fear not. I have no intention of causing chaos. Lin Yun reassured her with a confident smile. With that, he strode boldly into the bar. Watching Lin Yun enter, Wang Shui's eyes brimmed with worry. Yet, as he had already crossed the threshold, she hurriedly followed. Upon entering, they were immediately engulfed by the deafening metal music. Lin Yun surveyed the scene. Patrons were gradually filling the bar. Welcome to Love Bar. How may we assist you? A male and female staff member approached them. We do like a private booth with a pleasant ambience. Lin Yun replied nonchalantly. Sir, private booths come with a minimum spend. The best ones require a minimum of 6,888 yuan. I suggest you sit at the bar or in the general seating area, the female staff member informed them. Meanwhile, the male staff member muttered derisively. These two country bumpkins think they can waltz in and demand a prime booth. How laughable. Having worked here for some time, the male staff member had learned to gauge customer spending power by their attire. Judging by Lin Yun and Wang Shui's modest clothing, he assumed they were unlikely to afford anything. Though he spoke quietly, Lin Yun overheard him. With a frown, Lin Yun stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to the male staff member's face. How dare this lowly bar worker mock him upon their first encounter? Lin Yun was not one to tolerate such disrespect. You hit me. The male staff member was taken aback. Indeed, I did. Now apologize for your earlier words. Lin Yun commanded coldly. Apologize? You must be mistaken. To dare strike someone in here, you have no idea what you're inviting. The male staff member retorted, clutching his face in anger. For him, if a wealthy patron had struck him, he would have accepted the blows without protest. But being hit by a seemingly impoverished youth, he could hardly endure it. Ling Ling, there is someone causing a ruckus at the entrance. The female staff member called into her walkie-talkie. Wang Shui, what should we do? Wang Shui's face reflected her anxiety and fear. She had not anticipated Lin Yun would resort to violence upon entering. After all, this was a bar, likely filled with security personnel. And she feared the consequences. That do not worry, Lin Yun assured her, his smile unwavering. That moment, a young woman, heavily made up and dressed provocatively, approached. She was none other than Ling Ling, the daughter of Wang Shui's neighbor. The very same who had mocked Lin Yun and Wang Shui earlier. Who is causing trouble? Who dares to fight in Love Bar? Ling Ling inquired loudly as she approached. Yes, this brat. The male staff member pointed at Lin Yun. You too, Wang Shui, what are you doing here? Have you decided to become a hostess at our bar? Ling Ling sneered, crossing her arms, her gaze filled with disdain. Is it wrong for us to come here as customers? Lin Yun retorted coolly. Ling Ling did not respond directly but asked, Wang Shui, this boy is your boyfriend. Isn't he? Indeed, I am her boyfriend. Is there an issue? Lin Yun interjected, pulling Wang Shui into an embrace before Ling Ling could respond. Wang Shui's body tensed at the unexpected gesture, yet she did not resist, allowing Lin Yun to hold her. Wang Shui, you are truly gullible that a mere impoverished boy has managed to win you over. Ling Ling scoffed, shaking her head. Ling Ling, who I choose to be with is none of your concern. Wang Shui mustered her courage to say, It is my concern when your boyfriend dares to strike someone here. With just a word from me, you both will be carried out today, Ling Ling declared, her demeanor brimming with arrogance. That's so? Lin Yun replied with a chilling smile. He then pulled out a wad of cash from his bag and addressed the male staff member whom he had slapped. This money should suffice for the slap you just received, yes? He waved the cash before the staff member. Indeed. Absolutely. The male staff member's eyes lit up at the sight of the money, estimating it to be at least 10,000 yuan. More than 2 months' salary. Earning this much for a single slap? He would gladly endure it. Immediately after, Lin Yun took out 2 stacks of cash and said, If you endure 2 more slaps, this money will still belong to you. Do you want it? Yes, please. The male staff member eagerly nodded. Without hesitation, Lin Yun approached the male staff member and delivered 2 resounding slaps, then tossed the money onto the ground. The male staff member quickly crouched down to pick up the money. For him, this was quite a profit. After collecting the cash, the male staff member respectfully apologized to Lin Yun, saying, Sir, I apologize for my previous lack of discernment. Please forgive me. Initially, the male staff member believed Lin Yun to be a mere pauper. But witnessing Lin Yun casually produce tens of thousands of dollars made him reconsider. He no longer dared to underestimate him. Lin Yun disregarded him and turned to Ling Ling, smiling. We both consented to this arrangement. It shouldn't violate any bar regulations, should it? Ling Ling was left speechless, her face turning slightly pale with anger, unable to fathom Lin Yun's audacity. Simultaneously, she felt a jolt of shock. She had assumed Lin Yun was a poor boy. Yet he could casually pull out tens of thousands that moment. Lin Yun's smile suddenly stiffened, and he coldly admonished Ling Ling. I'm asking you, one is willing to hit, and the other is willing to be hit. Does that violate the rules or not? Didn't you hear me? Answer me. Lin Yun's tone was imbued with an undeniable authority. Ling Ling trembled under Lin Yun's imposing presence, gritting her teeth before finally uttering 2 words. It doesn't count. Chapter 31. Accompanying the drinks since it doesn't count. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and take us to the VIP booth. Remember, it must be the best booth. Lin Yun's voice was not loud, yet it resonated with vigor. Ling Ling's face turned ashen. Was she to serve them? What do you mean by you? We are the guests. Do you understand how to serve guests? If you fail to serve us properly, I will immediately report you to your boss. Do you comprehend? Lin Yun said coldly. Upon hearing this, Ling Ling's expression grew increasingly grim. She understood that if Lin Yun truly spent tens of thousands here, she would have to adopt a favorable attitude in serving him. Otherwise, her boss would undoubtedly hold her accountable for any complaints Lin Yun might make. Moreover, having just witnessed Lin Yun effortlessly toss out tens of thousands, it was evident he had the capacity to spend over 1,000. I ask you if you understand. Are you deaf and cannot hear? Answer me. Lin Yun continued to scold her. I understand. Ling Ling, though deeply displeased, could only force a smile. Since you understand, why are you not leading the way? Lin Yun pressed on. All right, I will lead you now, Ling Ling replied, her forced smile still in place. She then guided Lin Yun and Wang Shui to the VIP booth. Soon, Ling Ling led them to a booth and, once seated, Lin Yun waved her off to fetch drinks. Ling Ling nodded with a strained smile before departing. After walking a short distance, her expression darkened. Damn, this Wang Shui's boyfriend, who looks like a pauper, can casually produce tens of thousands. Ling Ling gritted her teeth in anger. Typically, when seeing Wang Shui, Ling Ling would flaunt her superiority, and her greatest pleasure was witnessing Wang Shui's struggles. However, Lin Yun's recent rebuke in front of Wang Shui left her feeling humiliated, and there was nothing she could do about it. I see you flaunting your wealth. You might have a little money, but you think you can show off in front of me. Dream on. I will ensure you pay the price. Ling Ling muttered angrily, already devising a plan to teach Lin Yun a lesson. Boy, you think you are wealthy. Let's see just how wealthy you are. Ling Ling squinted her eyes. That AS for Wang Shui. She would never outshine me. Ling Ling's gaze was venomous. Meanwhile, at the booth, Lin Yun, where did you get all that money? Wang Shui could not help but ask. Did I not tell you last time? I won second prize in the lottery, a good several $100,000. Lin Yun replied with a smile, but you shouldn't spend it like that. It's too wasteful, Wang Shui said seriously to Tio Wang Shui. Even a few thousand was an immense amount, yet Lin Yun had just casually tossed out tens of thousands of its fine, as long as it makes Ling Ling suffer. It's worth it, Lin Yun said with a smile. Frankly, tens of thousands were mere pocket change to Lin Yun. His grandfather had recently given him 100 million as pocket money. After a pause, Lin Yun continued with a smile. So, how does it feel to see Ling Ling get her comeuppance? Is it any better? It's okay, but you were really fierce just now, Wang Shui giggled, covering her mouth. Her laughter like a sweet melody. Truth be told, over the years, Ling Ling had continuously mocked Wang Shui, and she had never seen Ling Ling suffer until now. You must be a bit fierce when dealing with malicious people, right? Lin Yun chuckled. After a brief pause, he added with a smile, if you haven't vented all your frustrations yet, don't worry. This was just the beginning. The best is yet to come. Before long, Ling Ling returned with several waiters. Each waiter carried high-end liquor, red wine, fruit platters, and snacks, placing them all on the table. The liquor was top-shelf Louis XIII, and the red wine was also Premier Lafite, totaling over 200,000. Why did Ling Ling serve such expensive drinks? The reason was simple, to deliberately provoke Lin Yun. Her plan was straightforward. Bring out the most expensive drinks, and if Lin Yun refused to consume them, she could mock him for not being able to afford them, thereby humiliating him. But if Lin Yun accepted, all the better. She could make him spend heavily in Ling Ling's eyes. Lin Yun was merely a person with a little money, and this 200,000 would undoubtedly be a burden for him. She even speculated that Lin Yun might not have enough to cover such an expense. If that were the case, it would be perfect for her to settle the score with him. Once everything was set, enjoy at your leisure, Ling Ling said with a forced smile, particularly emphasizing the word enjoy. After speaking, she prepared to leave. Wait, don't go. Lin Yun called out to Ling Ling, what is it? Do you need something? Ling Ling turned to face him. You come here and pour the drinks. Lin Yun waved his hand nonchalantly. Ling Ling frowned. What did you say? You want me to pour drinks? Sorry, I'm the manager. Not a drink server. If you want a drink server, I can get you one. No, I specifically want you to serve drinks. Lin Yun said with a playful smile. Did I in your dreams? Ling Ling retorted fiercely. I'm sorry, but you have no right to refuse. If you do, I will have to call your boss. Lin Yun replied with a cold laugh. Feel free to call. Do you think I'm afraid of that? I'm not a drink server, and even if you call the boss, it won't matter. Ling Ling finally erupted, turning to leave. For Ling Ling, being ordered to serve Lin Yun and Wang Shui was an utter humiliation. If that were to happen, Wang Shui could mock her as a drink server. Thus, she would never allow it to happen. Don't worry, I assure you, you will be willing. Lin Yun coldly smiled at Ling Ling's retreating figure. Bastard, bastard. You actually want me to be a drink server? After walking a distance, Ling Ling clenched her fists. Humph, enjoy your moment. When it comes time to settle the bill with exorbitant charges, let's see what you do. Ling Ling thought, her mood improving slightly. On the other side, after Ling Ling left, Lin Yun directly tipped another waiter, instructing him to summon the boss. Once the waiter departed, Wang Shui said seriously, Lin Yun, maybe you should let it go. I'm already satisfied that you made Ling Ling suffer. In Wang Shui's eyes, anyone who could run such a bar must be a formidable figure. and she feared that escalating the situation might harm Lin Yun. "Don't worry, everything is under control." Lin Yun smiled. He then poured a glass of red wine, saying, "Wang Shui, this is top-notch red wine. Give it a try." About 5 minutes later, a portly middle-aged man appeared before Lin Yun. "Hello, my name is Wu Sang, the owner of this bar. May I ask what brings you two to me?" The middle-aged man, Wu Sang, inquired. Initially, Wu Sang had no intention of coming. After all, as the owner, he rarely met customers. However, upon hearing that the two had ordered over 200,000 worth of drinks, he decided to make an appearance. Lin Yun took a sip of his drink and replied nonchalantly, "Mr. Wu, I would like your manager, Ling Ling, to come and serve drinks." "Sir, Ling Ling is the manager, not a drink server. That if you wish for someone to serve drinks, I can arrange for several more suitable drink servers than her." "How does that sound?" Wu Sang smiled. Lin Yun placed his wine glass down, produced a bank card, and placed it on the table, stating calmly, "No, I specifically want her to serve drinks. This is a Diamond VIP card from our establishment." Wu Sang's eyes widened in shock. He immediately recognized the bank card Lin Yun had produced. Upon seeing this card, Wu Sang was filled with astonishment, and his demeanor towards Lin Yun shifted to one of respect. He knew that to obtain this card, one must deposit at least 10 million. Furthermore, the issuance of such cards was limited. Acquiring one required not only wealth but also status, something Wu Sang himself had been unable to achieve. In other words, the mere fact that Lin Yun could present this card was sufficient to ascertain that Lin Yun's wealth, status, and position likely surpassed his own. Such a person indicated that even he could not afford to offend them. "What do you think, boss? Were you able to fulfill my request?" Lin Yun remarked nonchalantly. Chapter 32. A kiss. "Of course, I can. Rest assured, sir, I will attend to it right away," Wu Sang replied with a forced smile. Nodding repeatedly, he then turned to a waiter and instructed, "Go. Quickly fetch Ling Ling." "Yes, Wu Zong." The waiter nodded and hurriedly dashed away. Observing this exchange, Wang Shui felt a wave of confusion wash over her. She had witnessed Lin Yun present a card, and suddenly the boss's demeanor had shifted to one of utmost respect. However, Wang Shui did not recognize the Diamond VIP card. To her, it appeared merely as an aesthetically pleasing bank card. Had she known its significance, her confusion would have dissipated. Once the waiter departed, Wu Sang, wearing a broad smile, inquired, "May I ask your esteemed surname, sir?" "My name is Lin Yun." Lin Yun replied coolly. "Lin Yun?" Wu Sang murmured, as the name rang a bell, though he could not quite recall the specifics. Just then, Ling Ling approached briskly. "Boss," she greeted Wu Sang with a beaming smile. That moment, Ling Ling exuded confidence, having secured the position of bar manager due to her clandestine liaison with Wu Sang. "Ling Ling, tonight you have but one task: to attend to these two esteemed guests," Wu Sang said with a grin. Ling Ling was taken aback. "Wu Zong, you want me to accompany them? I am a manager, not a hostess," she retorted, anger flaring in her eyes. "That I am well aware of that. Just endure this once, all right?" Wu Sang replied with a chuckle, "I refuse." Ling Ling pouted defiantly. For her, the thought of serving Wang Shui in such a capacity was utterly unacceptable. Wu Sang's expression darkened at her response. "Ling Ling, do not overstep your bounds. I shall say this once more. Tonight, you will comply and serve as a hostess," he commanded coldly. "Wu Zong, why do you favor them? Look at their attire. They surely cannot possess much wealth. Perhaps just a little." Ling Ling countered. Slap. Before she could finish her sentence, Wu Sang delivered a sharp slap across her face. Stunned, Ling Ling stared at Wu Sang in disbelief. She had never expected him to strike her for Lin Yun and Wang Shui. Moreover, she was acutely aware that Wang Shui was watching nearby, intensifying her humiliation. Pointing at her, Wu Sang spat, "You wretched girl. Do not presume to defy me. Mr. Lin has chosen you to accompany him, which is an honor. Do not forget, your managerial position was granted by me. Should I instruct you to be a hostess, you will comply." His tirade left Ling Ling in tears. Yet Wu Sang continued mercilessly, "Your position was exchanged for your body. Do you not realize this? You are nothing. I could have you thrown out of here with a mere word." At this revelation, Wang Shui gasped, covering her mouth in shock, as she realized that Ling Ling's managerial status was indeed procured through unsavory means. Ling Ling felt utterly humiliated, wishing to vanish from sight. "Please, boss, no more. I will comply." Ling Ling conceded, understanding that Wu Sang's fury left her with no choice. Such a pathetic creature. You need to be shown your place. Wu Sang coldly remarked that in his eyes, Lingling was merely a plaything, while he perceived Lin Yun's true identity as potentially formidable, someone he could not afford to offend. After a moment's pause, Wu Sang continued sternly, "Ensure you attend to our esteemed guests properly. If they express even the slightest dissatisfaction, I will hold you accountable. Understood?" "Yes," Lingling replied weakly, her spirit quelled. Seeing this, Wu Sang turned to Lin Yun with a smile, saying, "Mr. Lin, enjoy your time here. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to summon me." "Very well, you may leave," Lin Yun gestured dismissively. Once Wu Sang departed, Lin Yun coldly instructed Lingling, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and pour the drinks." Lingling hung her head and dutifully approached to fill the glasses for Lin Yun and Wang Xu at that moment. She inadvertently caught sight of the Diamond VIP card resting on the table. The commercial bank Diamond VIP card. Recognizing it instantly, a storm of realization surged within her. She understood that only the wealthy or powerful could possess such a card. Suddenly, it dawned on her that Lin Yun was not merely a man of modest means, but indeed a person of considerable wealth. She realized that she had entangled herself with someone truly formidable. How had Wang Shui managed to find such an affluent boyfriend? Jealousy and resentment swirled within her. Yet she felt utterly powerless. With such a wealthy partner backing Wang Shui, how could she possibly compete? As Lingling poured drinks for Wang Shui, the latter spoke up, "Lingling, I never imagined your rise to the manager position was due to such means. Was it worth it?" Previously, Wang Shui had often felt inferior in Lingling's presence, but now that feeling had vanished. Furthermore, after witnessing recent events, she felt a sense of vindication. Lin Yun added, "A position acquired through such means. Yet you still flaunt it. One must wonder where your audacity stems from." Upon hearing this, Lingling's face flushed with embarrassment, wishing to disappear into the ground. The sense of superiority she once held before Wang Shui had evaporated entirely. "Lingling, consider this merely a minor reprimand. When you return home, inform your mother that if you two ever dare to mock Wang Shui again, I will ensure your family faces dire consequences," Lin Yun warned. His gaze narrowed. I understand," Lingling stammered, her voice trembling. She recognized that someone capable of wielding a commercial bank Diamond VIP card could easily bring her ruin. Henceforth, she would never dare to insult Wang Shui again. After leaving the bar, both Lin Yun and Wang Shui felt a slight flush on their faces. Neither of them were accustomed to drinking, yet they had indulged in a considerable amount of Louis XIII and Lafite. When it came time to settle the bill, Wang Shui was unaware of the amount, blissfully ignorant of the exorbitant cost of the 2 bottles. Otherwise, she might have hesitated in her indulgence. Lin Yun hailed a taxi to take Wang Shui home. "Lin Yun, thank you. I truly had a wonderful time today." Wang Shui beamed, her smile radiant. Without hesitation, she stepped forward, rose on her toes, and planted a kiss on Lin Yun's cheek. Flushed with shyness, she quickly turned and dashed into her home. Lin Yun, watching her retreating figure, touched the spot on his cheek where she had kissed him, feeling an indescribable sensation swell within his heart. The following morning, Lin Yun did not attend school, but instead headed straight to Huading Group. He had discovered the circumstances surrounding Wang Shui's family the previous day and was determined to assist her. However, he did not wish to offer her money directly, as she might refuse. Thus, Lin Yun devised a plan to approach the situation under the guise of charity. Intending to send Lu Bo to arrange for Wang Shui's mother to receive medical treatment and to provide Wang Shui with financial support in the name of assistance. This way, he could help her without revealing his identity and without the fear of rejection. Chairman Lin. Upon entering, the 2 security guards at the door immediately saluted Lin Yun with great respect. "Da-da. You two are in good spirits. Keep up the good work," Lin Yun encouraged, patting their shoulders before proceeding into the company. The 2 guards, invigorated by Lin Yun's words, felt a surge of excitement. Previously, they had been invisible to the higher-ups, but now they felt a sense of pride working under such a commendable chairman. "Our chairman is truly remarkable." "Yes, indeed. Just seeing him brings a sense of warmth. With a chairman like him, we need not fear a lack of prospects," they exclaimed enthusiastically. Upon entering the office, Lin Yun made his way directly to the reception area. "Good morning, Chairman." The receptionist greeted him warmly. "Is Manager Lu Bo in?" Lin Yun inquired. "Chairman, Manager Lu has gone to the construction site for an inspection, but should return shortly," The receptionist replied with a smile. Is that so? Then I will wait for him here, Lin Yun said before taking a seat in the nearby lounge area and pulling out his phone to pass the time. After a few minutes, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses approached and sat down across from Lin Yun. Hey there, are you here for an interview at Huading Group as well? The man with the glasses asked, sizing Lin Yun up. Is there a problem? Lin Yun replied with a smile, guessing that the man was likely also there for an interview. That in no particular issues, I just didn't expect that Huading Group is now also recruiting individuals like you. The man with gold-rimmed glasses remarked with a smile. Despite the grin on his face, his words seemed laced with a hint of sarcasm. Lin Yun, instead of feeling angered, chuckled and inquired, What about me? Why can't Huading Group recruit someone like me? Young man, it appears you lack self-awareness. Arriving for an interview in such shabby attire, are you here to amuse us? The man with gold-rimmed glasses laughed. Moreover, judging by your appearance, your educational background must be quite modest, am I right? Not too shabby, I graduated from high school. Lin Yun replied nonchalantly that as a matter of fact, Lin Yun was only halfway through his university studies. Academically, he was indeed a high school graduate, currently enrolled in college at a high school diploma. You say, how you, with such credentials, dare to show up for an interview at Huading Group? I truly wonder who granted you the audacity. The man with gold-rimmed glasses scoffed, unable to suppress a mocking laugh. After a moment, he continued with a smirk, I presume you are here to apply for a security position. If that is the case, then it makes sense. Individuals with your level of education are certainly suited for such roles at Huading Group. His tone was dripping with disdain for Lin Yun. Lin Yun couldn't help but chuckle. After all, he was the chairman of Huading Group's Qingyang branch, the very owner of the company. How could he claim Lin Yun was unworthy? Wasn't he that laughable? Yet, he chose not to reveal his true identity. At that moment, the man with gold-rimmed glasses produced a copy of his diploma. Here, let me show you what a high-level education looks like, he declared, placing the copy before Lin Yun. Lin Yun glanced at the document and then shook his head with a cold smile. A master's degree, you say? Yet, with your temperament, I dare say you fall short of even a high school student. Upon hearing this, the man with gold-rimmed glasses became visibly displeased. You must be envious of me. You, a mere high school graduate, aren't even worthy to carry my shoes. Do you understand? He boasted arrogantly. After a pause, he continued with inflated pride, If you were wise, you would flatter me now that if we both secure our positions. You as a security guard and I as a core employee, perhaps I could look out for you, little guard. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yun was actually the chairman of Huading Group. Had he known, even 100 lifetimes wouldn't have granted him the courage to speak to Lin Yun in such a manner. Ditto. And how would you suggest I flatter you? Lin Yun replied with a playful smile. Don't you know how to curry favor? Ah, truly a hopeless case. You squander this opportunity to connect with someone of my caliber. The man with gold-rimmed glasses lamented to me, flatter you? I doubt you are even worthy. Lin Yun retorted coldly. Not worthy? Huh. Young man, do you comprehend what it means to be inept yet arrogant? With your lowly education and shabby attire, refusing to court favor from the strong, you are destined to remain a security guard for life. He jeered. At that moment, a figure entered from outside the company. That it was none other than General Manager Lu Bo, who had just returned from an inspection of the construction site, accompanied by several senior executives and staff members. Wow, that seems to be General Manager Lu Bo. The man with gold-rimmed glasses recognized him immediately. Upon entering, Lu Bo exchanged a few words with the receptionist before making his way toward them. Wow, it looks like General Manager Lu Bo is heading in my direction, the man mused excitedly. Could it be that General Manager Lu Bo learned from the receptionist that I was here for an interview and came specifically to meet me? Yes, it must be. In his eyes, Lin Yun was merely an insignificant candidate for a security position. Certainly, the general manager wouldn't come to see him. Thus, he felt assured that Lu Bo was there to acknowledge him. As Lu Bo approached, flanked by company executives and employees, the man with gold-rimmed glasses was taken aback to see Lu Bo walk directly in front of Lin Yun. Mr. Lin. General Manager Lu Bo greeted Lin Yun with a respectful bow. Chairman. The more than 10 executives and staff members behind Lu Bo simultaneously bowed to Lin Yun. Chairman. The man with gold-rimmed glasses was utterly bewildered by this development, but he quickly turned to Lin Yun, swallowing hard, and asked with a trembling voice, You can't possibly be the chairman of Huading Group, can you? Indeed, Lin Yun replied, his tone calm and collected. The man with gold-rimmed glasses slumped back into his chair, his expression one of utter shock. Realizing the implications of his earlier remarks, despair washed over him. My heavens, he had just mocked the chairman of Huading Group and boasted before him. Do you still wish for me to flatter you? Lin Yun inquired, a bemused smile playing on his lips. Every mocking word the man had uttered was now etched in Lin Yun's memory, and his disdain for him grew stronger. That I was just joking. Chairman, please don't take it seriously, he stammered, panic evident in his voice. Lin Yun continued with a cold smile, a prestigious master's degree. Yet here you are, groveling before a mere high school graduate? Chairman, I know I was wrong. I truly understand now. The man, gripped by fear, fell to his knees, terrified of the consequences. He was acutely aware that having offended the chairman of Huading Group, Lin Yun could easily dispose of him, as if he were an insignificant insect. Lin Yun's voice was icy and resonant as he declared, in my capacity as chairman of Huading Group, I hereby formally inform you that you are unfit to work here. Leave. Get out of Huading Tower. Faced with Lin Yun's reprimand, the man's face turned a deep shade of crimson that he dared not linger any longer, scrambling out of Huading Tower in a panicked rush. Chairman, what just happened? Lu Bo, standing nearby, wore a perplexed expression, completely unaware of the unfolding drama. Just a petty clown, no need to concern yourself. Let us head upstairs to the office. I have matters to discuss, Lin Yun instructed. Perfect timing, Chairman. I have something very important to report to you as well. Lu Bo replied, his demeanor suddenly serious. Lin Yun had never seen Lu Bo so grave since they had met that a sense of foreboding crept into his mind. Very well. Let's discuss it upstairs, Lin Yun said. And they hurried toward the elevator. Chapter 34. A sudden turn of events in the chairman's office. Lin Yun settled into the executive chair, while Lu Bo stood before the desk. That Mr. Lin, you mentioned you had something to address? Lu Bo inquired. Do you recall the girl I brought to the company yesterday? In the name of Huading Group's charitable efforts, please visit her home, assist her mother in finding a reputable hospital for treatment, and provide her with some financial support. Funds to be covered by the company, Lin Yun instructed. The girl from yesterday, Mr. Lin, are you planning to help her again? You can't possibly have developed feelings for her. Can you? Lu Bo chuckled. Given Lu Bo's clear recollection of events, it was not surprising that he would entertain such thoughts upon Lin Yun's request for further assistance. I merely feel pity for her and wish to help. Lin Yun replied awkwardly. Come now, Chairman, spare the explanations. I know the signs. You can't possibly be mistaken, Lu Bo laughed. This caused Lin Yun to reflect inwardly. Had he truly developed feelings for Wang Shui? He only knew one thing. He wanted her to live a better life, free from suffering. Lu Bo continued. Chairman, why do you conceal your identity from her? The sponsorship funds were clearly provided by you, yet you don't allow her to know, and now you ask me to help her again. She remains unaware of your kindness. In Lu Bo's view, Lin Yun should reveal his identity and openly assist Wang Shui, allowing her to understand the extent of his generosity. Enough of your concerns. Just execute my instructions, Lin Yun replied, casting Lu Bo a glance. Understood. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I will handle it properly. Lu Bo nodded in agreement. By the way, Lu Bo, earlier you mentioned you had something important to report. What is it? Lin Yun asked. Upon hearing this, Lu Bo's expression turned grave at Mr. Lin. There has been an incident at the Huajing Yuan construction site. Lu Bo said, his demeanor serious. An incident. Lin Yun paused, then pressed. What happened? Given Lu Bo's somber expression, Lin Yun sensed that whatever had transpired was serious. The scaffolding at the construction site was tampered with, resulting in the tragic deaths of over 10 workers, Lu Bo reported. His face etched with concern. What? Over 10 workers have died? Lin Yun's pupils suddenly constricted. The loss of over 10 lives was undeniably a grave incident. Moreover, behind this calamity lay the tragic reality of those vibrant lives. Lu Bo, you just mentioned that the scaffolding was tampered with. What exactly transpired? Who was responsible for this? Lin Yun pressed urgently. Chairman, I have just conducted an inspection at the construction site, and it is evident that the scaffolding has indeed been interfered with. If I am not mistaken, it was likely orchestrated by the Jin Chong Group. Lu Bo replied. The Jin Chong Group. Lin Yun's eyes narrowed sharply, a chilling intensity flickering within them. A local at Qingyang City. Lin Yun was well aware of the Jin Chong Group. This conglomerate had extensive business ventures, but its most prominent and lucrative enterprise was real estate. It could be said that no resident of Qingyang was unfamiliar with the Jinchang Group. When discussing the Jinchang Group, one could not overlook its chairman, Xiang Jinchang, a figure shrouded in legend. Xiang Jinchang gained notoriety in the 1990s, renowned for his ruthlessness, and established a formidable reputation in Qingyang, ultimately becoming the kingpin of the underground forces in the city. As the 21st century dawned, Xiang Jinchang shifted his focus to legitimate enterprises a decade ago, when the real estate sector was booming. He seized the opportunity to enter the market, leveraging his status as the local underground overlord along with his ruthless tactics, swiftly ascending to become the strongest real estate conglomerate in Qingyang. Chairman Lin, you may not be aware, but since the establishment of our Huading Group's Qingyang branch, the Jinchang Group has regarded us as arch-enemies. They have refrained from overtly confronting us due to our formidable presence. Yet they frequently undermine us covertly. Over the years, our branch has suffered considerable losses due to their machinations, Lu Bo explained. After a brief pause, he continued, given this incident, I can think of no one else but the Jinchang Group as the culprit. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun began to grasp the situation. The Jinchang Group, being a local entity, could not possibly rival the might of Huading Group, the foremost conglomerate in southwest China. Surely, they could not be extinguished? Lin Yun narrowed his eyes and stated, Lao Lin, the Jinchang Group is indeed our greatest commercial adversary in Qingyang, that we certainly wish to see them fall. Lu Bo then shifted his tone, offering a wry smile. However, as the saying goes, a fierce dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Although Huading Group is powerful, Xiang Jinchang, as an entrenched local figure, poses a significant challenge to uproot entirely. If Huading Group is resolute in its intent to eliminate him, I cannot believe we would fail. Lin Yun coldly retorted, if Old Master Lu is determined to act, it would undoubtedly be feasible. However, with Huading Group's operations spanning numerous cities, Old Master Lu is an exceedingly busy man, with little time to specifically target him. After a moment, Lu Bo added, even if Old Master Lu were to personally intervene, eradicating a local power like the Jinchang Group would be quite troublesome. The costs incurred would likely outweigh the benefits that I see. Lin Yun nodded in realization in simple terms. While the headquarters of Huading Group could decisively eliminate the Jinchang Group if they so wished, they were merely a branch of Huading Group. At that moment, the client manager rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, Chairman Lin, General Manager Lu, we have a serious problem. Such words sent a wave of unease through both Lin Yun and Lu Bo. Could there be yet another catastrophe? What is it? Speak, Lu Bo urged. Chairman Lin, General Manager Lu, the phone lines from customer service are overwhelmed. Numerous clients who purchased apartments in Huajing Garden are demanding refunds. The client manager reported anxiously. Refunds? Why? Lu Bo frowned, pressing for details. They claim that several people died at Huajing Garden, and they refuse to live in a building where people have perished, the client manager explained, visibly distressed. How many clients have called? Lu Bo continued to inquire. Thus far, there have been around 70 to 80, and the calls keep coming in, the client manager replied urgently. Upon hearing this, Lu Bo's expression grew increasingly grave. Lin Yun's face also darkened. As the chairman of the company, he felt a surge of anger and anxiety over this predicament. Just then, the engineering manager hurried in, breathlessly announcing, Chairman Lin, General Manager Lu, this is dire. This is dire. What now? Lu Bo asked promptly. The sales office at Huajing Garden is swamped with clients demanding refunds. They refuse to accept an apartment where lives have been lost. The situation is spiraling out of control. The engineering manager exclaimed. Upon hearing this, both Lu Bo and Lin Yun's expressions soured further. The situation was worse than they had anticipated. Lin Yun squinted and remarked, it hasn't even been a day since the incident at the construction site. And these clients already know about it. How is that possible? Chairman Lin, there's no need to speculate. It must be the Jinchang Group's doing. They are undoubtedly the ones who leaked this information to the clients. Lu Bo seethed through gritted teeth. This Jinchang Group is clearly intent on creating trouble for me. To achieve their goals, they would resort to the heinous act of sacrificing over 10 workers. Truly inhumane. Lin Yun spat venomously. His fury was not only directed at the Jinchang Group's underhanded tactics, but also at their utter lack of humanity. Lin Yun's father had once been a construction worker, and it was in a worksite accident that he had lost his life. Thus, hearing such news ignited a deep-seated rage within Lin Yun. Behind those 10 lives lay the potential for 10 grieving families, each possibly containing a single-parent household like his own. Chapter 35. Crisis. Thus, upon receiving this distressing news, Lin Yun felt a profound indignation. The loss of those lives could very well mean the shattering of numerous families, potentially creating more single-parent households like his own. Chairman Lin, the owner of Jinchong Group, Xiang Jinchong, has undoubtedly been responsible for countless deaths over the years. His current status has been built upon a foundation of corpses, and he remains indifferent to the lives of those laborers, Lu Bo stated. This scoundrel deserves to be torn limb from limb, Lin Yun declared fiercely to AT. That moment, Lu Bo's secretary rushed in, breathless. Chairman Lin. General Manager Lu, the headquarters of Huading Group, just called. They reported receiving numerous complaints from clients regarding our Qingyang branch, all stemming from the incident at Huajing Garden. Damn it. This is clearly a well-orchestrated scheme by the Jinchong Group. Lu Bo slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Lu Bo then looked up at Lin Yun, his face pale, and said, Chairman Lin, Huajing Garden is our company's most significant project this year, and we have invested heavily in it. The first phase of construction is nearing completion, and if the units are returned, not only would our hard work go to waste, but the resulting losses would be catastrophic. If all the units are returned, how much would we lose? Lin Yun inquired. The first phase of Huajing Garden required an investment of 1.5 billion, with projected profits of 600 to 800 million. If all the units are returned, the loss would be immense, severely impacting our cash flow. Our branch would likely struggle to cope. Lu Bo's gaze dimmed. Such an outcome was likely what the Jinchong Group sought to achieve. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes and stated, however, this is something I absolutely cannot accept. If the company incurs such significant losses as the chairman, I could resort to using my allowance from my grandfather to cover the shortfall. However, from the moment Lin Yun took over the company, he had resolved to elevate it to new heights, hoping to demonstrate his accomplishments to his grandfather that IT had only been a short while since he took charge. Incurring such a colossal loss would be shameful, making it impossible for him to face his grandfather. Therefore, Lin Yun could not tolerate such a significant setback. Hearing Lin Yun's determination, Lu Bo asked, Chairman Lin, do you have any suggestions? Let me think, Lin Yun said, bowing his head in contemplation. Although he was eager to obliterate the Jinchong Group immediately, he knew that the pressing issue was to resolve the client's demands for refunds before addressing anything else. In the provincial capital, at Lu's Manor, in the central white main building, Old Master Lu sat on the sofa. Old Master, the young master is facing quite a considerable predicament this time, the secretary remarked. Indeed, it is a rather troublesome issue for him, Old Master Lu acknowledged with a nod. Then, Old Master, will you step in to assist him? The Jinchong Group is indeed audacious, daring to challenge our Huading Group. Do they truly believe we are easy prey? If you wish to eliminate them, it would merely take a word from you, the secretary suggested. Old Master Lu smiled and shook his head, saying, unless the young man seeks my help, I will not intervene. This predicament is precisely an opportunity for him to be tested and to hone his business acumen. I am keen to see if he can resolve this issue on his own or if he will humbly seek my assistance. For Old Master Lu, should Lin Yun genuinely ask for help, he would certainly assist him, but he would feel disappointed. Old Master Lu hoped that Lin Yun would tackle this challenge independently. Even if the final resolution proves to be a failure, Lord Lu would still feel a sense of comfort, for at the very least, Lin Yun made an earnest effort to tackle the issue rather than seeking help from others at the first sign of trouble. After all, the young master lacks substantial business experience, and he may easily become flustered when faced with such challenges. It is likely that he will struggle to handle this matter, the secretary remarked. Lord Lu chuckled softly. Let us observe how it unfolds. In the past, he would have been certain that Lin Yun would be incapable of managing such a situation. However, having been pleasantly surprised by Lin Yun's performance in the previous two incidents, he harbored a flicker of hope this time as well. In Qingyang City, within the offices of the Qingyang branch of Huading Group, Lin Yun remained deep in thought. The issue of the private retreat of Huajing Garden was indeed a formidable challenge for him. Perhaps the most daunting since he assumed the role of chairman. That moment, Lu Bo suggested, Chairman Lin, I have a proposal. We should report this matter truthfully to the headquarters and request their assistance. After all, you are Lord Lu's grandson, and he will certainly not turn a blind eye. Indeed, that is an excellent suggestion, Lou, echoed the two managers nearby, nodding in agreement. No, I absolutely refuse to seek help from my grandfather. Lin Yun firmly shook his head. The rationale was simple. Since he aspired to achieve something significant, he could not resort to his grandfather at the first sign of trouble. Then, Chairman Lin, how do you intend to resolve this predicament? Lu Bo inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yun lifted his gaze and declared, we will proactively inform all clients who purchase properties at Huajing Garden that all houses will be offered at an 80 discount. No, at a 70 discount. The excess funds paid by the clients will be refunded by the company within a month. Lin Yun's idea was straightforward, to lower the prices to an irresistibly attractive level. A 70 discount was indeed a compelling figure. For instance, a property worth $1 million would save a staggering $300,000 with this discount. The potential savings were substantial, 70%. Lu Bo and the other two managers were taken aback upon hearing this. In all the years since the establishment of Huading Group, such a discount had never been offered. It was well known that Huading Group enjoyed an excellent reputation, and even without any discounts, their developments sold remarkably well. In recent years, the demand for commercial housing had skyrocketed, making sales virtually assured. Acquiring properties developed by Huading Group often required a competitive edge. Therefore, if Huajing Garden were to truly offer a 70 discount, it would undoubtedly set a record for the lowest discount ever provided by Huading Group. Chairman Lin, if we proceed with a 70 discount, the first phase of Huajing Garden will essentially yield no profit, perhaps only a few tens of millions. Lu Bo argued. Given the current circumstances, breaking even would be the most favorable outcome. Should all clients choose to withdraw their purchases, the loss could reach an astonishing $1.5 billion. However, Chairman Lin interjected a client manager. Even with such discounts, it may not necessarily resolve the issue. Many clients are reluctant to reside in properties where death have occurred, and discounts may not suffice. Lin Yun understood their reasoning, but he also recognized that there were no better alternatives under the current conditions. Given the situation, he no longer harbored any expectations for Huajing Garden to turn a profit. Maintaining the status quo was the best outcome possible. Let us proceed as I have outlined. Disperse the information to every client. Lin Yun gestured decisively. After a brief pause, he added, as for whether they accept the discount or choose to withdraw, that is for them to decide. For those who decline, we will process their refunds and subsequently offer the returned properties at a 70 discount. Yes, we shall take care of it immediately. The client manager and project manager swiftly left the office. The client manager would handle online communications, while the project manager headed directly to the sales office to inform the clients gathered there. After their departure, Lin Yun could only hope that this approach would help salvage the situation, that he silently prayed that the clients would accept the discount rather than opting for refunds. Otherwise, the company would face a monumental loss of $1.5 billion. To Chairman Lin, I must say, you have truly earned my respect for making such a significant decision. It undoubtedly requires immense courage and determination, Lu Bo remarked. Even Lu Bo, a seasoned veteran in the business world, would hesitate to unilaterally implement a 70 discount, as a misstep could lead to dire consequences that he could not help but admire Lin Yun. Alas, decisions must be made, Lin Yun replied, feeling somewhat resigned. Chapter 36. Whose idea is it? After a moment, Lin Yun abruptly asked, by the way, Lu Bo, what is the compensation amount for the families of the workers who died on site? 50,000. That is the compensation standard set by the headquarters. And we will issue it as soon as possible, Lu Bo responded. 50,000. That is far too little. Double it. Each family shall receive 100,000. I do not care what the headquarters standards are. From this point forward, our branch will compensate 100,000 for any life-related incidents. Lin Yun asserted that he vividly recalled how, following the incident involving his father at the construction site, the company had denied any responsibility, providing no compensation to Lin Yun's family. His mother had been physically assaulted when she sought recompense. Ultimately, it was she who had to scrape together funds for his father's burial. Too little. Lu Bo appeared astonished. In his experience, most companies would deem such compensation excessive. This was the first time he had heard a company owner claim the compensation was insufficient. Human life is priceless. 50,000 is undoubtedly too little. Lin Yun stated emphatically. Chairman Lin, it is rare to encounter a boss with such a sense of conscience. Rest assured, the 100,000 compensation will be disbursed within 2 weeks, Lu Bo replied earnestly. This seemingly minor issue earned Lin Yun Lu Bo's profound respect. Lu Bo then shifted the conversation, expressing his frustration. Ultimately, it all comes down to Jin Chong Group. Just thinking about it infuriates me. Chairman Lin, shall we simply let this matter go? Lin Yun narrowed his eyes. Let it go? Certainly not. The price we have paid this time will be repaid tenfold, 100-fold by Jin Chong Group. I will ensure justice for the over 10 migrant workers who lost their lives. The deceased workers were a reflection of Lin Yun's father, and seeking justice for them was akin to avenging his father's memory. Once a poor lad with no standing to challenge Jin Chong Group, Lin Yun was now in a different position. As a local powerhouse in Qingyang City, Jin Chong Group was deeply entrenched. Without seeking assistance from his grandfather, it would be exceedingly difficult for Lin Yun to bring down Jin Chong Group solely through his own efforts, and such a feat would likely take considerable time. Yet, following this incident, Lin Yun had resolutely committed to overcoming any obstacles in his path to dismantle Jin Chong Group. This was the goal he had set for himself at that moment. To expect a swift downfall of Jin Chong Group was unrealistic. Lin Yun acknowledged that he then shifted the topic. However, one must reciprocate. Since they have schemed against us, we cannot simply let it pass without a response. What do you have in mind, Chairman Lin? Lu Bo inquired with curiosity. Hire a large truck, and under the cover of night, dump a whole truckload of manure at Jin Chong's doorstep, blocking his entrance with filth. Consider it a fitting retaliation, a way to thoroughly disgust him, Lin Yun suggested with a cold smirk. That plan is absolutely brilliant. It will certainly vex him, Lu Bo exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Rest assured, I will arrange for this at once. This incident had ignited Lu Bo's own ire, and he was eager to vent his frustrations. Lin Yun then turned to Lu Bo with a serious expression. Lu Bo, regardless of the outcome of this matter, you must remember this lesson. We must enhance inspections at all other construction sites to prevent such incidents from occurring again. Lu Bo nodded in agreement. Do not worry. Chairman Point 1 must learn from adversity. I will certainly bolster security measures to avert such occurrences in the future. What followed for both Lin Yun and Lu Bo was a torturous wait. Would their plan succeed? Would they emerge unscathed from this crisis? Lin Yun felt utterly uncertain, that he knew that if they truly suffered a loss of 1.5 billion, he would be too ashamed to face his grandfather again. Upon exiting the company, Lin Yun suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of a solution. Lone Wolf, come forth, he called out. Moments later, a figure appeared before Lin Yun. It was the Lone Wolf, who had been secretly protecting him. Young master, how may I assist you? The Lone Wolf replied in a gravelly voice. Lone Wolf, you are quite formidable, are you not? Lin Yun asked, at least in the southwest region. I have yet to encounter any rivals, the Lone Wolf answered calmly. Lin Yun continued, since you are now in my service, why not eliminate Jin Chong? To prove your prowess to me. I apologize, young master, but my duty is to protect you. Damn, why Elder Master has instructed me that I may only act when your life is in danger. The Lone Wolf replied impassively. Lin Yun was momentarily at a loss for words. I see you lack the capability, he retorted, resorting to provocation. As you wish, young master, the Lone Wolf stated before turning to leave. Hey, why are you leaving? Did you not claim to be in my service? Lin Yun called after him, watching as the Lone Wolf departed without hesitation, leaving Lin Yun feeling utterly bemused. Lin Yun was still pondering. If only the Lone Wolf could deal with Xiang Jinxiang, things would be much simpler. However, the Lone Wolf had no intention of taking his side. The thought of having the Lone Wolf intervene could only be cast aside. After leaving the company, Lin Yun headed straight for the school. Along the way, he contemplated how he could completely dismantle the local tyrant, the Jinxiang Group, without seeking help from his grandfather, the owner of the Jinxiang Group. Xiang Jinxiang was the boss of the underground forces in Qingyang City, and his support was paramount that a bold idea began to take shape in Lin Yun's mind, to create his own underground power and then eradicate Xiang Jinxiang's influence, ultimately unifying the underground forces of Qingyang City. Of course, this was merely a thought, and executing it would undoubtedly pose significant challenges. Upon arriving at school, Lin Yun received a call from Lu Bo. Chairman, your plan was truly brilliant. Those clients who were clamoring to withdraw their deposits, upon hearing about the 30 discount, felt as though they had struck a tremendous bargain and decided not to back out. Only a few stubborn ones still insisted on withdrawing, but we can certainly sell to others. Lu Bo's voice crackled with excitement over the phone. That moment, Lu Bo couldn't help but admire Lin Yun. Astonished that he had managed to resolve the crisis with this approach, that's so. That's wonderful. Lin Yun let out a long sigh of relief after hearing the news. Although selling at a 30 discount wouldn't yield substantial profits, at least it prevented losses. In the midst of this turmoil, such an outcome could be deemed a resounding success. While the storm had temporarily subsided, the enmity between Lin Yun and the Jinxiang Group had only deepened. Meanwhile, at the Jinxiang Group S building, in the chairman's office on the top floor, Xiang Jinxiang, bald and relaxed, lit a cigar as he reclined in his executive chair. Beside him stood Xiang Huachang's chief strategist. Xiang Yi, the Huading Group's phone lines must be buzzing right now, I bet they're overwhelmed with clients wanting to withdraw. Haha, the strategist's face glowed with excitement. This time, I can't wait to see how Huading Group copes. Xiang Jinxiang wore a victorious smile. How else can they cope? They can only suffer losses. This project will surely cost Huading Group at least several billion. The strategist cackled ominously. Your strategy is excellent. Rest assured, I will not shortchange you, Xiang Jinxiang replied with a smile. Thank you, Xiang Yi. Thank you, the strategist nodded eagerly. Just then, a thin man rushed in, breathless. Xiang Yi, it's bad. Something has gone awry. Speak quickly. What happened? Xiang Jinxiang furrowed his brow. Xiang Yi, Huading Group is selling at a 30 discount, and those who were clamoring to withdraw have immediately compromised upon hearing the discount. The situation has calmed down. Although Huading Group didn't make much money, they didn't incur losses either, the thin man reported. What? Xiang Jinxiang sprang to his feet, his expression darkening. Damn it. How can these bastards be so fickle? A mere 30 discount, and they're already willing to compromise. The strategist couldn't help but curse. Who dared to propose such a low discount? Damn it. Enraged, Xiang Jinxiang smashed a cigar onto the floor. He never anticipated that their carefully plotted scheme would be so easily defused by Huading Group. Chapter 37. Gratitude in the provincial capital. At the Lu family manor, in the white main building at the heart of the estate, Lu Zhizhong's secretary hurriedly entered, visibly excited. Lu Laozhong, there has been a development regarding the Qingyang branch. Oh, so soon? What is the outcome? Lu Laozhong perked up at the mention of his grandson's affairs. The Qingyang branch has sold the properties at Huajing Garden for a 30 discount. Upon hearing this, most clients who were threatening to withdraw their deposits have ceased their protests, and thus the turmoil has calmed down. The secretary reported with a smile. A 30 discount, you say? That aligns closely with my thoughts. Were it me, I too would implement such a discount. It is perhaps the best solution. Lu Zhizhong nodded in satisfaction. Having navigated the business world for many years, he understood that one shouldn't overly fixate on immediate gains or losses. If a smaller profit was necessary at times, it would eventually balance out. Business is such that one cannot expect a profit at every turn. When faced with troubles, one must not become so attached to avoid incurring significant losses. Lu Laozhong then inquired eagerly, who proposed this discount strategy? It was young master who suggested it. Initially, some other managers had their doubts, but young master stood firm and ultimately made the decision, the secretary explained. Ha! Splendid, splendid. Lu Laozhong laughed heartily upon hearing this, I was worried this young lad might mishandle things due to his inexperience in youth. Fearing he would be indecisive, I never imagined he would make such a bold decision. A look of pride adorned Lu Laozhong's face, but he was well aware of the difficulty involved in handling such matters. Most business people would be quite troubled by such a predicament. Lu Laozhong had initially thought Lin Yun would struggle. Yet Lin Yun's approach had exceeded his expectations significantly. Indeed, making the decision to sell at a 30 discount requires immense courage. I too didn't foresee young master possessing such decisiveness. The secretary remarked. This lad continues to surprise me more and more. Lu Laozhong's smile grew even broader. He had never anticipated that Lin Yun could resolve such a significant issue so adeptly. By the way, old master, given that the Jinxiang Group has attempted to undermine our Huading Group, should we retaliate? The secretary asked. Let my grandson handle it. It will serve as a valuable exercise for him. If necessary, I will provide covert assistance. Lu Laozhong replied. In Qingyang City, at Qingyang University, during noon in the boys' dormitory. Brother Yun, do you know what has become of that bastard Jinghai? As soon as Lin Yun entered the dorm, the chubby guy rushed to him excitedly. What is the situation? Lin Yun casually inquired. The incident of him live-streaming eating excrement has spread even to the school authorities, who demanded that the forum moderators delete the post. But it's already well known, and deleting it won't help. Zheng Hai has lost all face and has withdrawn from school, the chubby guy exclaimed. He has withdrawn. Serves him right, Lin Yun smirked coldly. For a scoundrel like Zheng Hai, merely tarnishing his reputation was already a lenient outcome. To celebrate Zheng Hai's disrepute, I'll treat everyone to lunch today, Lin Yun declared, patting his chest. Lin Yun was in good spirits. Not only due to Zheng Hai's downfall, but also because the issue with the Huajing Garden project had been resolved. Brother Yun is generous. We're in for a feast, the chubby guy cheered as he clapped his hands. Knowing Lin Yun's identity as Lu Zhizhong's grandson, he understood that a meal treated by Lin Yun meant a grand banquet. By the way, let's invite Wang Shui too, the chubby guy suggested with a mischievous grin, aiming to foster a connection between Lin Yun and Wang Shui. Sounds good, Lin Yun replied with a smile. To be honest, he was quite looking forward to dining with Wang Shui. He took out his phone and called her. Lin Yun, I have some good news to share with you. Wang Shui's cheerful voice greeted him as soon as the call connected. What good news? Lin Yun quickly asked. Just now, a manager from Huading Group contacted me, saying their company is conducting a charity event, and my family has been chosen as a beneficiary. Wang Shui sounded thrilled over the phone. Is that so? That is wonderful news. Lin Yun smiled. This so-called charity event was orchestrated by Lin Yun himself. He hadn't anticipated that Lu Bo would act so swiftly. He had only instructed him earlier that morning, and now the plan was already in motion. Lin Yun, I'm currently at the hospital. They've begun arranging treatment for my mother, with all expenses covered by Huading Group. My mother can finally recover. Additionally, Huading Group has given me 50,000 yuan as a scholarship. Wang Shui's voice remained excited. Lin Yun could easily imagine her joy, nearly bouncing off the walls. Seeing Wang Shui so elated warmed Lin Yun's heart. He no longer felt like a useless, impoverished young man, but someone capable of helping those he wished to support. So, did you accept the 50,000 yuan scholarship? Lin Yun inquired, knowing Wang Shui's character. She might refuse such a sum. Initially, I didn't want to accept it. I was already content knowing my mother would receive treatment. However, they insisted on giving it to me, stating that if I refused, they wouldn't assist with my mother's medical care, so I had no choice but to accept, Wang Shui explained. Hearing that Wang Shui had accepted the money, Lin Yun felt completely at ease. Although 50,000 yuan was a trivial sum for him, it was a substantial amount for Wang Shui. Lin Yun, Huading Group has helped me fulfill my sponsorship task yesterday, and now supports my family and my mother's treatment. Huading Group is truly a benefactor to me, Wang Shui. Once I graduate, I will definitely seek to work for Huading Group to repay their kindness. Wang Shui's earnest voice echoed through the phone. One could easily imagine the depth of her gratitude toward Huading Group. However, at that moment, Wang Shui had no idea that the person assisting her was Lin Yun. One could only wonder how she would react if she found out. That's great. You're a girl who knows how to be grateful, and I appreciate that. Lin Yun replied with a smile. By the way, Lin Yun, did you call me for something specific? Wang Shui asked. Lin Yun originally intended to inquire whether you were at school to share a lunch together. However, since you are currently at the hospital, he decided to postpone for another occasion. Lin Yun remarked. Wang Shui is at the hospital, so she will undoubtedly be unable to join us. Consequently, Lin Yun and Pongzi departed directly from the school. Once outside, Pongzi asked, Where shall we dine, Brother Yun? To Xingyan Shifu. Lin Yun declared with conviction. What? We are going to Xingyan Shifu again. Brother Yun, recalling our last experience there, particularly the manager's disdain, fills me with frustration. Why on earth would we return? Pongzi responded, bewildered. During their previous visit to Xingyan Shifu, Lin Yun's wallet had been stolen, and the manager had brazenly accused them of attempting to dine and dash, even threatening to call the police. It was only due to Huang Mingyi's intervention that Lin Yun and Pongzi managed to leave without further incident. Precisely because of what transpired last time, we must go back this time. At the very least, that manager needs to understand we are not impoverished individuals unable to afford a meal, correct? Lin Yun asserted. The previous incident had also left Lin Yun seething, as he, the esteemed grandson of Lu Zhizhong, had been treated as a common debtor. Yet, in his haste to pursue Huang Mingyi, he had neglected to confront the manager. Brother Yun, your words have clarified your intent. Our visit this time is to vindicate ourselves, Is it not? Pongzi grinned. With a smile, Lin Yun nodded. Exactly. Let us proceed. On their way to Xingyan Shifu, Lin Yun contacted Lu Bo, instructing him to reach out to the restaurant's owner, as he intended to acquire Xingyan Shifu. If the owner is unwilling to sell, then I shall offer a higher price. Money is no object for me, Lin Yun declared confidently. Xingyan Shifu stands as the most prestigious establishment near Qingyang University. Upon entering Xingyan Shifu, they were warmly greeted by a young waitress. Welcome. Right this way. Pleased that she gestured for them to follow. Lin Yun and Pongzi had taken only a few steps when a booming voice interrupted. Halt. Turning around, Lin Yun was met with a familiar figure, the lobby manager, the very one who had previously mocked them and threatened to involve the authorities. I recognize you two rascals, the manager exclaimed, striding towards them. What brings you back? Hoping to dine without paying again. Do you expect some fool to believe you and cover your bill? The manager's words dripped with disdain. Lin Yun's expression darkened. His previous annoyance with the manager resurfaced. Mind your words. Do you know who this is beside me? Pongzi retorted angrily. Oh, I know, of course, that weren't you the one who claimed he was the grandson of Lu Zhizhong, the wealthiest man in the southwest? The manager scoffed. With a face like that, how could he possibly be related to Lu Zhizhong? Huh. The surrounding waitstaff stifled their laughter. The manager then shifted his tone, menacingly stating, You two better not try any tricks here. Get out immediately. How can you claim to run a business and yet refuse customers? Are you seriously asking us to leave? Lin Yun's expression grew, increasingly grim. Of course we welcome customers, but not the likes of you two paupers. Do you really think you can afford to dine here? Dream on. The manager sneered at that moment. The young waitress who had guided Lin Yun and Pongzi earlier could no longer remain silent. Manager, they are still customers. Could you please refrain from treating them this way? The manager's face darkened as he glared at the waitress. What? Are you instructing me on how to do my job? After being reprimanded, the waitress lowered her head and murmured, I just believe your attitude towards customers is inappropriate. You really think you can teach me? I suggest you pack your things and leave. Your internship ends here. You can go along with these two. The manager barked, pointing towards the exit. The waitress stood frozen, at a loss for words. Don't you dare send me. Get out. The manager shouted. The waitress, on the verge of tears, nodded and reluctantly made her way out. Wait. Lin Yun called, stopping the young waitress. Little miss, the one who should leave is not you, but him. He directed his gaze at the manager. You, get out immediately. I hereby declare you are fired. Lin Yun's gaze was icy as he locked eyes with the manager. What? Fired? And you think you can make such a declaration? Huh. Have you lost your mind? The manager laughed derisively. Congratulations. You answered correctly that I have purchased Xingyan Shifu, and from today forth, I am the owner, Lin Yun stated nonchalantly. You bought it. How, you can't even afford a meal, and you think you can buy Xingyan Shifu? The manager's laughter was filled with derision. That moment, Lin Yun's phone rang. Rather than answering it, he handed it to the lobby manager, saying, Here is your boss on the line. Why don't you take it? The manager intended to mock him further, but upon seeing the caller ID, which displayed his boss's number, he hurriedly accepted the call. Boss, he said, his tone suddenly respectful. On the other end, the boss's voice resonated. Xiao Zhou, I have sold Xingyan Shifu to this Mr. Lin. Please assist him with the transition. He is your new boss. What? The manager's face turned ashen, disbelief flooding his mind. Why would you sell? Xingyan Shifu has always been quite profitable. The boss explained simply. The price he offered was too good to refuse. Furthermore, he continued, Do you know who this new owner is? He is the chairman of Huading Group's Qingyang branch. How could I possibly refuse his request? The mention of Huading Group's chairman struck the manager like a thunderbolt, shattering his composure. Oh no, I was just mocking the chairman of Huading Group. I insulted him. As these realizations hit him, the manager felt as though he had plunged into an abyss. Xiao Zhou, I have matters to attend to. I must hang up now, the boss concluded before ending the call. The manager stood rooted to the spot, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Lin Yun retrieved his phone and coldly remarked, So, how does it feel? Do you believe I am the owner now? I believe. The manager nodded fervently. Lin Yun stepped forward, continuing in a chilling tone. Last time, when I explained that I wasn't unable to pay, but rather that my wallet was stolen. Do you believe me now? Yes, the manager replied repeatedly. This was no joke. After all, This was the chairman of Huading Group. How could he possibly lack the means to settle a bill? The manager regretted not recognizing such an influential individual earlier. Since that is the case, you may leave now. Lin Yun gestured dismissively. Lin, boss, I realize my mistakes. I apologize. Please don't fire me. The manager pleaded desperately. Do you think that is possible? Lin Yun replied with a cold smile. Beside him, Ponzi shouted, Why aren't you leaving? If you don't go, my brother Yin will have to call security to throw you out. Didn't you hear? Get lost. Lin Yun's tone was frosty. Without any intention of granting the manager a reprieve, the manager turned away sullenly and exited. Once he was gone, Lin Yun turned to the young waitress. What is your name? I am Qian, she replied, visibly anxious. Qian, you did well. Effective immediately. You are the new lobby manager, Lin Yun stated with a calm demeanor to me. The lobby manager? Qian gasped, unable to believe what she was hearing. Boss, I might not be able to do it well, she replied timidly. That's all right. I believe in you. Just do your best. Lin Yun encouraged, patting her shoulder. He then surveyed the other staff present. Greetings, boss. One quick-witted server was the first to bow. Greetings, boss. The remaining staff quickly followed suit. Don't just call me. You must also address my companion here as boss whenever you see him. Lin Yun pointed at Pongzi. Greetings, boss. The waitstaff hastily bowed to the rotund gentleman. He chuckled with delight, for he had never experienced such treatment before. From now on, whenever you wish to dine at the Xingyan restaurant, feel free to come without worrying about the bill. You are my brother. So consider half the restaurant yours, Lin Yun declared, patting the portly man's shoulder. Really? That is fantastic. Having a wealthy brother is truly delightful. The rotund man exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement, soon under the attentive service of the staff. Lin Yun and his companion took their seats to enjoy their meal. However, midway through their dining, the rotund man received a phone call. What? You've been beaten? Where? At the Judge Internet CF. All right, I understand. After hanging up, he turned to Lin Yun, who looked up inquiringly. Brother Yun, Ming has been assaulted. Right outside the Judge Internet CF, the rotund man said, his expression grave. Has he mentioned why? Lin Yun's brow furrowed slightly. Ming was their roommate. Though he often succumbed to his internet addiction, spending most of his time at the CAF and thus not frequently socializing with Lin Yun and the others. Yet, as they shared a living space, he was considered a friend. Now that Lin Yun had achieved success, he could not possibly turn a blind eye to Ming's troubles if he truly needed help. Ming said that a group of local delinquents demanded he pay their internet fees. When he refused, they dragged him out of the CF and beat him up, the rotund man explained. After a brief pause, he continued, now they want to let Ming leave until he hands over 2,000 yuan as a settlement fee. Otherwise, they threatened to cripple him. Unable to raise the money, he called us for help. Those scoundrels. This is outright robbery. Lin Yun's face darkened. He despised such individuals who preyed on the weak and extorted money through intimidation. Now that he had become affluent, he would never stand idly by in the face of such injustice, regardless of whether Ming was his friend or not. What is the plan, Brother Yun? The rotund man asked, looking at him expectantly. What else is there to consider? Let us go teach these ruffians a lesson. Lin Yun stood up decisively. Are we really going to confront them? The rotund man echoed, rising quickly as well, equally repulsed by such people. However, he hesitated, adding with concern, but, Brother Yun, Ming mentioned there are 7 or 8 of them. With just the 2 of us, we might not stand a chance against them, but do you think I can't rally more people? Lin Yun retorted confidently. At the entrance of the Judge Internet CF, a group of 7 or 8 young men with dyed hair and tattoos surrounded a man in white clothing, Ming, who had just hung up the phone. His face was bruised and battered, clearly having sustained considerable beating. Well, what is it going to be? Is someone bringing you money? A young man with bleached hair taunted, gripping Ming's collar and chewing gum with an air of bravado. I'm not sure, Ming replied weakly. Damn it. The young man sneered, landing a punch squarely on Ming's face. Clenching his fists, Ming felt a surge of anger and helplessness. He knew he could not take on these delinquents. Listen up, if we don't see the 2,000 yuan today, we'll make sure to break one of your hands, the young man threatened arrogantly. After saying this, he spat out his gum and stuck it on Ming's face. Prompting laughter from the others, Ming's expression grew increasingly grim. At this moment, the young man jested. If you eat that gum off your face, we might consider letting you go. You, Aiming trembled with rage, glaring daggers at him. Dare to look at us like that? Let us teach you a lesson. The young man growled menacingly, waving his hand. Boys, hold him down while I personally feed him that gum. Just then, the ground shook with the deafening roar of a supercar engine, echoing down the street. The explosive sound instantly captured the attention of the delinquents, who turned to see the source. The entire street seemed to pause in awe of the magnificent sound. Is that a Lamborghini Huracan? Worth nearly $10 million. Wow, a Lamborghini, it's absolutely stunning. A bright orange Lamborghini Huracan appeared, eliciting gasps and exclamations from the crowd. This kind of supercar never failed to attract attention wherever it went. Goodness, it's a Lamborghini Huracan. The young men surrounding Aiming couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. That car must be worth at least $700,000 or $800,000. Who is the owner? One young man with green hair marveled. As the roar subsided, the Lamborghini came to a halt right in front of the judge owner at Sif. Brother Huang, it's parked right here. A sharp-nosed young man exclaimed in disbelief. Brother Huang and the others stared at the Lamborghini with wide eyes. Under their watchful gaze, the door of the Lamborghini swung open, that a slightly slender young man emerged from the driver's seat, followed by a somewhat plump young man from the passenger side. They were none other than Lin Yun and the rotund man. This Lamborghini was indeed the one Lin Yun had purchased previously. Aiming, initially preoccupied with his predicament, could not ignore the resounding engine of the Lamborghini and found himself gazing at it. Lin Yun? Fatty. When Aiming recognized Lin Yun and his companion, he was utterly taken aback. He knew them both came from ordinary families, and Lin Yun's family had been quite impoverished. How could they afford a Lamborghini Huracan? Am I seeing things? Aiming rubbed his eyes vigorously, but to his astonishment, it was indeed Lin Yun and the rotund man. Brother Huang, those two seem to be heading our way. The green-haired young man nudged Brother Huang. Yes, it looks like they are coming right for us. The sharp-nosed young man added, appearing flustered. Seeing Lin Yun and his friend approach, they felt a wave of panic wash over them. After all, who could mess with someone driving a Lamborghini? Surely, such a person could not be trifled with. Brother Huang inwardly hoped they were merely passing by. However, when Lin Yun and the rotund man reached them, they came to a halt. Lin Yun, Fatty, it's really you, Aiming exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he rushed toward them. You really came to rescue me. Perhaps due to his overwhelming emotions or the feeling of injustice, tears streamed down Aiming's face. Upon seeing the bruises and the gum stuck to Aiming's face, Lin Yun's anger flared. Aiming, I will ensure you get justice for what you've suffered. Lin Yun vowed, resolutely patting Aiming's shoulder, but he then turned his gaze to the group of delinquents, upon realizing that Lin Yun was Aiming's friend. The young men turned pale with fear. They had assaulted a friend of someone driving a Lamborghini. The very thought sent chills down their spines. Since you dared to harm my friend, you all share the blame. Don to you, Lin Yun's voice was cold as he stared at them. The group of young men, heads bowed like wilted eggplants, lost all their previous bravado. At that moment, Brother Huang stepped forward, feigning submission. Brother, we didn't know he was your friend, that we apologize to you both, he said with a forced smile, bowing in contrition. Without hesitation, Lin Yun delivered a resounding slap to Brother Huang's face. Apologize? Who told you to apologize? Lin Yun shouted that why yes, Brother Huang, though humiliated, could only nod in submission. Lin Yun turned to Aiming and asked, tell me exactly how they treated you. They beat me and demanded 2,000 yuan, even forcing me to eat the gum they had chewed. Aiming recounted, his voice filled with grievance. Lin Yun nodded, then looked back at Brother Huang. Here's your chance. Eat that pile of dog feces over there. He pointed to a black lump on the ground. Eat dog feces? Brother Huang's face turned ashen at the suggestion. The commotion caused by the Lamborghini had attracted a crowd, and people began to murmur amongst themselves. This is like a real-life rich second generation teaching delinquents a lesson. How entertaining. I know these thugs. They often bully people around here. Looks like they've finally bitten off more than they can chew. Yeah, these little ruffians have been so arrogant. It's about time they face some misfortune. The onlookers were abuzz with discussion, witnessing the affluent heir admonishing the ruffians in the street, which brought them a sense of satisfaction. In the midst of the scene, one remarked, Brother, how can this dog feces be something a human can consume? You must be joking. The yellow-haired thug wore a grim smile. Eating dog excrement was a repugnant act. far more disgusting than consuming someone else's chewed gum. Just the sight of that pile of dog waste made him nauseous, let alone the thought of eating it. Indeed, dog feces are not meant for humans. But for a beast like you, it's entirely fitting, Lin Yun retorted with his arms crossed, a cold smile gracing his lips. The hefty companion chimed in, "You dare to strike our roommate, and Cloud Brother is only letting you eat dog feces, which is already quite lenient. Why don't you hurry up and eat it?" Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired thug's expression grew even more sinister. You must not go too far. A cornered dog will jump over the wall." He gritted through clenched teeth that, "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Lin Yun continued to smile icily. "The meaning is quite simple, that I have already apologized, and you slapped me. Let's consider this matter settled. There are only 3 of you. If you truly press us, we will stab you and flee, and no matter how powerful your family is, they won't be able to find us." The yellow-haired thug spat with malevolence at this point. He pulled a dagger from his waist. Though he feared Lin Yun, he was emboldened by his streetwise bravado, convinced he would dare to stab even a wealthy heir if pushed to the brink. As the saying goes, a county official is not as good as a local bully. Although Lin Yun held a formidable status, the yellow-haired thug's group was numerous and fearless, at least in this moment. As for any retribution from the affluent heir later, they could simply run away. You think numbers and weapons make you formidable. It seems you have underestimated the opportunity one have offered you. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes, a glint of frostiness flashing within them. Nearby, Ming gasped at the sight of the dagger. "Lin Yun, let it go. I'm just glad to escape. Let us end this here," he urged, tugging at Lin Yun. Although Ming longed to see the yellow-haired thug suffer, he feared the thug might truly use the knife, that if Lin Yun were harmed while trying to defend him. He could never forgive himself. "Let it go. How dare you threaten me? This matter is far from over." Lin Yun replied coldly, that he then turned to the yellow-haired thug, his voice laced with menace, "From the moment you drew that knife, this situation has become irreversibly complicated. Kid, it seems you truly fear nothing. Don't blame us for what happens next. You brought this upon yourself. What if he is an affluent heir? I can take down even the likes of him." "Brothers, charge!" the yellow-haired thug shouted. The young delinquents behind him, though intimidated by Lin Yun's status, were naturally reckless and unyielding. Having escalated to this point, they no longer hesitated, brandishing their own concealed daggers, ready to strike. This gang was prepared to resort to violence. The wealthy heir was surely in peril. Even with a powerful background, he only had 3 companions at this moment. The crowd observed in dread as the yellow-haired thugs brandished their knives. "Oh no, they really intend to use their weapons." Ming's face blanched at the sight. "Lin Yun, Fatty, you 2 need to get out of here. I'll hold them off. You came to help me. I can't let you get hurt." Despite his fear, Ming, who typically appeared timid, stepped protectively in front of Lin Yun and Fatty, ready to shield them from the approaching thugs. "At Ming, we are here to save you. Not the other way around," Lin Yun replied with a smile. Just then, 5 identical luxury vans drove up the street one by one. They parked behind Lin Yun's Lamborghini. Subsequently, the doors of the vans swung open simultaneously, and over 40 young men clad in security uniforms poured out, briskly approaching Lin Yun and his companions. The sheer number of uniformed individuals, armed with nightsticks and exuding an intimidating presence, caused the yellow-haired thugs, who were poised to strike, to freeze in their tracks. "Brother, who are these people?" One thug exclaimed in shock. I don't know," the yellow-haired thug stammered, equally flabbergasted. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the security team swiftly reached Lin Yun's side. "Chairman!" They all bowed and shouted in unison, their voices booming. The yellow-haired thugs were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend that these security personnel had been summoned by Lin Yun. "Surround these few individuals," Lin Yun commanded with a wave of his hand. "Yes, Chairman." The security team promptly encircled the 7 thugs. Before arriving, Lin Yun had called the company, instructing them to dispatch a group of security personnel to the entrance of the Internet CAF, with numbers on his side. Lin Yun was not concerned about the thugs, as long as he was willing to pay. He could summon not just dozens, but hundreds or even thousands of individuals. Lin Yun stepped into the throng. The yellow-haired thugs' faces turned ashen, fear and despair etched across them. They knew that 7 of them stood no chance against over 40 security personnel. The yellow-haired thug realized that with a single command from Lin Yun, these guards could easily incapacitate them. Clatter, The dagger slipped from the yellow-haired thug's trembling hands, his fingers shaking uncontrollably, betraying his inner terror that if he had previously believed he could intimidate Lin Yun with sheer numbers, he now found himself devoid of any leverage to confront Lin Yun. His spirit for rebellion extinguished in the next instant. The terrified yellow-haired thug fell to his knees with a thud. "Big brother, spare us. I beg you for mercy," he pleaded, kneeling in desperation. The other young delinquents followed suit, trembling in fear. "Spare you? You drew a knife and now expect me to show mercy. You beat my roommate to a pulp and still want me to be lenient." Lin Yun squinted ice cold. "Furthermore, do you know what I despise the most? It's scoundrels like you, gathering to bully honest individuals." Lin Yun declared with venom, but he then issued a command: "Strike them. Leave them all severely injured. For every person taken down, I'll reward you with 10,000 yuan. I'll take full responsibility if anything goes awry." "Yes, Chairman," the guards, thrilled by the prospect of a 10,000 yuan bonus, surged forward. The ensuing scene need not be elaborated. The 7 young delinquents, faced with over 40 armed security personnel, were utterly powerless, writhing on the ground, howling and begging for mercy. The onlookers could not contain their applause, reveling in the sight of the thugs being dealt with. The tale of the affluent heir subduing street bullies would undoubtedly be recounted as a legendary victory. As for Ming, witnessing the thugs who had tormented him being brutally beaten, he was on the verge of tears from excitement. "Ming, don't cry. Cloud Brother has avenged you." Fatty patted Ming on the shoulder. "Yes." Ming nodded vigorously. By the way, what exactly is going on? Lin Yun's Lamborghini and all these security personnel?" Ming felt bewildered. He had always thought Lin Yun came from a humble background. How had he suddenly acquired a supercar and summoned so many people? "Haha, I'll explain everything shortly. Let us go grab a bite." "You must be starving. Come, let us eat." Lin Yun laughed, giving Ming a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Fatty added, "Yes, we were just in the middle of our meal when you called. We hardly had a chance to eat." After leaving the internet CAF, Lin Yun and Fatty took Ming directly to the Xingyan restaurant. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired thugs were left as mere shadows of their former selves, taken away in an ambulance. At Xingyan restaurant, Fatty disclosed Lin Yun's identity as the chairman of Huading Group and the grandson of the affluent Lu Zhizhong to Ming. "What? The chairman of Huading Group? The richest man Lu Zhizhong's grandson?" Ming's eyes widened in disbelief that he understood the prestige of Huading Group and the significance of Lu Zhizhong that in the past. He would have never believed such a thing, but having witnessed Lin Yun driving a luxury car and summoning so many people, he had no choice but to accept the truth that Lin Yun has even bought Xingyan restaurant, Fatty announced with a grin. Upon entering, Ming had heard the staff addressing Lin Yun and Fatty as bosses, leaving him bewildered. Now it all made sense. "Cloud Brother, why did you buy Xingyan restaurant?" Ming asked, perplexed. "Just for fun, really, just like a private dining hall now. It didn't cost much," Lin Yun remarked nonchalantly. Awesome. Ming couldn't help but give a thumbs up. He never imagined that he would have a suddenly wealthy roommate, and a top-tier one at that. At this moment, Lin Yun's expression turned serious. "Ming, you need to spend less time in internet CAFS and stop being so despondent. Do you really want to live your life being bullied?" "Cloud Brother, I will change my ways and quit the internet CAFS." Ming nodded earnestly. The humiliation and beating he had endured today had a profound effect on him, solidifying his determination to change. "I believe in you as long as you can overcome this habit. I will definitely help you with any difficulties you face in the future," Lin Yun said sincerely. "Really, Cloud Brother?" Amin was filled with excitement, for he understood that with Lin Yun's identity, even a casual act of assistance could potentially alter the course of his life. "Of course it's true. Could I deceive you?" Lin Yun chuckled lightly. All right, the food is getting cold. Let us eat hastily." Without a hint of politeness, the corpulent man seized the chopsticks. The following morning, at the Jinchang Group, within the confines of the master bedroom, "Xiang, what is that foul odor? Surely your toilet hasn't exploded." The petite mistress, nestled in Xiang Jinchang's embrace, pinched her nose and nudged him. Awoken from his slumber, Xiang Jinchang exclaimed, "Damn, what is that stench?" Upon catching a whiff of the acrid smell, he couldn't help but curse, covering his nose as the noxious odor seemed to pierce his very eyes. Knock, Xiang. This is bad." Just as Xiang Jinchang was about to rise and ascertain the situation, A series of urgent knocks echoed, accompanied by the voice of his strategist from outside. Upon opening the door, he fixed a stern gaze upon the strategist and demanded, "What the hell is it now?" "Xiang, the entrance of the villa is piled high with excrement. It has completely blocked the gate, and the stench is unbearable. You must come and see. What excrement everywhere!" Xiang Jinchang's expression morphed into one of disbelief. How could such a copious amount of filth appear at his doorstep? Yet the pungent aroma was a testament to the reality he faced. "Let us go." He hurriedly made his way towards the entrance. At the villa's entrance, a considerable mound of excrement obstructed the grand door, attracting a swarm of flies. The sight was repulsive, and the smell was enough to induce nausea. Many servants, upon witnessing the scene, promptly retched, "Xiang is here. Xiang is here." Amidst the bowing and scraping of the servants and bodyguards, Xiang Jinchang approached the entrance. Upon laying eyes on the mountain of filth, coupled with the inhalation of its terrible odor, he could no longer contain himself and bent over, violently vomiting. Just as he thought he had finished, as he gasped for air, he unintentionally inhaled another deep breath laden with the foul stench. Ugh! Ugh! In an instant, he was retching once more, ultimately dry heaving as nothing remained to expel. It felt as though his very stomach might erupt. "Xiang, Xiang." The strategist and several bodyguards rushed to support him. After he finished retching, his face had taken on a hue akin to that of a liver. "What is happening? What the hell is going on? Can someone explain this to me? Where did all this excrement come from?" Xiang Jinchang bellowed in anger. His fury was palpable, leaving the nearby bodyguards and servants too frightened to breathe. "Xiang, everything was perfectly fine yesterday, but around 2 or 3 in the morning, there was the sound of a truck. Someone must have dumped all this filth at your doorstep during the night," the strategist explained. "Who would dare dump excrement at my threshold? In Xinjiang City, who has the audacity?" Xiang Jinchang fumed, his muscles twitching in rage, his fists cracking ominously. What kind of person would dare to insult him in such a manner? This was a grave affront to his dignity. "Xiang, we orchestrated a scheme against the Huading group yesterday, and now this excrement appears at your door. I suspect this may well be their doing," the strategist surmised. "Indeed, it must be the Huading group," Xiang Jinchang affirmed, his voice resolute, unable to conceive of anyone else with the gall to act in such a manner. "Damn Huading group, to dare defile my doorstep. After all these years in Xinjiang City, they are the first to challenge me so brazenly. Have my efforts here been in vain?" Xiang Jinchang seethed. "By the way, Xiang, you asked me to investigate the new chairman of Huading. Here is the information." The strategist produced a dossier and handed it to Xiang Jinchang. "Lin Yun, the grandson of Lu Zhizhong, and still a student," Xiang Jinchang remarked, astonished by the revelation. "Xiang, I suspect this idea to dump excrement originated from Lin Yun himself. He feels emboldened by his lineage," the strategist posited, "but he thinks himself untouchable. To dare defile my home, I shall see him torn to shreds," Xiang Jinchang declared, slamming his fist against the wall, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. "What shall we do, Xiang?" the strategist inquired. "Gather some men. We shall discreetly eliminate this brat. I will ensure he learns that opposing me, Xiang Jinchang, leads to dire consequences. However," the strategist cautioned, "but he is Lu Zhizhong's grandson. If we kill him, might it not invite trouble? Our conflict with the Huading group could easily lead suspicion back to us." The strategist was not concerned about the feasibility of eliminating Lin Yun, for in Xinjiang City, it was a trivial matter for Xiang Jinchang to dispose of an adversary. His worry lay in the aftermath of such an act, that he was well aware that Lu Zhizhong was the wealthiest man in the southwest, possessing immense influence. If they provoked him, they could expect relentless retribution that would be unbearable. It is simple enough. Those we send to take action will murder the boy and then rob him, creating the illusion of a robbery gone wrong. This will allow us to distance ourselves from any implications." Xiang Jinchang replied coldly. "Xiang, your strategy is brilliant." The strategist couldn't help but applaud. "Xiang Jinchang, a mere boy who is yet to fully mature, dares to contend with me, to defile my doorstep. He is simply courting death." The strategist flattered. "In Xinjiang City, you, Xiang, are like a god. Even the Huading group cannot compete. Enough. Let us act swiftly. I want him to see no dawn," Xiang Jinchang commanded, waving his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, I will handle it with utmost precision." The strategist replied before departing through the back door. as the main entrance remained blocked by the foul pile. After the strategist left, Xiang Jin Chong raised his gaze, and upon witnessing the mountain of excrement and inhaling the putrid stench once more, he was overtaken by another wave of dry heaving. Meanwhile, at the Huading Group's chairman's office, Chairman Lin, as you instructed, the excrement was dumped at Xiang Jin Chong's doorstep this morning. 3 tons in total. Lu Bo reported. Excellent. I imagine Xiang Jin Chong must be thoroughly disgusted. Lin Yun smiled with satisfaction. However, Chairman Lin, Xiang Jin Chong may easily deduce our involvement. He is ruthless and vengeful, and he might retaliate. You must exercise caution in the coming days, Lu Bo warned earnestly. Rest assured, let him bring forth whatever schemes he desires. Lin Yun maintained his smile. By the way, Lu Bo, you mentioned there was an important matter you needed to inform me about? Lin Yun inquired. Chairman Lin, in a week, there will be an auction, with the highlight being the land sale. Lu Bo explained. He continued, there will be several highly valuable plots of land available, and you must participate in the auction to secure them, as it is crucial for next year's company plans. The Huading Group's primary business revolves around real estate, and acquiring prime land is essential for developing properties. Particularly coveted are plots in strategic locations, attracting numerous competitors. A week from now. Understood. Lin Yun nodded. During the auction, Jinchong Group will undoubtedly bid against us. You must be prepared, Lu Bo cautioned. Compete with me? I await their challenge. Lin Yun replied with a cold smile. The auction operates on the principle that the highest bidder wins. And as the grandson of the wealthiest man in the Southwest, Lin Yun had no financial qualms about facing off against Jinchong Group. After leaving the company, Lin Yun drove his Lamborghini to school that he parked somewhat off the beaten path. And as he approached his car, more than a dozen men in black suddenly emerged from the surrounding greenery, swiftly encircling him, brandishing various weapons. Who are you? Lin Yun frowned, sensing the hostility emanating from the group. Kid, we're here to take your life. Xiang wants you to receive a message. Cross him, and you'll meet your end. One of the men snarled menacingly. Before Lin Yun could react, the assailant lunged for his heart. Oh no! Lin Yun's pupils dilated as a wave of danger enveloped him. Just then, a swift sound sliced through the air. The next moment, the black-clad assailant collapsed before Lin Yun, blood soaking his shirt. Who? The remaining attackers were startled by the sudden turn of events, scanning their surroundings in alarm. That moment, a figure approached from the distance. It was the Lone Wolf. Haha, Lone Wolf! Upon seeing him, Lin Yun couldn't help but smile with joy. Previously, he had been displeased with Lone Wolf for disregarding his instructions, but in this instant, the sight of Lone Wolf seemed nothing short of heroic and imposing. In the face of imminent danger, Lin Yun had completely forgotten about Lone Wolf's presence. Without a doubt, the swift counterattack had come from him. As Lone Wolf approached, the group of black-clad men turned their attention toward him, fear evident in their demeanor due to the shocking scene they had just witnessed. The expressionless Lone Wolf surveyed his surroundings before emitting a hoarse and deep voice. Those who are wise. Get lost. Though the Lone Wolf's voice was not loud, it carried an immense sense of intimidation. Who are you? Stop playing tricks here. We are people of Master Xiang. I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. In the territory of Qingyang City, opposing Master Xiang is tantamount to seeking death, shouted one tall man in black. Master Xiang? Apologies, but I am unaware of who Master Xiang is. All I know is that if you do not leave, there will only be one outcome, the Lone Wolf replied, his expression unchanged and his voice devoid of fluctuation. Yet it instilled fear. I believe you are the one courting death, he continued. After the tall man finished speaking, he charged toward the Lone Wolf. Bang! Just as the tall man's dagger was about to strike the Lone Wolf seized the man's wrist. In the next moment, a piercing scream erupted, and the tall man's face contorted in agony. Accompanied by the wretched cries, the man's wrist was twisted into an unnatural angle. Then, the Lone Wolf struck the tall man's forehead with a palm. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. For the Lone Wolf, it was as effortless and casual as eating and drinking. Hiss! The remaining men in black collectively inhaled sharply, their faces reflecting sheer terror. The Lone Wolf's prowess had thoroughly intimidated them. You sought death, so do not blame me. The Lone Wolf's gaze intensified. After his words, he transformed into a predatory cheetah, charging directly at the men in black. 1 minute later, the remaining dozen men lay defeated on the ground. Before the lone wolf, they were utterly powerless to resist. Gulp. Lin Yun could not help but swallow hard, his eyes flickering with fear. The recent events had indeed terrified him. At that moment, the lone wolf approached Lin Yun. "Young master, are you unharmed?" he inquired. "I am fine, thanks to your timely arrival," Lin Yun stammered, gritting his teeth and nodding. Frankly speaking, the abilities the lone wolf had just displayed had left a profound impact on Lin Yun. "Since you are unharmed, please leave first, that I will handle things here," the lone wolf maintained his calm demeanor. "All right." Lin Yun nodded, still somewhat dazed from the shock. This was the first time Lin Yun had encountered such a scene. Despite his efforts to remain composed, he could not shake off feelings of astonishment and panic. He quickly walked to his car, opened the door, and took a seat. Grasping the steering wheel, he noticed his hands were still slightly trembling. "Damn it, why are my hands still shaking?" Lin Yun cursed himself. In truth, Lin Yun was unaware that he was already quite strong. Many people would be left in a state of confusion or even vomit upon witnessing such a scene for the first time. Of course, this also signified a process of transformation and growth. It was indeed wise of grandfather to send the lone wolf to protect me, Lin Yun mused inwardly. Reflecting on the recent events filled him with a sense of dread. Had the lone wolf not been there, he might have already been a corpse. At that moment, the significance of having the lone wolf's protection became abundantly clear. Damn the Jin Chong group. Damn Xiang Jin Chong. Lin Yun slammed his palm down on the steering wheel, realizing that without the lone wolf, Xiang Jin Chong would have truly killed him. Xiang Jin Chong. I, Lin Yun, will remember this debt. I swear on my name that if I do not bring down your Jin Chong group, I will write my name backward, Lin Yun declared fiercely. Although the immediate danger was averted by the lone wolf, the fury burning within Lin Yun remained unresolved. Meanwhile, at the villa of Xiang Jin Chong. After a morning of cleaning, the filth at the villa's entrance had finally been cleared away. At that moment, the strategist hurried into the villa. "Strategist, what is the situation? Have you eliminated that kid?" Xiang Jin Chong lounged on the sofa. Legs crossed, a glass of red wine in hand, with a beautiful woman nestled in his embrace. Despite being infuriated by the mess, thoughts of Lin Yun's impending demise brightened his mood. "Master Xiang, there has been an unforeseen complication. All the individuals I sent to eliminate Lin Yun have gone missing," the strategist reported, head bowed and voice somber. Upon hearing this, the smile vanished from Xiang Jin Chong's face. "Missing? How could this be?" he exclaimed, rising abruptly, his tone laced with incredulity. To him, eliminating someone in Qingyang City was a trivial task. How could his men have simply vanished? "I am unsure what happened, but it's as if the people I sent have evaporated into thin air." The strategist replied cautiously. "So, you mean the mission has failed, correct?" Xiang Jin Chong asked coldly. The strategist nodded apprehensively. "Useless. All of you are useless." Enraged, Xiang Jin Chong smashed the glass of wine onto the floor, shards scattering amidst the crimson liquid. In the wake of his fury, everyone in the living room lowered their heads, afraid to utter a word, even to breathe, fully aware of Xiang Jin Chong's volatile temper. Anyone who crossed him at that moment would suffer greatly. At that moment, the strategist cautiously raised his head. "Master Xiang, I cannot help but wonder if the people I sent have perished. It is imperative to see them alive or dead. Go find them. Qingyang City is my territory. I refuse to believe they cannot be located," Xiang Jin Chong commanded loudly. Yes, I will handle it immediately," the strategist replied, nodding. "By the way, Master Xiang, should we continue to send people to assassinate Lin Yun?" the strategist inquired. Xiang Jin Chong narrowed his eyes. "Until we ascertain the cause of this failure, do not act against him for the time being. Let him live a few more days." Though he yearned to see Lin Yun dismembered, the failure of this assassination attempt and the mysterious disappearance of his men made him hesitate to act recklessly again. Xiang Jin Chong's rise to power was not only due to his ruthless nature, but also a degree of caution. Otherwise, he would have been toppled long ago. At Qingyang University, Lin Yun returned to class after the tumultuous events and headed straight to the classroom. Halt! Just as he reached the classroom door, a boy and a girl blocked his path. Both adorned with badges from the Student Union's academic department. The boy sported a slicked-back hairstyle, while the girl had dyed her hair purple. "You must be Lin Yun, right? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wu Jun," the head of the academic department, the boy declared proudly. Another student union member. What do you want with me? Speak, Lin Yun replied coldly, showing no interest in these student union officials. Wu Jun's expression darkened instantly upon sensing Lin Yun's attitude. The girl with purple hair scolded, Kid, do you dare speak to our leader like that? Are you seeking death? Ha, leader. The head of the academic department. You must be joking. Seeking death? Huh. Lin Yun could not help but laugh that in the past he might have feared such student union officials, but now he found their pretentiousness laughable. How ridiculous it was that a mere student union member could wield such authority. Given Lin Yun's current status, he hardly regarded them. That you're quite arrogant. Aren't you? No wonder Zheng Hai asked me to deal with you. Wu Jun sneered that Wu Jun was friends with Zheng Hai, who had instructed him to keep an eye on Lin Yun and seize any opportunity to undermine him, ideally to the point of expulsion. Zheng Hai, the head of the external affairs department. Zheng Hai? Lin Yun chuckled upon hearing the name, vividly recalling Zheng Hai's infamous incident. Pausing for a moment, Lin Yun continued, So, you are here to take revenge for Zheng Hai, looking to pick a fight with me. Correct? I am not here to pick a fight. I am merely following the rules. I have discovered that you have been frequently absent from class recently, accumulating over 30 hours of truancy, according to school regulations. Missing more than 10 hours in a year leads to disciplinary action, and exceeding 30 hours results in expulsion. Wu Jun proclaimed proudly. Expel me. Do you have the authority to do so? Lin Yun replied with a cold smile, fully aware that Wu Jun was merely acting on Zheng Hai's behalf. Kid, one of our academic department's responsibilities is attendance tracking, that I have meticulously recorded your truancy, and once I report it, the school will undoubtedly make an example of you and expel you. Wu Jun stated, brandishing his attendance log with a self-satisfied grin. You dare oppose our student union. This is the fate that awaits you, Wu Jun boasted, reveling in his supposed power. Is that so? Lin Yun smirked, recognizing the motive behind their approach. You still find this amusing? Don't you realize you are about to be expelled? The girl with purple hair mocked. Then let me make this clear. If you can expel me, I will consider it a loss. Lin Yun retorted nonchalantly that Wu Jun had anticipated that merely brandishing the attendance log would intimidate Lin Yun into submission, forcing him to plead for mercy. Instead, Lin Yun appeared unconcerned, which caught Wu Jun off guard. That you're not afraid of being expelled? Wu Jun questioned, his expression darkening. If I were afraid, I would be a coward, Lin Yun replied with a smile, spreading his hands. You re so defiant even when facing your demise. Just wait. I will report you to the school today and ensure your expulsion, Wu Jun threatened vehemently. Upon finishing his statement, Wu Jun turned to leave. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit passed by. The principal. Both Wu Jun from the academic department and the girl with purple hair instantly recognized the man as the president of Qingyang University. Consequently, Wu Jun quickly donned a flattering smile and approached him. Good afternoon, principal. I am Wu Jun, the head of the academic department of the student council. After greeting the principal, Wu Jun's face was nearly split with his smile. Good afternoon, principal. The girl with purple hair also greeted him with a charming smile. Dun. The principal casually acknowledged them with a nonchalant grunt and continued on his way, clearly offering only a perfunctory response. After all, it was quite normal for the principal to dismiss so many students who greeted him in a similar fashion. So Wu Jun and his companion did not feel particularly disheartened. Meanwhile, Wu Jun scoffed inwardly. Lin Yun, that fool, truly lacks perception. He dares not even greet the principal and wonders why he struggles so much. Just a few steps after the principal had passed, he spotted Lin Yun. Is that not young Master Lin? Good afternoon, young Master Lin. The principal promptly smiled and hastened towards Lin Yun, displaying an unexpectedly cordial demeanor. That Wu Jun and the girl with purple hair were left utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? The principal was actually taking the initiative to greet this young man, and with such respect. Principal, you seem to be in good spirits today, Lin Yun replied with a smile. My good spirits stem from encountering young Master Lin. The principal said with a grin. That Wu Jun and the girl with purple hair felt their eyes widen in disbelief. Good heavens, the principal was actually flattering Lin Yun. This scene struck them like a bombshell, leaving them bewildered. What on earth was going on? Wu Jun's mind raced with questions that by the way, young Master Lin, what brings you here? The principal continued. Well, these two from the student council stopped me, claiming I was skipping classes and threatening to report me for expulsion. Since you are conveniently passing by, perhaps you could weigh in on whether I should be expelled. Lin Yun replied, a playful smile gracing his lips. Expelled? Young Master Lin, how could you say such a thing? Who could ever consider expelling you? The principal chuckled awkwardly. Previously, when Lin Yun had donated $1 million, the principal had assured him that he would not be expelled regardless of his attendance record. However, the key point was that the principal had come to know Lin Yun's true identity. After Lin Yun's donation, the principal had instructed his secretary to retrieve Lin Yun's file, which had revealed no notable status, merely a student from a poor family. Thus, the principal had pursued further inquiries, and just a few days ago, the secretary uncovered that Lin Yun was the newly appointed chairman of Huading Group and the grandson of Lu Zhizhong. Upon learning of this identity, the principal was understandably astonished. The grandson of the wealthiest individual was no ordinary figure, but he then turned his stern gaze towards Wu Jun and the purple-haired girl. So, it is you two who wish to expel young Master Lin. The principal's expression hardened, his tone laced with reproach. Both Wu Jun and the girl were understandably intimidated by the principal's questioning. Although they were student council officers, they rarely interacted with the principal, let alone faced reprimands from him. Principal, I was merely acting in accordance with regulations. This student has accumulated 37 hours of unexcused absences. And according to school rules, he should indeed be expelled, Wu Jun muttered, his head bowed. The girl with purple hair quickly chimed in. Yes, Principal, his absences are severely detrimental, and he should be expelled. Upon hearing this, the principal's face turned a deep shade of anger. Do you still dare to speak? Silence. Do you know who young Master Lin is? He is not someone you can offend. It seems that you two are the ones seeking expulsion. The principal's voice boomed at Wu Jun and the girl. Under the principal's wrath, Wu Jun and the girl trembled, their faces paling as they lowered their heads, afraid to utter another word. They had not anticipated that the principal would become so furious on behalf of Lin Yun. If you both wish to avoid expulsion, then promptly apologize to young Master Lin. The principal commanded sternly. Wu Jun and the girl, fearing defiance, approached Lin Yun, their previous arrogance replaced with a demeanor akin to wilted flowers. They were not fools. Witnessing the principal's profound respect for Lin Yun indicated that he possessed an incredibly formidable background. They realized they had indeed provoked the wrong person. I just stated that you are unqualified to expel me. Now do you believe it? Lin Yun remarked with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery. Wu Jun and the girl, upon hearing this, felt their expressions darken further. Lin Yun, we apologize, they mumbled. Their heads bowed. What was that? I couldn't quite hear you. Lin Yun feigned ignorance, furrowing his brow. With gritted teeth, Wu Jun and the girl raised their voices. We apologize. We are sorry. So you are apologizing. However, I must regretfully inform you that I do not accept your apologies. Lin Yun replied coldly with a smirk. The corners of Wu Jun and the girl's eyes twitched, their expressions growing increasingly grim at Lin Yun's refusal. Just then, the principal interjected. Since young Master Lin does not accept your apologies, then your positions in the student council are hereby terminated. Wu Jun's face turned ashen at the pronouncement. He had worked tirelessly to attain the position of head of the academic department. And now it was to be stripped from him? The girl with purple hair had similarly struggled to reach her role as vice head. Was it truly to be taken from her as well? However, with the principal's decree, they had no recourse. Regret washed over them. They lamented their choice to support Zheng Hai from the External Relations Department and their decision to trouble Lin Yun. Alas, it was too late for regrets. Young Master Lin, are you satisfied with this resolution? The principal inquired with a smile. That will suffice, but I do harbor a distaste for the bureaucratic tendencies within the student council. I hope the principal will address this matter. Lin Yun replied nonchalantly. Absolutely. I shall ensure that the problematic students are dealt with appropriately. Those who should be dismissed will be dismissed, and those deserving of punishment will be punished, the principal affirmed. Nodding. Witnessing this, Wu Jun and the girl were engulfed in turmoil, unable to fathom the extent of Lin Yun's formidable identity, which allowed him to command the principal in such a manner, and the principal complied without hesitation. Principal, you are busy. I shall head to class, Lin Yun declared before turning to walk away. As he entered the classroom through the back door, the teacher continued the lesson as though Lin Yun's presence was inconspicuous. For the instructor had already received word from the principal to disregard any attendance issues concerning Lin Yun and to avoid creating trouble for him. The class concluded swiftly, and afterward, Lin Yun approached Wang Shue's desk. Wang Shue, how is your mother's treatment progressing? Lin Yun inquired. The hospital has scheduled the surgery for tomorrow, Wang Shue replied, her face radiating joy. That's wonderful. Lin Yun nodded. I feel incredibly fortunate to receive assistance from a significant entity like Huading Group. Wang Shue expressed her gratitude. Little did Wang Shue realize that she should be thankful for Lin Yun, as he was the one facilitating all of this. Indeed, Lin Yun smiled in agreement to be by the way. Lin Yun, why didn't you attend class this morning? Did something come up? Wang Shue asked earnestly. I did have some matters to attend to, Lin Yun replied, scratching his nose. That moment, a classmate sitting next to Wang Shue chimed in with a teasing tone. You two seem to be getting quite close lately. Could it be that you were dating? This girl, named Hui Hui, was Wang Shue's roommate and friend. Wang Shue's cheeks flushed a bright red. Hui Hui. Don't say such nonsense. We are merely friends. Isn't that the best? Wang Shue, you are so beautiful. Surely you could find a wealthy suitor. Look at Lin Yun. He appears to have no future and would struggle to provide for you. Hui Hui remarked. Lin Yun's expression darkened at her words. In truth, he held a deep disdain for such superficial individuals. Yet he refrained from retorting, considering Hui Hui was Wang Shue's friend. Initially, Lin Yun intended to ignore the comment. But Hui Hui then turned to him and said, Lin Yun, I hope you recognize your own limitations. You are not worthy of our class leader, Wang Shue. Please refrain from bothering her in the future. Lin Yun furrowed his brows slightly before responding with a half-smile. Hui Hui, how is it that you are so certain I lack a future? What makes you think I am unworthy of Wang Shue? Lin Yun, do I really need to explain? You live in a dilapidated area and come from a single-parent family, relying on summer jobs and scholarships to cover your tuition. Many in the class are aware of this. Hui Hui scoffed. She continued, and our class leader Wang Shue is not only beautiful, but also academically accomplished. Many admirers pursue her, all of whom have better circumstances than you. Hui Hui, stop it. I'm just friends with him. Wang Shue interjected, tugging at Hui Hui's arm. She then turned to Lin Yun and said, Lin Yun, Hui Hui can be quite blunt. Please don't take her words to heart. Due to Hui Hui's loud voice. Several classmates had overheard, prompting a girl seated behind Wang Shue to chime in. Lin Yun, Hui Hui has a point. You, a boy from a destitute background, truly do not deserve our class leader, Wang Shue. Indeed, it's like a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Another voice chimed in from a distance. In an instant, many classmates around began to voice their opinions. Naturally, the subject of their discussion was that Lin Yun was unworthy of Wang Shue. And some remarks were even more disparaging. In the eyes of the students, Wang Shue was beautiful, academically outstanding, and of good character, whereas Lin Yun was merely a poor boy from a struggling family. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yun's expression darkened further. His good friend, Fatty, could no longer tolerate it. He stood up from his seat and exclaimed loudly, What nonsense are you all spouting? Do you even know who Brother Yun is? He is the one who anonymously donated 10 million to the school. The moment Fatty's words escaped his lips, instead of alleviating the situation for Lin Yun, the entire class erupted into laughter. Haha, Fatty, stop it. Do you really think Lin Yun can come up with 10 million? He'd struggle to produce even 1,000. Exactly. If he could come up with 10 million, I'd write my name backwards. The classmates burst into derisive laughter, and no one believed that Lin Yun was the mysterious benefactor who donated 10 million to the school. Fatty, seeing that the crowd not only disbelieved him, but laughed even harder, was enraged and stomped his feet in frustration, unsure of how to proceed. Hui Hui mockingly remarked, Fatty, even if you were Lin Yun's friend, you needn't spread such lies on his behalf. I'm not lying. Fatty's face flushed with indignation. Not lying? Do you really think we believe you? Hui Hui sneered. Fatty, stop talking. Lin Yun turned to Fatty and subtly gestured for him to cease. Fatty could only nod in agreement. Wang Shue, witnessing the numerous classmates disparaging Lin Yun, felt anxious at the same time. She was somewhat irritated with Hui Hui. Lin Yun, this is all my fault. It's my actions that have led to your ridicule. Wang Shue expressed, filled with guilt. She desperately wanted to defend Lin Yun, but was at a loss for words on how to dispel the criticism aimed at him. Chapter 45. I'll treat you all, Wang Shue. This isn't your concern. Lin Yun smiled at her to alleviate her worries. He then turned his gaze towards Hui Hui. Hui Hui, what you think you know may not be the truth. Out of respect for Wang Shue, I won't hold this against you this time, But remember, looking down on others will only bring you misfortune, Lin Yun said coldly. After delivering this statement, he turned and returned to his seat. Umph, as if I need your moralizing. A poor boy dreaming of grandeur. Hui scoffed. Once seated, Fatty approached Lin Yun with a remorseful expression. Brother Yun, I'm truly sorry that I wanted to stand up for you. But I ended up making things worse. It's all right. It's not your fault. Lin Yun patted Fatty's shoulder reassuringly. Brother Yun, it's infuriating that these people dare to speak of you like that and look down on you. Why don't you just reveal your identity as the chairman of Huading Group and scare them? Fatty expressed his outrage for Lin Yun. Lin Yun shook his head. If I were to say I'm the chairman of Huading Group now, would they believe me? They would only mock me further, claiming I'm bragging. Lin Yun had never revealed his identity in class. After dealing with Zhang Hu last time, Zhang Hu became aware of Lin Yun's status. But he had since transferred and did not disclose Lin Yun's identity to anyone. In fact, Fatty had long wanted Lin Yun to reveal his identity to prevent classmates from looking down on him. But Lin Yun had chosen not to do so. That makes sense? You always think things through. Fatty nodded in understanding. However, I've decided to stop being so low-key if I don't show my strength. They will truly believe I'm a sickly cat, Lin Yun said with narrowed eyes. The earlier incident had angered him and made him realize that being too low-key was not an option. Fatty nodded vigorously. Yes. You shouldn't be so low-key anymore. Use your identity to intimidate those who look down on you. Before the afternoon classes ended, the counselor arrived in the classroom to inform everyone that Youth Day was approaching, suggesting they go out for a meal to enhance class camaraderie. Due to time constraints, the counselor entrusted the arrangement to class monitor Wang Xue at 5:30 in the afternoon. All the classmates gathered at the school gate. Classmates, where shall we go for dinner? Wang Shui asked. Let us go to Juju Buffet. It's affordable and has a wide variety of dishes, Hui suggested. Her words received enthusiastic agreement from many classmates. Yes, Juju Buffet is great. The key is that it's only 59 yuan per person. Such gatherings required everyone to pay for themselves, so they naturally opted for a more economical choice suitable for college students. Seeing so many in agreement, Wang Shui declared, all right, then we'll go to Juju Buffet. That moment. The scorned voice interrupted. Juju Buffet? I assent that a bit too low-end. Upon hearing these words, the students turned to the source of the voice, which was none other than Lin Yun. Wang Shui looked at Lin Yun in confusion, not understanding why he would say such a thing. Lin Yun, what did you just say? You think Juju Buffet is too low-end? Hui laughed coldly. Many classmates stifled their laughter, incredulous that a poor boy would dare to criticize Juju Buffet's status. Isn't it true? A place that charges 59 yuan per person is too low-end for me. Lin Yun replied nonchalantly. Laughter erupted among the students. Lin Yun, do you have any self-awareness? It's you who is too low-end to be worthy of a place like Juju Buffet. Hui mocked at a red-haired boy chimed in. Lin Yun, if you say Juju Buffet is too low-end, then where do you suggest we eat? This red-haired boy was once Zhang Hu's underling that we shouldn't even mention five-star hotels, but at least it should be Xingyan Restaurant if we're near the school. Lin Yun replied casually. Xingyan Restaurant? Ha! The classmates roared with laughter once more. Kid, have you ever been to Xingyan Restaurant? I've been there with Brother Hu. Do you know how expensive it is? The red-haired boy laughed. Of course, I know that if you can't afford it. That's your problem, Lin Yun replied unfazed. You just know how to brag, acting as if you can afford it, that I'm definitely in a better position than you. The red-haired boy's expression darkened that moment. Hui stepped forward with a smile. Lin Yun, since you suggested we go to Xingyan Restaurant, how about you cover the bill for the gathering? No problem. I'll take care of the expenses for the meal, Lin Yun replied with indifference. Hui was taken aback by his response, expecting that Lin Yun would shy away, allowing her to continue mocking him. Instead, Lin Yun had agreed. All right, you said it. Hui declared loudly, classmates will dine at Xingyan Restaurant today, and Lin Yun will cover the cost that we only need to eat. If he can't pay in the end, that's his problem. Hui aimed to set Lin Yun up, thinking, aren't you trying to show off? Let us see what happens when you can't pay the bill. Sounds good. The classmates enthusiastically agreed, eager to dine at a high-end establishment without spending a dime. Let us go. Hui led the way towards Xingyan Restaurant. Hui. Wang Shui intercepted her. Hui, you're being too much. Lin Yun is also your classmate. How can you deliberately set him up like this? Wang Shui pouted, appearing quite upset. Ordinarily kind-hearted, she wouldn't argue with anyone, and she and Hui were merely acquaintances. However, Hui Wei's behavior towards Lin Yun infuriated her. Wang Shui, you're actually defending him. Don't you see? He is just a braggart. You've been fooled by him for too long. As a friend, I must help you see his true colors today. Hui feigned righteousness. After saying this, she continued towards Xingyin restaurant, with the classmates following suit. Lin Yun approached Wang Shui. Wang Shui, I'm really sorry for ruining your friendship with Hui because of me. Lin Yun said, I should be the one apologizing. It's because of me that you're facing their ridicule and disdain. Wang Shui expressed her guilt, having witnessed her classmates mock Lin Yun. She felt genuinely angry, but didn't know how to help him. Wang Shui, are you feeling sorry for me? Lin Yun smiled. Wang Shui's cheeks flushed. Of course not. We're friends, so I don't want to see you being laughed at and targeted. Class monitor. You two seem to be less like friends and more like lovers, Fatty joked. Wang Shui's face reddened even more at his remark. Lin Yun awkwardly cleared his throat. Fatty, don't say such things. All right, I won't say any more, but I'm really looking forward to it. Once we reach Xingyin restaurant, they'll be stunned, and I can't wait to see who dares to laugh at you then. Brother Yun, Fatty exclaimed joyfully that he understood that Lin Yun was now the owner of Xingyin restaurant and felt that he had finally found an opportunity for these classmates to witness Lin Yun's prowess. It is time to show them what I'm capable of, otherwise they might truly think I'm a sickly cat, Lin Yun said with a smile. However, Wang Shui appeared somewhat concerned. Lin Yun, the expenses at Xingyin restaurant are quite high. Even if you won the lottery for hundreds of thousands, you shouldn't spend it recklessly. Wang Shui remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Yun was the proprietor of Xingyin restaurant. No worries, let us proceed, Lin Yun remarked with a smile. The distance from the school to Xingyin restaurant was a little over 1,000 meters, and the group made their way there on foot. Truly, it is the finest establishment near our school, such opulent decor. Several classmates marveled as they gazed at the entrance. Having studied at Qingyang University for 2 years, this was my inaugural visit to Xingyin restaurant. We turned to Lin Yun and inquired, Lin Yun, let me confirm once more, you are treating us today, correct? If you cannot afford it, the consequences will fall solely upon you, understood? Indeed, Lin Yun responded with a composed smile. Excellent, that is precisely what I wanted to hear. Fellow classmates, let us proceed. Hui declared, striding confidently into Xingyin restaurant, followed closely by her classmates. Lin Yun, with a beaming smile, looked toward Xingyin restaurant and called out, Fatty, Wang Shui, let's go inside. With that, he strode purposefully toward the restaurant. Inside Xingyin restaurant, Lin Yun's class comprised over 40 students, and the sudden influx of this many individuals certainly created quite the spectacle. Several waitstaff hurried over upon seeing the unexpected crowd. Excuse me, are you here to dine at Xingyin restaurant? One of the servers inquired. Correct, we are here for a class gathering. Please prepare a table for us. Hui promptly replied that a class gathering. Are you certain? A few servers expressed their astonishment. The dining expenses at Xingyin restaurant were quite steep, typically only attracting affluent individuals for private gatherings. That it was unprecedented for an entire class to choose to dine here. Of course we're certain, came a resounding voice from outside. The servers turned to see Lin Yun making his way through the crowd with purpose. Boss, several servers gasped in surprise, recognizing Lin Yun as their employer. They quickly bowed in unison, greeting him. Good afternoon, boss. The classmates were left dumbfounded, all wearing expressions of disbelief. Why were the servers addressing Lin Yun as boss? Could it be that he truly was the owner of Xingyin restaurant? This seemed utterly implausible. Why are you calling him boss? You must be mistaken, Hui exclaimed, unable to contain her curiosity. Because he is indeed the owner of Xingyin restaurant, the servers replied in unison. What? The classmates' faces registered sheer incredulity. Hui's eyes widened as she stared at Lin Yun in disbelief. Even Wang Shui gasped, covering her mouth in shock, that no, this is impossible. He is just a penniless boy. How could he possibly own Xingyin restaurant? Hui exclaimed, her voice rising in pitch due to her astonishment. She was utterly unwilling to accept that Lin Yun could be the restaurant's proprietor. At that moment, the dining room manager, Xiao Qian, approached. Boss, you have arrived. Here are the transfer documents and information from the previous owner. He asked me to hand them over to you, she said with a smile, presenting the documents to Lin Yun. Lin Yun accepted the papers and then turned to Hui. You doubt my status as the owner, do you? Then open your eyes wide and take a good look, Lin Yun declared, tossing the documents toward Hui. Reluctantly, Hui caught the papers and perused them, discovering that they clearly stated the transfer of ownership of Xingyan Restaurant to Lin Yun, complete with personal details. With a resounding thud, the documents fell from her hands to the ground as her complexion drained of color, her spirit seemingly evaporating. Good heavens! Lin Yun is indeed the owner of Xingyan Restaurant. Despite her reluctance to believe it, she now had no choice but to accept the truth. The classmates exchanged astonished glances, their previous disdain for Lin Yun replaced by a newfound respect. Fatty couldn't help but step forward. Grinning, "Oui, I told you from the start that my brother Yun is impressive." Lin Yun coldly smirked and addressed Oui. "Tell me, do you still think I am unworthy of Wang Shui?" Hui's face paled, leaving her speechless. Lin Yun then turned to Hong Mao. "And you, who often mock me in class, what do you have to say now?" Hong Mao's face turned ashen, his eyes cast downward in shame. Lin Yun surveyed the rest of the classmates, who had once derided him. They all averted their gazes, fearful of meeting his eyes. Although Xingyan Restaurant was valued at only around 10 million to these ordinary university students, being its owner was a remarkable achievement, signifying success. "All right, everyone, I, Lin Yun, am not one to hold grudges. Let bygones be bygones. I merely hope you will refrain from judging others through a tinted lens," Lin Yun stated. Of course, the classmates nodded in agreement, their relief palpable. Lin Yun shifted his gaze back to Xiao Qian, instructing, "Xiao Qian, please prepare a table. Our class will be dining here today. Inform the kitchen to serve all the signature dishes." "Wow, we are in for a treat today. Brother Yun is magnificent." The classmates' eyes sparkled at the prospect of indulging in the renowned dishes of Xingyan Restaurant, which had garnered significant acclaim in the vicinity. Had it not been for Lin Yun's invitation, they might never have had the opportunity to savor these delicacies. "Certainly, boss. I will make the arrangements right away." Xiao Qian nodded enthusiastically before turning to fulfill her duties. The gathering took place in a spacious private room on the second floor, with Lin Yun seating Wang Shui beside him. "Lin Yun, you must tell me how this came to be. How did you become the owner of Xingyan Restaurant?" Wang Shui asked curiously as soon as they sat down. "Well, I purchased it. I won a lottery worth several $100,000. Lin Yun replied with a chuckle. Wang Shui pouted. You are deceiving me. You previously mentioned winning a few $100,000. But that amount could never suffice to buy Xingyan Restaurant. I am not a child." Beside them, Fatty could not contain himself. Wang Shui. Actually, the boss is, he intended to reveal that Lin Yun was the chairman of Huading Group. But Lin Yun interrupted him. "Wang Shui, when the time is right, you will find out." Lin Yun said that he had considered disclosing that he was the chairman of Huading Group and the grandson of Lu Zhizhou, but decided it was more appropriate to do so in a formal context. "All right," Wang Shui nodded. Since Lin Yun chose not to elaborate, she respected his decision, though she could not shake the feeling that Lin Yun held a significant secret. Just then, a few female classmates approached. "Lin Yun, we have come to toast you in gratitude for treating us today, that we hope you will continue to look out for us," they said warmly. Lin Yun couldn't help but chuckle. These girls who had never spoken to him before now sought to befriend him, clearly motivated by his newfound status. "Sure," Lin Yun replied, raising his glass in acknowledgement of their toast. As the evening progressed, more classmates approached Lin Yun to offer toasts. The male classmates affectionately addressed him as Brother Yun, a stark contrast to the mockery they had shown him earlier in the day. Even those who had been the most derisive in class now sought his forgiveness, hoping he would overlook their past behavior. As for Wee, she remained in the corner, too embarrassed to approach Lin Yun to be by the end of the gathering. Lin Yun had undeniably risen to the pinnacle of popularity within the class. It was clear that many classmates would now seek to curry favor with him, eager to establish connections with the owner of Xingyan Restaurant. After the class reunion concluded, it was already evening. Following dinner, Lin Yun accompanied Wang Shui to the hospital to visit her mother. The next day, as Lin Yun was preparing to attend class, he received a call from Huang Mingyi. "Mingyi, what a pleasant surprise to hear from you. I assumed you and your father were quite busy these days," Lin Yun said. During the last gathering, not only had Lin Yun forged a partnership with Huang Mingyi's family, but he had also invested 100 million to assist in the expansion of her company. "Indeed, it has been hectic but also quite fulfilling. Our company is thriving, and I owe much of that to you." Huang Mingyi's melodic voice resonated through the phone. "There's something specific you wish to discuss today?" Lin Yun inquired. "The company is doing well, but I have a personal matter I would like to ask for your assistance with." Huang Mingyi hesitated. "Feel free to speak candidly. If I can help, I certainly will." Lin Yun encouraged her. He regarded Huang Mingyi as a good friend and was eager to assist if she had any needs. Well, the son of the owner of Fengli Company has invited me to lunch to discuss business. But Huang Mingyi trailed off once more. However, he wishes to pursue you under the pretense of discussing work, does he not? Lin Yun remarked with a smile. From Huang Mingyi's narration, Lin Yun could surmise the situation. The voice on the other end of the line, belonging to Huang Mingyi, softly acknowledged. Therefore, I would like to trouble you to pretend to be my boyfriend. When we meet him, seeing that I have a boyfriend will naturally deter him from pursuing me any further. Huang Mingyi stated that that's so. Lin Yun nodded it's so. Can you assist me? The time is set for 12:30 this afternoon. Huang Mingyi's sweet voice resonated through the phone. No problem. Just send me the restaurant's address. Lin Yun replied decisively. For Lin Yun, this was merely a trifling matter. After all, Huang Mingyi had once helped him, so assisting her with this small favor was hardly a burden. Shortly after hanging up, Lin Yun received the address from Huang Mingyi, Sluodong Western Restaurant, located on the first floor of Huading Plaza. Huading Plaza is a renowned square in Qingshan City, making it quite ordinary to dine there. Moreover, the square is owned by Huading Group, and all shops within must lease from them, which serves as a significant source of profit for the group at 11:30, amidst the roaring sound of a Lamborghini. Lin Yun drove his Lamborghini Gallardo to Huading Plaza, the most bustling square in Qingshan City. It was naturally teeming with life, and the presence of Lin Yun's Lamborghini attracted numerous glances and exclamations. With some even hastily pulling out their phones to capture the moment in the underground parking lot of Huading Plaza. After parking his Lamborghini, Lin Yun hurried towards the elevator. While parking, he received a call from Huang Mingyi, informing him that she had already arrived at the restaurant and was waiting for him. Not far ahead, a Porsche Cayenne sped towards him. Beep, beep, beep. A series of blaring horns pierced the air. Lin Yun frowned. The cacophony of horns was clearly directed at him. The underground parking space was already narrow, and this Porsche was speeding, audaciously honking its horn. Sensing the urgency of the oncoming Porsche, Lin Yun chose to step aside. After all, life is precious, and if a collision were to occur, it would be Lin Yun who ended up in the hospital, not the car's owner. Amidst the blaring horns, the Porsche Cayenne swiftly approached Lin Yun. The side mirror of the Porsche nearly brushed against Lin Yun's chest as it passed by. Damn. Lin Yun's face turned ashen, and he couldn't help but curse aloud. He had nowhere left to retreat. And yet this driver showed no intention of slowing down. Anger sparked in Lin Yun's eyes that moment. The Porsche Cayenne came to a halt in front of him. The next instant, the window of the Porsche rolled down, revealing a young man with slick back hair, who peered at Lin Yun. Kid, are you seeking death? Don't you know to back off? If you scratch my Porsche, can you afford to pay for it? The young man with slick back hair shouted fiercely at Lin Yun. If you were to hit me, your life wouldn't suffice as compensation. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes and retorted. Damn it. Lin Yun seethed with frustration. He had already stepped aside, and this arrogant driver nearly collided with him. Yet he had the audacity to blame Lin Yun. In the past, Lin Yun might have feared someone driving a Porsche, but now he felt no intimidation. As Lin Yun spoke, the young man with slicked back hair grew furious. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you believe I won't make you pay? As he shouted, he swung open the car door, looking as though he was about to confront Lin Yun. Make me pay. You should take a good look at your own car first. Lin Yun replied coldly. Just as the young man was about to charge at him, he turned to see his car rolling forward. In his haste to exit, he had neglected to engage the electronic handbrake, causing it to roll. Bang! The runaway Porsche Cayenne collided with another parked vehicle, my car. The young man exclaimed as he rushed back to his vehicle, forgetting all about confronting Lin Yun. Foolish brat, you deserve it. Lin Yun sneered coldly before turning back towards the elevator. After all, since the young man with slicked back hair had not crashed into him, Lin Yun could not be bothered to waste any more time on him. Huang Mingyi was still waiting. Had the young man truly collided with him, Lin Yun would have certainly ensured he paid a hefty price for it. Inside the Sluodong Western Restaurant on the first floor of Huading Plaza, Lin Yun entered to find Huang Mingyi waving at him from a nearby table by the window. Today, Huang Mingyi wore an off-shoulder black dress that exuded elegance. Her makeup meticulously applied, complementing her exquisite features, making her nearly flawless in beauty. That would be unusual for such a stunning woman not to have a throng of admirers. The table was occupied solely by Huang Mingyi, indicating that the man she had arranged to meet had yet to arrive. With a smile, Lin Yun strode confidently to Huang Mingyi's side. "Lin Yun, I am truly delighted that you could come to help me." "Thank you in advance," Huang Mingyi expressed with a smile. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a small favor." Lin Yun replied with a grin. "Please, have a seat." Huang Mingyi continued to smile. Lin Yun, feeling at ease, nodded and took a seat directly across from her. Huang Mingyi chuckled softly, saying, "Lin Yun, that seat of yours is meant for the son of the boss of Fengli. We are to pretend to be a couple today. You should sit beside me to make it more believable." "Ah, you're right. I hadn't considered that," Lin Yun admitted somewhat sheepishly, scratching his nose. Without further ado, Lin Yun shifted to sit beside Huang Mingyi. As he settled in, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air. While Lin Yun was no connoisseur of perfumes, he found this scent particularly delightful, compelling him to inhale deeply. Once seated, a slight awkwardness enveloped the two, as they fell into silence. By the way, Huang Mingyi, do you have a boyfriend?" Lin Yun ventured to break the ice. "Giggle, if I had a boyfriend, would I need to ask you to pretend?" Huang Mingyi laughed melodiously. "Indeed, how could I have asked such a foolish question?" Lin Yun chuckled awkwardly. "What about you? Do you have a girlfriend?" Huang Mingyi inquired with a bright smile. "I had one before, but she dumped me not long ago." Lin Yun shrugged. "She dumped you? She must be blind." Huang Mingyi exclaimed in surprise. "Let us not dwell on the past," Lin Yun said with a resigned smile. At that moment, a man walked into the restaurant. He had slicked back hair, wore a blue suit, donned a Rolex watch, and wore a gemstone ring on his finger, with a set of Porsche car keys dangling from his waist. "Lin Yun, here he comes. The one in the blue suit is the person I'm meeting today. The son of the Fengli Company's boss, named Xiao Wenbang," Huang Mingyi informed Lin Yun. Lin Yun looked up, and in the next instant, his pupils dilated in recognition that it was him. Lin Yun immediately recognized the man as the one who had nearly scraped his Lamborghini in the underground parking lot. "Mingyi, he's the one who invited you to dinner and wishes to pursue you, correct?" Lin Yun sought confirmation from Huang Mingyi. "Yes," Huang Mingyi nodded. "What a coincidence," Lin Yun remarked with a sly smile. Just then, the young man with slicked back hair approached their table. Upon reaching the table, the young man immediately recognized Lin Yun. "Damn it, I was looking for you, so you were here. I'm going to settle the score with you. You caused my car to get damaged. I want to let you off the hook today." The young man exuded an aura of confrontation. "What a coincidence. I was also intending to settle the score with you. If you're looking for a fight, feel free to try. I assure you I'll send you to the hospital for a vacation." Lin Yun replied coldly, picking up a fork from the table. That if this young man truly dared to engage Lin Yun in a physical altercation, Lin Yun would have no qualms about stabbing him with a fork. It mattered not who he was. The son of the Fengli Company's boss, daring to act arrogantly in front of Lin Yun, would not suffice. "You!" The young man's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the fork in Lin Yun's hand, swallowing hard, betraying a hint of fear. The young man, emboldened by his background, had been brazenly bullying others. Yet when it came to actual fighting, he was out of his depth, genuinely fearful of Lin Yun's sharp fork. "Xiao Wenbang, what are you doing?" "This is my boyfriend," Huang Mingyi interjected. "Boyfriend? Mingyi, he is your boyfriend?" The young man was taken aback. "Xiao, it's my personal matter when I have a boyfriend. It seems to have no bearing on you," Huang Mingyi replied coldly. "How does it not matter? You, Huang Mingyi, are the woman I have my eye on," Xiao Wenbang retorted sharply while casting a hostile glance at Lin Yun. "Xiao, we are here to discuss business today. Please take a seat," Huang Mingyi urged. Reluctantly, Xiao Wenbang gritted his teeth and sat down across from them. Lin Yun also took a seat alongside Huang Mingyi. Seeing Lin Yun and Huang Mingyi seated together, Xiao Wenbang was filled with envy. Being able to sit beside Huang Mingyi was a dream come true for him. Yet now he was witnessing another man occupying that very spot. Had the man been of a significantly higher status, he might have felt more at ease. Instead, he noted Lin Yun's cheap attire, clearly indicating that he was merely a poor kid, that a poor kid had managed to win the affection of Huang Mingyi, the very woman he had long pursued but failed to win over, leaving him feeling profoundly unsettled. "Huang Mingyi, given your qualifications, it would only be natural for you to seek someone akin to myself. Yet you find yourself entangled with a mere impoverished fellow." Xiao Wenbang could not restrain his disdainful remarks. "Impoverished fellow? Xiao Wenbang, do you truly know who he is?" Huang Mingyi could not help but chuckle. She was well aware that Lin Yun was the chairman of the Huading Group's Qingyang branch, the grandson of the wealthiest man in southwest China, Lu Zhizhong. Who could he possibly be but an impoverished fellow? Xiao Wenbang scoffed dismissively. Just then a server approached. "What would you three like to order?" The server inquired with a smile. "Kid, you go ahead and order," Xiao Wenbang said with a sneer, directing his gaze at Lin Yun. Xiao Wenbang was convinced that Lin Yun, being the impoverished fellow he was, had never set foot in such an upscale restaurant. Thus, he assumed Lin Yun would falter in placing an order, intending to make him look foolish. A 1982 Lafite white sturgeon caviar and 3 medium-rare filet mignon. Lin Yun replied nonchalantly. Having once been an impoverished fellow himself, Lin Yun had indeed never tasted caviar or dined in a high-end restaurant. However, one may not have eaten pork but can still witness a pig run, right? Lin Yun had a fondness for novels, where he had encountered such exquisite pairings that as soon as Lin Yun finished speaking, the server's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Xiao Wenbang's countenance, on the other hand, darkened instantly that he had not anticipated that Lin Yun would effortlessly order the most expensive and elaborate meal. "Kid, do you have any idea how much these cost?" Xiao Wenbang gritted his teeth. He was keenly aware that this meal was his invitation, and thus, he was responsible for the payment. That, of course, "I know. You wouldn't dare tell me you can't afford it. Would you? If that's the case, I can cover it for you," Lin Yun replied with a smile. Xiao Wenbang's facial muscles twitched, his complexion turning an ashen hue. "How could I possibly be unable to pay?" he exclaimed, gritting his teeth. "Server, that will be all," Xiao Wenbang insisted. Despite the sting to his wallet, this meal would cost him nearly half a Porsche Cayenne. He had to maintain his facade in front of Huang Mingyi. Xiao Wenbang initially intended to humiliate Lin Yun by making him order, never anticipating he would end up shooting himself in the foot. Huang Mingyi, witnessing Xiao Wenbang's discomfort, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Lin Yun also smirked coldly, thinking, "This is what you get for your own folly." Xiao Wenbang, clenching his teeth, resolved to regain his dignity and ensure Lin Yun would taste defeat. Once the server departed, Xiao Wenbang snapped, "Kid, do you have any idea how much your order costs? Tens of thousands. I can afford it." He pounded his chest boastfully. "And you could never come up with such a sum. Next time you dine with Mingyi, will you expect her to foot the bill? You can never provide her with happiness." He then produced his Porsche Cayenne car keys, slamming them onto the table. "Kid, do you know what this is? A Porsche Cayenne, worth over $1 million. And you, riding a bicycle," Xiao Wenbang declared arrogantly. Huang Mingyi, amused by Xiao Wenbang's ostentation, covered her mouth, giggling. Lin Yun chuckled. "Is a car worth over $1 million truly that expensive?" "Of course, a poor fellow like you has likely never seen such wealth, let alone afford a luxury car," Xiao Wenbang boasted smugly. "That may not necessarily be the case," Lin Yun replied with a knowing smile. He then retrieved a set of car keys from his pocket. "I believe my vehicle might far surpass your garbage car in value." As he spoke, he placed the Lamborghini car key on the table. El Lamborghini. The moment Xiao Wenbang laid eyes on the key, his grin vanished, and his entire being shuddered in shock. He could not fathom that Lin Yun would suddenly produce a Lamborghini key. That you must have bought a fake online. Just to show off. Xiao Wenbang gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept that Lin Yun could afford a Lamborghini. "Whether it is real or not, you may verify for yourself," Lin Yun replied with a smile. Xiao Wenbang quickly seized the Lamborghini key and began inspecting it. The distinction between a cheap replica and a genuine luxury car key was glaringly apparent, especially for a vehicle of such caliber. Where crafting the key itself was an expensive endeavor, anyone familiar with a real Lamborghini key could easily identify a counterfeit. This is indeed a genuine Lamborghini key. Xiao Wenbang's complexion drained of color as he realized that not only was the key authentic, but it belonged to a Lamborghini worth $8 million. "So, how about it? My car should easily outshine your garbage car, right?" Lin Yun chuckled. "How could you possibly own a Lamborghini? Who are you?" Xiao Wenbang's face was grim. At that moment, Huang Mingyi interjected with a smile. "Xiao Wenbang, I had intended to inform you earlier that my boyfriend is Lin Yun, the new chairman of the Huading Group's Qingyang branch." Xiao Wenbang gulped audibly. He understood that this identity far surpassed even his father's standing, let alone his own status as a wealthy heir. Huang Mingyi continued, "Oh, and by the way, he is also the grandson of Lu Zhizhong." The wealthiest man in southwest China. What? The grandson of Liu Zhizhong? Xiao Wenbang's eyes widened, his voice turning shrill with disbelief, his expression revealing a sense of utter confusion. Although both he and Lin Yun were considered wealthy heirs, Xiao Wenbang was merely the son of a local company owner, while Lin Yun's lineage placed him leagues above in terms of status. If you doubt my identity, feel free to investigate, Lin Yun remarked nonchalantly. Folding his arms, Xiao Wenbang swallowed again, this time not with skepticism. The mere fact that Lin Yun could afford a Lamborghini was proof enough of his remarkable standing, and he was aware that Huang Mingyi would not deceive him. The realization that he had just boasted about his wealth to the grandson of the wealthiest man filled Xiao Wenbang with shame, making him wish to vanish into the ground that moment. Lin Yun drew Huang Mingyi into his embrace and declared in a commanding tone to Xiao Wenbang, Xiao Wenbang, I am now solemnly informing you that Huang Mingyi is my woman, and you have no right to touch her. From now on, keep your distance from her. Understood? Chapter 49. A Photograph. Though Lin Yun's voice was not loud, it carried an undeniable authority. Huang Mingyi trembled slightly in Lin Yun's embrace, her cheeks flushing crimson. For her, no man had ever held her in such a manner before. Yet, she did not resist, understanding that Lin Yun was merely acting to lend authenticity to the scene. Xiao Wenbang watched in jealousy and envy as the woman he coveted was held by another. Yet he felt utterly powerless. Did you hear my previous words clearly? Answer me. Lin Yun pressed coldly, fixing his gaze on Xiao Wenbang. Did I understand, young Master Lin? Xiao Wenbang gritted his teeth and nodded. After all, Lin Yun was infinitely more formidable than he. Daring to vie for the affections of the grandson of the wealthiest man was beyond his courage. At least you are perceptive. Should you dare to refuse, I can assure you that I will ensure your company cannot operate in Xinjiang. Lin Yun's voice was icy. Why yes. Young Master Lin is correct. Xiao Wenbang repeatedly nodded, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He knew that with Lin Yun's status as the grandson of the wealthiest man, he could indeed make it happen. Young Master Lin, I just remembered I have some matters to attend to. So I will take my leave now. That I wish you both a lifetime of happiness. Xiao Wenbang stood up as he spoke, drenched in cold sweat and eager to exit the scene. Wait, Lin Yun called out to him. Why, young Master Lin? Do you have any further matters? Xiao Wenbang turned, appearing anxious, fearing Lin Yun might seek further trouble. That I merely wanted to remind you that while you may leave early, do not forget that this meal is on you. Be sure to settle the bill before you depart, Lin Yun said with a teasing smile. Xiao Wenbang's facial muscles twitched violently, his expression growing even more unpleasant. He had initially assumed that leaving without dining would absolve him of the payment. Moreover, he believed Lin Yun, being the grandson of the wealthiest man, could easily cover such a meal that he never expected Lin Yun would insist he pay. What is the matter? Is there a problem? Lin Yun feigned seriousness. And no problem. I will settle the bill right away. Xiao Wenbang chuckled nervously. He dared not voice any objections. But internally, his heart bled. His car cost over $1 million, and this meal would devour tens of thousands. And it was all for someone else. Yet he could not refuse. Huang Mingyi couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth as she witnessed Xiao Wenbang's plight. Once he departed, Huang Mingyi shyly said, can you let go of me now? For Lin Yun still held her close. Of course. Lin Yun replied awkwardly, quickly releasing Huang Mingyi. However, the delightful scent lingering on her only heightened Lin Yun's awareness of her presence. I primarily embraced you to enhance the authenticity of the act. You don't mind, do you? Lin Yun rubbed his nose sheepishly. Not at all. You were helping me, Huang Mingyi replied, slightly bashful. Immediately, Huang Mingyi changed the subject and covered her mouth with a laugh, saying, however, seeing Xiao Wenbang suffer and unable to voice his anger is simply too amusing. Lin Yun chuckled in response. This is his own doing. I believe he will think twice about targeting you in the future. Lin Yun, I truly appreciate you. Without you, I don't know how long Xiao Wenbang would have continued to pester me. Your arrival has swiftly resolved this major hassle, Huang Mingyi remarked with a smile. Should you encounter similar troubles in the future, feel free to reach out to me. That I am at your service anytime. In Xinjiang City, I doubt there is a second-generation heir I cannot handle. Lin Yun replied nonchalantly to Lin Yun. This was indeed a trivial matter. All right, you said it. You are such a kind person, Huang Mingyi expressed, her happiness evident. One could not help but notice how her every frown and smile stirred one's heart. It is no wonder so many sought to pursue her at this moment. Lin Yun jokingly remarked, Huang Mingyi, you are currently single. With so many suitors, why not choose one? Once you grow old, you may find no one is left to pursue you. Huang Mingyi chuckled softly and replied, these individuals are merely fixated on my appearance. They could never be lifelong companions. That as for my significant other, I do not concern myself with their wealth, but rather with the kind of person they are. Should I encounter someone suitable, I will naturally consider it, though. What, in your eyes, constitutes suitable? Lin Yun inquired curiously. Someone like you, Huang Mingyi replied with a smile. Oh. Lin Yun suddenly felt a bit awkward, as if he was being subtly hinted at. Just then, the waiter began to serve the meal. Lin Yun and Huang Mingyi chatted while they dined, spending nearly an hour together. Originally, this lunch was intended for Xiao Wenbang and Huang Mingyi, but it ultimately turned into a meal shared by Lin Yun and Huang Mingyi. Of course, their conversation primarily revolved around company matters, with personal topics being less frequently discussed. After finishing their meal, Lin Yun initially suggested escorting Huang Mingyi, but she had driven herself. Thus, Lin Yun accompanied her to the underground parking lot. In front of Huang Mingyi's Audi, he advised Mingyi, drive carefully on your way back, that if you encounter any trouble in the future, remember to call me. Huang Mingyi nodded with a smile before driving away. As Lin Yun watched her car depart, he couldn't help but shake his head and smiled. He then made his way toward his own car. Upon returning to his Lamborghini, he noticed a young man and woman sitting on the hood, taking selfies. The man was quite tall, approximately 1.85 meters, while the woman wore heavy makeup and revealing attire. They were engrossed in their photo shoot. Lin Yun shook his head and smiled before approaching them. Excuse me, but it's rather inappropriate to sit on someone else's car's hood for photos, don't you think? Lin Yun said with a smirk. Upon hearing this, the young couple paused and turned to look at him. The tall man sized Lin Yun up and retorted, what I do is none of your business. The heavily made-up woman, after examining Lin Yun, arrogantly stated, Kid, how do you know this ain't my car? I am sitting on my own car. Is there a problem with that? Your car. Lin Yun couldn't help but laugh, realizing she had no idea that he was the rightful owner of the Lamborghini. You claim it's your car, huh? Then show me the keys, Lin Yun said with a playful smirk. The tall man shouted, who do you think you are? Just because you ask us to show you. We should. You think you're worthy? I'm afraid I am worthy, for this Lamborghini is indeed mine. Lin Yun replied with a smile. Yours? The tall man and the heavily made-up woman burst into laughter. Kid, you really can talk big, with your attire. How could you possibly drive a Lamborghini? The tall man guffawed. Kid, that shared bicycle next to you is probably your mode of transport, the heavily made-up woman scoffed. After a few more laughs, she added, Kid, I see you want to take a few photos with the Lamborghini to show off, right? Fine, once we're done, you can have your turn. Really? I can take photos too? Lin Yun feigned excitement. Of course, but you'll have to wait in line, the heavily made-up woman replied. After saying that, she resumed taking pictures while sitting on the hood. Miss, may I join you for a photo? Lin Yun asked with a teasing smile. Upon hearing this, the tall man became furious. Hey, can't you see I'm right here? You dare flirt with my girl in front of me. Do you want to die? The tall man glared menacingly. The heavily made-up woman also coldly remarked, Kid, you think you're worthy to take a picture with me? You should take a good look at yourself before even thinking about it. I think it's you who isn't worthy, Lin Yun casually replied. After saying this, Lin Yun took out his Lamborghini key fob and pressed the unlock button. With a beep, the Lamborghini's hazard lights flashed dramatically. Akin to a beast awakening, the tall man and the heavily made-up woman stood frozen, mouths agape, in disbelief. This car is yours, the heavily made-up woman exclaimed in astonishment. Didn't I just tell you? Lin Yun replied with a smirk. The tall man and the heavily made-up woman couldn't help but swallow hard. Their throats dried up. So, you were taking pictures on my car's hood without my permission? Lin Yun inquired, still smiling playfully. The color drained from their faces, fear evident as they dared not respond. In their eyes, someone driving a Lamborghini was undoubtedly someone of significant status, far from someone they could offend. Lin Yun then turned to the heavily made-up woman and asked with a smile, So, do you now think I'm worthy to take a photo with you? Worthy, the heavily made-up woman nodded vigorously. Unfortunately, you are not. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes and stated, With that, he turned and got into the driver's seat of the Lamborghini. The engine roared to life, awakening the slumbering beast, lowering the window. Lin Yun smiled at the heavily made-up woman and asked, "Miss, would you like to join me in my car?" "Are you talking about me?" The heavily made-up woman, taken aback, could hardly believe it. "Of course I am talking about you. Is there any other woman here?" Lin Yun replied nonchalantly. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "If you're willing, get in quickly. There is no future with that useless boyfriend of yours, but I'm willing. The heavily made-up woman eagerly nodded and quickly opened the passenger door of the Lamborghini. Climbing in for her, this was perhaps a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to associate with a wealthy second-generation heir driving a Lamborghini. "Zhou Shan, you get back here." The tall man, seeing his girlfriend get into Lin Yun's car, was furious to the point of nearly spitting blood. Normally, he would have confronted anyone who dared to steal his girlfriend. But seeing Lin Yun's Lamborghini, he didn't dare lay a finger on him. He could only vent his frustration on the heavily made-up woman. After she settled into the passenger seat, Lin Yun turned to the tall man and remarked, "Weren't you quite arrogant a moment ago, laughing at me, even threatening to hit me? Yet, you couldn't even keep your own woman." Lin Yun sneered. "You." The tall man's face shifted through a spectrum of colors, unable to muster a retort to Lin Yun's words. After saying this, Lin Yun raised the window and pressed the accelerator. With a roar, the Lamborghini's engine thundered as the striking orange vehicle sped away. Inside the Lamborghini, the heavily made-up woman asked, "Where are we going? To your place or a hotel?" She flirtatiously tossed her hair, trying to appear alluring. "That you'll find out when we arrive," Lin Yun replied with a smile. The heavily made-up woman was exhilarated, thinking to herself, "I never imagined Zhou Shan, could associate with a wealthy second-generation heir. This will lead to great fortune." She began to fantasize about a bright future. 20 minutes later, Lin Yun parked by the roadside and said, "We've arrived. You can get out." "Where is this?" the heavily made-up woman asked, confused as she looked out the window at the desolate surroundings. "That over there is a garbage dump," Lin Yun said casually. "A garbage dump? Why did we come to a garbage dump?" she asked, bewildered. "Because garbage belongs in a garbage dump." Lin Yun smiled. After a brief moment of realization, the heavily made-up woman understood Lin Yun was implying she was garbage and should be discarded here. "You tricked me?" Her expression soured. "Did you really think I would be interested in someone as superficial as you? You wouldn't even be worthy to carry my shoes," Lin Yun coldly retorted. "How dare you, you scoundrel!" The heavily made-up woman stomped her feet in anger, realizing she had been played by Lin Yun, that if you hadn't been so greedy for wealth and status, you wouldn't have been fooled by me. "Understood? Consider reflecting on the reasons within yourself," Lin Yun remarked nonchalantly. After a brief pause, Lin Yun continued, "If you wish to retain a semblance of dignity, you should exit the vehicle yourself. However, if I am compelled to intervene, you shall forfeit even that last shred of pride." The heavily made-up woman realized Lin Yun was resolute in abandoning her there, leaving her with no choice but to open the car door and step out. Once she had exited, Lin Yun lowered the window and addressed her. "If this incident prompts a profound awakening within you, then it will serve as a beneficial lesson, should you remain oblivious. Consider my words unspoken." With that, Lin Yun pressed the accelerator and sped away, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. "Bastard!" she exclaimed, watching the Lamborghini vanish into the distance as she slumped onto the ground. She finally grasped the meaning of dramatic ups and downs. Just moments ago, she believed she had ascended to the pinnacle of life by associating with a wealthy heir, only to find herself discarded in a refuse dump, shattering all her fantasies from within the vehicle in an instant. Moreover, she was acutely aware that this turn of events meant her current boyfriend was also lost to her, after leaving the heavily made-up woman behind. Lin Yun initially intended to return to school. However, he abruptly received a call from the company's general manager, Lu Bo, who mentioned an urgent matter. Consequently, Lin Yun turned the car around and headed to the office at Huading Tower. "Lu Bo, what brings you to summon me?" Lin Yun inquired as he entered the office. "It's the Jin Chong Group again. They've surreptitiously sent people to disrupt our construction site," Lu Bo reported. "What?" Lin Yun's expression darkened. On his way, he had speculated whether it was Jin Chong Group stirring trouble once more, and it seemed his intuition was correct. "What is the situation at the site?" Has anything gone awry? Lin Yun pressed for answers that he understood that if a crisis had indeed erupted, it would spell significant trouble. After the last incident, you instructed me to enhance security at all sites. Fortunately, our increased vigilance allowed us to apprehend those sent to create chaos, Lu Bo explained. Captured them, did you? Lin Yun exhaled a sigh of relief at the news. Yet a flicker of rage soon flickered across his face. That Jin Chong dares to send trouble our way again. He clearly does not take me seriously, treating me as a soft target to toy with. Lin Yun slammed his fist down on the table in frustration. It had only been a few days since Jin Chong had attempted an assassination. How could Lin Yun not be furious that he was already seeking confrontation again? If I, Lin Yun, do not bring the Jin Chong group to its knees, I shall write my name backward, Lin Yun declared vehemently. Chairman Lin, please temper your anger. Toppling Jin Chong group is not an overnight task. Lu Bo cautioned that I understand that it appears he is growing increasingly reckless. In that case, we must not let him off the hook. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes. With Jin Chong group persistently causing us trouble, how could I allow this to continue unchecked? To not reciprocate would be remiss. Chairman, do you have any insights? Lu Bo inquired curiously. Let us strike at his heart. Since we are to create difficulties for him, we shall employ psychological tactics. Lin Yun replied with a cold smile, already formulating a plan in his mind. Chairman, please elucidate further, Lu Bo urged, his expression filled with intrigue. Jin Chong has a wife, correct? Lin Yun asked. Indeed, Jin Chong is 40 years old and has been married for 2 decades. Lu Bo confirmed with a nod. However, he has numerous mistresses, a fact his wife is aware of, albeit helpless. I've heard rumors that she too has been unfaithful, Lu Bo added, shifting the conversation to excellent.my strategy is. Lin Yun leaned in, whispering his scheme to Lu Bo. Chairman, what a brilliant plan, Lu Bo exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement after hearing Lin Yun's tactics. Jin Chong will surely be driven to the brink. Given his previous attempts on my life, any form of retribution I exact upon him would be justified. Lin Yun laughed. This matter is for you to arrange. Lin Yun instructed that, of course, I will do my utmost to ensure everything is in order. You need not worry, Chairman, Lu Bo assured him with a firm nod. Contemplating Lin Yun's ingenious plan, Lu Bo could not help but admire his cunning. It was indeed a far superior strategy compared to their previous mischief. By the way, Lu Bo, security at all sites must be further bolstered. Everyone should be on high alert, remaining vigilant against any further disruptions from Jin Chong. Lin Yun emphasized. Understood, Chairman, Lu Bo replied earnestly. 3 days swiftly passed, during which Lin Yun attended classes and visited the company as usual, with no significant incidents occurring. In contrast, Wang Shue's mother had successfully undergone surgery, and, with some recovery time, would soon be able to walk again. On the 3rd day at noon, within Jin Chong's villa, he sat on the sofa with a furrowed brow. The Huading group is indeed quite vigilant, he lamented. Jin Chong had intended to create some upheaval for Huading group, but every attempt thus far had ended in failure. Yes, Master Jin. Their security has been significantly tightened. The strategist concurred. By the way, have you found any leads on the individuals we sent to eliminate that brat? Jin Chong inquired, raising his gaze. The strategist lowered his head. Unfortunately, I have yet to uncover any information. It's as if they have vanished without a trace. Keep searching. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must. Jin Chong commanded coldly. Yes. The strategist nodded vigorously. Ding-dong. That moment. The strategist's phone chimed with a new message that he pulled out his phone to find a multimedia message titled, Jin Chong's wife's notorious deeds. After a moment's hesitation, he clicked on the video. What he saw made his face pale. It was a video of Jin Chong's wife in an inappropriate situation with a handsome young man. The strategist's expression shifted dramatically that he glanced at Jin Chong, unsure whether to disclose this information. What are you seeing that warrants that expression? Hand over your phone. I wish to see, Jin Chong demanded, extending his hand. Master Jin, there's nothing of interest. The strategist chuckled nervously that he knew the consequences if Jin Chong were to view the video. I ordered you to show me. Spare me the nonsense. Jin Chong frowned. Just then, his own phone chimed with a new message. Seeing this, Jin Chong picked up the phone from the table. A multimedia message. Jin Chong's wife's notorious deeds. Jin Chong read aloud. Puzzled, Master, no. The strategist's face paled as he realized what was about to unfold. Yet, Jin Chong had already clicked on the message, revealing the same incriminating video to his eyes. Upon witnessing the content, Jin Chong's face turned an ashen shade of fury. Damn it, with barely 10 seconds of viewing, he furiously hurled the phone to the ground. This was a humiliation he could not bear, as the leader of the underground forces in Xinjiang City. To be publicly shamed in such a manner was intolerable. Master, please calm down. The authenticity of this video remains uncertain. What if your wife is being wronged or coerced? The strategist hastily urged upon hearing this. Jin Chong's expression shifted once more. Strategist, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that the video you received is the same as mine? Jin Chong ground his teeth. The strategist could only nod in affirmation. Damn. Jin Chong's rage reached its peak upon receiving confirmation, his face turning an alarming shade of purple. This was an internal scandal. The thought of his subordinates witnessing his wife's infidelity was unbearable. Ding dong! Ding dong! At that moment, several bodyguards in the room received the same message notification that as they checked their phones, their expressions turned awkward. Hand over your phones, Jin Chong ordered, sensing something was amiss. After retrieving the phones, he examined them closely, only to discover they had all received the same message titled, Jin Chong's wife's notorious deeds. Master, this is clearly a deliberate act. It seems very likely that our men have all received this message. The strategist said cautiously. Damn. Jin Chong, upon hearing this, kicked the nearby sofa with fury. His pupils contracted with rage, his eyes flickering with an uncontrollable fire, akin to a lion ready to pounce. Jin Chong realized that if all his subordinates had received the message, it meant they were all aware of his humiliation. How could he face them thereafter? Puff. Jin Chong, overwhelmed by the thought, spat out a mouthful of blood. Master. The strategist and nearby bodyguards rushed to support him. Master, please calm your temper. It's not worth harming your health over this, the strategist advised. Go fetch that wretched woman. Jin Chong clutched his chest, his complexion a ghastly shade. Master, perhaps we should investigate first. This is likely a calculated move to provoke you that if you act rashly, it will only serve their purpose, the strategist cautioned. Did you not hear me? I command you to bring that wretched woman to me. Bring her here, now, Jin Chong bellowed. With a frenzied shout, Jin Xiang erupted, as if possessed by madness. The strategist, pale with fright, dared not offer any further counsel. You all, go quickly and bring my sister-in-law down, he instructed several bodyguards. Responding promptly, the bodyguards turned and ascended the stairs to retrieve her. That a minute later, a graceful and elegant woman descended under the guidance of the bodyguards. She was none other than Jin Xiang's wife. Why did you so urgently summon me? The refined lady expressed her impatience. Take a good look at this. Jin Xiang hurled a mobile phone towards her. The lady, irritated, picked up the phone, but as the video played before her eyes, her face drained of color. What is this? She stammered, wide-eyed with terror, unable to fathom the consequences Jin Xiang would unleash upon viewing such a thing. Bang! Without hesitation, Jin Xiang kicked her to the ground. You wretched woman! How dare you betray me? Today, I shall ensure your demise. Fury etched across his face. He seized a knife from the table. Oh no, Xiang, I was wrong. Please spare me. The lady, now on the floor, pleaded in terror as she beheld the glint of the knife. I will spare you. How dare you put a green hat on me? You shall perish. Enraged, Jin Xiang plunged the knife into her. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the blade sank into her abdomen. The strategist shook his head in despair, fully aware that someone had deliberately leaked the video to incite Jin Xiang's wrath, precisely as they had anticipated. Yet he dared not intervene, knowing that doing so might provoke Xiang's fury upon him. After the first thrust, Jin Xiang did not cease, continuing to stab while unleashing his pent-up rage. After delivering over a dozen blows, he finally halted when her breath faded. Glaring at the strategist, he bellowed, "Find that pretty boy from the video, dismember him, and feed him to the dogs." Why, yes, the strategist nodded vigorously. After a moment, he added, "Xiang, you should also consider who released this video, that it was clearly intended to humiliate you." Who dares to humiliate me? Jin Xiang ground his teeth, seething with rage. Huading Group dares. If I am not mistaken, that Lin Yun is retaliating against you. That scoundrel. Again, Jin Xiang spat, Blood erupting from his mouth in fury, he was consumed by rage, contemplating how his subordinates would perceive him upon receiving the video. Lin Yun, I, Xiang Jinxiang, vow that even if you are Lu Zhizhong's grandson, I shall dismember you. Uncontrollable fury flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Yun was en route to school when he received a call from Lu Bo. Chairman Lin, the video has been sent out, that I can only imagine how furious Xiang Jinxiang must be. Excellent. He brought this upon himself, thinking he could provoke us without consequence. Lin Yun replied with a cold smile. The idea to film the video was indeed Lin Yun's, a calculated move designed to strike at Xiang Jinxiang's heart. Lin Yun lived by a simple principle. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, but should they offend me, I shall retaliate. Xiang Jinxiang had repeatedly troubled Lin Yun, even seeking to take his life. Lin Yun could not let such insolence go unpunished. Indeed, Xiang Jinxiang must be spitting blood right now. Chairman Lin, your plan is absolutely brilliant. Lu Bo's laughter echoed through the line. After hanging up, Lin Yun felt elated, having successfully dealt a significant blow to Xiang Jinxiang. At that moment, Lin Yun arrived at the school entrance, where a tall and stunning figure awaited. The woman, fair-skinned and clad in a flowing white dress with cascading golden waves of hair, carried a fashionable new LV handbag. Her features exquisitely refined. Her name was Su Yin, the most renowned beauty at Qingyang University, a quintessential example of wealth and beauty, the object of admiration for countless young M&T that moment. A young man was engaged in conversation with Su Yin, a figure Lin Yun recognized as Jiang Xiao, a quintessentially affluent second-generation heir. Jiang Xiao hailed from a prosperous chain of restaurants, boasting a family fortune of around 7 or 800 million, making him a formidable presence in Qingyang's elite circles. Lin Yun was aware that Jiang Xiao had been pursuing Su Yin, a fact well known among the student body. Jiang Xiao, please stop bothering me. I truly have a boyfriend now. Su Yin expressed her displeasure. Really? Then who is this boyfriend of yours? I'd like to see who dares to steal Jiang Xiao's girlfriend. Jiang Xiao replied, his arrogance palpable. As Lin Yun walked past, their dialogue reached his ears. That it's him, Su Yin declared, turning to face Lin Yun, who was then suddenly pulled into the fray as she linked her arm with his. Taken aback, Lin Yun wondered what was transpiring. Was the campus beauty using him as a shield? He is my boyfriend, she proclaimed to Jiang Xiao. Just him. Su Yin, do you expect me to believe that? Jiang Xiao scoffed, turning his gaze to Lin Yun. You speak. Are you Su Yan's boyfriend? Seeing this, Su Yin subtly pinched Lin Yun's arm, signaling him to affirm her claim. Young man, think carefully before you speak. Otherwise, the consequences are ones you cannot bear. Jiang Xiao warned with a haughty air that, I am indeed her boyfriend. Did I ask there a problem with that? Lin Yun replied, a smile gracing his face. Jiang Xiao's expression darkened immediately. You dare to admit it? Do you know who I am? He said, his voice laced with menace. That of course, I know the illustrious Jiang Xiao. Lin Yun replied coolly. Since you know who I am, do you still dare to admit it? Do you understand the consequences of opposing me? Jiang Xiao hissed, and what might those consequences be? Lin Yun retorted with a smirk. Half a year ago, a boy publicly confessed his feelings for Su Yin. And the next day, he was left paralyzed. That he remains a cripple to this day, and I am the one responsible. Jiang Xiao boasted with pride. Such ruthlessness. Lin Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. Now that you understand, I will give you one chance to reconsider. Are you Su Yan's boyfriend? Think carefully before you answer. Jiang Xiao glared fiercely at Lin Yun. Then no need to think. I am Su Yan's boyfriend, Lin Yun asserted without hesitation. Jiang Xiao's face darkened completely. That he had assumed that revealing his identity and threatening Lin Yun would intimidate him into submission. But it had the opposite effect, inciting his fury. That Su Yin, too, appeared surprised, having thought Lin Yun would hesitate under Jiang Xiao's intimidation. Given their lack of familiarity, Jiang Xiao, did you hear that? He is my boyfriend, that I truly have a boyfriend now. So please do not bother me again, Su Yin stated firmly. Jiang Xiao's complexion turned ashen as he glared at Su Yin before turning back to Lin Yun. You wait. I will make you pay dearly for this, he spat, leaving those words hanging in the air as he stormed off. Once Jiang Xiao departed, Lin Yun remarked, Miss Su Yin, may I be released now? Casting a glance at her delicate hand still entwined with his Su Yin, having held on to him for dramatic effect, finally relented. How many would wish for the chance to hold my hand? Yet you asked me to let go. She pouted, releasing him. Others may feel differently, but I harbor no interest in you, Lin Yun replied nonchalantly. Not interested in me. Su Yin was taken aback that I a quintessential beauty. She exuded confidence in her allure. If you are not interested, it suggests there may be an issue with your orientation. She teased that, your confidence is remarkable. Lin Yun chuckled, shaking his head. Regardless, I appreciate your assistance earlier that I never expected you to stand by me even under Jiang Xiao's threat. Su Yin expressed her gratitude. After a brief pause, Su Yin smiled and said, though we are strangers, you are willing to assist me in such a manner. You claim to have no interest in me. Yet I find that hard to believe that in Su Yan's eyes. Lin Yun's willingness to help her, despite their lack of acquaintance, only served to highlight her own allure. She was convinced that Lin Yun was drawn to her charm. Lin Yun, wearing an expression of exasperation, replied, you are overthinking this, that my assistance is solely because I find that Jiang Xiao displeasing. Nothing more, that I have no interest in you, that he never anticipated that this campus beauty, Su Yin, could be so self-absorbed. Naturally, she possessed the capital to be so to that moment. Su Yin opened her LV handbag and pulled out a wad of cash, regardless of the reason, since you have helped me. This is your reward, she said, extending the stack of money towards Lin Yun. That he glanced at it, estimating it to be no less than 10,000. Truly a wealthy beauty. Her generosity was nothing short of extravagant. I am sorry, but I have no interest in this, Lin Yun stated firmly. That as I mentioned, my motivation for helping you was merely my disdain for Jiang Xiao, and nothing else. That he did not accept the money. For Lin Yun in his past, such an amount would have been a fortune, but now, he wouldn't even bother to pick it up if it fell to the ground. You don't want it? Is it too little for you? Su Yan's brows furrowed. She scrutinized Lin Yun's attire to her. This sum was mere pocket change, while for someone like Lin Yun, it should indeed represent a significant amount. Chapter 53. Helping to the end in quick succession, Su Yin withdrew another stack of cash from her bag and presented it to Lin Yun. This is 20,000. Don't dismiss it as trivial. For you, it should be a considerable sum. That haven't I made it clear? I have no interest, Lin Yun replied coldly. With that, he turned and walked back towards the school. Watching Lin Yun leave, Su Yin was infuriated. Stamping her feet in frustration, her other boys showered her with attention, many yearning for a chance to converse with her. Yet Lin Yun remained indifferent, even bluntly stating his disinterest. This was the first time she had encountered such a man. As she watched Lin Yun's retreating figure, she stomped her foot and muttered, "Humph, I believe you are merely pretending. How could someone as beautiful as I am not pique your interest in this situation?" Lin Yun truly had not overthought things. For him, it was merely a trivial matter. As for Jiang Xiao, Lin Yun harbored no fear of him. If Jiang Xiao chose not to trouble Lin Yun, that would be his good fortune. But should he dare to confront Lin Yun, he would be courting disaster. The first class of the afternoon had just concluded. Brother Yun, the campus beauty Su Yin is looking for you. Right outside, a boy sitting at the door called out. Instantly, the classroom erupted in chatter. Wow! The campus beauty Su Yin is looking for Brother Yun. How enviable! In the eyes of most boys, Su Yin was an unattainable goddess. Her aloofness renowned throughout the school. The fact that she had taken the initiative to seek out Lin Yun left his classmates envious. However, none dared to harbor jealousy, for Lin Yun was the owner of the Xingyan restaurant, a status that far surpassed theirs. The chubby boy excitedly clapped Lin Yun on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Boss, what's going on? The campus beauty, Su Yin, actually came to find you. If this gets out, countless people will be envious. I have no idea." Lin Yun shrugged, feeling helpless. After being used as a shield by Su Yin at noon, he wondered what she wanted now. Nevertheless, he decided to step outside to see what she needed. He was uncertain of her intentions, but since she had come to the classroom door, he felt compelled to meet her. Seated in front, Wang Shui overheard everything. The campus beauty, Su Yin, was seeking Lin Yun? The thought left her feeling somewhat despondent. Could it be that there was some connection between Lin Yun and the campus beauty? She felt a pang of insecurity, acutely aware that she could never compete with someone as wealthy and beautiful as Su Yin. Then, she chided herself, "I'm not even Lin Yun's girlfriend. Why should I concern myself with this?" Outside the classroom, Lin Yun leaned against the wall, glancing at Su Yin with a neutral expression. "What do you want? Is this how you treat me, the campus beauty?" Su Yin replied, her face bearing discontent. She was frustrated. All other boys would be thrilled to see her, Yet this one remained indifferent. If you have something to say, speak up, but if not, I'm returning to class, Lin Yun stated, turning to leave. Hey, come back, Su Yin exclaimed, stomping her feet in frustration. No boy had ever treated her this way before. Lin Yun turned back, saying, if you have something to discuss, please be quick, that I came to find you to offer my assistance. And you treat me like this. Su Yin pouted, glaring at him. Assist me with what? Lin Yun crossed his arms, a playful smile on his face. It's about Jiang Xiao that I realized that if you pretended to be my boyfriend at the school gate, he would surely come looking for trouble. Su Yin explained. After a moment, she continued, you've offended Jiang Xiao by acting as my shield, and he may very well seek revenge. That I can't let anything happen to you, so I will arrange for a few bodyguards to protect you for a while. Lin Yun chuckled. Although Su Yin had a bit of a princess complex, this suggested she had a good heart. That I appreciate your kindness, but I can take care of myself, Lin Yun replied nonchalantly. With his lone wolf mentality, he had no fear of Jiang Xiao seeking retribution, and he certainly did not need Su Yin to assign him bodyguards. Even if he did, he could easily hire them himself. You can protect yourself? If you refuse my help, don't blame me when Jiang Xiao retaliates, Su Yin pouted, crossing her arms. Given her temperament, she wouldn't press the issue further. It simply wasn't your style. Is there anything else? I'm leaving, Lin Yun said, turning away once more. Wait, I'm not finished, Su Yin called after him. What else is there? Speak your mind all at once, Lin Yun replied, turning back in exasperation. Tomorrow is Saturday, and there's a gathering of a small circle. Jiang Xiao will be there, and so will I. Since you pretended to be my boyfriend today, you should continue the act and accompany me tomorrow to prevent Jiang Xiao from bothering me. Su Yin stated at a gathering of a small circle. Who will be there? Lin Yun inquired. Just a bunch of wealthy second-generation kids, about 10 or so, Su Yin replied. But why should I help you? Give me a reason. Lin Yun countered. Because I am the campus beauty Su Yin. So many desire to assist me, but never get the chance. She said confidently, that I'm sorry, but I'm not one of them. I refuse to be a sycophant, so your reasoning fails to persuade me. Find someone else, Lin Yun replied dismissively. Su Yan's expression shifted. As the campus beauty, she was not accustomed to being treated without respect. Yet, she quickly changed her approach. Fine, let us do it this way. I'll pay you 500,000. I'll hire you to continue this charade since you've already helped me once. Do you think I'm in need of money? Lin Yun asked with a smile. Don't you need it? 500,000 is undoubtedly a fortune for you, enough to change your life. Just pretending to be a boyfriend for such a sum is a worthwhile deal, Su Yin argued. Lin Yun pondered for a moment, then said, give me the address for the gathering. He figured he might as well help her out, considering he had already done so once. Plus, he was not particularly fond of Jiang Xiao, and since it was Saturday and he had nothing planned, he could treat it as a bit of fun. So that means you agree? I thought you were above such things, but it seems you've succumbed to the allure of money, Su Yin laughed. She deduced from Lin Yun's attire that he must come from a less affluent background, leading her to believe he could not resist such a substantial sum. Enough with the chatter. Just give me the address, or I might change my mind, Lin Yun said impatiently. Did she really think the grandson of the wealthiest man in the Southwest would be fazed by 500,000? Lin Yun certainly was not motivated by money. He simply found it tiresome to explain that he had no intention of accepting her 500,000, as he held no value for it. Just provide me with your address, and I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning, Su Yin instructed. After some contemplation, Lin Yun relayed the address to Su Yin. Upon returning to the classroom, the chubby boy exclaimed, Brother Yun, your luck is incredible. This is the campus beauty Su Yin, but with it comes trouble, Lin Yun replied helplessly. Indeed, Brother Yun. For instance, misunderstandings may arise. Look at class monitor Wang Shui. She seems somewhat downcast. You think she is not misinterpreting things? The chubby boy whispered. Lin Yun glanced at Wang Shui, offering a wry smile that he had intended to clarify matters, but reconsidered. They were not in a relationship, so it might not be appropriate to explain. Besides, he was innocent, and an overt explanation might only draw more attention to the situation. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Lin Yun received a call from campus beauty Su Yin, stating she had arrived outside his house. At his doorstep, a striking red Ferrari was parked, beside which stood a stunning, fashionable woman exuding sophistication. None other than campus beauty Su Yin herself. Wow! What a beautiful car and what a gorgeous lady! Onlookers passing by couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The sight of Su Yin paired with that striking red Ferrari is undeniably captivating, guaranteed to turn heads at a 100% rate. Is this not what they call a beautiful woman with a luxury car? Chapter 54. The Hot Spring Resort at this moment. Lin Yun approached. He noticed that Su Yin was adorned in a white lace off-the-shoulder gown, her elegance surpassing her usual demeanor. Lin Yun, I never expected the environment here to be so poor, and the houses so dilapidated. After spending so many years in Xinjiang City, I had no idea such rundown places existed, Su Yin remarked. You are a young lady from a wealthy family. Naturally, you have never set foot in such slums. Lin Yun replied with a shrug. It was evident that Su Yin was accustomed to a life of comfort, having never experienced the struggles of the less fortunate. Have you always lived here? I truly wonder if such decrepit houses can even accommodate anyone, Su Yin said, surveying the surroundings. You are a young lady. How could we possibly compare to you? Lin Yun chuckled. All right, let us get in the car, Su Yin said, opening the door of the Ferrari. This car is quite beautiful, Lin Yun remarked, taking a glance at the Ferrari. Of course, this car costs over 2 million. What do you think? Is it attractive? Su Yin replied with a smile that it's rather average. To be honest, that it pales in comparison to my vehicle, Lin Yun stated nonchalantly. Your vehicle? What kind of car do you have? Su Yin inquired, her surprise evident. In her eyes, given Lin Yun's residence in a shanty town and the state of his home, it seemed implausible that he could own a car. Just over there, Lin Yun pointed to a nearby location. Following his gesture, Su Yin's gaze fell upon a yellow shared bicycle. Upon seeing the shared bicycle, Su Yin couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Are you referring to that shared bicycle? I find you quite amusing, she said with mirth. Feel free to find it amusing, Lin Yun thought to himself, as he was not indicating the bicycle, but rather the Lamborghini parked around the corner. Obscured from view, he decided not to elaborate further. All right, hop in. Today, I want you to experience the thrill of riding in a sports car, Su Yin declared, taking her seat in the driver's side. Lin Yun followed suit. Entering the passenger seat, with the roar of the engine, the Ferrari sped away. Qingshan Hot Spring Resort. Nestled at the foot of Qingshan, this resort was originally home to a natural hot spring, which a proprietor invested heavily in transforming into the most luxurious getaway in Xinjiang City. This was the venue Su Yin referred to for their gathering. After parking, Su Yin noted the presence of numerous luxury vehicles in the lot, including BMWs, Maseratis, Porsches, and Mercedes G-Wagons, indicating a significant turnout of wealthy individuals. A quick glance revealed that none of these cars surpassed the value of his Lamborghini. Hey, why does that Porsche Cayenne look so familiar? Lin Yun's attention was drawn to a nearby Porsche Cayenne. Suddenly, he recalled his previous encounter when he helped Huang Mingyi pretend to be her boyfriend and nearly collided with a Porsche Cayenne in the underground garage. Moreover, that individual had been vying for Huang Mingyi's affections, only to be driven away by Lin Yun. That chap's name was Xiao Wenbang. Could he also be at the resort? Lin Yun pondered before shaking his head and dismissing the thought to that moment. Su Yin, seated in the driver's seat, turned to Lin Yun and said, Lin Yun, perform well today. If you do, I'll offer you extra pay, enough for you to purchase a small apartment. Perform well? Sure, Lin Yun grinned. All right, let us get out, Su Yin declared, opening the car door. Upon exiting, they encountered Jiang Xiao, who had been waiting nearby. Su Yin, you finally made it. I've been waiting here for nearly half an hour. He greeted with a smile. I was a bit late, as I went to pick up my boyfriend, Su Yin replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiao's expression darkened as he turned to Lin Yun. You again, he glared, hostility evident in his gaze. Is there a problem? Lin Yun replied with a smile, moving closer to Su Yin and casually wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Su Yin shivered at his boldness. Unaccustomed to such a display. Had this been any other time, she would have retaliated fiercely. However, if she were to lash out at Lin Yun now, their pretense as a couple would be compromised. Thus, she swallowed her indignation, enduring the slight. You dare embrace Su Yin? Jiang Xiao exclaimed, fury burning in his eyes. She is my girlfriend. Why shouldn't I? Lin Yun replied merrily. Su Yin chimed in. Indeed, it's entirely reasonable for him to do so. It is none of your concern. While Su Yin was also irritated by Lin Yun's embrace, she felt compelled to maintain appearances. Listen here, you'll regret this, Jiang Xiao warned, before storming off in anger. As Jiang Xiao left, Su Yin stifled a laugh, then shot Lin Yun a fierce glare. Now that he has gone, why are you still holding on to me? Have you not taken enough advantage already? Let go. As she spoke, she pushed Lin Yun away. Why so fierce? Just a moment ago in the car, you asked me to perform well, didn't you? I'm simply following your instructions, Lin Yun retorted with conviction. Yu Su-yin was momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to formulate a rebuttal. But you do smell quite nice and feel rather soft, Lin Yun added with a grin. You scoundrel, Su-yin fumed, kicking Lin Yun's leg. Keep that up, and you might find yourself without anyone to pretend to be your boyfriend, Lin Yun said with a wry smile that if it weren't for this situation, I would have torn you to shreds, Su-yin huffed angrily. Come with me, she commanded. Leading the way as they followed Su-yin, they arrived at the second floor of the resort's restaurant, standing outside a luxurious private room. Rather than entering immediately, Su-yin turned to Lin Yun. Inside, you'll find prominent second-generation wealthy individuals, particularly the host of today's banquet, who is quite influential. You must avoid provoking him. Otherwise, I won't be able to assist you. Su-yin warned earnestly. Who is the host? How does he compare to Jiang Shao? Lin Yun inquired. Su-yin smiled. Jiang Shao. While he holds some sway among the wealthy second generation in Qingyang City, he is merely a small fry compared to today's main character. Oh, then who is he? Lin Yun asked with curiosity. Everyone calls him Pinggu. His father is a local from Qingyang, but his business has expanded to the provincial capital, with total family assets of at least 3 billion. In the circle of wealthy second generation in Qingyang City, few can rival him, Su-yin explained. Pinggu, you say? Lin Yun murmured thoughtfully. Indeed, even this hot spring resort was financed by his family. Rumor has it that his father intends to hand over the management of the resort to him. To hone his business acumen, Su-yin continued. All right, enough talk. Let us head inside, she said, preparing to push the door open. I need to use the restroom first. Please go in without me, Lin Yun said. Honestly, hurry up. Just come in afterward. Su-yin waved her hand dismissively. With that, she pushed open the door to the private room, stepping inside. The room was already filled with over a dozen young men and women, all dressed in designer attire, their watches and jewelry worth a fortune, and car keys dangling from their waists. Jiang Shao was among them. Seated at the head of the table was a man with a buzz cut. He was the Pinggu that Su-yin had mentioned. Upon Su-yin's entrance, all eyes turned towards her. Su-yin Mei, you've finally arrived. Come, take a seat. Pinggu beckoned from his chair, exuding an impressive presence. That I was late because I went to pick up my boyfriend. Su-yin replied with a smile. Boyfriend? Wasn't he Jiang Shao pursuing you all this time? Do you have another boyfriend now? And I don't see anyone else with you. Pinggu inquired, puzzled. Chapter 55. The Elite Third Generation Wealthy. Pinggu, my boyfriend has gone to the restroom. He'll be here shortly, Su-yin replied with a smile. Then please take a seat. Su-yin Mei, Pinggu gestured graciously. Once seated, Jiang Shao asked. Pinggu, I heard you returned from the provincial capital to take charge of the Qingshan resort. That is correct. My father wants me to gain some experience, so he entrusted the management of the resort to me. Pinggu affirmed. A curious young lady inquired. Pinggu, may I ask how much was invested in this resort? Not much. The resort's total investment was 150 million at this time. My father also provided an additional 50 million for Phase 2 development of water amusement projects. Pinggu boasted proudly. 200 million. The wealthy youths around the table gasped in astonishment. Pinggu, we're all about the same age, yet you're already managing a 200 million empire. Truly, you are a model for our generation, Jiang Shao exclaimed. Indeed, it may take us another 10 or 20 years to reach Pinggu's current status. Others chimed in, nodding in agreement. Most of the wealthy second generation present came from families with total assets of only 200 to 300 million. However, Ping Tudi has already managed an industry worth 200 million independently, and this is merely a practice opportunity provided by his father. Thus, they are utterly unqualified to be compared with Ping Tudi. Even Su-yin could not help but secretly click her tongue in admiration. The magnitude of his capabilities compelled her to concede. Pinggu, as you develop in Qingyang City, do take good care of us, she remarked, raising her glass in respect. Jiang Shao echoed her sentiments, lifting his cup with a face full of flattery. Yes, indeed, Pinggu, do look after us in the future. The wealthy second-generation attendees all stood, toasting Ping Tudi. After their declaration, everyone raised their glasses and drank heartily, leaving not a drop behind. You flatter me. It is rather you who should take care of my business when you seek leisure at a resort. Do remember to choose my Qingshan hot spring resort first, Ping Tootie replied, taking a sip from his glass without even lifting his rear. The to be frank, for Ping Tootie, the gathered wealthy second-generation individuals hardly captured his interest. His vision had long transcended the confines of this modest Qingyang city, though he invited these individuals primarily because they could potentially become key patrons of his resort. Thus, the gathering was motivated by business rather than camaraderie. Of course, with Ping Ji's venture into the resort business, how could we dare to patronize other establishments? Jiang Xiao asserted. Indeed, supporting Ping Ji's business is a necessity, the other wealthy second-generation individuals chimed in. Once seated, Jiang Xiao continued, Ping Gu, upon your return, you shall reign supreme in the second-generation circle of Qingyang City. You flatter me, but as far as I know, there is a true top-tier third-generation wealthy individual in Qingyang City. And I am far from his league, Ping Tootie retorted that, oh, is there such an impressive figure in Qingyang? If even you say so, I am curious to know who this deity is, Jiang Xiao inquired. Intrigued, you are aware that Huading Group's Qingyang branch has a new chairman, right? Ping Tootie said slowly. Yes, I've heard a bit. The wealthy second-generation attendees nodded in unison. Do you know the background of this newly appointed chairman? Ping Tootie smiled. What background? Everyone appeared curious. They were aware of the new chairman, but were oblivious to his lineage. Even Su Yin exhibited interest that, your news is truly outdated. There is such a significant figure in Qingyang. And you local wealthy second generations are entirely unaware. Ping Tootie chuckled, shaking his head. Our sources pale in comparison to yours. Please enlighten us. Ping Gu, Jiang Xiao said with a forced laugh. Well then, this new chairman is the biological grandson of Lu Zhizhong. Ping Tootie announced with a smile. What? Lu Zhizhong's biological grandson? Hiss. The wealthy second-generation individuals gasped collectively at this revelation. Who among them was unaware of Lu Zhizhong's formidable reputation? Who did not know what a terrifying presence he was? The very grandson of the elder Lu was in their Qingyang city. No wonder Ping Gu spoke so highly. He is indeed a remarkable figure. Indeed, such an impressive person resides in Qingyang, and we were oblivious. They lamented that Lu's grandson is truly a top-tier third-generation wealthy individual. The attendees expressed their astonishment that it is worth noting that the entire Huading Group, under Elder Lu, holds a market value exceeding 100 billion. Their family's enterprises are insignificant in comparison, and this level of third-generation wealth is a chasm apart from theirs. Ping Gu, have you met this grandson of Lu Zhizhong? One of the wealthy second generation asked. Not yet. I initially intended to invite him to this gathering, but I reconsidered and thought it best to visit him personally at a later date. Ping Tootie replied that my father has significant business dealings with Huading Group. Thus he advised me to pay respects to Elder Lu's grandson upon my return to Qingyang, treating him with the utmost reverence. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in understanding. Such an impressive personage indeed warranted a personal visit. At that moment, a man sporting a slick hairstyle interjected, I have encountered the new chairman of Huading Group's Qingyang branch, Lu Zhizhong's grandson. This slick-haired individual was Xiao Wenbang, a wealthy second generation who had previously attempted to court Huang Mingyi at a Western restaurant, but was ultimately driven away by Lin Yun. He had nearly collided with Lin Yun in the underground parking lot while driving his Porsche Cayenne. Bang Xiao, you know him? Upon hearing Xiao Wenbang's words, the crowd turned to face him. Since you know him, please share what this Lu Zhizhong's grandson is like, Ping Tootie urged, his curiosity piqued. As did the others, he is quite young and dresses rather ordinarily. One would not suspect him to be a top-tier third-generation wealthy individual. Oh, right. I believe he is called Lin Lin, Xiao Wenbang stated. Raising his head, as he uttered the last part, he unexpectedly caught sight of Lin Yun entering the private room. In an instant, Xiao Wenbang was so startled that he nearly stumbled, his complexion turning pale. Heavens, isn't this Lu Zhizhong's grandson, Lin Yun? He could hardly fathom encountering Lin Yun in such a setting. Lin Yun's sudden entrance drew the attention of everyone present. Who is this young man? They wondered, bewildered at that moment. Su Yin swiftly approached Lin Yun, wrapping her arm around him, and announced to the crowd, allow me to introduce my new boyfriend. Lin Yun. Su Yin smiled. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenbang was utterly bewildered. Just days prior, Lin Yun had been Huang Mingyi's boyfriend. How had he suddenly become Su Yan's? Did Lin Yun truly possess the ability to attract two stunningly beautiful women simultaneously? Xiao Wenbang could only harbor feelings of envy and jealousy. For Lin Yun's status was overwhelmingly superior. Young man, please take a seat, the host, Ping Tudi, gestured. During this exchange, Lin Yun noticed Xiao Wenbang's pallid complexion and shot him a glare, causing Xiao Wenbang to shudder involuntarily. After Lin Yun settled into his seat, Ping Tudi turned to him and inquired, "Young man, as far as I know, Su Yin has discerning taste. To win her over, you must come from an extraordinary background. Pray tell, which prominent family do you belong to?" Before Lin Yun could respond, Jiang Xiao interjected, "Ping Gu, this fellow is no nobleman. He is merely a poor boy from a shanty town that I have investigated his background. He is of no significance and his family is exceedingly impoverished." After Lin Yun had been used as a shield by Su Yin the previous afternoon, Jiang Xiao had gone to the school archives to obtain Lin Yun's information. Ditto. The crowd looked on in surprise. Su Yin had chosen a poor boy for a boyfriend. Moreover, based on Lin Yun's attire, he indeed resembled someone of lowly means. Chapter 56. I am Lin Yun Tsk. Su Yin, you truly befuddle us by selecting a poor boy as your boyfriend. Ping Tudi remarked with a chuckle. The other wealthy second-generation individuals shared similar sentiments. Only Xiao Wenbang reflected inwardly, for he knew Lin Yun was no ordinary poor boy. He was the new chairman of Huading Group and Lu Zhizhong's grandson. Naturally, Xiao Wenbang refrained from voicing this truth. Lin Yun had glared at him upon entering, and since Lin Yun had not disclosed his identity, it was clear he wished to keep it under wraps. And thus Xiao Wenbang dared not speak out that I like poor boys. Is that so wrong? Su Yin quipped before pulling Lin Yun to sit beside her. Once seated, Ping Tudi remarked, "Young man, you are quite impressive to have captured Su Yan's heart. What charm did you employ?" "It's nothing special," Lin Yun replied nonchalantly. Observing Lin Yun's dismissive attitude, Ping Tudi's brow furrowed. How could a mere poor boy be so dismissive? However, he chose not to react. "Now, Xiao, you were just discussing Lu Zhizhong's grandson. Correct? Please continue," Ping Tudi urged. "Yes, indeed." The other wealthy second-generation individuals turned their attention to Xiao Wenbang, eager for more details. Xiao Wenbang glanced at Lin Yun, then stumbled over his words. Pingu, I can't quite recall." In truth, Xiao Wenbang wanted to declare that the individual they sought to learn about was seated right before them. Lin Yun, upon hearing his name mentioned, felt a flicker of surprise at that moment. Xiao Wenbang stood up abruptly. "Pingu, I've just remembered that I have a pressing matter at home. I must take my leave," he said with a smile, though his expression was more sorrowful than a cry. For Xiao Wenbang, the mere sight of Lin Yun instilled a sense of unease, making him wish to flee immediately. "All right, go ahead." Ping Tudi waved him off as Xiao Wenbang departed. He mused, "If anyone here provokes Lin Yun today, they shall only have themselves to blame." Once Xiao Wenbang had left, Jiang Xiao spoke up. "By the way, Pingu, will you be attending the auction at Qingyun Grand Hotel in 3 days?" Another wealthy second generation added. "The highlight of this auction is the land sale, but there will also be other items up for bid. It is said that many prominent business figures will be attending, including Huading Group and Jinchang Group." Jiang Xiao also remarked, "This is the annual auction of Qingyang City, a truly vibrant affair. Even if one does not intend to bid on any items, the opportunity to witness such an event and forge numerous connections is invaluable. Though I shall not partake in the bidding, I am certainly attending this auction." Ping Gu then inquired, "You will all attend as well, won't you?" He lifted his gaze towards the wealthy heirs. Of course. Such a significant auction warrants our presence. The heirs unanimously nodded in agreement. The entry requirement for the auction is a total asset of over 100 million, although these young heirs do not meet the criteria themselves, their fathers certainly do, granting them the privilege to accompany their fathers inside. They would not bid on anything, primarily seeking to broaden their horizons, for those with assets in the tens of millions. Regrettably, they lack even the basic qualification for entry to an auction. "You say?" Lin Yun murmured that moment. Lin Yun recalled that Lu Bo had mentioned this auction to him a few days prior, which must be the very one they were discussing. As the time and location matched perfectly, Lu Bo had emphasized the importance of this auction and urged Lin Yun to attend, preparing him for a potential rivalry with the Jinchang Group. If these wealthy heirs were to attend the auction in 3 days, it seemed likely that Lin Yun would encounter them. He then turned to Su Yin and asked, "Su Yin, will you be attending the auction in 3 days?" "I won't be going. I have no interest in such auctions. I'd rather go shopping." "However, my father will be attending," Su Yin replied. She then countered, "Why do you ask? It has nothing to do with you. You won't have a chance to get in anyway." That may not be the case. Lin Yun smiled lightly. Daha. If you manage to get in, I'll write Su Yin backwards. Unless you're going in as a server. Serving tea and water, Su Yin retorted. Lin Yun merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. Just then, Jiang Xiao suddenly turned to Lin Yun and said with a grin, "Today's host is Ping Ge. We all raised our glasses to him. You should do the same, don't you think?" Jiang Xiao, unable to tolerate Lin Yun, seized the opportunity to provoke him. "Indeed, you've been here for quite some time without even raising a toast. Are you looking down on Ping Ge?" Another wealthy heir chimed in. "Lin Yun, hurry up and toast Ping Ge. Given his status, it would not be shameful for you to." Su Yin nudged Lin Yun from behind. If it were any other wealthy heir present, Su Yin could easily disregard them. But this was Ping Ge, and even Su Yin dared not offend him. Upon hearing this, Ping Ge also turned his attention to Lin Yun. Lin Yun smiled and said, "Ping Ge, I believe it is you who should be raising a toast to me." The moment Lin Yun uttered these words, the entire room erupted in astonishment. What the hell? Has this kid lost his mind? To ask Ping Ge to toast him? He is asking for trouble. Everyone regarded Lin Yun with incredulity, unable to fathom how he could dare speak to Ping Ge in such a manner. Jiang Xiao secretly rejoiced. "Ha! You dared to challenge me, but now you're even bold enough to speak to Ping Ge like that. Just wait for your downfall." Jiang Xiao's intent to provoke had clearly been fulfilled. As for Su Yin, her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun actually dared to offend Ping Ge. She could not comprehend his actions at all. Before entering, Su Yin had emphasized Ping Ge's formidable nature and had specifically cautioned Lin Yun not to offend him. Had he truly disregarded her warnings? As for Ping Ge, his expression darkened upon hearing Lin Yun's words. When Lin Yun had first entered and responded dismissively to his questions, Ping Ge had already felt displeased. Now Lin Yun had the audacity to speak to him so insolently. "Young man, you have quite the audacity to demand that I toast you. On what grounds?" Ping Ge said coldly, "That on the grounds that my name is Lin Yun." Lin Yun spoke with a calm demeanor, sipping from his glass without a hint of concern for Ping Ge. "Daha! Quite the bravado. Do you know that if this were in the provincial capital, you wouldn't last 3 seconds speaking to me like this?" Ping Ge narrowed his eyes, a chilling glint evident within. "Lin Yun, what are you doing?" Su Yin exclaimed, tugging at Lin Yun's back in frustration. She then quickly stood up and said, "Ping Ge, please calm down. My boyfriend is simply inexperienced and does not know how to speak. Please do not hold it against him." Although Lin Yun was merely a temporary substitute for her boyfriend, she could not bear to see him in trouble. Thus, "Ping Ge, I'll raise a toast on behalf of my boyfriend as an apology." However, Jiang Xiao interjected, "Su Yin, it was your boyfriend who spoke out. So it should be him apologizing, not you." He then turned his gaze back to Lin Yun and said, "Kid, as a grown man, you can't possibly hide behind a woman, right? If you have the guts, take responsibility for your actions." Jiang Xiao was eager for the situation to escalate, hoping to use Ping Ge to deal with Lin Yun. "Shut your mouth, Jiang." Su Yin snapped angrily, glaring at him. Yet Ping Ge slammed his hand on the table. Bang! "Su Yin, the one who should be silent is you. Your boyfriend must apologize to me today. You must understand that I've already shown you enough courtesy as Su Yin. If it weren't for him being your boyfriend, I would have dealt with him right then and there." With this forceful declaration, the room fell into a tense silence, the atmosphere growing awkward. The wealthy heirs present were all internally lamenting that this impoverished young man had dared to provoke Ping Ge. Was he not courting disaster? They could not fathom why Su Yin would choose such an eccentric boyfriend. Jiang Xiao wore a triumphant expression, relishing the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Lin Yun remained composed, sitting at the table as if untouched by the brewing storm. Su Yin, her complexion pale, turned to Lin Yun and urged, "Lin Yun, you should quickly apologize to Ping Ge. Given his status, apologizing to him is nothing to be ashamed of." Su Yin spoke with an almost pleading tone, fully aware that if Lin Yun did not apologize, the situation would spiral out of her control. "Apologize to him? Sorry, he doesn't have that qualification. Even if his father were here, it still wouldn't be enough." Lin Yun's words were resolute and fierce. Boom. The moment Lin Yun uttered this, the room erupted once more. Heavens! This kid actually said Ping Ge isn't qualified. He is claiming even Ping Ge's father isn't qualified. This was an absurdity of the highest order. The onlookers regarded Lin Yun as though he were mad. It was common knowledge that Ping Ge's father had total assets amounting to 30 billion. Undoubtedly a top-tier tycoon. He was thriving in the provincial capital, and yet this young man dared to assert that even Ping Guo's father was unworthy. They understood that Lin Yun's audacity to speak thus to Ping Guo meant his doom was imminent. Ping Guo, now both furious and amused, replied, You claim my father isn't qualified. If you were the son of a billionaire, I could understand your words, but you, a poor lad from a shanty town, saying such things is utterly laughable. Only Su Yin, shaking her head in resignation, could not comprehend Lin Yun's boldness. Knowing his background, she struggled to understand what gave him the audacity to make such claims. The rest of the room watched the impending confrontation between Lin Yun and Ping Guo, eager to see how Ping Guo would handle the situation. Zhang Xiao was particularly keen, anticipating the fallout. Did you realize that I am the owner of this Qingshan hot spring resort? With a single word, I could have my security sweep in and take care of you. Ping Guo glared at Lin Yun. You can certainly try, Lin Yun replied unperturbed. With Lone Wolf to protect him, a few security guards were inconsequential. Lin Yun had witnessed Lone Wolf's prowess firsthand. As the crowd heard Lin Yun's response, they found his bravado even more ludicrous. It was clear that he was on the brink of disaster. Su Yin, now desperate, realized that Lin Yun had thoroughly provoked Ping Guo, and her pleas would be in vain. Seeing Lin Yun remain obstinate, Ping Ji's fury intensified. Initially, he had intended to spare Lin Yun, offering several chances for an apology, but Lin Yun had squandered them all. That if he did not teach Lin Yun a lesson now, how could he maintain his authority in front of these wealthy heirs? How could he sustain his standing in Xinjiang City? Very well. Let us see if he can still be so defiant once the security arrives, Ping Guo said coldly, reaching for his phone to call for security. Just then, he noticed 2 text messages on his phone, both from the same sender. The first read, Ping Guo, this is Xiao Wenbang. You asked me about Lu Lao's grandson before, and I thought it necessary to inform you that the young man who just entered, Lin Yun, is the new chairman of Huading and the grandson of Lu Lao. The second message continued, I've met him, so I can assure you that what I say is absolutely true. If he doesn't reveal his identity, it may be because he wishes to keep it hidden. You must treat this matter with caution. These 2 messages had been sent by Xiao Wenbang, who had just departed. After some deliberation, he felt it prudent to share this information with Ping Guo, potentially earning a favor in return. Thus, he opted to notify Ping Guo discreetly via text, believing that informing just one person in such a manner would not provoke Lin Yun's ire. Initially consumed by rage, Ping Guo was doused by this message as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him. Extinguishing his fury in an instant, he understood that since Xiao Wenbang had encountered Lin Yun, Xiao Wenbang would undoubtedly refrain from deceiving him. When Ping Guo next beheld Lin Yun, his gaze shifted, astonished. Could this truly be the biological grandson of old Lu? He had previously mentioned his intention to pay a visit personally. Yet, here stood old Lu's grandson, and he was none the wiser. Realizing Lin Yun's lineage, Ping Guo suddenly comprehended why Lin Yun had suggested that he ought to toast him, as well as why Lin Yun had just declared that he was unworthy of accepting Lin Yun's apology, stating even his father lacked the qualifications. At that moment, Ping Guo had deemed it a ludicrous jest. However, if Lin Yun were indeed old Lu's biological grandson, everything fell into place. He finally grasped what emboldened Lin Yun to challenge him. Despite Ping Xiao's formidable reputation, he and his father were indeed outmatched in the presence of someone of old Lu's grandson's stature. What had come over Ping Guo? Wasn't he supposed to call the security to deal with this brat? The onlookers, anticipating Ping Ji's command to summon security, found themselves momentarily stunned, their expressions a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Observing Ping Ji's dazed state, Zhang Xiao could not restrain himself from exclaiming, Ping Guo, what are you doing? Hurry, call security to handle this brat. Silence. Do I require your instruction on how to conduct my affairs? Ping Guo retorted, casting a cold glare at Zhang Xiao. This abrupt reprimand left Zhang Xiao bewildered. Had Ping Guo not intended to unleash his wrath upon Lin Yun? Why was he now directing his ire at him? Although Zhang Xiao remained oblivious to the reasons behind this shift, he hastily lowered his gaze, refraining from further comment. Lin Yun, observing the scene, smiled and remarked, Ping Guo, were you not going to call security to deal with me? Why the sudden change? Ping Ji's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. The realization that he had just been posturing before old Lu's grandson struck him, and the thought of having threatened to deal with old Lu's grandson sent his heart plummeting into the depths of despair. Lin, my brother, I was merely jesting. How could I possibly call security on you? Ping Ge chuckled awkwardly. The wealthy second-generation attendees were left utterly perplexed by Ping Ji's words. What on earth was happening? Just moments ago, Ping Ge had threatened to deal with Lin Yun. Yet now he exhibited a complete turnaround, treating Lin Yun with utmost respect. I previously mentioned that if toasting were to occur, it should be you toasting me. What do you think? Lin Yun inquired with a smile that held both amusement and challenge. Given Ping Ji's reaction, Lin Yun surmised that Ping Ge had likely learned of his true identity, although he remained unsure of how. Yes. Ping Ge nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice that he then rose, lifting his glass with an awkward smile, addressing Lin Yun. Lin, my brother, as the host, I apologize for my earlier oversight. I sincerely hope you can forgive me. After saying this, Ping Ge downed the drink in one go, leaving not a drop behind. That it was noteworthy that before this, Ping Ge had barely lifted his backside when toasting others, merely taking a sip each time. Now he had voluntarily stood to toast and consumed every last drop. This scene left the gathered wealthy second-generation individuals agape. Ping Ge had genuinely toasted this brat? What could possibly have led to this? Even Su Yin was rendered speechless. She had anticipated that Lin Yun would likely face dire consequences today, feeling utterly powerless. Yet the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Ping Ge had reversed his stance and toasted Lin Yun. Jiang Xiao could not suppress his astonishment, exclaiming, Ping Xiao, what is the meaning of this? He is merely a poor boy and had the audacity to challenge you. You should have dealt with him. Jiang Xiao had been waiting to witness Lin Yun's comeuppance, utterly baffled by Ping Ji's behavior. Bang! If you dare to speak out of turn again, Jiang Xiao, you will be thrown out immediately. Ping Ge slammed his palm on the table, unleashing a thunderous reprimand. For Ping Ge, the priority was to extinguish Lin Yun's anger, yet Jiang Xiao insisted on pouring oil on the flames. How could he not be furious? This outburst startled Jiang Xiao, causing him to tremble, his face paling. Despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, he dared not utter another word. The other wealthy second-generation individuals in the room, though equally bewildered, remained silent. That Su Yin, I have a stomachache. I need to visit the restroom. Lin Yun informed Su Yin. After speaking, Lin Yun rose, cast a glance at Ping Ge, and exited the private room. Upon receiving Lin Yun's gaze, Ping Ge addressed the crowd. Continue enjoying your meal. I have a matter to attend to. I shall return shortly. With that, Ping Ge swiftly exited the private room. Outside, he glanced around and soon spotted Lin Yun standing at the end of the corridor, hands clasped behind his back. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Ping Ge hurriedly approached Lin Yun. Chapter 58. Charisma at the end of the corridor awaited none other than Lin Yun. Greetings, young Master Lin. Ping Ge approached Lin Yun and promptly bowed, showing the utmost respect. While in the private room, he had contemplated addressing Lin Yun as young Master Lin but refrained, knowing that Lin Yun likely had reasons for not revealing his identity. It appears you have learned that my grandfather is Lu Zhizhong. How did you come by this knowledge? Lin Yun inquired, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. That I in response, young Master Lin. It was Xiao Wenbang who informed me via text. Ping Ge replied cautiously. Though Ping Ge was considered a top-tier wealthy second-generation individual in Qingyang City, he was acutely aware of the vast chasm between himself and Lin Yun, that he knew that not even his father would dare to offend Lin Yun. Young Master Lin, I previously wronged you, and I sincerely apologize. You must forgive me. Ping Ge implored, nearly bowing to the ground. Enough. I, Lin Yun, am not one to bear grudges. Since you have offered an apology, I will not hold the matters from the private room against you. Lin Yun waved his hand dismissively, but he recognized that the conflict with Ping Ge was not severe enough to warrant lasting enmity. Moreover, he did not wish to create too many adversaries, since Ping Ge had repeatedly apologized. Lin Yun decided to grant him a chance. Thank you, young Master Lin. Thank you, young Master Lin. Ping Ge expressed his gratitude, nodding repeatedly, breathing a sigh of relief as for the fact that I am Lu Zhizhong's grandson. I prefer to keep that under wraps for now. You understand my meaning, correct? Lin Yun stated. Understood. Young Master Lin, you wish to maintain a low profile while pursuing romance. I comprehend. Ping Ge responded respectfully, even referring to himself as Xiaoping. He then presented a business card, offering it to Lin Yun with both hands. Young Master Lin, here is my business card, which contains my contact number, should you decide to visit Qingshan Hot Springs Resort. All expenses will be waived, and you will receive the highest level of service. Very well. I accept, Lin Yun replied without hesitation, taking the card. Upon Lin Yun accepting his card, Ping Ji's face lit up with joy. This gesture indicated that Lin Yun had indeed forgiven him. By the way, young Master Lin, that Jiang Xiao had the audacity to oppose you and even dared to pursue your girlfriend. Should I gather a few individuals to teach him a lesson? Ping Gu offered. His intention was clearly to curry favor with Lin Yun and no need. If I truly wished to confront him, I would do so openly, not covertly. Lin Yun replied nonchalantly. Haha, young Master Lin is correct. I failed to consider that. Ping Gu chuckled, that I shall return now. After saying this, Lin Yun made his way back to the private room. Inside the private room, as Lin Yun entered, the other wealthy second-generation attendees regarded him with strange expressions. The earlier scene of Ping Gu toasting Lin Yun was still vivid in their minds, yet they remained clueless as to the reasons behind that as soon as Lin Yun sat down. Su Yin could no longer contain her astonishment and curiosity, quickly inquiring, Lin Yun, you must tell me what transpired. Just moments ago, Ping Xiao was ready to call security to deal with you. What caused his sudden change of heart to toast you and apologize? How would I know? Perhaps my charm was too great, and Ping Gu was simply captivated. Lin Yun shrugged. Your charm? Captivating Ping Gu with charm. Su Yin rolled her eyes, incredulous that I suspect Ping Gu must have made a mistake, misjudging your identity, which is why he behaved that way. Su Yin speculated. Perhaps, Lin Yun replied, shrugging his shoulders, that he preferred not to disclose his true identity as the chairman of the Qingyang branch of Huading Group, or that he was Lu Zhizhong's grandson, as it would render the situation less interesting. Today, consider yourself fortunate. Ping Ji's misunderstanding saved you, Su Yin remarked. Having witnessed Lin Yun's dilapidated home when she picked him up, she could not fathom that he possessed any status capable of intimidating Ping Gu. She could only conclude that Ping Gu had misjudged something, leading to his abrupt change in demeanor towards Lin Yun. After a pause, Su Yin chided, I truly don't understand you that I warned you, yet you insisted on challenging Ping Xiao. Had Ping Gu not erred, you would have undoubtedly faced dire consequences. I wouldn't have been able to protect you, that am I to blame. Lin Yun shrugged that moment. Jiang Xiao abruptly rose to his feet. His gaze fixated directly upon Lin Yun. Lin Yun, it seems Ping Gu has inexplicably ceased to confront you. However, I am fully aware of your background. You are merely a destitute young man. Fear not. If Ping Gu does not deal with you, then I shall take it upon myself. Jiang Xiao had retrieved Lin Yun's information from the school archives the previous day. Thus he was certain of Lin Yun's impoverished status. Very well, I shall await your arrival, Lin Yun replied with a smile. Just then, Ping Gu entered the room. Consequently, the banquet continued, and Ping Gu, rather than making things difficult for Lin Yun, treated him with utmost courtesy. After the banquet concluded, Ping Gu extended an invitation for everyone to enjoy the natural hot springs at Qingshan Hot Springs. Lin Yun and Su Yin pretended to be a couple, naturally sharing a hot spring pool, which allowed Lin Yun to feast his eyes. After their soak, the gathering finally came to an end. By the time the banquet concluded, it was already dusk, and Su Yin drove Lin Yun back to the shantytown. Outside Lin Yun's home, a red Ferrari gradually pulled over to the side. Inside the car, Su Yin remarked, although your performance today was rather lacking, I shall not withhold the reward of 500,000. Do provide me with your account number. Lin Yun met her gaze and replied, the reward is unnecessary. I am not in need of money. With that, Lin Yun opened the car door and stepped out, striding purposefully towards his home without a hint of hesitation. Hey, Su Yin was momentarily taken aback as she watched Lin Yun leave so abruptly. To her, Lin Yun's willingness to continue pretending to be her boyfriend today must have been motivated by money. Yet, now he refused the payment. Moreover, he departed with such swiftness that she had no chance to call him back, that Su Yin opened the driver's side door, initially intending to chase after him, but then reconsidered. Thinking, why should I pursue him? If he doesn't want the money, should I still insist he accept it? With this thought, Su Yin closed the driver's door again. Watching Lin Yun's retreating figure from the car, she pouted. What a peculiar individual. Clearly impoverished yet still proud, refusing money, he attempting to assert his masculinity. With that, Su Yin started the engine and drove away. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao, having returned from the resort, was seething with anger. That scoundrel actually went to the hot springs with Su Yin, damn it. How infuriating! The most unsettling thought for Jiang Xiao was that someone he had long desired was now being pursued by a penniless boy. How could that be? You, young man, are utterly unworthy of Su Yin. I shall make it my mission to separate you. After declaring this, Jiang Xiao retrieved his phone that he had already devised a plan to inform Su Yan's father about the situation. He could not believe that Su Yan's father would allow his daughter to date a poor boy. The next morning, at Qingyang University, within Lin Yun's dormitory, the sounds of battle echoed as Fatty was engaged in a game of League of Legends with Lin Yun. Although Lin Yun seldom played games, he was somewhat familiar with the popular League of Legends, albeit his skills were rather lacking as he struggled to escape the silver tier to AT that moment. A man clad in a suit pushed open the ajar dormitory door and entered. You must be Lin Yun. The suited man approached Lin Yun directly. And you are? Lin Yun frowned, turning to face the suited man, certain that he did not recognize him. Our general manager Su wishes to meet you. Please accompany me, the suited man stated. General Manager Su? I'm sorry, but I do not know him. If he wishes to meet me, he can come himself, Lin Yun retorted before turning back to his game. How presumptuous! You, who are entangled with our young lady, now expect the Lord to come to you? The suited man's tone turned frigid. Chapter 59. You are unworthy of my daughter. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun's expression shifted. What did he mean by being entangled with his young lady? Wait a moment, General Manager Su? Su Yin. Lin Yun suddenly connected the dots. Are you referring to Su Yan's father? Lin Yun quickly turned his gaze back to the suited man. It seems you are quite aware. Since you understand, why do you maintain such arrogance before our General Manager Su? The suited man's expression grew colder. Lin Yun could not help but chuckle. Initially, he had assumed that this General Manager Su was someone knowledgeable about his status as the chairman of Huading Group. However, it appeared that he was merely Su Yan's father, who was unaware of Lin Yun's true identity as Lu Zhizhong's grandson, which was why he expected Lin Yun to meet him. Lin Yun pondered. Why would Su Yan's father suddenly seek me out? What could he want with me? Fatty, you continue without me. I must step out to meet someone, Lin Yun remarked as he stood up. Boss, are you going to pull another trick on me? Fatty replied jokingly. Upon exiting the dormitory, the suited man led Lin Yun to the banks of Yonglu Lake near the school. By the lake stood a middle-aged man in a suit, standing tall with his hands clasped behind his back. Gazing quietly at the water, exuding an air of authority that suggested he was a wealthy entrepreneur, he must be Su Yan's father, General Manager Su. General Manager, I've brought him, the suited man announced as he guided Lin Yun to Su Yan's father. General Manager Su cast a glance at Lin Yun before returning his attention to Yonglu Lake. So you are the young man who is dating my daughter, Lin Yun? General Manager Su spoke while fixated on the lake, maintaining a calm demeanor, presenting only his back to Lin Yun. You seem to be quite well informed. Lin Yun could not help but smile. Why daughter's affairs are naturally of great concern to me. General Manager Su replied. May I ask what you wish to discuss? Lin Yun inquired, maintaining his composure. Are you aware of my daughter's family background? Do you understand the extent of our family wealth? General Manager Su stated calmly that I am aware. Lin Yun replied that if you are aware, then you should understand that you are unworthy of my daughter, that if you have any sense, you will leave her alone. General Manager Su stated flatly. Throughout this exchange, he did not even turn to look at Lin Yun, a clear indication of his disdain. How can you assert that I am unworthy of your daughter? Lin Yun could not help but smile. That I have reviewed your personal file. You reside in a shanty town, come from a single-parent family, and live in poverty. Need I say more? General Manager Su scoffed. General Manager. What do you see when you look at Yonglu Lake before you? Lin Yun asked with a composed smile. The water is rippling beautifully, truly breathtaking, General Manager Su responded, despite not understanding why Lin Yun posed this question. Lin Yun placed his hands behind his back and gazed at the lake, slowly articulating. Indeed, the water is rippling beautifully, truly breathtaking. However, this is merely its surface. The reality beneath the water is entirely different. And what lies beneath the surface is the essence of Yonglu Lake. Much like your understanding of me, which remains superficial, are you suggesting that I should invest time to comprehend your depth? General Manager Su retorted. Regardless of how well I understand you, you will always be a poor boy, unworthy of my daughter Su Yin. He shook his head with a cold laugh. Dare I ask what level you deem acceptable for your daughter as suitor? Lin Yun inquired with a smile. Isn't Jiang Xiao pursuing Su Yin? Do you believe he is suitable for her? Lin Yun asked. An MY family, Su, possesses a net worth of nearly 1 billion, to be worthy of my daughter. One must have a family net worth of at least 2 billion. Jiang Xiao pales in comparison. General Manager Su continued that I in the entire Qingyang city, few young men are worthy of my daughter. Only Ping Ge, who has just returned from the provincial capital, possesses the assets and influence to be deemed suitable for her. Lin Yun chuckled at this. That Ping Ge, just yesterday at the resort, was fawning over me at this moment. General Manager Su slowly turned to face Lin Yun. While I do not know what means you have used to captivate my daughter Su Yin, your relationship with her is merely a pursuit of wealth. Upon stating this, General Manager Su produced a check for 1 million. Take this check. It is sufficient to transform you from a poor boy into a millionaire. Accept the money and leave my daughter. You are not worthy of her. General Manager Su handed the check to the suited man, who then presented it to Lin Yun. Money? Lin Yun stared at the check being offered, shaking his head in amusement. As the grandson of a billionaire, would he truly lack for money? Lin Yun took the check and folded it in half. Rip, he gently tore it, reducing the check to 2 halves. That he continued to fold it and tore it again, letting the remnants fall to the ground. You. General Manager Su's expression darkened immediately upon witnessing Lin Yun's actions. What? Do you find it insufficient? General Manager Su's face turned pale. He quickly produced another check. This one is for 5 million, the maximum I can offer. That I hope you consider carefully. Take the money and forever dissociate from my daughter. General Manager Su personally handed the check to Lin Yun. This time, Lin Yun did not accept it, but instead shook his head with a smile. General Manager, if you were to offer me several billion, perhaps I might consider. The suited man beside them was enraged by Lin Yun's response. You, young man, are clearly courting death. Do you even know what you are? The suited man shouted angrily. Xiao Liang, General Manager Su gestured for the suited man to step back, that he then looked back at Lin Yun. Observing Su's expression, it was evident that he was somewhat irritated. Yet, being a seasoned figure in the business realm, he managed to control his emotions. Young man, if your intention is to extort more money from me, I must be unequivocal in stating that 5 million is the utmost I can offer, that I hope you will take this opportunity and depart amicably. After a brief pause, Mr. Su continued, I shall grant you 3 days to deliberate. Should you decide to accept the 5 million, you may come to claim it at any time. However, once the 3 days have elapsed, if you neither accept the money nor choose to leave my daughter alone, I shall be compelled to resort to more forceful measures. That as he uttered the final words, his tone grew chillingly cold to Mr. Su. I believe that by the time we meet again, your attitude will surely have changed. Lin Yun remarked with a smile. Xiao Liang, let us depart. Mr. Su paid no further heed to Lin Yun, summoning a nearby man in a suit before striding away with purpose. Watching Su's retreating figure, Lin Yun shook his head with a smile. That if you were aware of Lin Yun's true identity, would he still maintain that Lin Yun was unworthy of his daughter? Meanwhile, after you had walked some distance, the suited man scowled and said, Mr. Su, this young man is utterly ungrateful. Mrs. Taste is evidently quite refined. I truly cannot fathom how she would be interested in such a person. Let us hope this young man knows his place. Otherwise, he shall not find me accommodating. Mr. Su replied with a grim expression. To be by the way, Mr. Su, for tomorrow's auction, will you be inviting Miss to accompany you? I hear that Ping Xiao is attending, which might provide an opportunity to facilitate a connection between them. The suited man suggested that I shall speak to her. Mr. Su nodded. That on the other hand, upon returning to his dormitory from the banks of Yanglu Lake, Lin Yun's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw that it was his grandfather, Lu Zhizhong, calling. Knowing that his grandfather's call likely bore significance, Lin Yun promptly answered, Grandfather Yuner, I am currently at your home. You ought to return at once, that I have something rather valuable to share with you, which I believe will be of great assistance. Came his grandfather's warm voice through the receiver. Valuable? What sort of valuable thing? Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback. His grandfather, a formidable figure as the wealthiest man in the Southwest, undoubtedly possessed a discerning eye. Thus, whatever he deemed valuable was beyond Lin Yun's imagination. Moreover, his grandfather had stated that it would greatly aid him. This piqued Lin Yun's curiosity. That, you shall find out upon your return. His grandfather chuckled. Very well, I shall return immediately. Lin Yun nodded eagerly. After hanging up the phone, he hurried home. Chapter 60. The mysterious gift from grandfather. Upon returning home, Lin Yun found his grandfather, Lu Zhizhong, seated on the old sofa typically occupied by his mother, De Yuner. "You are back." Lu Zhizhong greeted him with a benevolent smile. "Grandfather, how is my mother faring abroad?" Lin Yun inquired as he entered. "Rest assured. With my arrangements, she is doing splendidly." Lu Zhizhong replied with a grin. "That is a relief." Lin Yun nodded in assurance that Yuner, the auction taking place tomorrow in Qingyang City, is of considerable importance to you. "I have returned specifically for this matter," Lu Zhizhong stated. Lin Yun appeared somewhat taken aback. "While this auction is significant, I did not expect you to travel all the way back from the provincial capital just to see me. Indeed, it may seem unnecessary for a mere auction, but this particular event is tied to your conflict with the Jinchang Group," his grandfather elucidated. "The Jinchang Group?" Lin Yun murmured, recalling that the general manager, Lu Bo, had mentioned that this auction involved competing for land against the Jinchang Group. Thus, this auction represented an unspoken battle between the two factions. "Yes, it is the Jinchang Group. I suspect you would relish the opportunity to obliterate them." Lu Zhizhong remarked with a smile. "Absolutely." Lin Yun nodded resolutely. The actions of the Jinchang Group had fueled Lin Yun's desire to see them vanquished. However, as the local power brokers, Chairman Xiang Jinchang had entrenched himself in Qingyang City for over a decade, making it exceedingly challenging for Lin Yun to dismantle them solely through his own efforts. "That I shall entrust you with the task of eradicating the Jinchang Group. Consider it your ultimate training," Lu Zhizhong asserted. "Grandfather, even without your prompting, I had already resolved to devise a way to eliminate the Jinchang Group. Otherwise, I would have sought your assistance long ago," Lin Yun replied with a grin. "Haha, splendid. You have spirit." Lu Zhizhong nodded approvingly, that he then added, "However, I shall not leave you to fight this battle alone. After all, Xiang Jin is cunning and has navigated Qingyang for many years, when necessary. I will provide support from the shadows, though much will depend on your own efforts." "Thank you, grandfather," Lin Yun acknowledged. "For instance, I will extend some assistance for this upcoming auction," Lu Zhizhong said with a twinkle in his eye. "Oh, what sort of assistance?" Lin Yun inquired curiously. This auction marked Lin Yun's first direct confrontation with Xiang Jin, and he was eager to achieve victory. "That I shall provide you with 10 billion in financial backing. For any significant land, bid without hesitation, regardless of the cost. The goal is to ensure that Xiang Jin finds himself without land to develop next year," Lu Zhizhong declared. "So, your strategy is to overwhelm him with funds, leaving him with no escape route, correct?" Lin Yun exclaimed excitedly. "Precisely. What does it matter if he is a local power broker? My Huading Group can certainly outlast him financially." Lu Zhizhong chuckled. "You are indeed a formidable tycoon. Grandfather, your boldness is commendable." Lin Yun grinned widely. "By the way, grandfather, is this 10 billion the valuable thing you mentioned over the phone?" Lin Yun asked. "Certainly not. The valuable item I referred to is something entirely different. One that will greatly assist you," Lu Zhizhong replied with a smile. That he then received a document from his secretary and handed it to Lin Yun. "Yuner, this is the valuable thing I wish to present to you." Lin Yun eagerly accepted the document. In his estimation, anything his grandfather deemed valuable must be something extraordinary. Upon opening the document, Lin Yun quickly realized the significance of his grandfather's gift, which was even more crucial than the 10 billion he had just mentioned. With great care, he tucked away the precious document. "I can offer you this much. How far you can go depends on your performance," Lu Zhizhong remarked with a smile. "Rest assured, grandfather, I will not disappoint you with your assistance. I am determined to ensure that the Jinchang Group suffers a crushing defeat at this auction," Lin Yun asserted with conviction. Although his grandfather's support was given from behind the scenes, it represented a monumental advantage for Lin Yun. Armed with these resources, Lin Yun could confidently approach the auction with an air of certainty. "Well, the items have been delivered, and I must return to the provincial capital," Lu Zhizhong announced as he stood. Lin Yun escorted his grandfather to the vehicle, bidding him farewell. Meanwhile, atop the Jinchang building, Xiang Jin's advisor reported, "Xiang Yi, for tomorrow's auction, we have prepared a total of 3 billion in our accounts. Based on previous year's prices, that should be more than sufficient to secure those parcels of land." Historically, the Jinchang Group and the Huading Group had each taken half of the available land at auctions, avoiding overly aggressive competition to minimize losses on both sides. Moreover, during that time, the Huading Group's Qingyang branch was still under the control of the Wu family, who advocated for a certain degree of compromise with the Jinchang Group. Xiang Jin shook his head. "This time, it is different. This Lin Yun is not as easily intimidated as the Wu family was, and given the recent disputes between us and the Huading group, they will undoubtedly compete fiercely for the land. Are you suggesting we prepare even more funds? The advisor queried. Indeed, we need to find an additional 3 billion, bringing our total to 6 billion, but that should suffice to secure several prime plots. Xiang Jin instructed that he understood the critical importance of acquiring land. That little brat embarrassed me last time. This auction, I will ensure he faces some complications. Xiang Jin gritted his teeth in anger, recalling the video of his humiliation that had circulated among his subordinates, igniting a furious blaze within him. Later that night, in the hillside villa of Su Yan's family, she descended from upstairs and casually settled onto the sofa. "Dad, what is it that you need to discuss?" Su Yan inquired. Her father, Mr. Su, sat across from her. "Daughter, I have reviewed the information on that Lin Yun fellow. He is merely a destitute boy. I cannot fathom how you ended up with him," Mr. Su expressed with confusion. Su Yan burst into laughter upon hearing her father's words. She had only asked Lin Yun to pretend to be her boyfriend, and was surprised that her father was aware of it and took it seriously. Then a thought struck her. Since her father was already convinced, she decided to play along. "Indeed, I am with him. What of it? He may be poor, but I am not lacking in wealth," Su Yan shrugged after a moment. She continued, "So Dad, now that I have a boyfriend, please refrain from introducing me to any other wealthy suitors. Absurd. How could someone like Lin Yun be worthy of you? You are attending tomorrow's auction with me. At that time, make sure to communicate more with Ping Xiao, Brother Ping. I will facilitate your connection." Mr. Su remarked with a stern expression that I have no interest in any auction. If you dare to force me, I might just jump off a building to seek solace with my mother underground. Su Yan pouted. Your face has turned pale with anger. Su Yan could hardly contain her amusement, covering her red lips as she stifled a laugh. All right, Dad. I'm feeling sleepy and shall retire for the night. As for that Ping Xiao, I truly have no feelings for him. So please refrain from matchmaking us in the future. After finishing her words, Su Yan rose and headed upstairs. Surely, Ping Xiao is 1,000 times better than that impoverished fellow named Lin Yun. Mr. Su shouted after Su Yan's retreating figure, in the blink of an eye. The next day arrived at 8 o'clock in the morning in the general manager's office of Huading Group. Lu Bo, are you ready? Lin Yun stepped into the office of Mr. Lin. This auction will undoubtedly lead to a fierce battle with Jinxiang Group. So, I have arranged 500 million. I wonder if it will suffice, that if not, I can still find a way to gather more funds while there is time, Lu Bo said. That's enough. Let us go, Lin Yun replied with a smile. Yesterday, his grandfather provided him with 1 billion in support, and with Lu Bo's 500 million, that totals 1.5 billion. Moreover, the last time his grandfather visited Qingyang City to see Lin Yun, he had rewarded him with another 10 billion, which Lin Yun hadn't utilized much yet, that if necessary, he could also bring that sum into the fray. Altogether, that amounts to an astonishing 25 billion. With such wealth, Lin Yun was confident he could overwhelm Jinxiang Group at the auction at Qingyang Grand Hotel. Starting from 9 in the morning, a variety of luxury vehicles gradually entered the parking lot. The lot was filled with Mercedes, Porsches, Bentleys, and other upscale cars. Passers-by were astounded by the sheer number of luxury vehicles and couldn't help but wonder what occasion warranted such a gathering. Naturally, it was due to the auction taking place today, where half of the business magnates of Qingyang City had assembled. Anyone with a net worth below 100 million was deemed unworthy to enter that moment. A black Mercedes pulled into the parking lot. Lin Yun and Lu Bo emerged from the vehicle, which belonged to Lu Bo. Upon stepping out, Lu Bo remarked, Mr. Lin, the president of the Qingyang Chamber of Commerce has expressed a desire to meet you. Oh, where is he? Lin Yun inquired. He is already inside the hotel. If you wish to meet him, I can guide you, Lu Bo replied. Very well, let us go and meet him, Lin Yun said. Since Lin Yun had expanded the Qingyang branch of Huading Group, it was naturally better to form more connections. Young Master Lin. At that moment, a respectful voice called from behind. Lin Yun turned to see it was Brother Ping from Qingshan Hot Spring Resort. Brother Ping, it's you. Lin Yun acknowledged him. Young Master Lin, you can just call me Xiao Ping. Addressing me as Brother Ping is truly an overstatement. Brother Ping chuckled awkwardly. After a brief pause, Brother Ping continued. Young Master Lin, since it's such a coincidence that we meet at the entrance, shall we enter together? I have some other matters to attend to, so you go ahead first. Lin Yun waved his hand. Lin Yun indeed had pressing matters. as he needed to meet the Chamber of Commerce president first. Did I end that case? I won't disturb you any longer, young Master Lin. I shall take my leave. Brother Ping nodded in understanding, then departed. Inside a VIP lounge at Qingyun Grand Hotel, under Lu Bo's guidance, Lin Yun entered the private room, where he was greeted by an elderly man with graying hair. Appearing to be in his 60s, Manager Lu, you've arrived. This must be Chairman Lin, the old man exclaimed with a warm smile upon seeing Lu Bo and Lin Yun. Chairman Lin, this is the president of the Qingyang Chamber of Commerce. President Yin, an esteemed elder in our business community, Lu Bo introduced. Hello, President Yin, I am Lin Yun, Lin Yun said with a slight smile, extending his right hand. Young Master Lin. How you do? President Yin promptly extended both hands, warmly shaking Lin Yun's hand. President Yin was already aware that Lin Yun was the grandson of Lu Zhizhong, hence his enthusiastic demeanor. President Yin, I hope to count on your guidance in the future, Lin Yun said with a gentle smile. Young Master Lin, you flatter me. It is I who should seek your guidance. Ha ha, President Yin chuckled heartily that he then produced a business card, respectfully offering it to Lin Yun, assuring him that he could contact him for any assistance needed in the future. President Yin was well aware that as Lu Zhizhong's grandson, Lin Yun was bound to rise beyond Qingyang City and reach greater heights. With an immeasurable future ahead, Lin Yun accepted the card graciously. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the hall, before the auction officially commenced, various business owners and wealthy heirs gathered. The entrepreneurs clustered in the innermost circle, engaging in lively discussions. Their conversations included remarks like, Mr. Lu, I hear you recently opened a new hotel. Your business must be flourishing. Mr. Li, you invested another 50 million. How are the returns? Mr. Guo, I heard your business partner is here. Could you introduce us? In contrast, the affluent heirs formed circles in the outer hall, discussing topics such as the latest luxury handbag releases, that for the young gentleman. Their focus was on sports cars and beautiful women. At this time, Zhang Xiao and more than a dozen wealthy heirs were also gathered. With family assets around 800 million, Zhang Xiao was among the elite within this group and was naturally showered with flattery. Zhang Xiao, look, Brother Ping has arrived. One of the wealthy heirs pointed towards the entrance. Zhang Xiao turned to see Brother Ping indeed entering. Let us go greet Brother Ping. Zhang Xiao led the group of wealthy heirs toward Brother Ping. Although Zhang Xiao was considered top tier among this group, he paled in comparison to Brother Ping. Greetings, Brother Ping. As they approached, Zhang Xiao and his companions quickly greeted him. That it's you all, Brother Ping acknowledged. Brother Ping, since you've just returned to Qingyang City and have few friends, why not join us? Zhang Xiao extended an olive branch out of course. Zhang Xiao wished to foster a relationship with Brother Ping, as being friends with him would be highly advantageous. That I'm afraid I have other people to meet. Brother Ping politely declined. Had Brother Ping not considered that his resort business would rely on these wealthy heirs in the future, he would have ignored Zhang Xiao altogether. The reason was simple. Zhang Xiao had offended Lin Yun. Very well then, we shall not disturb you, Brother Ping, Zhang Xiao conceded, nodding in understanding as he departed. After leaving, Brother Ping made his way into the inner circle. Young Master Ping. Just as he entered, someone called out behind him. Brother Ping turned to see it was Mr. Su Yan's father. Young Master Ping. I heard you recently returned to Qingyang City. I had intended to find a time to visit you, but I didn't expect to encounter you here today, Mr. Su said warmly as he approached Brother Ping. Extending his hand up, Mr. Su, with total assets around 1 billion, was a formidable figure in Qingyang City's business sphere, yet he still fell short compared to Brother Ping's father, whose assets were around 3 billion and whose business had already expanded to the provincial capital. Oh, it's you. I didn't see Su Yan around. Brother Ping smiled as he shook Mr. Su's hand. That MY daughter is quite willful. I invited her to attend, but she simply refused to come, Mr. Su sighed. It is quite normal for a girl to lack interest in such gatherings. Brother Ping replied that moment. Mr. Su leaned closer to Brother Ping and whispered, Young Master Ping, what do you think of our Su Yan? You are both talented and charming. I believe you two would make a perfect match. Upon hearing this, Brother Ping's expression turned awkward, but he wasn't foolish. He realized Su was making a blatant suggestion, clearly hoping to matchmake him with Su Yan. But would Brother Ping dare? Absolutely not. He was well aware that Su Yan was Lin Yun's girlfriend. How could he entertain thoughts about Lin Yun's partner? What is the matter, young Master Ping? Do you find our Su Yan unattractive? Mr. Su asked, puzzled. Not at all. Su Yan is undoubtedly beautiful, But as far as I know, she already has a boyfriend, Brother Ping replied with a forced smile. You know Su Yin has a boyfriend. Mr. Su was taken aback. He then shook his head, saying that boyfriend of Su Yin's lives in a shanty district. His family is destitute. How could he be worthy of my daughter? It is like a beautiful flower growing in a pile of dung, that Mr. Su's words dripped with disdain for Lin Yun. Upon hearing this, Brother Ping couldn't help but cover his mouth, stifling laughter. Inwardly, he thought, Mr. De Su, oh Mr. Su, your daughter's boyfriend is far from a poor wretch. He is the grandson of the wealthiest man in the Southwest, far more impressive than I could ever be, and yet you complain about him without realizing his true worth. After pondering for a moment, Brother Ping smiled and said, Mr. Su, are you aware that a new chairman has taken over the Qingyang branch of Huading Group? Brother Ping knew Lin Yun's hidden identity. He couldn't directly reveal who Lin Yun was, but decided to hint at it for Mr. Su's benefit, that a new chairman of Huading Group? I have heard some whispers. Mr. Su nodded. Do you happen to know who this new chairman is, and what his background entails? Brother Ping inquired with a smile, that I am not certain. After all, I am not in the same industry as Huading Group, so I haven't delved into it, Mr. Su replied. Immediately thereafter, Mr. Su countered, young Master Ping. Your sudden mention of this new chairman. Does he possess any particular significance? Of course, the background of this new chairman is astonishing. Mr. Ping replied with a smile, Ditto. Astonishing, you say? To hear such words from young Master Ping. I can only wonder about his background. Mr. Su appeared somewhat intrigued. The chairman of the Qingyang branch of Huading Group is none other than the biological grandson of the venerable Lu Zhizhong. Tell me, is that not astonishing? Mr. Ping chuckled. What? The biological grandson of Lu Zhizhong? Upon hearing this revelation, Mr. Su was momentarily taken aback, but he was acutely aware of how formidable Lu Zhizhong was. Naturally, his grandson would be a top-tier third-generation wealthy individual. In Mr. Su's eyes, Mr. Ping was already a high-ranking second-generation wealthy heir, but in comparison to Lu's grandson, he was vastly inferior. I never imagined that such a figure was concealed within Qingyang City. I truly have been living under a rock. Mr. remarked with a dry laugh. Mr. Su, this grandson of Lu is of an age similar to your daughter S. He is likely to attend today's auction. You may just meet him, Mr. Ping smiled. I understand now. Mr. Su nodded in realization that he silently resolved to find an opportunity to familiarize himself with the grandson of Lu Zhizhong. That in Mr. Su's perspective, a connection to Lu's grandson would undoubtedly outweigh any association with young Master Ping. Especially considering their similar ages, that Mr. Su's resolve solidified as he contemplated the possibility of facilitating a match between his daughter and Lu's grandson, that if he succeeded, he knew that allying with such a powerful figure would lead to his own prosperity. Though he had learned that the new chairman of Huading Group was Lu's grandson, he remained unaware that this grandson was Lin Yun, whom he had encountered the previous day by the lakeside of Qingyang University. Meanwhile, as Mr. conversed with Mr. Ping, Lin Yun had already entered the venue. Lu Bo had gone to the restroom, and thus was not by Lin Yun's side. Hey, stop right there. As Lin Yun took only a few steps into the venue, he was suddenly surrounded by more than a dozen wealthy heirs. To his surprise, the leader of the group was none other than young Master Jiang. Well, what a small world. I never expected to run into you here. Young Master Jiang stepped forward with a smug grin. Encountering you was entirely foreseeable, Lin Yun replied dismissively, casting a glance at young Master Jiang. Unlike you, I find your presence here quite unexpected. To enter this venue. One must have assets exceeding $1 billion. What makes you think you qualify? Young Master Jiang sneered. And what do you imply by that? Lin Yun asked, a wry smile playing on his lips. The implication is rather straightforward. You have no right to be here. Yet here you are, which can only suggest that you have snuck in. Young Master Jiang crossed his arms. Having previously investigated Lin Yun's background, young Master Jiang was aware of his impoverished family circumstances, rendering him unqualified for such an event. Thus, the only explanation for Lin Yun's presence, in Jiang's estimation, was that he had clandestinely infiltrated the venue. Several other wealthy heirs echoed Jiang's sentiments. Kid, do you know the consequences of sneaking in here? Young Master Jiang continued, this time, you've finally walked into my trap. Let me be frank. This hotel belongs to my uncle. With a mere word from me, the security will have you apprehended, beaten, and thrown out. Young Master Jiang had long wished to deal with Lin Yun, and today presented the perfect opportunity. Ditto. And what do you intend to do? Lin Yun folded his arms, a look of amusement on his face. If you kneel and beg for mercy, then leave Su Yin. I might let you off, young Master Jiang said arrogantly. That I in that case, allow me to inform you. If you kneel and beg for mercy right now, I might also let you off. Otherwise, I can just as easily have you thrown out. Lin Yun retorted with a cold smirk. Ha! Your words are laughable. Young Master Jiang and his companions erupted into laughter. Do you even realize what you're saying? You think you can throw young Master Jiang out? What a grand joke. Does this fool not know that the owner of Qingyun Hotel is Jiang's uncle? After a few chuckles, young Master Jiang's smile abruptly faded. His expression darkened as he spoke icily. Kid, you were only bold because Su Yin was protecting you, weren't you? Now that she's not by your side, you still dare to act so brazenly? If I don't deal with you today, my name isn't Jiang. He gestured to one of the wealthy heirs beside him. Go call security. Right away, Brother Jiang. The heir hurried off to summon security. What are you doing? At that moment, a cold voice rang out from behind. Young Master Jiang turned to see Zhu Zhe, the owner of Qingyun Hotel. Uncle, it's you. I found a kid who snuck into the venue and was about to call security to throw him out. Young Master Jiang pointed at Lin Yun with a smile. That yes, Zhu Zhe followed Jiang's. He was immediately struck by a jolt of fear. Oh my. Isn't that the new chairman of Huading Group? The biological grandson of Lu Zhizhong? Lin Yun had previously hosted a small gathering at Qingyun Hotel for Huading Group as partners, during which Zhu Zhe had specifically visited Lin Yun and given him a diamond membership card for Qingyun Hotel. Zhu Zhe certainly recognized Lin Yun, Mr. Lin. An alarmed Zhu Zhe quickly approached Lin Yun, bowing deeply in a show of respect. Seeing this, young Master Jiang and his entourage were left utterly bewildered. Why was Zhu Zhe showing such deference to Lin Yun? Uncle, what are you doing? He's just a poor kid. Young Master Jiang couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Silence. Zhu Zhe shot young Master Jiang a fierce glare, his expression resembling that of a predator ready to pounce. Zhu Zhe was acutely aware that offending Lin Yun, the grandson of Lu Zhizhong, was tantamount to courting disaster. Lu Zhizhong could easily obliterate local small-time bosses like them. Young Master Jiang's face paled in shock. He had never seen his uncle display such ferocity. The other wealthy heirs surrounding Jiang also fell silent in fear. Zhu, I isn't young Master Jiang your nephew. He just tried to have me thrown out. Lin Yun said with a cold smile directed at Zhu Zhe. Zhu Zhe wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Mr. Lin, this kid has been utterly arrogant. What would you like to do with him? Out of sight, out of mind. I do not wish to see them. Do you understand my meaning? Lin Yun replied nonchalantly. Understood. Understood. Zhu Zhe nodded vigorously. He then turned to Jiang and his group. You little rascals. Get out of here. Zhu Zhe barked. Get out? Uncle, it's him who should be thrown out. Young Master Jiang gritted his teeth in protest. Jiang was utterly baffled as to why his uncle would insist on having him leave. Slap. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Zhe stepped forward and slapped young Master Jiang across the face. Did you not hear me say to get out? If you do not leave, I will have to call security to throw you out. Zhu Zhe said coldly. Young Master Jiang covered his face, his complexion ashen. He was filled with 1,000 questions. Though he felt wronged, seeing his uncle strike him left no doubt in his mind that Zhu Zhe would call security to throw him out. I'm leaving, young Master Jiang muttered through gritted teeth, nodding in submission. Lin Yun looked at young Master Jiang and said with a smile, as I mentioned earlier, with just a word from me, you would be forced to leave. Do you believe me now? Young Master Jiang clenched his teeth in frustration. The sight of Lin Yun's smug smile made him want to spit blood. He opened his mouth to curse Lin Yun, but caught sight of his uncle's murderous glare and swallowed his words. Why are you still here? Hurry up and leave. Zhu Zhe urged coldly. Chapter 63. The leverage against Jiang Chong were leaving. Young Master Jiang cast a resentful glance at Lin Yun before hastily turning to depart. After young Master Jiang and his entourage exited, Zhu Zhe addressed Lin Yun. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for my nephew's behavior. He is quite ignorant, and I again extend my apologies on his behalf. No need for such formality. Zhu boss, Lin Yun waved his hand dismissively. A well-known saying states, do not strike a smiling face. Given Zhu Zhe's respectful demeanor, Lin Yun saw no reason to create trouble for him. Zhu Zhe felt relieved at Lin Yun's response. The incident, occurring at the outermost edge of the venue amidst the surrounding noise, had not drawn much attention, especially from the major figures within the inner circle, including Mr. Su, who was engrossed in conversation with Mr. Ping and had not noticed Lin Yun at that moment. Lu Bo, having finished his bathroom visit, re-entered. Mr. Lin, has something happened? Lu Bo sensed the tension in the air. Nothing of significance, just a few clowns, Lin Yun replied with a smile. Shaking his head. Zhu boss, you must be quite busy today. You may carry on with your affairs. Lin Yun gestured for him to leave. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Zhu Zhe nodded with a smile, then departed with discretion. Once Zhu Zhe had left, Lu Bo remarked, by the way, Mr. Lin, I just ran into Xiang Jinxiang, the owner of Jinxiang Group outside. He should be arriving shortly. Xiang Jinxiang, you say? Lin Yun muttered thoughtfully. Yes, if he enters, he will likely pass by here, so we may run into him, Lu Bo informed. After all, Lin Yun currently finds himself in close proximity to the entrance. Given this circumstance, it presents an opportune moment for me to meet him. I have yet to behold his true visage. That a smile graced Lin Yun's face. That as he spoke, a middle-aged man, clad in a floral shirt and sunglasses, with a robust build and a face marred by acne, strode in greetings, Master Xiang, greetings, Master Xiang. As the man passed by, those around him bowed respectfully, but he continued forward with a commanding gait, seemingly indifferent to the salutations, exuding an aura of authority. He was none other than Xiang Jinxiang, the chairman of the Jinxiang Group. In the blink of an eye, Xiang Jinxiang stood before Lin Yun. The next moment, he halted, facing Lin Yun. I presume this is the illustrious Master Xiang, Lin Yun remarked with a smile, gazing at the imposing figure before him. Which dog dares to obstruct my path? Xiang Jinxiang declared, his chin held high. Lin Yun's brow furrowed slightly. Although neither had seen the other in person, Lin Yun was confident that Xiang Jinxiang had encountered his photograph. Moreover, Lu Bo stood beside him, sufficient to clarify his identity. However, Xiang Jinxiang feigned ignorance, clearly intent on humiliating Lin Yun. I must say, Master Xiang certainly carries an air of authority, though it's a pity you've been cuckolded by your own wife, Lin Yun remarked with a cold smirk. The once proud Xiang Jinxiang's eyes twitched violently upon hearing Lin Yun's words, his expression darkening instantly. This matter was undoubtedly a painful thorn in Xiang Jinxiang's side, and Lin Yun had struck at his vulnerability. Lin Yun, are you courting death? Xiang Jinxiang's eyes ignited with fury. Ditto. So you know my name is Lin Yun. Since you were aware, why pretend not to recognize me just now? What are you trying to accomplish? Lin Yun replied with a laugh. You. Xiang Jinxiang's face turned ashen, rendered momentarily speechless. Lin Yun, do you believe I won't eliminate you right here and now? Xiang Jinxiang glared at Lin Yun, his expression ferocious. After uttering these words, he drew a weapon that he had concealed, aiming it directly at Lin Yun. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes. In plain sight of everyone, you dare to act. Do you take my grandfather, Lu Zhizhong, for a fool? Should you dare to act upon such a thought, you may find yourself meeting a grim fate as well. Lin Yun was unperturbed by the prospect of Xiang Jinxiang resorting to violence. Firstly, because he was certain that Xiang Jinxiang would not be foolish enough to commit murder in a public setting. Secondly, the lone wolf was lurking in the shadows to protect him. If Xiang Jinxiang truly acted rashly, the lone wolf would intervene. These two factors instilled in Lin Yun a sense of fearlessness. Observing the scene, Xiang Jinxiang's strategist hastily tugged at him. Master Xiang, please remain calm. This is not the place for violence. He spoke wisely. If you act here, we shall be doomed as well. Despite his anger, Xiang Jinxiang could only grit his teeth and retract his weapon after hearing this. Having risen to his current position, Xiang Jinxiang possessed not only ruthlessness but also shrewdness. He understood the implications of the situation. Kid, rest assured, even if I refrain from dealing with you now, I can guarantee that you shall not live much longer. Xiang Jinxiang spat through clenched teeth that if you still contemplate sending someone to kill me in secret, you may find yourself sorely disappointed. The last batch of over 10 lackeys you dispatched were hardly sufficient for me to use as toothpicks. Lin Yun retorted with a cold laugh. Xiang Jinxiang's expression shifted dramatically. Those were your doing? He inquired, his face paling. The last group sent to eliminate Lin Yun had never been located by Xiang Jinxiang. Now, with Lin Yun's declaration, he felt an undeniable certainty. Yet Xiang Jinxiang could not fathom how Lin Yun had managed to fend off 10 assailants while alone. It is merely a reflection of the weakness of your hired hands. They were hardly enough to serve as toothpicks, Lin Yun dismissed with disdain. Pausing, Lin Yun continued with a smile. By the way, you just threatened me, did you not? Allow me to return the favor. Friend me? How, with what? Xiang Jinxiang scoffed coldly. With this, Lin Yun replied, producing his phone and waving it before Xiang Jinxiang. What do you mean by that? Xiang Jinxiang's face hardened, failing to grasp Lin Yun's intent. It's quite simple. My phone contains evidence of your wife's infidelity that if I happen to be in a foul mood, I may consider sharing it with many. Lin Yun stated with a smile. You, Xiang Jinxiang's face turned a sickly shade of green upon hearing Lin Yun's words. Although the video had previously been shared with his subordinates, he had issued a strict edict against dissemination. Those who dared to circulate it would face dire consequences. Thus, the video had remained under wraps. Should it be leaked, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Xiang Jinxiang clutched his chest, nearly choking on his rage. Master Xiang. His strategist hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Well, what do you think of this little leverage of mine? Lin Yun inquired with a smile. You despicable little brat, to use such underhanded tactics against me. Xiang Jinxiang seethed through clenched teeth. Despicable? Ha! You were the one who initiated the underhandedness. Had you not covertly troubled my Huading group or sent assassins after me, I would have no reason to retaliate. This is all a consequence of your own making. Lin Yun replied with a cold smirk. After a brief pause, he added, Furthermore, I shall safeguard this video for you. Should you attempt any further deceit, I assure you that the citizens of Qingyang City will be made privy to its contents. Scoundrel! 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 Xiang Jinxiang was on the verge of exploding with rage. Fully aware that with the video in Lin Yun's possession, he could be threatened at any moment. Are you angry? Fear not. During today's auction, we shall engage in a fair contest of strength, Lin Yun said with a smile. At this moment, Xiang Jinxiang's eyes were bloodshot, brimming with an uncontrollable fury that he felt as though the anger within him was about to erupt. He longed to rush forward and eliminate Lin Yun. Yet he knew he could not act on such impulses. Lin Yun, at today's auction, I shall ensure you pay dearly. Xiang Jinxiang fixed Lin Yun with a steely gaze, his tone chillingly cold. Though he could not strike Lin Yun at present, he resolved to make his presence felt at the auction. Xiang Jinxiang had already made up his mind that no matter the cost, he would retaliate against Lin Yun in the auction. You think the auction will grant you satisfaction? You may be sorely disappointed. I shall ensure you find it exceedingly difficult, Lin Yun stated, a smile playing on his lips. Lu Bo, let us depart with that. Lin Yun turned and strode away alongside Lu Bo, damnable brat. Xiang Jinxiang glared at Lin Yun's retreating figure, his fists clenched, cracking ominously under the strain. Chapter 64. Meeting with President Su, Xiang Jinxiang mused that it had been a long time since anyone had dared to challenge him so openly, and it had been ages since someone had provoked him to such a degree. The surrounding second-generation rich and business owners were equally astonished by the recent turn of events. Who was that young man who had dared to confront Master Xiang so boldly, inciting such fury? Indeed, who was he to possess such audacity? The onlookers were filled with curiosity. You seem rather uninformed. The individual you just witnessed is the new chairman of Huading Group's Qingyang branch. Do you know his background? It would shock you, a bald businessman chuckled knowingly. This businessman had attended a small gathering hosted by Lin Yun previously, thus he was aware of Lin Yun's identity. What background? The crowd expressed their intrigue. This new chairman is the beloved grandson of the venerable Lu Zhizhong, the bald businessman proclaimed. The beloved grandson of Lu Zhizhong. The crowd collectively gasped in surprise. They were keenly aware of the formidable status of Lu Zhizhong, the wealthiest individual across the 3 southwestern provinces, far surpassing their own standings as city-level entrepreneurs. That it was no wonder he dared to challenge Master Xiang. No wonder he had infuriated Xiang to such an extent that Xiang did not dare to retaliate in that moment. As they comprehended Lin Yun's identity, their prior confusion dissipated. When they turned to observe Lin Yun's departing figure, they were filled with a sense of trepidation, realizing he was an individual not to be trifled with. The beloved grandson of the venerable Lu in Qingyang City, they could hardly fathom the extent of the upheaval this seemingly ordinary and slender young man would cause. On the other side, Director Lin, you managed to leave Master Xiang speechless with just a few words, provoking him to the point of fury while ensuring he couldn't vent his frustration. It was truly exhilarating to witness. Lu Bo remarked with delight that he brought this upon himself. Lin Yun replied with a smile. However, Director Lin, this also presents a downside. Your provocation has enraged him, and he has declared that he will make us suffer during the auction. indicating he will undoubtedly seek to settle the score there, that we have only prepared 5 billion. I fear. Lu Bo's expression shifted to one of concern as he foresaw the impending storm at the auction. He was acutely aware that if Xiang Jinxiang were to unleash his full might, their budget of 5 billion might not suffice. Even had they not provoked him, the auction would likely have been fraught with tension. It will be fine, Lin Yin replied calmly. Indeed, Lu Bo nodded in agreement. As for the financial aspect, you need not worry. I have my own arrangements, Lin Yin stated with a confident smile. Within the inner circle of the venue, news of the earlier confrontation between Master Xiang and the new chairman of Huading quickly spread, reaching the ears of the assembled entrepreneurs. Huading Group and the Jinchang Group led by Xiang Yi are natural rivals. And once again, they find themselves at odds. This upcoming auction promises to be a spectacle worth witnessing. When two tigers clash, one is bound to be injured. Indeed, the competition between the two factions at this auction will undoubtedly be fierce. Who knows who will emerge victorious in the end? As the premier commercial group in the Southwest, Huading Group is certainly in a stronger position. However, this is not so clear-cut. Despite Huading's formidable reputation, it is merely the Qingyang branch, while Xiang Yi has been the local powerhouse in Qingyang for over a decade, amassing significant resources that cannot be underestimated. The debate among the onlookers is heated. Who will triumph at this auction? One thing is certain. If the conflict escalates too intensely, even the ultimate victor will pay a steep price. With this in mind, anticipation for the auction is growing. Many in the inner circle are aware only that Huading's new chairman has clashed with Xiang Yi. Yet few know that this new chairman is the grandson of Lu Zhizhong. Meanwhile, in a corner of the inner circle, Su Yan's father, Mr. Su, has caught wind of this news that moment. He is engaged in conversation with the president of the Qingyang Chamber of Commerce. President Yin, I just heard someone say that the new chairman of Huading Group is the grandson of the venerable Lu Zhizhong. You are quite well informed. Is there any truth to this? RSU inquires. You are indeed correct, Mr. Su. This new chairman is indeed the grandson of Lu Zhizhong. President Yin confirms with a nod. After a brief pause, he continues, I met him recently, although he is young. He carries himself well and lacks the typical airs of a wealthy heir. His attire is quite ordinary, devoid of any designer labels, making him a refreshing presence among the privileged youth that I believe he is destined for great achievements. Oh, President Yin has a keen eye for talent, that if that's the case, we may have a rare gem on our hands, Mr. Su marvels. Internally, he resolves to find a way to matchmake his daughter with this individual. With a smile, Mr. Su suggests, President Yin, since you've met him, could you kindly introduce us? I would very much like to make the acquaintance of Lu's esteemed grandson. Of course, no problem at all. Follow me, President Yin replies with a beaming smile. He promptly leads MR.SU forward. There he is, just ahead. President Yin indicates that MR.SU follows the direction of President Yin's gesture and sees a young man from behind. Why does he seem somewhat familiar? Mr. Su murmurs to himself, feeling a sense of recognition but unable to place it. Due to the young man's turned back, Mr. Su cannot see his face, leaving him uncertain. Mr. Su, you must be respectful when you approach him. He is not of our standing. President Yin advises. Rest assured, President Yin, that I understand even without your urging. Mr. Su replies with a smile. Before long, they arrive before the young man. President Yin respectfully addresses him. Chairman Lin, I am President Yin, here to introduce someone to you. MR.SU stands at attention, smiling as he gazes at the figure before him. As he watches, the young man slowly turns around to reveal none other than Lin Yun. Boom! At that moment, Mr. Su's smile vanishes. His face pales suddenly, and an expression of disbelief washes over him. His mind feels as though it has exploded. It's you. Mr. Su stares wide-eyed at Lin Yun, his voice sharp with shock that he never imagined Lin Yun would be the one standing before him. Upon seeing Mr. Su, Lin Yun initially shows a flicker of surprise, which quickly dissipates, replaced by a calm smile. Lin Yun had anticipated the possibility of encountering MR.SU at the auction. Mr. Su, what are you doing? Hurry and greet Chairman Lin. President Yin nudges Mr. Su's back. How can he be Lu Zhizhong's grandson? Isn't he just a student from Qingyang University? Mr. Su is incredulous that he had seen Lin Yun just the day before and had obtained a personal profile that clearly indicated Lin Yun came from a humble background. At this moment, Lu Bo, who is seated beside Lin Yun, also turns around at isn't this Mr. Su? Indeed, Our chairman Lin is a student at Qingyang University. Being a chairman is merely a side venture for him. Lu Bo remarks with a smile. Su recognizes Lu Bo, the general manager of Huading Group. With Lu Bo's confirmation, Mr. Su can no longer doubt the truth. Mr. Su, what are you doing? Didn't you ask me to introduce you to Chairman Lin? Why are you acting this way? President Ian furrows his brow. Chapter 65. The auction begins. President Ian had previously advised Su to maintain a positive attitude upon meeting Lin Yun. Yet he had not anticipated Mr. Su's reaction. President Ian. Lin Yun waves his hand, signaling for him to refrain from further commentary. He then turns to Mr. Su, smiling. Mr. Su, indeed, I am the new chairman of Huading Group. And yes, I am Lu Zhizhong's grandson. But Mr. Su stares at Lin Yun, still struggling to comprehend. Yesterday by Yanglu Lake, I told you that what you perceive is merely the surface of the lake. You know nothing of the depths. Just as your understanding of me is superficial, Lin Yun states calmly. Upon hearing this, Mr. Su exhales deeply, finally grasping that Lin Yun had simply concealed his identity. Upon reflection, it would be child's play for someone of Lin Yun's stature to fabricate a false personal profile. I, Mr. Su, have clearly misjudged, he admits, lowering his gaze. Previously, he had been intent on facilitating a connection between his daughter and Lu Zhizhong's grandson, never imagining that the individual in question was Lin Yun. Ironically, he had issued a warning to Lin Yun just the day before, instructing him to stay away from his daughter. How absurd and comical this situation has become. Mr. Su, I wonder how you feel now about whether I am worthy of your daughter? Lin Yun gazes at Su with a smile. Of course. Mr. Su responds with an awkward laugh, fully aware that merely being Lu Zhizhong's grandson renders Lin Yun more than worthy. It is his daughter who is unworthy of him. Continuing with a smile, Mr. Su adds, Chairman Lin, yesterday I was clearly out of line. Please disregard my comments that I wholeheartedly support your relationship with Su Yin. Mr. Su realizes that Lin Yun and his daughter are already in a relationship, which is undoubtedly a positive development. Lin Yun would soon be his son-in-law, and the thought brings him joy. Mr. Su, let me be frank, I'm not actually in a relationship with Su Yin. I was merely playing the role of her boyfriend for a few days to help her fend off some unwanted advances from Jiang Xiao. Lin Yun replies nonchalantly, what? Mr. Su's expression freezes. Just moments ago, he had been relieved that at least Lin Yun and his daughter were an item, which would make him a relative of Lu Zhizhong. However, before he could revel in that thought for more than 3 seconds, Lin Yun reveals the truth to AT that moment. The auction staff picks up the microphone, announcing that everyone should enter the auction venue as the event is about to commence. Lin Yun stands up, stating, Mr. Su, I hope you will keep my identity from Su Yin. Of course. Mr. Su nods vigorously. Lu Bo, let's go. Lin Yun calls for Lu Bo, and they proceed towards the auction venue. Su watches Lin Yun's retreating figure, his expression complex. Simultaneously, he resolves to find a way to bring the two together, even if Lin Yun and his daughter are only pretending, hoping to turn their charade into reality. The time for the auction has arrived, and the prominent figures gather to enter the main hall. As for the wealthy heirs, they may play around in the outer hall, but they lack the standing to enter the main auction venue. The main auction hall is on the 3rd floor, where Lin Yun and Lu Bo take their seats in the front row of the VIP section. As the chairman of Huading Group, Lin Yun is naturally accorded a prime seat, even without his request. Truth be told, this is Lin Yun's first experience in such a setting. Yet he remains composed, buoyed by the confidence that comes with his financial standing. As Lin Yun surveys the auction hall, he notices it is not particularly large, accommodating perhaps a little over 100 guests. Just as he is taking in the surroundings, Jin Chong Group's Xiang Jin Chong strides past him. Let us see how this unfolds. Xiang Jin Chong shoots Lin Yun a fierce glare. Indeed, let us see who will emerge triumphant at today's auction. Lin Yun replies with a smile. Xiang Jin Chong does not respond further and turns to take a seat. He, too, occupies a front row VIP position, albeit on the left side, while Lin Yun is seated on the right, likely an intentional arrangement by the auction organizers to keep the two adversaries apart. Within a few minutes, all the prominent figures have settled into their seats. The grand lights of the auction house suddenly extinguished, leaving only a few small lights and the illumination from the auctioneer's podium. That moment, a host strode confidently onto the stage. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the annual auction of Qingyang City. The host exuded an air of enthusiasm. After a brief introduction to today's auction, the host invited several prominent figures from Xinjiang City to the stage to deliver their speeches. Once the speeches concluded, 15 minutes had already elapsed, and I trust that all of you esteemed guests are eagerly anticipating the commencement of the auction. Without further ado, the auction was officially declared open with a swift gesture from the host. The first item was brought forth, a piece of calligraphy and painting with a starting bid of 100,000 and a minimum increment of 10,000, that as for the identity of the calligrapher, Lin Yun could not quite catch it. In truth, he held little interest in such artworks. The host's lengthy introduction nearly lulled Lin Yun to sleep, to his surprise. The bidding for the piece began fervently, ultimately fetching 550,000 from an eager bidder. The second item was an antique vase, which Lin Yun similarly found uninteresting, and it was eventually sold for 400,000. The third item brought forth was a jade bracelet of the glass variety. Starting at 350,000, 450,000. The auction commenced with lively bidding. Lu Bo, what exactly is the glass variety? Lin Yun inquired, glancing at Lu Bo, having once been a poor youth. Lin Yun was familiar with jade, but lacked knowledge of its specific classifications. Director Lin, the glass variety is the finest type of jade. This glass jade is of excellent quality, if all goes well. It could fetch a price nearing 1 million, Lu Bo remarked, his gaze fixed on the stage. He then turned to Lin Yun, curious. Director Lin, are you interested in this jade bracelet? Well, I have some interest. Lin Yun replied with a smile, as the price climbed to an impressive 1.15 million, 1.15 million for the first time, 1.15 million for the second time. The host raised the auction hammer, beginning the countdown. I bid 1.5 million, a resounding voice declared. Everyone turned towards the source, and there stood Lin Yun. The new chairman of Huading certainly knows how to make a grand entrance with such a generous bid. The crowd murmured in astonishment at Lin Yun's bold move. To Mr. Ting, I have my eyes set on this jade bracelet. You have no objections, do you? Lin Yun turned to Mr. Ting, who had just placed the 1.15 million bid. To Mr. Ting, who had hoped to secure the bracelet, could only chuckle awkwardly. With Lin Yun's sudden jump to 1.5 million, he felt no courage left to continue bidding, knowing he could not compete with Lin Yun's resources. 1.5 million, this jade bracelet belongs to Director Lin of Huading. The host, seeing no further bids, promptly brought the gavel down. The auction continued, with numerous items presented, yet Lin Yun refrained from further bidding, awaiting the main event, the land auction. Once another item was sold, the host proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, we now arrive at the piece or assistance of our auction, the land auction. Many in the audience perked up at the mention. The first plot is located near the Huashan Temple in the eastern part of the city, starting at 2 million, with a minimum increment of 100,000. As the host announced, the bidding quickly commenced. 2.5 million, 2.8 million. The offers rang out. Director Lin, this land is situated in a remote area with little value. Our company has no intention of developing it, Lu Bo commented. Lin Yun nodded, recalling the parcels Lu Bo had previously indicated were essential. The Huashan Temple site was not among them. That Mr. Xiang Jinxiang also refrained from bidding, clearly unimpressed by the land's worth. Ultimately, the plot was sold for 8 million to a local developer. Such low-value land was typically left to smaller developers, who lacked the capital to compete with giants like the Jinxiang Group and Huading Group. The second plot was then auctioned, a prime 78-acre site in the development zone, with a starting price of 8 million and a minimum increment of 500,000. That this land is in a golden location on the left side of the development zone. It is truly a treasure, many remarked, recognizing the fierce competition that would ensue between Huading Group and Jinxiang Group. Bidding commenced with fervor. 8.5 million, 9 million, 9.5 million. Local real estate developers began tentatively placing bids, aware that they could not compete with the larger groups, but willing to test the waters at lower prices. Lin Yun, who had been resting his eyes, opened them upon hearing the mention of the development zone plot. Lu Bo had informed him of its significance on their way there. That Mr. Xiang Jinxiang, who had been reclining, now sat upright. 50 million. A youthful voice rang out. It was Lin Yun. Gas filled the room as he boldly raised his bid. The chairman of Huading makes a stunning leap to 50 million. This signifies his resolute intent to win. The crowd was taken aback by Lin Yun's audacious offer. Though the land was valuable, it was expected to sell for around 80 million at most. After all, Qingyang City was not the provincial capital, and property prices had yet to escalate to such extremes. The local developers who had been tentatively bidding fell silent, realizing they could not match such a figure. Mr. Xiang Jinxiang too was momentarily stunned by Lin Yun's boldness. $60 million. He countered, raising his bid by another $10 million. That Mr. Xiang bid $60 million. Is there a higher offer? The host called out $100 million. Lin Yun's voice resonated once more. The assembly of bidders was astounded at the sudden spike to $100 million. That has it truly reached $100 million? While this land is valuable, surely it cannot exceed that amount. They wondered how Mr. Xiang would respond. This fellow is not playing by the rules. Mr. Xiang's expression darkened upon hearing Lin Yun's bid. Initially, he had planned to incrementally increase his bid by $10 million, but Lin Yun's sudden leap had thrown him off balance. Mr. Xiang, with your incremental increases of merely $10 million, don't you find that exhausting? Lin Yun remarked, his tone dripping with provocation. To Mr. Xiang's expression soured. He took this as a direct affront. Lin Yun then smiled and raised his bid once more. I bid $200 million. Stunned silence enveloped the room. $200 million. In Qingyang City, no land has ever been auctioned for such a price. The crowd gasped at Lin Yun's staggering bid, which had shattered previous records. The highest price ever achieved in Qingyang City was $120 million, and yet the auction had barely begun. Even Lu Bo, seated beside Lin Yun, was taken aback. After a moment of shock, the host quickly announced, $200 million. Director Lin bids $200 million. Is there any bid higher than $200 million? All eyes turned to Mr. Xiang, knowing he was the only one capable of contesting Lin Yun. That Mr. Xiang's expression was grim. $200 million far exceeded the land's original value. Initially, he had prepared $300 million, increasing it to $600 million solely to contend with Lin Yun. Yet here they were, at $200 million for a single plot. Damn it, this kid is reckless. Mr. Xiang gritted his teeth, taken aback by Lin Yun's ferocity. However, having made a bold statement earlier, he felt compelled to uphold his pride and not back down now, lest he be the one to suffer embarrassment. Caught in a predicament, Xiang Jinxiang could only grit his teeth and raise his placard, declaring $250 million. This time, he mustered the courage to add an additional $50 million in one go. A price that made his heart bleed. That I offer $350 million. Before the host could respond, Lin Yun immediately countered with the staggering figure $350 million. A collective gasp escaped the crowd, incredulous at the outrageous bid for a plot of land originally valued at only $80 to $90 million. The price had more than tripled. What? $350 million? Xiang Jinxiang's facial muscles twitched. Logically, as the bidding escalated, the increment should have diminished, yet he never anticipated Lin Yun would leap an entire $100 million. Xiang, this kid is completely reckless. Should we continue bidding? The strategist, too, was flustered. They had anticipated Lin Yun might raise the stakes, but not to such an extent. Xiang Jinxiang hesitated. Increasing the bid would lead to substantial losses, yet he was unwilling to concede. Just as he wavered, Lin Yun interjected, Xiang, you made quite the bold statement before the auction began. Are you unable to keep up? Me, Xiang Jinxiang, unable to keep up? Anger flared within him. $400 million. I'll bid $400 million, he shouted through gritted teeth. Fine, I'll bid $500 million. Lin Yun responded with a smile, instantly inciting uproar among the attendees. $500 million. Good heavens. For this parcel of land, the bidding had soared to $500 million. The entire venue erupted in excitement. Everyone understood that this plot was not worth such an exorbitant sum. Was Lin Yun truly so fierce as to challenge Xiang Jinxiang to this extent? Even Lu Bo beside him could not help but tug at Lin Yun's sleeve. Lin Dong, I only prepared $500 million in total. And this is just the first parcel. Spending $500 million on this land, isn't worthwhile. Lu Bo urged anxiously that I have my own plans. Lin Yun chuckled. He then turned to Xiang Jinxiang, saying, Xiang, are you still in the game? If you wish to continue, let us proceed. Xiang Jinxiang's face drained of color. Continuing to bid would exceed his limit, yet not bidding would leave him humiliated before the audience. Xiang, let it go. Don't compete. Let him have it. There are better opportunities ahead. The strategist advised. At that moment, Lin Yun added with a grin, Xiang Jinxiang, if you can't play, then perhaps you should exit. You simply not cut out for this auction. Fuming, Xiang Jinxiang slammed his hands on the armrests of his chair and shot up. If I do not secure this land today, I shall not bear the Xiong surname. 600 million! I bid 600 million! Enraged, Xiong Jinxiang raised his bid by an entire 100 million. 600 million. Good heavens! The business leaders in the audience were left in a state of shock, nearly numb from the staggering figure. Before the auction commenced, they anticipated a fierce battle, but none expected it to escalate to this level. Suddenly, Lin Yun stood up, looking at Xiong Jinxiang with a smile. All right, 600 million. This land is yours. He then turned to the host, saying, Xiong bids 600 million that I doubt anyone else will counter. Let us finalize this. Oh, yes, yes. The host, still in a daze, nodded quickly, with a definitive bang of the gavel. He declared, the plot of land in Development Zone Number 12 sold for 600 million to Xiong. This price set a record in Xinjiang City's history. Xiong Jinxiang was left bewildered. You're not bidding any further? He glared at Lin Yun. Having been provoked by Lin Yun, he assumed Lin would continue the competition. 600 million for this plot. Only a fool would pay that I wouldn't even bid 100 million. Lin Yun chuckled. Pausing, he added, my previous raises were merely to ensnare you. My earlier comments were meant to provoke you, and I never expected you to fall for it. Lin Yun then clapped his hands, exclaiming, congratulations, Xiong Jinxiang. You've secured Development Zone Number 12 for 600 million, setting a record. Let us all applaud. With that, Xiong Jinxiang spat out a mouthful of blood, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. You tricked me. You deliberately provoked me to ensnare me. His fury boiled over as he stood, eyes blazing with rage. Xiong, control yourself, the strategist exclaimed, grabbing him. This auction is officially sanctioned. We cannot act out. Upon hearing this, Xiong Jinxiang finally regained his composure. Lin Yun, I will not let this go. He bellowed before slamming back into his chair, his face now a deep shade of purple from anger. 600 million. Lost. The humiliation of being outwitted before so many was unbearable. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the hall remained electric. So it turns out, the new chairman of Huading was deliberately raising the stakes to trap Xiong Jinxiang. He just cost Xiong 600 million. In the business circles of Xinjiang City, it seemed Lin Yun was the only one audacious enough to pull such a stunt against Xiong. Xiong Jinxiang trembled with rage as he heard the murmurs that on the other side, Lu Bo could not suppress his admiration for Lin Yun's cunning strategy. Lin Dong, that was brilliant. We managed to make Xiong Jinxiang incur a massive loss without any detriment to ourselves, and we established our dominance, having been worried about Lin Yun's aggressive bidding. Lu Bo now recognized his brilliance. Now that Xiong has burned through 600 million, I suspect his funds are nearly exhausted. After this turmoil, he likely won't dare to raise his bids recklessly again. I guarantee this will be the only plot he secures today. A smile graced Lin Yun's lips that moment. The host announced, next, we will auction Development Zone Number 16, covering a total area of 91 acres, starting at 10 million. On the way here, Lu Bo had briefed Lin Yun on this plot, which was valued even higher than the previous one, approximately 120 million. I bid 100 million. Lin Yun interjected swiftly. A collective gasp erupted as the audience realized Lin Yun was raising the stakes once again. Lin Dong continuing to raise the price to unsettle Xiong Jinxiang. Or does he genuinely wish to acquire this land? His latest bid reignited the atmosphere, drawing everyone's attention to Xiong Jinxiang, eager to see how he would react. Xiong, this kid is raising the stakes again. Is he trying to ensnare us once more? The strategist worried. Damn it. Xiong Jinxiang's face paled. Having just been outwitted, he now faced Lin Yun's aggressive bidding and found himself in a quandary. Should he continue to raise the bid, risking another trap, or step back and let Lin Yun take the land, which he could not bear? With determination, Xiong Jinxiang slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair, gritting his teeth. No matter what, I cannot concede this land. It is the best opportunity of the day. He already let one slip away. I refuse to believe he will let this one go, too. Confident that Lin Yun would not relinquish this plot, Xiong Jinxiang was resolute. But the strategist reminded him, Xiong, we only prepared 600 million in total, and that was already spent on the previous plot. We lack the funds to bid again. Don't worry. I have an additional 300 million in my personal account, Xiong Jinxiang replied, narrowing his eyes. 100 million for the second time. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The host began the countdown. I bid 200 million. Xiong Jinxiang declared immediately. After Xiong's bid, Lin Yun looked at him in astonishment. Xiong, you dare to bid again? Are you not afraid of being ensnared once more? Lin Yun had assumed that after being tricked, Xiang Jinxiang would be too wary to bid again. Yet, Xiang's boldness surprised him as he raised his bid by a full 100 million. Go ahead and try to trap me. This land is the most critical, and I refuse to let it slip away. Xiang's voice boomed. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of coldness flashing within. Lin Yun was taken aback when Xiang Jinxiang seemed to have divined his intentions. Indeed, this plot of land was one that Lin Yun was determined to secure. Lu Bo couldn't help but whisper. Xiang Jinxiang truly possesses some wit, deducing that we are intent on acquiring this piece of land. But haha, look at that expression on your face. I must have guessed correctly, right? This time it's my turn to drive up your bid. If you desire this land, be prepared to spend even more than I just did. Xiang Jinxiang chuckled. Damn it. Lin Yun's expression darkened. To that moment, the auctioneer looked at Lin Yun and announced, Master Xiang bids 2 billion. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? This was evidently directed at Lin Yun, for he was the only one present with the resources to continue bidding. That I bid 3 billion. Lin Yun raised his paddle to call out. 4 billion. Xiang Jinxiang responded with a grin, raising his paddle again. That it was clear that Xiang Jinxiang's aim was to make Lin Yun pay a hefty price for the land he coveted. Seeking revenge for the previous slight 0.5 billion. Lin Yun raised his paddle once more 0.6 billion. Xiang Jinxiang continued to raise the stakes without hesitation 0.8 billion. Lin Yun gritted his teeth and increased his bid by 2 billion. Such a price had long surpassed the original value of the land and had once again shattered the previous record for land prices in Xinjiang City. But there was no alternative. As Xiang Jinxiang had previously stated, Lin Yun had let go of a significant plot to ensnare him, and he could not afford to relinquish this one as well. Kid, now do you understand the difficulty of acquiring land? As I said, if you wish to secure this plot, you must pay a steep price. Xiang Jinxiang wore a triumphant smile that he then raised his paddle again, declaring, 9 billion. I bid 9 billion. The atmosphere in the room was electric. As the other business leaders gasped at the staggering figure. Even though they had braced themselves after the previous round of bidding, the sum of 9 billion was enough to quicken anyone's pulse. Such a price would surely set a record across the province. Many of the attendees' total net worth barely reached 9 billion. 9 billion. Lin Yun squinted at the stage, his expression complex. Master Xiang bids 9 billion. 9 billion for the first time. The auctioneer's voice was hoarse, his face flushed. He had hosted many auctions, yet he had never encountered such an astronomical land price 0.9 billion for the second time. Is there anyone willing to bid higher than 9 billion? The auctioneer shouted, glancing at Lin Yun, as his words were clearly aimed at him, for he was the only one likely to continue bidding. Lin Yun pondered for a moment before responding, no one is willing to bid higher than 9 billion. That after saying this, Lin Yun sat down. The once smiling Master Xiang's expression twitched violently upon seeing Lin Yun take a seat. Hey, why did you sit down? Xiang Jinxiang shouted urgently, that am I insane to spend 9 billion on this land? Lin Yun replied nonchalantly, closing his eyes and leaning back in his chair. Seeing Lin Yun's eyes shut, Xiang Jinxiang panicked. Hey, don't keep bidding, just one more time, and I promise I won't raise it again. Quickly, he shouted desperately. Fool. Lin Yun smiled with his eyes still closed. 0.9 billion for the third time. If no one raises the bid, I shall bring the gavel down. The auctioneer lifted his hammer, ready to conclude the bidding. Wait. I retract my 9 billion bid. I concede. Xiang Jinxiang cried out frantically, realizing he had inadvertently painted himself into a corner. I'm sorry, Master Xiang, but according to the rules of the auction, once a bid is raised, it cannot be retracted, the auctioneer stated. With that, he brought the gavel down with a resounding thud. Thus, the land was sold to Master Xiang for the staggering price of 9 billion. As the gavel fell, Xiang Jinxiang's face turned pale, and he fainted. Master Xiang, wake up! His advisor rushed forward to support him and pressed on his acupoint. The scene erupted in chaos as everyone realized Master Xiang had fainted from the shock. They hadn't expected him to be so overwhelmed that he would lose consciousness. Lin Yun's group exchanged glances at Mr. Lin. Did you really make Master Xiang faint from anger? Haha, he won't die from it. Will he? Lu Bo exclaimed excitedly. Well, it's not illegal to scare someone to death, right? Lin Yun shrugged that of course not. Lu Bo replied with a laugh that Mr. Lin, I never imagined you'd employ the same tactic again. And this time even more ruthlessly, costing him a total of 9 billion. Lu Bo said with exhilaration. I was left with no choice. He practically forced me to ensnare him. Lin Yun responded, shrugging helplessly. Lin Yun had originally intended to acquire this land, but after Xiang Jinxiang raised his bid to 9 billion, Lin Yun realized that bidding any further would be futile. After all, the purpose of acquiring land was to build houses and make a profit. Spending 9 billion just to secure the land would lead to significant losses when factoring in construction and sales. Why should he sacrifice so much just for pride? Lin Yun deemed it unnecessary. Thus, he ultimately decided to abandon this plot and ensnare Xiang Jinxiang once more, which was quite delightful indeed. Meanwhile, after a moment, Xiang Jinxiang regained consciousness. Master Xiang, you're awake, his advisor exclaimed, relief washing over his face. The land? Did we secure it? Was Xiang Jinxiang's first question upon regaining consciousness. Yes, Master Xiang, you won the bid for that land at 9 billion, his advisor replied, dejected. Xiang Jinxiang spat out another mouthful of blood. 9 billion was an astronomical figure, and after already spending 6 billion, coming up with the additional 9 billion in a short time would be exceedingly difficult. After all, most of the funds of such a real estate company were tied up in projects, making it challenging to liquidate a substantial sum quickly. Master, your health is paramount. Money can always be earned again, his advisor comforted him repeatedly. Step aside. Xiang Jinxiang suddenly stood up and turned his gaze to Lin Yun, who was seated to his right. Kid, why didn't you bid? Why didn't you bid? He shouted in a frenzy. Master Xiang, one can only say you were too foolish, allowing yourself to be outwitted by me not once, but twice in the same place and time. You have no one to blame but yourself, Lin Yun shrugged. After a pause, Lin Yun added with a smile, 6 billion plus 9 billion totals a staggering 15 billion. Master Xiang, you are indeed wealthy. You chose to spend 15 billion on 2 plots of land worth less than 2 billion each. TFSK, you. Xiang Jinxiang trembled in rage. Calm down, Master Xiang, calm down, his advisor urged from behind. Though furious, Xiang Jinxiang found himself powerless at the auction. You just wait. I will settle this score with you. After declaring this, he heavily sat back down. With Xiang Jinxiang now conscious, the auction proceeded. The next item up for bid was the C5 plot in the development zone, covering an area of 63 acres. With a starting price of 7 million, that the C5 plot is slightly inferior in location and area compared to the previous two, yet it remains one of Lin Yun's targets. The auctioneer announced that I bid 50 million. Lin Yun called out immediately. After placing his bid, Lin Yun glanced at Xiang Jinxiang and smiled. Master Xiang, shall we compete again? Get lost. Xiang Jinxiang spat out a single word before promptly closing his eyes. After the previous 2 lessons, he no longer dared to challenge Lin Yun's bidding prowess, fully convinced that Lin Yun would outbid him by several billions again. Development Zone C3, Chairman Lin bids 50 million. 50 million for the first time, 50 million for the second time. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer's voice echoed throughout the venue. The room was silent, as no one dared to raise their paddle. The reason was simple. They had just witnessed the ferocity of Lin Yun's bidding and the dire consequences of competing with him. Additionally, 50 million was already a considerable sum, deterring anyone from challenging it. 50 million for the third time. The C3 plot belongs to Chairman Lin Bang. The auctioneer brought down the gavel upon realizing there were no further bids. Excellent. Lin Yun nodded in satisfaction. Securing this plot for 50 million was undoubtedly a worthwhile endeavor, and the process had been remarkably smooth. Although the value of this plot was not as high as the previous 2, the development under the prestigious Huading banner would ultimately yield profits in the range of 3 to 5 billion. Unlike the previous 2 plots, acquiring this one at such a reasonable price would not lead to losses. Damn it. Xiang Jinxiang, seeing Lin Yun effortlessly acquire the plot, was consumed with envy, yet he found himself powerless. The auction continued, with 3 more plots being sold in succession. Lin Yun secured 2 of them for 400 million and 350 million, respectively, at prices that reflected their fair market value. With no one daring to contest his bids, there remains a parcel of land, overlooked by Lin Yun due to its less desirable location and modest size, which was subsequently acquired by a local real estate company for 7.5 million. During this period, Xiang Jinxiang sat pallidly in his chair, refraining from making any further bids. At this juncture, the host announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the next lot up for auction is the largest parcel of land in this event. spanning a total area of 500 acres. With a starting bid of $50 million previously, the largest parcel was nearly 100 acres, but this one boasts a full 500 acres. Upon hearing the host's words, the attendees began to murmur among themselves. The number one protected area is a treasure, adjacent to the core business district of Qingyang City. Unfortunately, this land has been designated as a protected area by the provincial government, prohibiting development for 50 years, rendering it useless for any prospective buyer. Indeed, if this land were available for development, it would undoubtedly be a prime asset. But alas, the restrictions render it worthless, that if my memory serves me right. This land failed to sell at last year's auction, did it not? The crowd continued to chatter, and in a moment, the entire venue fell silent, with no one willing to place a bid on a piece of land that could not be developed. Even at the minimum price of $50 million, is there anyone willing to bid on the number one protected area? The host inquired. Did I bid $50 million? A resounding voice declared. The crowd turned to see Lin Yun, the chairman of Huading, raising his paddle to place a bid. That is the chairman really considering purchasing this land? Even with his wealth, it seems a waste to spend $50 million on something so restricted. The onlookers expressed their astonishment at Lin Yun's bid. Foolishness, buying a piece of land that cannot be developed for 50 years, Xiang Jinxiang scoffed, shaking his head disdainfully to Mr. Lin. This land cannot be developed for 50 years. Why would you want to buy it? Lu Bo asked, perplexed by Lin Yun's decision. Lu Bo, I have my own plans, Lin Yun replied with a smile. Lu Bo felt a strange sense of reassurance upon hearing Lin Yun's words. For he had come to realize that every time Lin Yun said such things, it often led to unexpected surprises. With a bid of $50 million from Mr. Lin for the number one protected area. Is there a higher offer? The host continued. Very well. This land belongs to Chairman Lin of Huading Group. With no further bids, the host swiftly brought the gavel down, that he understood that this land had gone unsold several times, with the starting price having dropped from $100 million to $50 million. Thus, it was indeed a remarkable feat to have someone purchase it, who would buy a piece of land that could only be used in 50 years. Following this, two more parcels were auctioned, one of which Lin Yun secured for $25 million, while another lesser parcel was acquired by a small real estate company for $8.8 million. Thus, the auction finally came to a close. In total, Lin Yun successfully purchased 5 parcels of land for exactly $200 million, that although he failed to secure the last 2 parcels, the remaining 4, excluding the protected area, were worth just as much, if not more, and most importantly, they were acquired at a bargain. Originally, he had prepared $2.5 billion with the intention of overwhelming Xiang Jinxiang financially, ensuring he would not acquire a single parcel, a strategy initially suggested by his grandfather. A rather crude approach. However, Lin Yun decided to alter his plan at the last moment, recognizing the importance of adaptability as a company chairman. In his view, the new strategy had effectively cost Xiang Jinxiang $1.5 billion while saving him a significant sum of money, all the while securing some valuable land, an undeniably advantageous outcome. After the conclusion of the auction, it was already midday, and the auction house had prepared a luncheon. All the successful bidders were separately invited to a restaurant on the top floor of a hotel. Luo Ming, the auctioneer, was beaming with joy, for the land auction had amassed nearly $1.8 billion. It was worth noting that the combined value of those lands should have been around $400 million, making this a substantial profit for them. Naturally, $1.5 billion of that sum was contributed by Xiang Jinxiang. In the dining hall, 10 real estate tycoons, including Lin Yun and Xiang Jinxiang, sat around a single table. That I extend my gratitude to all the esteemed gentlemen for your support of our endeavors. Luo Ming began, raising his glass. That I asked the official in charge of land in Qingyang City. He proposed a toast. After finishing one toast, Lin Yun remarked, I believe you should specifically toast Xiang Jinxiang, for he contributed a staggering $1.5 billion today. All right, I shall toast to Mr. Xiang. Luo Ming chuckled awkwardly. Xiang Jinxiang's expression, however, darkened as he pondered the $1.5 billion he had just lost, feeling as though his heart were bleeding. While he had earned considerable wealth over the years, recouping that $1.5 billion would take him several years of hard work. Nevertheless, in response to Luo Ming's toast, Xiang Jinxiang managed to force a smile. Just as the two raised their glasses, Lin Yun added with a smile. Spending $1.5 billion on land worth a maximum of $200 million clearly shows Mr. Xiang's genuine desire to contribute. Xiang Jinxiang slammed his glass down onto the table, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at Lin Yun. What is wrong, Mr. Xiang? Everyone knows you spent 1.5 billion on land worth only 200 million. Do you fear being revealed? Lin Yun chuckled. Seeing this, Luo Ming interjected, Gentlemen, let us refrain from further disputes. Come, allow me to toast to you both. Of course, Lin Yun smiled, lifting his glass. Xiang Jinxiang, unwilling to appear lacking in grace, also raised his glass. After finishing the drink, Xiang Jinxiang proclaimed, What are you so pleased about? Although I spent more, I secured the 2 best parcels of land. Xiang Jinxiang, having bottled up his frustration during the auction, was now eager to retaliate against Lin Yun and vent his pent-up anger. Leaning back in his chair, Lin Yun crossed his arms and laughed. The 2 parcels you acquired are indeed commendable, but in comparison to my acquisition of the number 1 protected area, yours are utterly inconsequential. Mere refuse. Ha! You dare mention the number 1 protected area? You really are a fool. Spending money on a piece of land that cannot be developed for 50 years, and you still have the audacity to speak of it, Xiang Jinxiang scoffed to him. Lin Yun's purchase of the No. 1 protected area was the only point he could mock him for. The other local real estate owners at the table nodded in agreement, acknowledging that although the number 1 protected area was indeed valuable, it was a designated protected zone by the province, rendering it idle for 50 years. However, Lin Yun replied with a smile, Mr. Xiang, I did not purchase it to let it sit idle. I plan to develop a top-tier commercial center along with high-end residential complexes on that land, transforming it into the most prosperous area in Xinjiang City. The land spans a vast 500 acres, and if developed, its potential is undeniably immense. What? You intend to build a commercial center on that land? Ha, you must be dreaming. Haven't I already told you? This land is a protected area designated by the province, and development is prohibited for 50 years. Do you still not understand? Xiang Jinxiang mocked that I certainly understand. But the province has lifted the prohibition. Lin Yun shrugged. What did you say? Xiang Jinxiang shot up from his seat that you're talking nonsense. How could the province possibly lift the ban? If it had truly been lifted, why have we received no news about it? Clearly, you are just trying to argue, Xiang Jinxiang shouted. That simply indicates your incompetence. Lin Yun retorted that he then produced a document and tossed it onto the table. The lifting document is right here. If you doubt it, open your eyes and take a good look. This document was the one Lin Yun's grandfather had personally handed to him yesterday, a mysterious gift. In disbelief, Xiang Jinxiang hurriedly seized the document. After reading the document, he collapsed back into his chair, his face filled with despair as the document slipped from his grasp onto the table. Could it really have been lifted? Seeing Xiang Jinxiang's reaction, Luo Ming quickly grabbed the document. Indeed, it has truly been lifted, Luo Ming exclaimed, his voice rising in pitch from the shock. Boom! With Luo Ming's declaration, the entire private room erupted in excitement. Good heavens! The number 1 protected area has been under a development ban for 6 years, and now it has truly been lifted. If this land is released for development, its value will be immeasurable. After all, the land's geographical location is exceptional. If Huading Group were to develop this area, transforming it into the most bustling district in Xinjiang City, they would undoubtedly reap enormous profits from the project. All the real estate moguls seated at the table were well aware of the significant returns that would come from developing the number 1 protected area, but of course, they felt no jealousy, as they understood that their companies lacked the capacity to undertake such a grand project. However, Xiang Jinxiang was different. Why was I not informed of this at all? He roared in frustration. Had Xiang Jinxiang known that the prohibition on this land had been lifted, he would have spared no effort to acquire it. For its value was simply too immense, and yet this treasure was effortlessly acquired by Lin Yun for 50 million. With this alone, Lin Yun was undoubtedly the biggest winner of today's auction. Mr. Xiang, what do you say? This land I acquired is worth far more than the 2 parcels you secured combined. Wouldn't you agree? Moreover, I have only expended 50 million, while you have squandered 1.5 billion. Lin Yun remarked with a smile. Xiang Jinxiang was so enraged that his entire body trembled, his face turning a shade of purple and blue, as if he were about to explode. You are eager to know why. Aren't you? Allow me to enlighten you. This land was indeed originally prohibited from development by the provincial authorities, Lin Yun stated with a grin that he then shifted his tone. However, under the auspices of my grandfather, Lu Zhizhong. The ban was swiftly lifted. Furthermore, the information was kept under wraps by my grandfather and the provincial government, ensuring that no one in Xinjiang was aware, all for the purpose of allowing me to easily acquire this piece of land for development. Thus, it is entirely understandable that you were unaware that is how it is, Director Luo exclaimed in realization. That I asked the head of the Xinjiang Land Bureau. Director Luo should have been the first to receive news about the lifting of the prohibition on protected area no. 1. Yet, he had received no information at all, and now he comprehended that it was Lin Yun's grandfather, Lu Zhizhong, who orchestrated this affair. This incident also highlighted the considerable influence of Lin Yun's grandfather, Lu Zhizhong. The others began to regard Lin Yun with even greater trepidation, recognizing that he was an intimidating presence they could not provoke. Even Director Luo secretly resolved not to offend Lin Yun, but rather to strive to cultivate a favorable relationship. Upon hearing Lin Yun's explanation, Xiang Jinxiang's complexion grew increasingly pale to that moment. Lin Yun rose, retrieved the document, and addressed Director Luo. Director Luo, I have finished my meal, so I shall take my leave. That he then turned to Xiang Jinxiang. Xiang Jinxiang, do you truly believe you can contend with Huading Group? A foolish dream. The influence of my grandfather is beyond your comprehension. Remember, opposing us, Huading Group, will lead you to a dead end. Lin Yun emphasized each word with piercing intensity. Lu Bo, let us depart. After finishing his words, Lin Yun strode out with Lu Bo in tow. Bang, scoundrel, scoundrel, scoundrel. Xiang Jinxiang slammed his fist onto the table, bellowing in a frenzied rage at Lin Yun's retreating figure. The force of his strike sent many wine glasses tumbling to the ground, in the wake of Xiang Jinxiang's fury. The other businessmen present turned pale with fear. After Lin Yun exited the top-floor restaurant, Lu Bo exclaimed, Mr. Lin, it was incredibly satisfying to see Xiang Jinxiang so infuriated today. This is entirely his own doing. Daring to oppose me, Lin Yun, he shall reap no rewards. Lin Yun chuckled. However, Mr. Lin, your prowess is indeed remarkable. Being able to provoke Xiang Jinxiang to such an extent is undoubtedly related to your courage and wisdom. Lu Bo praised that today's events further deepened Lu Bo's admiration for Lin Yun. Lu Bo became increasingly convinced that Lin Yun possessed the capability to elevate the Qingyang branch of Huading Group to new heights. Furthermore, the acquisition of Protected Area No. 1 is a true treasure. Now that the prohibition has been lifted and it belongs to our company, I still feel as if I am dreaming. Haha. Lu Bo said excitedly. Lu Bo was fully aware of the immense value of Protected Area No. 1, that therefore, I am entrusting you with a substantial and challenging task. Lin Yun paused and looked at Lu Bo. Is it the development of Protected Area No. 1? Lu Bo inquired eagerly. Precisely, starting today, for the upcoming year, this will be our company's key project, and I have stated that we will transform this location into the most prosperous area of Xinjiang. Lin Yun asserted. Protected Area No. 1 is indeed a mysterious gift bestowed upon me by my grandfather, and this gift holds immense value for Lin Yun. Mr. Lin, if this project is completed, the direct profits will be no less than 2 billion, and the future indirect benefits will be even more staggering. The influence of Huading Group in Xinjiang will reach new heights, completely overshadowing the Jinxiang Group, Lu Bo declared with enthusiasm. Then, Lu Bo's tone shifted to one of concern. However, this will be a colossal undertaking. Even though our branch is located in Xinjiang, it is an unprecedented large-scale project, and thus the investment will be substantial. Our company may struggle to bear it. Do not worry. In addition to the funds and resources allocated by the company, I will personally invest 1.5 billion specifically for this project. You simply need to focus on ensuring its success. Lin Yun stated earnestly. For this auction, Lin Yun had prepared a total of 2.5 billion, originally intended to crush Xiang Jinxiang. However, having only utilized 2 billion, he now had 23 billion remaining, perfectly suited for investing in this grand project. An investment of 1.5 billion. Lu Bo was taken aback. Lu Bo then responded with excitement. Mr. Lin, rest assured, with such a significant investment, combined with the funds we allocate from the company, I have absolute confidence in this project. However, you must remain vigilant and enhance security measures. We cannot allow Xiang Jinxiang to disrupt us. Lin Yun insisted. Indeed, after suffering such a significant setback today, Xiang Jinxiang will undoubtedly seek revenge. Mr. Lin, you should also exercise caution. Would you like me to arrange a few bodyguards for you? Lu Bo offered, given Xiang Jinxiang's temperament. After enduring such a loss, he will surely retaliate fiercely, and no need to arrange anything for me. I have my own means of ensuring safety. You should focus on arranging bodyguards for yourself, Lin Yun advised. Lin Yun had a lone wolf discreetly protecting him, so he had no need to worry about his security. As they spoke, Lin Yun and Lu Bo had already taken the elevator to the hotel lobby. As the elevator doors opened, Lin Yun noticed a gathering of a dozen or so businessmen awaiting him. The moment he appeared, these businessmen rushed forward. Young Master Lin, I am Zheng Jiong from Gaoqin Group. Here is my business card. Young Master Lin, I am Zhang Li from Tianming Group. Here is my business card. Each of these businessmen respectfully presented their business cards to Lin Yun. They had all been present at the auction, where they witnessed Lin Yun's charisma and wisdom. Knowing that Lin Yun was Lu Zhizhong's grandson naturally made them eager to establish a connection. Lu Bo, please collect the cards for me, Lin Yun said nonchalantly. Certainly, Mr. Lin. Lu Bo nodded and began to collect the business cards on behalf of Lin Yun. Gentlemen, it is a pleasure to meet you all. I, Lin Yun, look forward to collaborating with you in the future. After Lin Yun's composed statement, he turned and walked out of the hotel. Though this young man is not yet 20, he remains unflappable, exhibiting just the right demeanor towards others, entirely unlike a typical wealthy heir. Indeed, it is astonishing that he, as a top-tier wealthy heir, does not don any branded attire. This child is destined for greatness. I must return and educate my child thoroughly, encouraging them to learn from Chairman Lin. The onlookers marveled at Lin Yun's departing figure. I in the hotel parking lot, Mr. Lin. Just as Lin Yun was about to enter his car, a flattering voice called out from behind him. Lin Yun turned to see a balding middle-aged man approaching. Greetings, Mr. Lin. I am Jiang Chung, involved in brand chain dining. Here is my business card. The balding man beamed as he presented his card with both hands. You are quite astute. While others are waiting for me by the elevator, you chose to wait here alone, Lin Yun remarked. If I do not meet with you alone, how can I ensure you remember me? The balding man chuckled. After accepting the business card, Lin Yun realized that this Jiang Chung was indeed the father of Jiang Xiao. Mr. Lin, should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to contact me. The number on the card is my personal phone, available 24/7. The balding man smiled. Chapter 71. Xiang Jinxiang's scheme understood. Lin Yun nodded before stepping into his car, which slowly pulled away from the hotel. The Lu family estate in the provincial capital. Lu Zhizhong sat on the sofa, holding a tablet. The video playing on the tablet showcased the recent Qingyang auction. The old man, Lu Zhizhong, had just completed watching the entire footage. This little rascal managed to infuriate Xiang Jinxiang to the point of fainting. Haha. Lu Zhizhong could not help but chuckle. The secretary also laughed, saying, Old Lu, the young master truly possesses remarkable adaptability. Indeed, I initially instructed him to use money to crush Xiang Jinxiang, but he adeptly adjusted to the situation and instead ensnared Xiang Jinxiang for 15 billion. This little fellow is quite clever, Lu Zhizhong said, his face brimming with pride. Lin Yun's performance exceeded Lu Zhizhong's expectations once again, and he found himself increasingly surprised by Lin Yun's capabilities at this moment. The secretary shifted the topic. However, considering Xiang Jinxiang's nature, having suffered such a significant loss today, he will undoubtedly seek revenge, and in the coming period, the young master will likely face many headaches. He has a lone wolf protecting him, so safety is not a concern. However, he may encounter difficulties in other areas. We shall see how he copes. This is both a test and an opportunity for growth. Old Lu remarked, in Xiang Jinxiang's hillside villa. Bang, 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 bang. Inside the villa, antique vases, an assortment of fine wines, and various decorative objects lay shattered on the floor, creating a chaotic mess. Scoundrel, scoundrel, scoundrel. I am Xiang Jinxiang. How dare he set me up like this on my own turf? In a furious rage, Xiang Jinxiang smashed objects while hurling insults. Within the confines of the residence, the servants and bodyguards alike were rendered utterly petrified, cowering into corners, paralyzed by fear, lest any misstep provoke the wrath of Xiang Jinxiang upon them. Even the strategist maintained a prudent distance, unwilling to utter a single word of counsel. The atmosphere throughout the villa was palpably tense. After a full hour of venting his frustrations through violent destruction, Xiang Jinxiang finally sank heavily onto the sofa. Strategist, come here, he bellowed, his countenance dark as a storm cloud. The strategist hastened to his side. That brat named Lin Yun must be erased from this world. Xiang Jinxiang seethed through clenched teeth. Xiang Yi. He's the grandson of Lu Zhizhong, that if we are to act, it must be done discreetly and cleanly, the strategist advised. After a brief pause, he continued, moreover, the last batch we dispatched to eliminate him met with mysterious deaths, and their bodies have yet to be recovered. What insights do you possess, strategist? Xiang Jinxiang inquired, his gaze fixed on the strategist. Xiang Yi, I might just have a brilliant plan, the strategist replied, a sinister smile creeping across his face. He leaned in closer to Xiang Jinxiang and whispered the details of his scheme into his ear. Ha ha, splendid. Your strategy is truly ingenious. How could I have overlooked this before? Xiang Jinxiang applauded in admiration upon hearing the plan. The strategist chuckled. Xiang Yi, with this approach, I assure you that Lin Yun will undoubtedly meet his demise, and we shall be able to distance ourselves from the affair. Very well, strategist, I entrust this task to you. This time, Lin Yun must be eliminated, Xiang Jinxiang declared, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Fear not, Xiang Yi. Even if this brat's fate is exceptionally fortunate, he shall find no escape this time. I shall make the necessary arrangements forthwith. The strategist assured with a grin. With that, the strategist swiftly departed the villa. Xiang Jinxiang rose to his feet. Lin Yun, how dare you deceive me and stand against me? Even if you are Lu Zhizhong's beloved grandson, your path leads only to death. Depart from this world. He erupted into a harsh, mocking laughter, convinced that the strategist's plan would ensure Lin Yun's inevitable demise. Meanwhile, in Su Yan's home, she was lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a television show when her father, Mr. Su, returned from an auction. Dad, you're back. How was the auction? Su Yan inquired, her attention unwavering from the screen while munching on sunflower seeds. That it went quite well. If you had attended, I believe you would have been pleasantly surprised, Mr. Su replied, taking a seat directly opposite her. Surprised? What sort of surprise could I possibly have? Did you acquire something I fancy? If so, just buy it for me. She remarked that it's not an item. It's a person, Mr. Su clarified with a smile. Oh, is it just Pingu? You want to set me up with him, right? What a surprise that is. I'm not interested in him. Su Yan retorted dismissively that I'm not referring to young Master Ping. I mean Lin Yun, Mr. Su wanted to say but hesitated, recalling Lin Yun's request to keep his identity from Su Yan. Who is it then? She probed, looking at her father. Never mind. Let's discuss something else, Mr. Su suggested. After a moment, he continued, your boyfriend's name is Lin Yun, correct? Dad, are you going to say he's a poor boy unworthy of me and insist I leave him? I'm tired of hearing that. Su Yan pouted. No, quite the opposite. Mr. Su chuckled, shaking his head, that I wholeheartedly support your relationship with him. He proclaimed with a grin. What? Su Yan, who had remained calm, suddenly turned to her father in shock. Dad, you mean you support me? Are you feeling all right? Have you lost your mind? She could hardly believe her father, who had always urged her to find a wealthy partner, was now endorsing a romance with a penniless boy. Su Yan, you heard correctly. I genuinely support your relationship with Lin Yun, Mr. Su reiterated with a smile. Why? Did the auction change your perspective on life? Were you influenced by something there? Su Yan questioned, bewildered. Your father is perfectly fine. I have come to realize that what matters most is your happiness with the man you choose, Mr. Su replied, beaming. Dad, you've finally seen the light. You won't set me up with any rich heirs from now on. Will you? Su Yan exclaimed with delight. Rest assured, I will not, Mr. Su assured her with determination. Yay, that's wonderful. Su Yan cheered, bouncing on the sofa. However, I do have one request. You must bring your boyfriend Lin Yun home for dinner. Mr. added cheerfully that he was aware that Su Yan and Lin Yun were merely pretending to be a couple, but he chose not to expose that fact, instead using it as an opportunity to foster their relationship. All right, fine, Su Yan acquiesced, eager to ensure her father would cease his matchmaking endeavors. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Lin Yun was driving his Lamborghini Gallardo towards the university, but he had entrusted the company matters and the construction project to Lu Bo. Only needing to review and oversee the processes. As he approached the campus, his phone rang. Checking the screen, he saw it was a call from Fatty. Hello, Fatty, Lin Yun answered. Brother Yun, where are you? Hurry to the school gate. Fatty urged, urgency evident in his voice, that I'm almost at the school. What's going on? Lin Yun's heart raced at Fatty's anxious tone, sensing something was amiss, but there's a guy in an Audi down here publicly professing his love for class monitor Wang Shui. Fatty exclaimed, professing love to Wang Shui. Lin Yun's brow furrowed slightly. Although he and Wang Shui had not defined their relationship, the news stirred an unsettling feeling within him, as if someone were attempting to seize something he valued. "I understand that I'll be there shortly," Lin Yun replied before quickly hanging up. That he pressed the accelerator, the roar of the Lamborghini's engine echoing as he sped towards the university. Chapter 72. A Love Confession beneath the dormitory at Qingyang University. Beneath the fifth female dormitory, a silver Audi A4 was parked, adorned with vibrant red roses arranged in a large heart shape at its front. That in the center of this floral display stood a man in a suit, holding a bouquet fashioned from 100 yuan bills with a bank card tucked among the cash. Naturally, this spectacle drew the attention of numerous female students. That, oh, how romantic! An Audi, roses, and money. If someone were to propose to me like this, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. Many female students, enthralled by this display, gazed with starry eyes, unable to resist the allure of such wealth. The man in the suit, exuding confidence, believed that few female students could withstand such an overture. Certain that this grand gesture would capture Wang Shui's heart, at that moment, a graceful figure emerged from the dormitory. Wang Shui, the very subject of this romantic endeavor. "Wang Shui, you finally decided to come down. I knew my sincerity would move you," the suited man, named Xiao Wenfei, exclaimed as he stepped out of the heart of roses, advancing towards her. Xiao Wenfei was the son of a small business owner, and Wang Shui had met him while seeking sponsorship for the student council. Since then, he had occasionally invited her to dinner. Having previously sponsored the school, Wang Shui had politely accepted 2 of his invitations. However, during their second dinner, he had unexpectedly offered to financially support her, which had alarmed her, leading to a swift rejection and departure. Wang Shui had thought that was the end of it, but to her surprise, Xiao Wenfei had shown up at her school to profess his feelings. Initially reluctant to engage, she felt compelled to confront him after he had shouted for an hour without any sign of leaving. "Wang Shui, this is for you," he said as she stepped outside. That he hurriedly presented the money bouquet to her. "Wow!" The surrounding female students gasped in excitement, some wishing to be in Wang Shui's place at that moment. Say yes, they urged at Mr. Qiao. "I'm truly sorry, but I cannot accept," Wang Shui replied, declining the bouquet. Her refusal astonished the onlookers. How could she turn down such a handsome suitor with an Audi and favorable circumstances? Many girls fantasized about being with someone like him, yet she rejected him. "If it were me, I'd agree immediately." In the eyes of many onlooking female classmates, this handsome young man exuded an air of affluence, coupled with a touch of charm. They found themselves at a loss for reasons to decline his advances. That it seems to me that Wang Shui was merely attempting to feign modesty, which is why she initially rejected him. Just wait and see. I wager she will ultimately acquiesce, for there is no reason to refuse such a fine gentleman. Many onlookers nodded in agreement. That in the midst of the gathering, Xiao Wenfei, noticing Wang Shui's refusal, did not relent but instead continued with a smile. "Wang Shui, do give it some thought. Within this bouquet of roses lies a card containing a sum of 100,000. Accept the roses, and the money on the card shall be yours. That I will take you for a joyride in my Audi." With that, Xiao Wenfei forcefully thrust the roses into Wang Shui's hands. "That Mr. Qiao, I have already declined. Please take them back," Wang Shui said, frowning as she attempted to return the roses. "Wang Shui, I understand you may feel shy, but fret not. I shall simply scoop you up and whisk you away in my Audi for a spin," Xiao Wenfei declared with a grin. Without hesitation, he lunged towards Wang Shui, intent on picking her up. Wang Shui shrieked in fright, retreating hastily. "Stop right there." At that moment, a figure dashed in front of Wang Shui, blocking Xiao Wenfei's path. It was Fatty, Lin Yun's friend. "Don't be afraid. Class monitor, Brother Yun is on his way. I'll stand in for him and shield you from this scoundrel," Fatty assured Wang Shui. Although Lin Yun and Wang Shui were not in a romantic relationship, Fatty believed they were destined to be together, and he could not bear to see anyone encroach upon his brother's interests. "Thank you, Fatty," Wang Shui sighed in relief, grateful for his intervention. "That if you must express gratitude, let it be to Brother Yun. I am merely acting as his protector," Fatty replied. Upon seeing Fatty obstructing his way, Xiao Wenfei's expression darkened. This was clearly an impediment to his plans. "Who the hell do you think you are? Meddling in my affairs? Get lost." Xiao Wenfei coldly reprimanded Fatty. As he spoke, He scrutinized Fatty's plain attire, feeling increasingly disdainful. Wang Shui is my brother's woman. You fail in your courtship and now resort to force? Know your place and leave. Fatty retorted loudly, emboldened by his connection to Lin Yun. Qiao Wenfei's face twisted in anger upon hearing Fatty's words. How dare you speak to me like that? I will say it again. Get out of my way, or I'll hire someone to break your legs. He threatened vehemently. The surrounding classmates began to murmur among themselves, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Look at this Fatty, dressed so ordinarily. Does he really think he can stand up to the handsome Audi guy? Indeed, with that attire, how could he possibly contend with the Audi gentleman? No one held high hopes for Fatty, that in response to Qiao Wenfei's taunts. Fatty sneered, You think hiring someone to break my legs intimidates me? Do you even know who my brother is? You presume yourself wealthy? That battered Audi of yours pales in comparison to my brother's car. Very well then, why don't you summon your brother? I would love to see who dares to steal the woman I have set my sights on. Qiao Wenfei scoffed dismissively. Just as Qiao Wenfei finished speaking, a resounding roar of a supercar engine echoed through the air, drawing everyone's attention. The sound grew louder, a cacophony of power approaching rapidly. The onlookers turned to see a striking orange Lamborghini, an unmistakable symbol of luxury and speed. Drawing near, wow, a Lamborghini! What a stunning car! Exclamations erupted from the crowd. That a Lamborghini Aventador, worth nearly 10 million. How did such a remarkable supercar end up at our school? The students watched in awe as the Lamborghini cruised through the campus, undoubtedly commanding attention from every direction. Look, it seems to be heading our way. Fatty's face lit up with joy upon recognizing the Lamborghini. It's Brother Yun. As the Lamborghini approached, the spectators instinctively stepped back, clearing a path for the magnificent vehicle. Eventually, it came to a stop, perfectly aligned with a silver Audi A4, though the Audi A4 had its charm. Next to the flamboyant Lamborghini, it seemed utterly insignificant. The aura of the Lamborghini was unparalleled, captivating the gaze of every student present, including Wang Shui, who remained unaware of Lin Yun's ownership of the luxurious car. As all eyes were fixed on the Lamborghini, the door swung open, revealing a youthful figure stepping out. It was none other than Lin Yun.